Oh. How are we doing today? Our conservative grifters are beginning to move away from the MAGA cult. I mean, they've been moving away for a few months now, right? It's been happening. It's just a slow process, but it will continue.
I have to be honest, I didn't expect the corruption to be quite as, widespread as it's been, and like the self-dealing and the lining of his and his family's pockets. Like that's been a little shocking.
Why? I thought you were a political commentator. I thought you were a news pundit. Aren't you supposed to kind of be like aware of like people and what they're inclined to do? Like I could understand like if it was a big mystery, but like it wasn't. So
talking
and
billions
I just
of dollars.
didn't expect Trump to be so disrespectful of his base.
Right. Well, you know what, Megan? I got to push back a little bit because you know Trump didn't take a salary while he's president. So I don't know what you're talking about.
it's funny that like even these guys know the salary talking point, but I wonder if they used it in the past. I wonder if they actually used it unironically in the past, although now
Right. I mean, you look at like across the board of the Trump family. I've never seen a family get so rich off of a presidency.
Right.
Wow, who could have ever predicted that?
And it happened at the same time as we now have a Supreme Court ruling that basically says any official act he takes while in the White House is protected.
Right.
And those two things are, seem to be giving him some sort of a hall pass that could very much get abused. I don't want to, say he's crossed the line legally because I actually haven't taken a close look at that. But, he's done a lot that pushes it right up to the line. And
pushes it right up to the line? Where the fuck is your line at? Hello?
I just don't think we want our presidents or their families getting rich off of the presidency. And I really want to know more about all these trades that are happening on Iran right before he makes the announcements. Like, this is not the way it's supposed to be. Even one of those would have caused a massive scandal 12, 13 years ago. We shouldn't be so far afield that like these obvious ethical questions get skirted past with just a shoulder shrug, because it does matter.
Yeah.
Endorse.
I mean, who could have ever known, right, guys?
I didn't endorse Kamala Harris. I refuse to do so.
Why?
Okay. Well, here's what's important.
Why would you not do that? Like, I mean, doesn't she agree with like more of your policies than Trump? Wouldn't like, I mean, like, here's the thing: is like a lot of people died in like custody of ICE. Like ICE killed people. Like they'd be alive.
Oh. Actually, I wonder. I'm trying to think. I wonder if this will be difficult for Asmongold to understand, because Asmongold is Asmongold thinks that like Hasan and all the left people are kind of on the same team. So I wonder how he parses this. I don't know in terms of the media they see and everything. I don't know what their thoughts are on that. I'm not sure.
Wouldn't like, I mean, like, here's the thing: is like a lot of people died in like custody of ICE. Like ICE killed people. Like they'd be alive. They'd be alive if Kamala Harris won. Now maybe different people would be dead, sure, but like the people in America, they'd be alive. They would be. And so really, there is no moral high ground that you can have whenever you say that you wouldn't have endorsed Kamala Harris. Now, in my opinion, the only thing I would say I regret not endorsing Trump, but Trump hasn't done it. Trump hasn't been bad enough. Like, that's what I'm mad about. Like, they call Trump a fascist, dictator, evil, demon, psychopath. Well, I wish.
It's actually not about endorsements.
It's obviously about endorsements. You refuse to endorse a person who, based off of your own ideology, is a greater lesser of two evils, like a tremendous lesser of two evils with Kamala Harris. The only way that you can justify your policy and your decision for not doing that is if the only thing that you care about is Israel-Palestine, which I think is exactly what that's actually the truth, right? That's the only reason that's his only issue that he cares about. That's why he pushes Muslim identity politics all day. That's why he runs defense for terrorism, Islamic terrorism. This is what he does. This is why every liberal should resent Hasan. It's because he's trying to co-opt and take over your movement with a fringe identity politics movement that is comprised primarily of foreign actors and non-Americans.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, no. No. The reason why Asmongold is able to give an accurate analysis here is because Asmongold, for whatever his faults are, he's like a genuine actor. He's like one of the tier 2 people. He's been suckered in by the algorithms, so he can give like a more honest take. Whereas Hasan is more subversive. He's a tier 1. He knows that he's trying to co-opt a party, but he has to pretend that he's not, and he has to navigate in that manner. So it's a little It's funny. This is why one of the things I complained about a long time ago was that it sucks if you go to Twitch politics, you're going to get more honest takes from Asmongold than Hasan. That's just a very sad thing that is just true, unfortunately.
And they're doing so for a racial and a religious and ethnic reason.
Honest? Right. I mean, I think. I would rather somebody who's
I always
abhorrent
prefer
be
honest actors to dishonest actors for sure. I think dishonesty and lies and everything are, like I've said this a million times, are ruining our fucking planet right now. Yeah.
They're trying to take over the Democratic Party. They're trying to use their wedge identity politics and Muslim identity politics to drive Democratic policy. And they don't care about the average American. To the extent that they care about free healthcare for all or anything else, this is just a means to the actual ends, which is establishing a larger demographic of those people. And free healthcare is just simply a way that enables that. So they don't want free healthcare as an ends. They want it as a means. And as soon as Democrats and liberals reap politics to drive Democratic policy, and they're comprised primarily of foreign actors and non-Americans, and they're doing so for a racial and a religious and ethnic reason. They're trying to take over the Democratic Party.
Oh, that part is not correct. I don't know if he realizes that or not. It's just an anti-Western, anti-capitalist maybe, but anti-Western. He's kind of close, but he's proxying what the actual class is that Hasan cares about with these other things.
They're trying to use their wedge identity politics and Muslim identity politics to drive Democratic policy. And they don't care about the average American. To the extent that they care about free healthcare for all or anything else, this is just a means to the actual ends, which is establishing a larger demographic of those people. And free healthcare is just simply a way that enables that. So they don't
just
want
feels
free
like the racist talking point out of him, right?
What do you mean?
He's basically saying here that he just thinks like, it sounds like he thinks Democrat or leftists want like total Muslim domination. And to like ruin like the white fucking.
Oh no, I don't think so.
Like,
I think he's just saying here that Hasan is just using these talking points to drive wedges in the Democratic Party, and then this talking point that he just used was the reason why Democrats want to expand the welfare state is because once you're relying on the welfare state, then you have to vote for the welfare state. So he's saying that like they want Medicare for all because once you become reliant on Medicare for all, you'll keep voting. You'll expand the base.
Healthcare as an ends, they want it as a means. And as soon as Democrats and liberals realize this, I think that they'll realize how much of an existential threat this ideology is to everybody else. And I don't know, maybe this is like woke for me to say, but I think we need the Democratic Party. I think that it's been tremendously detrimental that we can't have reasonable, cognizant conversations about, for example, AI, privacy, workers' rights, and the privileges that workers are losing because AI is removing their jobs. We can't have any of these conversations because the left wing has been taken over by Muslim identity politics, trans identity politics, and illegal alien advocacy. Like, we need a strong workers' party. And we don't have that anymore. We don't. And it's been taken over by these people. They've completely...
Is it worth reestablishing the distance from Asman, even though he's making semi-sense about Hasan? Reestablishing the distance? I think most people understand there's a huge distance. I don't think I need to reaffirm that. But thank you.
You know, basically poison the party with identity politics. They have, by Marxists. Yes, exactly. By like extreme socialism.
What? Oh.
You were just yelling at him 2 days ago.
Yes, exactly. By like extreme socialism and stuff like that.
If you are anti-fascist, you should not aid and abet the fascist regime.
But you did that.
He's probably, it's confusing for Asmongold because also Hasan shapeshifts through a lot of these identity politics things. But remember, Marxists hate identity politics because they're massive distractions from the class politics, which is the only thing Hasan really wants to engage in. And I don't really know truly in terms of how they feel about class politics versus just like West versus anti-West. I don't know how that fits in. Maybe I'd have to have a more historical account to see how that actually played out in Russia and everything. But
you did that.
You should oppose it, even if it's someone that you dislike.
How do you say this? There are clips of you not doing it. Oh my God. This is, Jesus, he aided them.
Can you still say Asman and Hasan avoid each other? Yeah, they avoid each other pretty hardcore. Oh yeah. I generally do not understand where people get this idea that the left is entrenched in trans ideology. Because if the left doesn't have a strong messaging platform, the left is whatever the right says the left is. And then the left has to defend against what the right says it is. So that's basically what... That's... Yeah.
By the left, we mean Dems here, yeah?
Dems, yeah, Democrats, yeah.
Yeah, and you also aided them by not supporting Kamala Harris. You did. You helped them too. Like, not taking an action. Like, you know, like, think about it as a trolley problem, right? If you see a trolley going down and there's 100 people on one track and one person on the other track, and it's going to hit the 100 people and you don't pull the lever, you're responsible for all those 100 people dying. You are. That's the way I see it, because you could have changed it and you chose not to. So that's it. You had the lever. You could have used it. You didn't. And now you're trying to play the moral upper hand. And by the way, I didn't want Kamala to win. Fuck no, I didn't want her to win. Absolutely not.
Even if it's...
But I can see where a liberal is coming from, right? I can understand how they think.
Even if it's victims, it's not about fighting some of these...
How did not endorsing Kamala Harris better anybody's life in America? All the people that he says that he cares about, their lives became objectively worse under Donald Trump. He made all of their lives worse by not helping and trying to, you know, help get Kamala Harris elected. So, like, this is just like, I mean, talk about, like, a no worldview. Like, it's not even true. And again, like, I don't agree with his position, but I understand it. And from his position, this is a problem. He gave them cancer. Yeah, the people like this are a cancer to the Democratic Party. They are.
Jesus, true. Well.
Hold on, he's speaking some facts here. Okay.
I didn't endorse Kamala Harris.
Destiny is always super off-putting to see people that call themselves progressives. When they don't like someone, they will go super hard attacking them on their body, sexuality. I feel like that's a newer thing, especially because I feel like the I feel like a lot of the people that were pretending to be progressives like morphed into socialists, but still like cosplay as progressives sometimes. So yeah, I don't know. It's a weird.
I did the research earlier.
The
You
Iran.
tasked me.
Yeah,
it's just Iranian fake news. It seems like no reputable
fuck you
sources or anything. Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Okay, based.
I choose not to believe you.
This is the new motto. No more unity. Okay, that's the new message. My new message, fuck unity. It's not America First United, it's America First Disunited. I am done holding everybody up like Atlas. I am done carrying everybody on my back. Everybody demanding that I'm the leader, but also no respect. You ever notice that? You need to be the unifier. You need to be the leader. You need to do this, this, and this. Also, we don't respect you. Also, we don't defer to your opinion. Also, we don't obey your edicts. You need to be the unifier. You need to take endless shit from everybody. Endless sneak dissing, backbiting, talking behind my back, counter signaling my ideas. Oh, but also, you got to just be above it all. And, you know, you just got to tolerate that. You got to unite everybody. You know what? If you're not a groiper, fuck you. How about that for a new...
This is about Sneako LeMayo, is it?
Message. Far left, people in the middle, whatever. You're not on board with groipers. You're not on board with America First. It's fuck you. It's on site. No more. America First United. Good luck. Good luck. You tried it. Go ahead. Do another conference. Let's see how you do against Randy Fine. Let's see the rally. Let's see the next conference. You think you can do it better than me? Oh, okay. Let's see it, Brown Clowns. Let's see it, Jew Kazarian. Let's see it, Sneako. Let's see it, Sneak Disser. Let's see you put the movement together then. And now I'll be the toxic one. I'll be the one taking shots at everybody. I'll be the one rocking out with my cock out, doing my own thing.
Do you think the Nick Crowder bridge will hold stable? I don't even know what the fuck Steven Crowder does these days. I feel like he made a huge gamble on his fight with the Daily Wire and then just after that. But maybe I'm not plugged into the right algorithm, but I feel like I don't see him anywhere.
Let's see you do it then. That's the new message for the summer. I have officially been pushed too far.
Why did the Doobie video just get privated? I think the editor had to edit something. Why are you coming into my stream, asking me a YouTube video you were watching, betraying the fact that you're not loyally watching my stream, and instead you're watching YouTube videos? You watch those after or before. Wake up earlier. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You saw, I tried to be magnanimous. I tried to be gracious. I think I said like 4 weeks ago, I said, I have no enemies. Remember, I said, I have no enemies. Megyn Kelly, Tucker, Candace, Sneako. I said, all is forgiven. There is no beef between us. And look at how they have done me. And I'm under attack by everybody. I'm under attack by the Trump administration. They put me on a list. They called me a terrorist. I'm in this new report. They're saying they're going to undermine my Christian identity. I'm under attack by the ADL, by Media Matters, by the Washington Post, by the Atlantic, by the low IQ anti-Semites, by Laura Loomer.
Not Laura Loomer.
So, you know what? You have officially pushed me too far. It is a war against everybody. It is a war on all fronts. No more Mr. Nice Guy. No more Mr. Nice.
Bro, Nick really is the destiny of the far right, isn't he? Basically, yeah. I mean, he's like a super independent person. He could be a little bit more honest than most because of that. He's not super bought into a political movement. He did attach himself to the MAGA stuff. And he is young. And again, for whatever people say, let history judge me. I do think he fucked his whole shit up with the Fuentes, or with the Nick Fuentes. What am I thinking of? My brain.
America
the
First.
Kanye West stuff. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
With the Kanye West stuff, I think he nuked his shit with that. Yeah.
Guy. No, the magnanimity is over. We are fresh out of that. We are fresh out of magnanimity here. You are all my enemies. If you're not with me, you are my enemy. And America First is here to take over. We're not here to unite and take shit from brown clowns.
I hate to break it to you, but Fuentes is you 10 years ago. Now you're a DNC hack/shill, which is fine. I mean, I kind of am, I guess, but the issue is, like, there's nothing else right now that is holding America together that's preventing it from literally tearing itself apart at the seams. So if there was another party in this country that could govern, I mean, I could have a more honest conversation. But, like, the problem is if you're seriously invested or interested in politics or policy, there's not really any place to be right now besides the Democratic Party. Anybody else is a deeply unserious individual. So I don't know what you want me to say. I'm sorry.
I'm not here to unite and clout farm and help all these brown clowns that have no respect for this movement. That's over.
What is a brown clown? Is it just like a brown person?
I think that's referring to other, like, far right people, or am I misunderstanding, like brown shirt, or am I misunderstanding that? It's like brown shirts are like far right Nazi people, red shirts are like commies, far left people.
Got it.
Or he's saying brown skinned Muslims. I'd have to go back and re-listen to.
And America First is here to take over. We're not here to unite and take shit from brown clowns. I'm not here to unite and
He could mean Sneako here. I mean, it could work either way. Brown clowns, like other right-leaning groups that aren't unifying with him, or it could just be talking about Sneako and the Muslims. I'm not sure 100%. Apparently, there's more context to this. He was fighting with Sneako. So if he was fighting with Sneako more, then maybe that could be it. Nick Fuentes is not buying Sneako's message of unity after their fallout. Sneako calls for unity and to ignore petty drama following Nick Fuentes' fallout. If he actually cared about unity, he wouldn't be sneak dissing me for the past 2 weeks, constantly being negative towards me. This is just performative, pretending to be above it all since he got called out. Everything is calculated perception management and trying to be liked. I do feel for Nick there. I do think that me and Nick are relatively similar in that regard. I think Nick just wants to, like, do politics. Maybe there's like an ordinary level of political rhetorical maneuvering that is to be expected always, but the amount of just like fake, like, mask on bullshit that everything in the media is today is so fucking boring and stupid. It's boring and stupid. Like, it's boring and like low IQ. When I say stupid, I mean it's like for idiots. It's so cringe.
So you believe that Nick believes what he thinks and what he preaches?
I mean, I feel like it. I mean, like, there are generally, like, checks that I look for to see. These aren't, it's not guaranteed, but to see how, like, strong somebody believes in their thing. So, like, how willing are they to fight against their own side? And generally speaking, I think Nick is more than most has been willing to fight against other people on the right. How willing are they to take a loss when they could prevent otherwise by believing the things that they do? Like, I think Nick might have had more pathways open to him if he would have been a little bit more mainstream of a conservative, and it seems like he is largely eschewed that. I mean, like, it's hard to know, 100%, but he feels like relatively authentic to me. Yeah.
I guess my next question is, like, do you think that he's just like a stupid, like, idiotic person?
Oh, like, why does he have the beliefs that he has?
Yeah, I'm like leading into that. Like, if you think like he's like a semi like smart dude, or like, how could he not be quote unquote saved? It's a complicated question, yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay.
The more I feel like the older I get, the more detached I get from like the super bigoted ideologies. But I'm, you know, like in a lot of ways, I'm kind of like the ultimate quote unquote liberal in that like I don't have like a strong attachment to my family. I've never done like a 23andMe. I don't really care about my ethnicity. I don't have like a strong attachment to any of these things. So it's very easy for me to speak as like an outsider who doesn't care. So when I look at people who obsess over things like ethnicity or race or whatever, I'm like, what? Like, it's not you.
Why would you
like,
give a fuck?
Yeah, why the fuck? Yeah, but that's a pretty abnormal thought. I think a lot of people do care about these things to some extent. But I mean, like when you look at, I don't know, man. When you look at like the last 100 years of history, all of like the mega racially pure, like militant countries like kind of got fucked up like immediately by like the gayest and most equal rights countries, right? Like your whole fascist regime, like look at your like powerful like your fucking Germanic Empire shit and your Ottoman Empire and everything. Like they kind of got wrecked in World War I. There were like 4 major empires that just completely fucking vanished after that. And then in World War II, all of your major fascist countries got literally obliterated. And sometimes I wonder if like the fascism part like kind of made them lose. Like how much Jewish talent did the Nazis lose?
Did they just get rid of?
Yeah, because people literally were fleeing. Like, imagine you're a country and fucking Albert Einstein runs away from you. Like, holy fuck. Like, that's kind of fucked. Like,
That's a pretty big loss.
That's not good. That's like really bad, right? And then you have like the Arabs are like a strong and mighty people, and the Jews are like weak and hook-nosed, and they're losing wars while Israel has like a fucking like a female prime minister, Golda Meir, and like your women aren't. I don't even know if they're allowed to vote or if they're even voting in these countries. And it's like I don't know. It seems like over and over again when you run into like super bigoted, like racially pure or like super misogyny, patriarchy heavy countries, they always lose to like the quote unquote softer, more diverse countries. And that seems to be like a repeated pattern over and over and over again. But I don't know why there's like this exact opposite feeling where it's like people who are diverse are weak and losers, and actually the strong ones are the super bigoted pure ones. And it's like, but all of these empires fall like immediately. like they die immediately. And I don't know how they have the reputation otherwise, you know? Like they get completely fucking eliminated. Like what? Yeah, I don't know. I just don't understand.
It's kind of literally like our diversity is our strength. Like
in a way, though, it kind of is because it lets us allocate talent like really effectively without mind fucking ourselves as much. Like if you have a black person who's good at fucking building computers, let them fucking build computers. And if you have a woman who wants to work in a fucking factory, she can work in the fucking factory, let her work in the fucking factory. And if you have a gay dude who can make clothes really well, let the man make clothes, you know? But it's what's up, Sam?
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. I didn't want to interrupt. I had an update for the t-shirts. Folks, you got at least $100 in donations for the t-shirt. Check your email. Please check your email. We are emailing you with the email you used for the donation. So check your email. You should have an email from us. And if you don't have an email, you need to email us at merchandise@digitalgroundgame.org. Check your spam folder, okay? Check your spam folder. Please email us at merchandise@digitalgroundgame.org if you don't have the email, okay, folks? Please do that. If you don't have an email for us regarding your $100 of donation, getting you that Liberia t-shirt. Thank you very much, folks.
Based.
All right.
I feel like one of the biggest problems is that like people take these nuggets of truth. I run into this weird thing. It happens in life where you have this like nugget of truth, and then you find out like a few years later on in life that, oh fuck, it's a little deeper than that. And then you find out a few years in life, you're like, fuck, it's a little deeper than that. And then you find out a few years later, you're like, fuck, it's a little deeper than that. Like everything's like a proxy for something else. Like I think you should be nice to other people in life, and that's a good way to live. And then you get a little bit older and you're like, fuck, I need to get for myself because nobody's going to care about me as much as I do. Like, fuck that. I need to, take care of myself. And then you get a little bit further in life and you're like, actually, fuck, I need to be nice to other people so that they can provide more for me. And it's like a cooperative system. That'd be good. Yeah. And then you get further in life, you're like, fuck, if I don't take care of myself first, I'm not like the strongest person I could be. I can't even take care of it. And it's like this kind of like loop of shit. And I don't know. Sometimes I wonder where I'm at on the treadmill or where other people are. Like when people talk about like ethnic, I wish I had a better name than bigoted because that makes it sound morally loaded, but like these kind of like ethnically pure or misogynistic or whatever the fuck, like societies, they always have like these nuggets of truth. Like we're like humans are tribal by nature. Humans are very tribal and you're tribal. And it's like, yeah, that's true. But like who your tribe is can be very expansive, right? Which I think is illustrated really well by far-right movements in the United States who consider like European white identity to be some unified, coherent thing, when if you go to Europe, it's absolutely not. That's a myth that's invented in America. The concept of whiteness in America is like largely mythological.
They're the most fucking racist against white people.
Sometimes, yeah. But
Depends
it's just,
on which one.
yeah, I feel like, so like there's like nuggets of truth from everything, but I don't know why Nick is the way that he is. I also think it's hard because he's like, I don't know what I would describe myself. Like I do political commentary, but I don't know if I would say I'm like the head of like a political movement as much. Like I'm very like policy oriented, and I'm not very like narrative or story oriented, whereas Nick is a lot more kind of like narratively.
He's a movement guy.
Yeah, he's a movement guy. So then I don't know if he could even change later in life. Like I could see myself maybe agreeing with or believing in a lot of what Nick says if I was like 19, 20, 21. But then let's say Nick gets older, 5, 6, 7 years. How does he even change his mind? Is he going to shed his entire movement, or what happens at that point? Like that's also hard.
It's like, well, what have I built for the past fucking 10 years, you know? And now look what I believe or whatever. It gets, you're like very entrenched in it, yeah. I don't know. Why did you, what was like, was there like a reason that you stopped talking to Fuentes or whatever? Was there like a...
Yeah, because he blackballed me after he, what did he do? I think it was
Kanye
after he hopped
shit?
on the Fuentes, or on, oh, Jesus, yeah, on the Kanye West stuff. I think he blackballed me after that. And then I told him, I said that shit's going to fall through in 3 months. And if you blackball me in this, I'm going to blackball you. And then that happened. And then, yeah, he wanted to chat after, but I was like, no, fuck you. And then that's where we've been. That's
Would
where
you be interested in chatting with him
at.
again, or are you still on the, fuck that?
I don't know. I'm indifferent to it right now.
Okay.
Is this the shoe on head husband person? I always forget. I mix these retards up on Twitter. Reminder that red shirts and brown shirts going at it is actually super beneficial for libs and democracy, and it would be the stupidest thing in the universe for libs to intervene. What's really funny about this perspective is that midwits like Destiny think there exists a meaningful difference between liberals and leftists in the realm of practical American politics. That distinction exists and is real in the classroom, when learning political theory, etc. It is not real for any practical purpose in our modern political situation. Like, how retarded do you have to be to believe this? I don't know. Okay. Jesus.
Why did the Kanye stuff fuck over Nick so hard?
I mean,
Did it
my
just get
perspective.
him, like, too much attention too quickly.
So, do you remember the whole thing with Mr. Girl? Do you know why that split happened at all?
I think my thought would be that the split happened because he was angry at you, because he felt like, I don't know. No, I actually don't know.
So the brute split behind that was, at the time, I felt like the America First movement was trying to move away from like the uber cringe like Jew conspiracy shit to be a little bit more mainstreamish. Like, to be clear, they still had like the anti-Semitic conspiracy stuff and all that, but it was like it was a much more minor part of what they talked about. I think Nick had just had, when did Nick have that AFPAC? That political conference was in 2021. There was a really big conference that Nick did, and he had, I think it was,
it was
a senator.
huge.
Yeah, I think it was a senator, maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I think it was Marjorie Taylor Greene, and they had one other person there that was I think they had a senator and Marjorie Taylor
Arizona Representative Paul Gozer appeared as a surprise keynote speaker. They might have had one other one, but I think they were trying to pivot more in that direction. And then me and Mr. Girl got into a huge disagreement because Mr. Girl said that that it would be accurate to call him a Nazi, and I said that I don't know if that would be as accurate a label, and I also just wasn't interested in calling him a Nazi because I'd rather just deal with the individual beliefs. Like, I can fight on the underlying
kind of like
ground.
the genocide shit.
Yeah,
like,
and there's also
really
like
matter what's going on.
Kind of, yeah. And there's also like so many different like memes and everything that have to do with them calling themselves Nazis and everything else. Like, as soon as you start calling them Nazis, it played into like a bunch of, in my opinion, just like really bad things that were impossible to fight on or argue on. But Mr. Girl had a huge disagreement with that. I think my community might have been split like 50-50 on that even. But I think that in my impression, Nick and America First were kind of sort of moderating a bit away from the super Nazi shit. But then I think through Milo Yiannopoulos, Ye threw out a lifeline, or not a lifeline, but he threw out basically an offer to Fuentes to be a part of his campaign. And Fuentes jumped on it. And I don't know how much you watched of Ye going on shows at that time, but Ye would go on shows and shit and say like, I love Hitler. I love Hitler. I love it. And Fuentes kind of had to defend him.
He was crashing out. Yeah.
Oh yeah, mega crash out. And then Fuentes had to defend all of it. And so I feel like he had to roll back his rhetoric to where it was like 2 or 3 years earlier. And then Ye eventually dumped all his shit. And then Fuentes kind of has to come back and like kind of, you know, like scratch out, you know, a space for his movement again after the horrible Ye crash out shit. And just, I feel like that kind of fucked his shit. I feel like that kneecapped his movement super hardcore at that point.
Well, it moved it back like fucking years, right? And also,
I mean, I don't even know if it's recovered yet. Like, it's just it got pretty fucked at that point. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. God, there's a world where fucking Kanye's on Trump's cabinet.
Dude, don't even. Why would you even put that energy into the universe? He could still nominate him, right?
He could, yeah. They were fucking meeting and shit, so yeah.
Oh, people were saying Matt Gaetz was there as well. Maybe. What is this?
This is McAdams. She's live right now outside Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey, where those protesters there, Lexus, have been facing off with some of the ICE agents. What's happening?
That's right.
No one understands bipolar disorder. Kind of. Nobody understands mania, I think, is the big issue. People kind of get the depression part, but the manic, people being manic for days or weeks is, a lot of people just,
It's hard to understand.
Yeah.
That you're like feeling on like the fucking top of the world or whatever for fucking weeks on end.
Yeah.
All right, well, it has been going on for a few days, and then it happened again this morning, and it's happening again throughout the afternoon. So we're just going to move in on a little bit and show you what's going on out here. You can see that they've got the protesters that are sitting here, and I thought it was important to point out a lot of them actually had their faces kind of covered, but the big deal here, right, in New Jersey is that these people don't think ICE agents should be able to cover their faces. So that's one thing, but they're facing off with these ICE officers who are trying to do their job, Sandra, because they believe that this detention facility here, Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey, should be shut.
Do you feel more comfortable calling Nick a Nazi now? No, I just don't like the word. It's kind of like I even hedge so much when I say like Trump is like an actual fascist now. But the problem is like that word has been, Nazi and fascist have been so fucking ruined by progressives and now by lefties that it just was used to describe every single conservative. Now it's used to describe libs. That it's just like such a meaningless word. And then people get super triggered. Like if I'm going to argue about toxic masculinity, I'm not going to usually use the phrase toxic masculinity because people's brains instantly shut off. So I don't know.
Their job, Sandra, because they believe that this detention facility here, Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey,
Destiny, your funniest clip of that time.
should be shut down. They say it's because the migrants inside of the facility are not being treated right. So that's why they're out here. That's why they're positioned here with their goggles on, ready to be tear gassed or pepper sprayed, they say, if possible. So pointing it out, obviously we covered what happened on the ground in Minneapolis. We covered that in Minnesota. We covered a little bit of what happened in Broadview, Illinois, outside of Chicago. That's a more similar setup to what happened here. So they have not as big of crowds, but the people do come prepared. And one of the other things, Sandra, that was important to point out on video that we saw yesterday on social media was they kind of stop all these cars that are coming and going, and the protesters are trying to act as security in those videos, asking them who's in the car, and then they decide if they're going to let you through or not. And then here you can see some media, but they are blocking the roadway, and this backs up a huge road that's right off the highway, so it really could cause a lot of problems here. So we'll keep an eye on it. But the governor of New Jersey was out here celebrating Memorial Day by demanding that the migrant criminals inside be released because she says they're on a hunger strike. So we'll keep an eye on it, Sandra.
I don't understand how we ever let it become, well, I do understand. It's because Trumples are crazy. Acceptable for, like, federal officers to wear masks or whatever. That's just crazy.
Oh, insane.
That's just fucking Gestapo shit.
Like this
What was this clip?
must be an illusion.
How much do you hate the Jews that, like, Poole gives the gentle, he's like, all the Jews? And Ye's like, get me out of here. I gotta get the fuck. What do you mean all the Jews? What do you mean all of them?
Yeah,
of course.
but you could tell he was like, you could tell he was gonna come up with one of those Lex Friedman things. Like, well, like, okay, wait. Right after Tim Pool said, you'd be good for the black vote.
Oh, when Ye was on Tim Pool, and I think Ye, like, stormed off. Oh my God, bro. What a time. Wait, are Dick and Vito still doing their show, or did that finally completely explode? Does anybody know?
Were they like combative against each other?
Oh yeah. It's still going.
Are they?
Vito kept crashing on Twitter because he's a comic retard. Imploded. I have no clue. Did you see the arrest of Ethan? Ethan, which Ethan? What? They did a show like 2 days ago. Oh, okay. Wait, what the fuck is happening here?
Yeah.
Where are these guys at? How did these snakes even get up here?
So, what are they? Well, they were having sex, so what were they?
Moccasins. Those are dangerous. Huh?
They're not moccasins.
Oh. Okay.
Are they biting?
Yeah. honey, let it go. Oh my god.
Jesus, the mouths are huge.
Please.
Oh, the video ends right before he bites their heads off? Okay.
He bites their heads off?
I don't know. He's always on up to some weird shit with fucking... I don't know, bro. It wouldn't surprise me, okay?
To bring the left, because that's the 2028 election, I'm telling you. You got Hasan. You got Nick. I'll put Dan on the list. You got Dan. Sneako.
Dan?
You got Myron. Is there anybody else who should be on this? Like, anti...
Who is Dan here? Who is he referring to? Dan Blazarian? Okay.
You know, Israel critical streamers. So who has the most potential to do it? Let's analyze this, no bias. Hasan, absolutely not. He's just got the left, bro. It's just like I don't see a chance at the right wing being able to get him. I think it's about, okay, let's give him 5% chance that that's possible. Nick, there was many opportunities for him to try to unify the left and the right, post Charlie Kirk and that rhetoric. And you saw even what he tweeted today. He keeps talking a lot about left-right. I don't think he is... I don't think the left likes him at all. I mean, he's clearly been against them. I see this as about maybe 10% chance that he can even get the left. Dan, much higher than the other two. I think Dan getting the left and the right together, he does use words that are provocative to them. They get offended by slurs and stuff, 35%. Myron at getting the left and the right, I think lower than Nick and Hasan. There's no... I don't see that. I'll put that at a 2%. But, actually, let me just put this shit at 0%. Let me just put this at 0%. What do you guys think I'm at? At getting the left... I think it's probably about the same as Dan. Like, probably about the same as Dan, dude. I'm also going to say, like, right now, I would also say 35, to be honest.
This is my online political analysis today. Dev linked this. Do I care? 150 views. Dev.
Jesus.
Fascisti, anche I bimbi son guerrieri, siamo barilla, moschettieri del regime.
Mamma mia, what do you mean by that?
In a similar way. But now Palestine has become the scene of bloody battles. You can thank the wonderful diplomacy of the Entente for this. Now, if that was not damning enough, imperialism or civilized peoples, like Hitler, but because...
I've absorbed all of this. Thank you, Dev. I love you. But I would rather watch Ben Shapiro play Fortnite.
Footsteps on your screen.
That's cute. Oh, they're copying Conan O'Brien ideas now.
Oh, someone right in front of you. Aim downwards, aim downwards.
Oh, there's a guy.
Oh, someone else killed him. Oh, you got ran over by a car.
Wow.
So you have to explain to me what this game is, why it exists, and everything. I know nothing about this other than I've seen a bunch of dumb children doing a dance that they call the Fortnite dance.
Who likes Fortnite? We like Fortnite! We like Fortnite! We like Fortnite! We like Fortnite! We like Fortnite!
Other than that, I don't know anything about it.
So Fortnite is a genre of video game called Battle Royale, where a bunch of players drop out of the sky and land on an island, and you pick up weapons and you fight each other until there's only one person standing. Fortnite is one of the most popular games to ever come out. At one time, they recorded, I think it was like 45 million players playing it once, with like hundreds of millions of downloads.
Wow.
We're gonna have you drop in. We're gonna see how you do. I'll teach you how to play it.
Okay.
Before we start, I think you should choose your skin.
Let's see, you got Stormtroopers, you got Vader, Han Solo. Okay, you got like the full Star Wars complement.
I'm a
over
big
here.
Star Wars guy.
Yeah, no, me too.
Yeah.
So that's good. I'm very tempted to use Palpatine.
Should I do it?
Do it. But instead, I'll go with young Harrison Ford, probably.
Wait, did they delete the David skin or whatever from the game, or did they just make so you couldn't buy it anymore? Are you like able to buy like rare Fortnite accounts with disabled skins or something, or?
Wow.
Wow.
So let's push X.
Okay.
Choose him. Now push circle.
They
Perfect.
deleted that one. They offered refunds. They must be able to take it back or something, no? Yo! Here's a question. David got banned from Twitch just for being indicted? If Hasan gets indicted, will they ban him from Twitch?
No.
Well, I'm just saying. David hasn't been convicted of anything.
They won't.
Fuck you.
Now we'll push this button here 2 times. Yep. 1, 2.
Do you think if he gets convicted, they'll ban him?
Probably not.
2,000 years later.
Okay, so now this is the warm-up.
Okay, I'm trying to think if I'm old enough, if you could give me something that I would be too retarded to figure out. Why is it that like once people get past the age of like, is it like 35 or 40, when you hand them something that is like incredibly simple, like you manipulate it with your fingers and your brain, where adults are like, with these people always mentally, I just don't understand that. Now I know I've been playing video games forever, but
figure out AI.
Really? I'm going to ask it right now how to figure it out. Boom. Easy. I just have to ask it what I have to learn, and then it'll learn me. Dumbass.
You got 52 seconds. So you can see you walk around, move around. X is going to be your jump button. Perfect.
Wow.
And then
Running into a tree.
Running into a tree.
Who is watching this?
Now you're in the water.
Well, right now we are.
Swim, okay.
Please help me.
Interesting.
So if you want to use that look button to look the other way, you'll turn the other way.
You can float and swim at the same time.
You can dive, okay, interesting.
So now we're in the bus.
Oh, that's hot.
All the players
Whoa,
that are in this
the Daily Wire
97
bus
of them are in this
Whoa,
bus.
okay.
Yeah. So at any point that you choose, you're going to push the X button.
Okay.
And you're going to come out in a parachute. And I'll show
What
you
are the other
how it goes.
controls?
So you use your
I swear to God, this thing is getting larger. He's going to have one of the big hats eventually. There's no way that his yarmulke used to be that big.
use your stick on the left. So I'd push X now so that you free dive. There you go. You can use your stick on the left to kind of move around, see where you want to go. If there's any place that looks interesting, your look button. See if you could look down the other way. The controls are.
Yeah, so far I'm doing great.
Yeah, you're doing great. It's great. Way better than I did.
You're really good at falling.
This isn't flying. This is fun.
Wait, who's the person they have like on remote? Who's the girl? Was that
With style.
like a producer or something, or?
Just like socialist policy, it's all fun and games until you hit the ground.
Exactly. Alrighty, so I'm gonna
Epic.
jump over that wall using X. Good. And try to look in front of you. Yeah. All right, so if you look to your right, there are some bullets on the ground right there that you could pick up.
Interesting.
You push. There you go. Oh, there's your first gun right there, that green thing. So you're gonna go next to it and push square. You have to move around a little bit. There you go. Okay. Now push the R1, the top right bumper. Now you have a gun in your hand.
Oh, okay, and how do I shoot this gun?
You push the bumper under that one, R2, and then you aim with L2.
L2s.
Oh, you're getting shot at. You better run.
Like, how can they not manipulate both joysticks at the same time? You have two hands. You're used to using two hands at once. But like every time you give an old person control, they'll do this thing where they can only move one joystick at once. It's like, come on, this can't be real. It's got to be like an act that old people put on or whatever.
Or under that one, R2, and then you aim with L2.
L2s.
Oh, you're getting shot at. You better run. Someone right in front of you. Aim downwards. Aim downwards. Oh, guy right in front of you.
I'm dying. Help me. Shoot.
Oh, someone else killed him. Oh, you got run over by a car.
Wow.
In a little bit, I'm going to try to get into teaching you how to build in this game. But first, let's learn how to aim and shoot and that stuff. All right, so it looks like there's some guns on the roof of that building if you want to land on that roof.
There's beer as well.
What?
That's not beer.
Those are
That's
bandages.
first aid.
Stay thirsty, my friend.
Can I pick it up or no?
Yeah, you got to walk until, there you go. Now you can push.
This is meme overload.
Okay.
Now the gun I think is to your right, so let's look to your right. There you go. It's a pistol.
Oh, wow. This is going so poorly.
Okay.
You gotta check your surroundings.
You gotta, every game you're gonna get a little bit better until you finally, like, successfully shoot somebody.
Anything's better than that, though.
Whoa.
That
was really quite terrible.
Wait, where is 10-minute ads or ARC or whatever? When you guys are editing my YouTube videos, you should just have yourself, like, when you're on the computer editing, just, like, have, like, clips of yourself, like, reacting to it. Be like, good job, good argument, Destiny, and then, like, cut back in. My videos would be 20 times better.
It's true.
What do you get if you win?
People who have no hopes are easy to control.
You get to pat yourself on the back, I
Yeah,
guess?
it's a video game. I forgot. I was not much of a video gamer when I was young. Basically my video game experiences ended with Quake.
With Quake?
It was like 1996 PC.
This guy's good. Whoever's playing this guy's good. But look how like tuned in he is.
This game came out when I was in high school, and it was like extremely
That was an okay edit. That was an okay meme, right?
hard to get a win because you're going against 100 other players. So every time I would win, I would like post it on my social media. I'd be like, hey, let's go.
It turns out that, as you found out at the Daily Wire, that's not equate to
Actually, okay, he played Quake. That's some good taste. Listen, there were like 6 FPS games back then, okay? What are you talking? Shut the fuck up. It's not like there were that many to choose from. What do you mean?
Or income trajectory?
No, not at all.
You played GoldenEye? No, I played, what was it? Like GoldenEye, Turok, Duke Nukem, and Perfect Dark? How many other FPSs Doom, I guess, were even on the Nintendo 64? It was like, there was like 4 of them.
Not at all. Not at all.
Medal of Honor? That was on the Nintendo 64?
End up playing Yes or No with Michael Knowles.
Exactly.
First of all, Professor, I'm really glad that they allow underage drinking on this show now. That's really great that they do it 12 years old. That's how.
Oh, I remember when I recorded one of these episodes. I can't wait till the Daily Wire goes bankrupt. I'm going to go to their fucking auction houses. I'm going to buy this episode that they're sitting on between me and Michael Knowles.
Wait, they didn't let your episode out?
No, because afterwards the Trump assassination thing happened and I was too unpopular with conservatives and they're like, oh, we can't release it. So they're just sitting on my wonderful episode. It was a good show.
Outrageous.
Let's see where you can land.
Where is away from people?
You want to want to land like in the middle of the forest. You see,
exactly.
you see all those trees down there, those yellow trees?
Yes.
Try to land like in those yellow trees.
Okay, sounds good. Because if there are other people, I'm going to get killed immediately.
Online shopping has created one of the weirdest modern rituals. You find the exact thing you were looking for, you add it to your cart, get all...
Ooh! Question for my photographers out there. Is there like a standard... If I wanted to get like a good... Okay, 2 questions. 1, is it worth replacing my studio camera zoom lenses with prime lenses? Number 1. And number 2, is there like a place where I can see what is the full set of Sigma EF mount prime lenses that are available? Where are these at? Do they exist anywhere? Like a list of all of them, like on their website or something.
the way to the checkout, and then suddenly you're being asked to remember a password that you made up in 2017. And at that point...
Oh, no! I wish I had a browser that remembered my passwords. None of them do that these days.
A bunch of people just give up, which is why that little purple shop pay button feels like a relief when it appears. One tap, no hunting for your wallet, no resetting passwords, no trying to remember which email address you used for a random website 3 years ago.
Why do you want primes for weight or quality? Well, they're supposed to be a little bit higher quality, no? And they're a little bit more compact. Not that that matters that much, but...
Everything is just there, and checkout takes about 5 seconds. Shopify powers millions of businesses around the world, and something like 10% of all e-commerce in the United States, from huge household name brands to people just starting small businesses out of their garage. And what makes Shopify powerful for business owners is that it simplifies all the complicated parts, inventory.
What?
What what lenses are you looking at? Not
Well,
Sigma,
you
but,
promised
like what's it called? The aperture? Not the aperture. What am I thinking of?
The focal length. Probably like...
That's what I'm looking
I think
at,
like... What am I set to right now? Let me check. Damn. Probably like 21 millimeter right now. Is this really... Why is this lens so fucking big if it's a prime? It's because the focal length... Or I'm sorry, it's because the aperture can be so open, so they have to do a bunch of weird shit inside. What the fuck is this in here? Is it the zoom? What the fuck? I don't even know. I don't know where to fuck with that shit. Okay. Damn, I didn't even look at this site. Oh my god. Is it always better to get a lower, like a more open aperture lens because it'll look better if the aperture is a little bit more closed? Like if I have my f-stop at like 4.0, like f4 here, on a 1.4 possible lens. I don't know any of the terminology here. Would it look better? If you can control the light, yes. Well, I'm in a studio, motherfucker. I have perfect control of the light. I thought primes were also supposed to be a bit cheaper than zooms. What the fuck?
They usually are.
50 millimeter, 1.4, $949? That seems a little redonkulous. Okay, just saying. Damn, they got them all here though. Oh, is this every Sigma lens? They just have 11 of them? Oh, I need to go to Hasan's thrift stores. Fuck, I bet they have these. Most lenses have a sweet spot they perform optimally at. Yeah, I heard if you're like 4 stops above what the lowest aperture setting is, that's you generally approximate like the sweet spot of the lens. We have like the least amount of aberration or warping, or I don't know what these words mean, but I read that somewhere.
Payments, analytics, marketing, shipping, returns. It all lives in one place instead of requiring 6 different platforms stitched together with duct tape. Shopify.
What camera are you using? Blackmagic Pro 6K Pocket Cam, I think.
It also includes AI tools that help businesses write product descriptions, improve product photography, and build out online stores more efficiently. Plus, they help businesses reach customers through easy-to-run email and social campaigns. Get stuck? Shopify offers 24/7 customer support. It matters a lot when your business depends on your website actually functioning. See fewer carts go abandoned and more sales go with Shopify and their Shop Pay button. Sign up. Your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/Shapiro. Go to shopify.com/
90-second insertion. How much you getting paid for this, Ben?
Shapiro again. Shopify.com/Shapiro.
Jacob, you should have done a round first.
I should have done a round first?
Yeah, we have to see what it looks like when somebody knows what the hell they're doing. Does this.
Okay, so that, you found your first chest. So that's a chest. You got to back up from it a little bit until it says to hold square. Try to look at it more. Like, gear your camera to look at it. Down a little bit.
You should do more sponsors. Oh, don't worry. I got a couple of controversial ones coming up. You guys are going to love.
What do you got?
I'll jump on it.
I think Ground News wants to do something again.
Sheesh. I want a Ground News sponsor.
And then we're going to the dark side. We got a Polymarket sponsor coming up. Hell yeah.
So close.
Who is the Polymarket owner? Is that the Sam Altwell guy, or is that the... Who's the guy that owns that one?
That's what, Altman?
I don't know. One of the guys. Peter Thiel? Ooh, yikes.
Why not?
Back up a little bit.
I'm literally right here.
Now back up just a tiny bit. There you go.
There you go.
Wait, no, forward a little more. A little more. Back up.
It's retarded.
It's just like surgery.
Dude doesn't need a chest cavity.
You got it. Oh, you had it. You see how it pops
Like,
up?
this is not real, right? Like, I feel like they should be diagnosed with Parkinson's. There should be a medical test if you can't control 2 joysticks on a controller. I can't believe that.
Dude doesn't need a chest cavity.
You got it. Oh, you had it. You see how it pops up? Well, there you go. Now let's see what came out of it.
Okay,
you got a nice...
Okay, that's good. I'm going to pick this up now. I feel like that would be useful. This is what I want.
There you go.
Okay, and now I switch
Now, you also picked up a shield. It's that blue jug that you have. So type the R1 again 2 times. 1, 2. Now push the shoot button. So essentially, you drink that, and it gives you an extra 50 HP.
So good and tasty.
Okay, so just drink a goldfish.
Yep.
Now he feels better about his life.
Where are you? This looks like The Last Samurai.
If he does not shoot me, I will kill him.
What was that? What?
They change this map like every few weeks, and they just add a bunch of new stuff to it.
Why do you torture us with this? This is Kino, motherfucker.
A few weeks ago, they had like Darth Vader's lair. Oh, you're getting shot.
Take cover, Ben. Take cover.
Hide behind the tree. Hide behind the tree. Hide behind the tree. They're shooting from behind you.
Other side of the tree. Turn around. There.
Look up a little more. There you go.
Okay, do you see that brick wall right there? I think he's behind that brick wall. Right there.
Point down.
I see. Okay. I'm not used to these controls.
There you go. I think he might be...
You want to wait for you?
You're going to wait him out? Oh, he's to your left. You see the footsteps? He's to your left. Hard left. Hard left. Hard left. Yep. That brick wall.
Look. You see how he has to, like, it's one joystick or the other? They can't do both at the same time?
Right there.
Shoot the brick.
That's not a real thing. I don't think it's a real thing. That's like a mental disability.
Kill the guy.
Yeah, try to run around the brick wall. Yeah, cut that. But when there's noise, like right there, that's shooting, it shows you the direction the shooting is in.
Okay.
You know what? We started with 100 people, and there's 45 left, so you've survived half
Hiding
the
in the forest.
Hiding in the forest,
actually
that's good.
quite a good tactic.
It is.
Just gonna run around the forest. Yeah, it's Endor.
Yeah, this is where we're just gonna run around.
Okay, that was not Andor, but okay.
For a long time and just not see anybody. Because this map is so big, that you're only going to see people if you go to like the really highly contested areas.
There is a storm coming, and not a one of you is prepared for it.
One of the mechanics of this game that makes the action like a lot more intense is there is a circle on the map that you have to stay inside of. On the top right, you see there's like a mini map right there.
Yes.
That white line right there that's slightly curved is like part of a bigger circle that you have to stay inside of.
Do you think Ben told them before this you're not allowed to make any jokes about Israel-Palestine while I play this? Because I feel like there's a billion Israel-Palestine jokes you could have made over this. But
Okay. And if you look to the left of it, you see that kind of like pinkish purple?
Yes.
On the bottom of the map? That's the storm
think you die.
moving towards you, and you die if you're
okay,
inside
that
of
seems
it.
bad. Okay, let's not do that then.
How do you know how many people are left? Is that the number up top?
So if
There are
you,
27 people left.
27
Somehow
people.
I've,
Wow, look, you caught on it. Yeah, that's good.
He's just been hiding.
this is a good strategy, the hiding.
You've almost made it to the top 25%. If we win a game just by just staying away from everybody, that would probably
I
be...
coined a new strategy at that point.
You realize you've been doing this wrong your whole life.
I have been. I've been like just throwing my control at the TV. Yeah, no one's there. If I see someone, I'll tell you. There's some more guns on the ground to your left you can pick up. Oh, okay, you gotta shoot that guy. That's a monster.
Run!
Shoot him. Nice, you killed one. The one on the right, shoot him. Nice.
Killing spree.
Whoa!
Nice little squat there.
The look button, tap it, push it down once. There you go, now you're standing up.
Brother,
I feel like that might explode.
Do people still edit gaming videos like this? I feel like it's like a young millennial style of editing, like this type of thing. I feel like these videos went out of style, but I'm not sure. I don't watch, I guess, many gaming things anymore.
Slime me.
Oh, look, it gave you some more heals. So if you pick up those cans on the ground, you can splash yourself with them and heal up. There you go, push square on that. Great, now push the right bumper 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Now throw that at your feet. So look down and throw it at your feet.
That would not be my first instinct.
There you go, throw that at your feet. Shoot button, shoot button. Not that, one more, there you go. Shoot button.
It's like an attempt at the brain rot shit, but this is not even close to brain rot.
This
This is like
is
millennial. Well, this is like a millennial style gaming vid, I think.
No, it's terrible.
Well, you can call it terrible. I'm just saying the style of like inserting like a meme like every minute or something or every 30 seconds. It feels like a
Outdated, yeah.
Would it be, I don't know, Sky Williams or 2 Matt or something? It just feels like one of those like videos, yeah. For some reason, B&H only lists 4 Sigma EF lenses, none of which are primes. Well, whatever. Okay.
That's the aim button. Okay. Shoot button. There you go. R2. We got one more. Okay, now you have almost complete health.
How do you dance?
How do you dance? Push the down arrow button on your control, and then you use the right stick to select one of the dances on the. Yep, choose that one.
Jesus Christ.
What? So why is he dancing?
That's an old one.
The reason they
How
added
is that useful?
The reason they added those in there is because when you kill somebody, they watch you for like 5 seconds after you kill them. So you just like taunt them with a dance.
Dance, you sons of b****s! Dance like it's me down there!
18 people left.
Epic, dude.
Am I running around in the forest strategy?
That's
important fruit.
Is there a way to tell where the people are? Like, do the...
No, that's the point of it.
They just show up?
They just run.
I'm not on stream, but I'm a photographer. What is your objective? And you only want to use Sigma? I don't know. I just feel like I'd swap out my zooms with primes. I don't know. I always heard Sigma lenses were good high brand, high quality lenses. I don't know anything else about any other brand, but.
How should I know? I'm retarded.
Totally true.
Ben, you're in the top 10 people. I did not expect this. That's crazy. All right.
It's guerrilla warfare. You go to the forest and you wait it out.
But you haven't been waiting it out. You've just been running around the entire time.
In the forest, mostly.
That's true. Oh, you got the bugs next to you.
Shoot. Move back.
There you go. Aim at him. Take your time and aim.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
Aim at him. Take your time.
What?
This is highly edited.
It is.
Shoot.
Is he fighting? Are they? Oh, these are.
Move back.
Are there NPCs in this game? I don't even know what Fortnite is doing these days.
Move back.
There you go. Aim at him. Take your time and aim.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
Okay.
I don't even know where I'm. Okay. I didn't like that. That was bad. I didn't like those guys. They were mean.
Yeah, you know what? Why don't we turn around and open that chest? Let's turn around. There you go. Oh, they're following you, Ben.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Aim at him.
This is Kino shit, bro.
That guy's coming toward you. Shoot him. Nice. Again.
Oh,
nice.
that blew
One
up
more.
last time.
One more. Nice.
Monster kill. Unfreaking believable.
Top 7 people. Top 7 people out of 100.
Wow.
Just from going into the forest.
I see a car.
You can drive it if you want.
Nothing.
Destiny, this is from the Bug Alien season from nearly a year ago. This is old. Oh, so this is Kino content that they were sitting on?
Beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save up to £240 for a family of 4. Don't miss out. Book now with Jet2 holidays.
Oh my god.
Now, you don't want to go too far there because you have the storm right there.
It took a year to edit.
See that?
There is a storm coming!
Oh, yeah, go back. No.
No, go the other direction. Reverse.
Reverse, reverse.
There you go.
Get out of that car.
Yeah, let's just hold square.
You don't belong in that car.
Yeah, that car was not for me. I did not like that car. Okay, I need to turn around. And
You're
vote
top
that
5 people, Ben. You are top 5 people. This is
I'm just amazing at this
What
game.
if he
When I
wins
discover
his
my column.
first?
This is insane.
Oh my God!
You
His
should just
first
be
battle
a,
royale.
what is it, like a Twitch streamer?
Yeah, baby. That's
It's
what I'm waiting
Charlie.
for.
No, don't like that.
You gotta aim down. There you go. Take your time and aim. Yep, there you go. You can switch guns too by pushing R1 if you don't want to reload.
Why can't he?
Yeah, you gotta kill the
Use
hive
the
so
other
they'll keep appearing, right? Jake?
Yeah, maybe we should just leave the area.
I'd like to leave the area. I don't like this area.
let's
This
just
area is
run,
mean and bad.
run. Oh yeah, you gotta start running. That circle's right on your behind. You're gonna have to cut left. You're gonna have to run that way.
Cannot sprint, low energy.
Less energy than Jeb Bush.
This can't be how you go. This can't be how you go. Run.
You know what, Ben? Let me save you real quick.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
What?
Oh man, no, it's too fast. Oh man.
That's how I died? Wow, that was sad. Okay,
Number
well,
5, you got 5th place. You got 5th place.
Wow.
That is crazy.
It's your turn, Jacob.
It's my
Okay,
turn.
let's see it.
You want me to?
You're gonna tell your kids you did this? Or are you never gonna admit it?
I'm never going to admit it because then my son will want to play it, and I'll be like, nope.
Fair.
Yeah, I don't suggest it.
Yeah, no, my kids are not video game kids, and I'm proud of that.
Let's go, Jacob. Show us how it's done.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I'm winning this game. There's no
The
shot.
Hebrew hammer.
Man, this guy is not giving me a break.
Whoa.
That was frickin' epic, dude.
Epic, man.
Ooh, I wonder if the government's gonna have this quote. Bruh, this is some spooky shit. FARA violations are broad as fuck. And he said a lot of stupid shit.
I want to go to Cuba. Would you be down?
I fucking love Cuba.
Oh yeah, you'd be down?
Yeah, I filmed a
I think I
documentary
got,
there once.
The Cuban government actually hit my contact from the embassy and told him that if the only thing stopping us from coming to Cuba was the consistent internet access, we can make it happen.
Yeah, Cuba is sick.
Wait,
the government reached out to you.
So yeah, of course. It's
Why would you say?
well, not reach out to me. There's there's a middleman there.
Okay.
Because I had a
Also, because it's a crime, right? Depending on how it works exactly, but like middlemen exist to insulate you from like state of mind sometimes, you know? So like, can you go after all of the people that were paid by Tenet? Well, who knows? There was a middleman. They didn't work with Russia directly. But when you say, well, there's a middleman, so not me directly. Why is this not good? I don't know if you're allowed as a U.S. citizen to directly coordinate with or do things with the Cuban government. I think they're like, I don't know 100%, I guess. I don't know. Somebody linked the laws. We were reading a little bit about FARA yesterday, but I don't know if you're allowed to. Like, even if you did disclose through some FARA form, I think it's like considered like it's a sanctioned thing. So I don't know if it would be like, that sounds like, I'm saying it sounds like felony shit, but I don't know. I'm just making that up. I don't know. Maybe not. Like, would you really have federal misdemeanor crimes like that? I guess you could. I don't know.
A doctor from Cuba. Cuba does this thing called medical missions, and they've been doing it since I believe like the 70s, and it's incredibly successful. They have
The subpoena was from the Treasury, not the FBI, though. These sanctioned violations only result in fines. Well, sure, but depending on what the subpoenas are, what they find from the Treasury, they could very easily just toss that over to the FBI, right?
massive, very robust like medical program because kind of they have to. Because they're under an incredible sanctions regime by the United States of America that the rest of the world thinks is abhorrent, except for America and Israel that keep consistently vetoing it over and over again. But this has created a...
This feels like him admitting that he knows as well.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, wait, knows that he's not allowed to do it?
Yeah.
This is just FARA violation, no? FARA violation would be accepting money from another government and not, or like some type of thing related to government and pushing some shit and then not disclosing it. Working with sanctioned countries, I think is like a not...
To spread propaganda, by the way.
Yeah, that too. And like truly, on the DL, okay? Fuck the Trump admin and fuck everything they do. But like he really was, right?
Yes.
Like he's being paid arguably, and directly coordinating with a sanctioned government to spread anti-American pro-communist propaganda. It's probably like the most like slam dunk kind of case like this, would be my guess.
Hasan,
but let's
says
see.
it in here.
Oh, I thought this was legal eagle.
Something.
I can't trust people like this because I've seen them cover my own court case, and his hatred for me makes the legal mindset analysis of my shit so unbelievably terrible. I would never trust a single legal take, and I know that he leans right or he's far right, depending on how you want to look at it. So he's probably a massive Hasan hater, would be my guess. So I don't know. I just wouldn't even be able to trust anything like this. I thought this was a legal eagle video. My bad. Wait, you saw the Hasan black voice, right?
Yeah.
The AI voiced people for his little Cuban thing.
War is always terrifying. I am not afraid, but I wouldn't want it to come.
You wake up and don't know what will happen because they tell you no light, no this, no bread, no that. You are at war 24 hours. You are on edge 24 hours. From when you wake up till you sleep, you are at war. You don't feel the guns or the bullets flying, but you are at war.
One person I spoke to was...
I love it, bro. I need a black voice for this AI. No, make it blacker. Blacker. Lex Fridman is hitchhiking with truckers in China using ChatGPT translator.
你干啥？
英国。
你来自英国啊？
我们住宁山。
我是安康的。
You got 安康？Do you go 宁山？宁山？Can we get a ride for a little bit?
Okay, listen, if you're trying to translate something to another language, like, speak as simply as possible. Not like a retard, but like, can we get a ride for a little bit? What the fuck does that even mean? Even in English, that could mean multiple things. Get a ride for a little bit, like you want to go on a short ride, or you want to get a ride for a little bit of money, or what? Like, I'm sorry, I don't care. It's all good. Never mind. I just don't have the IQ necessary. ChatGPT is translating, I'm sure.
可以，但是你们要确定看你们的目的地是哪里，从哪里下车要提前给我讲。
Okay.
好，
Sure.
好，可以上车吧。好，
谢谢。
好
，Thank you.
Welcome to China.
Thank you so much. 谢谢你。
谢谢你. That means thank you very much. Or thank you for everything. Do you know how I know that?
Because you're Chinese.
What's up? What's up, man? You ready to go? Yep.
May I offer you some peanuts?
Shhhhh.
See that right there.
Is this Rush Hour?
What do you mean? Is this? Of course it is.
I've never seen it.
Are you fucking serious?
No, it's been on my list.
Oh my god! Did you miss the whole racial buddy cop movie era?
Yeah, I didn't watch any of these because I'm not a racist.
Why would that make you racist? It's not like you are a racist.
And?
True. Okay, fuck these lenses. I'm never buying them. Okay. Yikes. The White House is having a complete meltdown over coverage of Donald Trump's health. To compensate for Trump's decline and constant dozing off, they're posting photos and short videos of CNN hosts looking down or blinking. What? Dana Bash falls asleep ahead of her 55th birthday next month. What is going on?
Gulp your... Please, President Trump, I'll gulp your Cheeto dry. Just let me stay in America.
You guys are...
Ah!
Jesus Christ. My homeowners association tried to prohibit the lawful carrying of firearms, and this was the result. Did I read this on my own, or was this on stream? I feel like I've seen this before. I also don't give a fuck. What's your ideal Cuba policy vis-a-vis sanctions and trade? I've said this a million times. I don't know why we sanction or have anything bad for that country at all. I don't know. I don't know why relations are just completely and totally fucking normalized. I do not understand in any way, size, shape, or form. So I have no idea. I don't even know. So... yeah, in my mind, it should just be normal. I don't know. How many people live in Cuba? Cuba population.
I'm gonna guess. Shit.
100,000 people.
over.
Shut up. Yeah, true. Way to go.
Yeah, I think first, it looks nothing like the...
I'm sorry. Stop. I'm bullying. Never mind. Okay. Patrick Holland, who reviewed the new Trump phone, describes the color as...
Yeah, I think first, it looks nothing like the original image that we saw about a year ago, which kind of looked like an altered iPhone 16 Pro. Next, the gold color. In real life, it kind of varies depending on what lighting you're in. Sometimes it looks like those...
Didn't they take our stuff in their country? What, they expropriated it? Who the fuck cares, brah? Who cares?
Gold coins that Scrooge McDuck would jump into for DuckTales. Other times it's got a mustard vibe to it. And yet other times it kind of looks like a urine sample. But my hesitation is I would not recommend it, not because of that, but largely because we just don't know certain things about it. We don't know what the processor is in the phone.
I am so confused right now. Why does this guy sound like he has a lisp on half of his S's? Can somebody explain to me what this is? Listen, when he says, I'm sorry, he says cause like this, but he'll say like other words, like he said process, and then he said cause. Process and then cause. How is it possible to have a lisp on half your S's?
Varies depending on what lighting you're in. Sometimes it looks like those gold coins that Scrooge McDuck would jump into. For
Scrooge McDuck. How do you have? How does he? What?
DuckTales. Other times it's got a mustard vibe to it.
He said that correct. Mustard.
And yet other times it kind of looks like a urine sample.
Sample? That was a.
My hesitation is
hesitation. How? Wait. How? What? How is that even possible? What? Hesitation.
My hesitation is I would not recommend it, not because of that, but
because
we just don't know certain things about it. We don't know what the
He does because, and then he says cuz.
Processor is in the phone. We don't know what the software and security updates will be.
Software and
For example,
security?
companies like Samsung or Google will commit to 7 years. So if you buy a phone, you'll know that you have till 2033 to use that phone. And that makes me wonder if the last big worry is if this phone will actually ship. While a couple of us in the media do have it, I can't find many cases of actual customers who put their money down to order the phone with the phone.
Wait.
Waiting.
Could he be AI?
Oh, it's all AI now,
huh? Like, the AI was like, let's generate some realistic people and some of them will have a lisp, but it like doesn't know how to do like a real lisp. Look at his neck/throat, he had a stroke. Why does that matter? That makes you lisp only half your S's?
Not cool, Steve.
Well, as somebody who had a lisp on an S and still tongue places it incorrectly, I feel like I'm somewhat of an expert on lisps. I've never in my life heard of having... Why does this guy only lisp half of his S's?
Rock.
Can someone explain how this is possible? He literally pronounces the S sound in because correctly, but then he messes it up in the word cause or cause. Why?
DuckTales. Ooh.
What? How did you watch that, but you didn't watch Rush Hour?
Let's just say I know that from another reason.
Okay. Why? 10-year-old video.
Hi, I'm Nick Sishka, an imaging engineer at Edmund Optics.
How are you going to have a video on lenses and then fuck the audio up this bad? I'm getting trolled.
One of the most common questions that I get as an imaging engineer is how can I increase my depth of field, or how can I maximize the depth of field of my system? And unfortunately, in a traditional lens system, the depth of field is limited by the aperture size and by the resolution of the lens system that you are using.
Yeah.
However, with the advent of some new technology, namely liquid lens technology or focus tunable lens technology,
okay,
one is able to very rapidly refocus between different heights of objects and overcome the limitations of depth of field. For
Okay.
example, if you're looking at two different objects that have two different heights.
Dude, the spaghetti one of these, I remember eating this shit until I was like fucking 4 years old. I fucking... What, the Gerber baby spaghetti ones?
I've never had that, no.
You wish you were a spoiled baby like I was, motherfucker.
You can very, very quickly
Just
refocus
drank out of the tit.
from one.
What the fuck? Well, this is when, because I feel like it's when you were 3 or 4, they start giving you, or at that point you should be eating hard foods. And I remember fucking watching TV and like one of those things. What are these things? I have a lot of weird memories from my childhood. I don't know why, but like you have like one of these, the baby thing where it's not like a spring, but it's like a bar, and then you like, the kid can like lay here, and it just kind of like goes up and down, and that'd be eating.
Oh,
with
I know
the,
what you're talking about. Yeah.
With the big plastic spoon or whatever, my fucking Gerber spaghetti shit. Hell, fucking yeah.
One plane of focus to the next on the order of tens of milliseconds. The system here has two different imaging systems set up, both with a 25mm focal length lens. However, the system on the left is augmented with a focus tunable lens. And as the jars spin by and are triggered, the focus tunable lens is able to focus very quickly on each height of the jar. The system on the right, however, which does not have a liquid lens on it, is only able to focus on one plane at a time. Thanks so much for joining me. And again, I'm Nick.
That's it?
Why was I late? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Ban that guy.
Twitch's head of global entertainment marketing, Kira Karlstrom, is leaving the company. Are we supposed to care about this?
Reapply.
Hey, chat. I have a career update. What does this chat mean? Is this like on Slack? Is that where this is posted or what?
No, everybody just calls everybody chat now.
Oh, I'm retarded because it's like Twitch thing. Hey, chat.
Yeah,
Oh. That's LinkedIn? Bro, I tried to use that site like twice and I was like, fuck it.
Time to hear from the Groypers. What do you think about the new campaign? Did you play the campaign yet?
That's the guy who unbanned me. He's getting fired
The
from it.
multiplayer's great. We got to play the campaign. What do you guys think about the new campaign, War Against Everybody? I got to be honest, I'm pissed off. I was kind of taking it on the chin for a little while, and now I'm just pissed off. With everybody and everything, I've had my limit. I'm blowing my top. Boss, I'm blowing my lid. We are never beating the allegations. You know, like blowing your lid. Okay, that's crazy. You know what I meant. Never. Dude, the allegations are undefeated. How about a war? How about a Groyper war against the allegations? All right, we're gonna move on. We're gonna take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. Pause. No, but that's actually crazy. All right, let's take a look.
Wait, do you think we have similar hair types? What if me and Nick are like related somehow? No, I think my hair is curlier, right? Or is it just because his is shorter? Oh shit. We're like long lost. Never mind. Millennial versus Gen Z video editing.
In this case is what kind of person would commit murder and then upload the footage to Reddit in 4K resolution, no less.
That's millennial. This is the millennial.
The detectives thus far
Yeah,
have no
he's doing the
leads. It
millennial
could be
thing.
anyone in the town of Michigan or the whole world, for that matter.
Oh wow!
But it turns out the man who committed these crimes was right under their noses the whole time. He was the man they least suspected. That's right. The brother.
Oh, right. The poison for Kus.
After detectives confronted him, he reacted nonchalantly.
Hug for her.
But then he became violent.
No, God!
In Mark Nunes' journal article, Jean Baudrillard in Cyberspace,
Oh,
Internet,
he's zoom in. He's on TikTok.
Virtuality, and Postmodernity, Nunes writes, Internet, both as a technological artifact and as a popular image, provides a site for exploring the world and the position of such systems of totality in postmodernity. In other words, the vibes are not good.
What was that?
He goes on to explain, for Baudrillard, the shift from the real to the hyperreal occurs when representation gives way to simulation. One could argue that we are standing at the brink of such a moment, marked primarily by the
worst trend from all the TikTok shit was when people would like, I don't even know how to explain this, but they would like green screen the whole background of the video they were responding to themselves and then like point at it. I don't know what it was, but that just made me so angry. So unnecessarily angry when they would do that. Angry. That's what the chart said, Moot. You had Fuentes, angry, and then they had sympathy. They didn't have a cute word for that. Oh, that one triggered the fuck out of me. This was the biggest waste of time thing I've ever done in my entire life. Nothing, no slight to Brad. Also, I'm pretty sure Brad talked like 3 times as much as me here. But I don't think Brad realized. I don't think he realized. Where's the part in here where I was like, Brad, he doesn't believe in any of the verdicts. I don't think you realize. He doesn't believe in any of the verdicts, Brad. Also, I don't know how this guy was like, this guy's trying to, I guess, join Trump's, he wants to be one of the 5 people on that slush fund board. But he like knew my political positions. Oh, conservative activist Mike Howell. I don't know if this guy's a big guy or not. President of the Oversight Project. Something to do with the Heritage Foundation. Ugh. Or progressive donors.
I don't think that. No,
Steven,
I don't think that's what Mike is saying.
That's exactly that I've been saying for a very long time.
Because it's DC. Because all the jurors are gay, all the judges are Democrats, and all their daughters are progressive donors.
I don't think that. No,
Steven,
I don't think that's what Mike is saying.
That's exactly what he's saying.
Hold on, no. Let me ask you a question, Steven. You've asked me a time. Is the Supreme Court legitimate, and do you respect their decision in the Voting Rights Act case?
When you say respect, do you mean like, do I acknowledge them as law? Yes, of course.
Do you think they're corrupt? Okay. You don't think it was like corruptly illegitimate or anything like that?
I think there are huge questions around Alito and Thomas and the perceptions of corruption based on the massive amounts of money that they are taking in.
What's the connection to the January 6th? Because I don't want to derail into Supreme Court ethics debate.
Because Steven said something about the courts. I won't put words in his mouth.
Do you think the verdicts that were issued in the DC courts were correct for the Jan 6 people?
No, absolutely not.
You don't think they were legitimate?
I think the Supreme Court agreed with you.
Brad's like surprised by that. You're like, wait, you really?
The 1512 charges were thrown out, guys. Are you missing that whole point? It was a bogus charge hanged over these guys' head, and they were run roughshod through a very intense process, which was out of proportion with anything afforded to anyone in any similar situation, to include the Black Lives Matter rioters, which actually weren't similar because they were way worse. They burned down a lot of this country and actually engaged in serious sustained behavior. Yeah, the BLM were worse, and they didn't get charged.
It depends what metric you're looking at, obviously. It's worse in the sense that more people died, absolutely. Yeah, but it wasn't, a targeted attempt to overthrow an election result and an attack on democracy. It was hooligans and protesters, and I think they were despicable, to be clear. And I wanted
there were like 15,000 arrests, also, by the way. This idea that we didn't prosecute.
But a lot of those charges were dropped, unfortunately, Stephen.
The city settled with them, and I'm studying those settlement agreements to apply for the commission.
But luckily, the thing is, Mike, though, in that case, the settlement.
We watched the whole thing. This is a waste. Everything with the conservatives is a waste. It's just stupid. This is a nonsense. Everything about this is nonsense. This guy was defending the slush fund created, saying it's basically the same thing as any lawsuit settlement, and then he wants to be on it. And it was funny because Brad was asking me, he was like, "Do you commit to at least not? Do you commit that you wouldn't like pay out any violent like people that beat cops?" And he's like, "Well, no." And Brad's like, "Wait, what?" And I was like, yeah, of course, Brad. These people are fucking crazy, bro.
But if you were put on the board, would you support money going to somebody who assaulted a police officer, or no?
Well, I would. What the Attorney General said is we would review the totality of the circumstances, which I would do. And I'll tell you what I'm doing so I can be prepared to do that. I'm reviewing the settlement agreement for George Floyd, who obviously resisted arrest and got $27 million. The settlement agreements for Black Lives Matter rioters that settled with police and obviously resisted arrest. And so I want to see in the historical records of similar settlement agreements how resisting arrest or other kind of activity, which is a matter of degrees, played out on that scale. And so those are all things I'll study.
Wait, just to be clear, the resulting settlements that result from the adversarial process of 2 different parties fighting on both sides with an impartial and a mutually adversarial judge in the middle, whatever results from those processes, you can't simply look at dollar amounts and compare them to this, which is like a mediation/arbitration fund with absolutely zero legal oversight, with absolutely zero engagement from our judiciary, with little to no oversight even from Congress. These are not even remotely the same thing. True!
So, Mike, I just want to get clarity. get clarity. So you would potentially be okay with money from the weaponization fund going to even violent January 6 offenders who may have assaulted police or were convicted or pled guilty to assaulting police officers. You won't rule that out.
Yeah, I'll answer the question again. That is the subject to the debate right now. The Attorney General went before Congress, and they're arguing about that very point. And so I will work within the bounds that are set up for the Commission. And then, in doing so, in part to the standard of reviewing the totality of the circumstances in line with what the Attorney General said. You look at the whole context surrounding any individual instance. And what those bright line delineations are, like, we will study to see how previous similar settlement agreements had worked and taken those things into account and make the best judgment of using the best, use of funds to go to victims who most deserve it. And so you can take from that what you would like. But all this to say is when I am on the Commission, if I'm lucky enough to be selected, I do not want to prejudge all these specific cases and draw the lines here with you.
But it's just the reason I ask is because the Department of Justice documents announcing this say very clearly the morality and character of these people will be considered. And I got to tell you, I'm just kind of astonished to hear you say this because my whole life I've heard conservatives as the party.
Why are you astonished? These motherfuckers hated conservatives after January 6th, bro. They hated motherfuckers hated cops after January 6th.
Back the blue. And now I'm hearing you would potentially be open to giving anti-weaponization payouts to January 6ers who assaulted police officers, dozens of whom were viciously attacked and assaulted on January 6th.
Well, you can hear what you would like, but I would prefer you to listen to what I say. And I did not say what you just said. I said the decision for the line drawing is being made right now, and I will work within those frameworks that are established. And I told you, I'm in the process of studying the George Floyd settlement and other settlements with, people who got into it with cops, and there are degrees of that, right? So there's a difference between, being on a barricade or something and not obeying an order and beating the crap out of a cop. Obviously, those things, with my background, you can expect what kind of judgments I will make, but I'm not going to prejudge specific context based off, the phraseology that you wish to use here.
It's not phraseology. I mean, dozens of people pled guilty to and were convicted of violent offenses, but that's fine. You answered the question.
Sure,
You can answer it however.
Sure, I'll take another run at it. Do you think there's a difference between punching a cop in the nose or disobeying an order?
Of course, I'm talking about violence.
How do you draw the line?
Yeah.
Right, you're asking me to draw
charges that are violent that they were found guilty of.
Okay, well then you're drawing another line. And then you're taking into account to use Stephen's previous argument, an adversarial process with an adversarial judge, because they did not have that in Washington, D.C. in these kangaroo courts. And so there's going to be independent
courts.
What do you mean?
That occurs.
Weren't they?
They don't believe in courts. What do you mean? What does he mean? They don't believe in
January
the judicial
6ers
system.
they were processed.
Their rights were run roughshod in the D.C. courts. I think that is something that I've been saying for a very long time.
Because it's D.C. Because all the jurors are gay, all the judges are Democrats, and all their daughters are progressive.
I don't think that. No, I don't think that's what Mike is saying.
That's exactly what he's saying.
Hold on, no. Let me ask you a question, Stephen. You've asked me a time. Is the Supreme Court legitimate, and do you respect their decision in the Voting Rights Act case?
When you say respect, do you mean do I acknowledge them as law? Yes, of course.
Do you think they're corrupt? Okay. You don't think those are corruptly illegitimate or anything like that?
I think there are huge questions around Alito and Thomas and the perceptions of corruption based on the massive amounts of money that they are taking in.
What's the connection to the January 6th? Because I don't want to derail into Supreme Court ethics.
Because Stephen said something about the courts. I won't put words in his mouth.
Do you think the verdicts that were issued in the DC courts were correct for the Gen 6 people?
No, absolutely not.
You don't think they were legitimate?
I think the Supreme Court agreed with me. The 1512 charges were thrown out, guys. Are you missing that whole point? It was a bogus charge hanging over these guys' head, and they were running roughshod through a very intense process, which is out of proportion with anything afforded to anyone in any similar situation, to include the Black Lives Matter rioters, which actually weren't similar because they were way worse. They burned down a lot of this country. It actually
looking at obviously.
I just hate this
on the thing.
It's all so stupid.
Do you have
of course, the answers to those questions. I will need till 2028.
You don't want payouts in the next administration to people? Your point. He hasn't said so yet.
Yeah, I don't. Why do you sunset it? I think it's a logical date. It's the end of the administration. That's when you.
Oh, he's like, well, why are they ending it in 2028? I'm pretty sure Brad is stunned by half of this conversation, so I think he talks most of the time here.
What are the odds that this guy actually gets on the commission? Do we have any idea?
I have no idea. Do you enjoy these debates? No, it's just so stupid. Like I said, every single part of it is just completely and totally indefensible. You can't. There's no realistic way to defend any of this. It's just wacky as fuck, and so it's boring.
You want the funds? I'll tell you this. So if I'm commissioner,
and that's
I will need till 2028.
You don't want payouts in the next administration to people that were had the government weaponized against them, right?
As I said earlier, those people will get paid out. The entire Democrat.
I think I give a meme answer here because I can give the retarded meme answers, and it's always correct. He's like, well, no, they don't think Trump will ever do anything wrong.
Party and the federal government has existed for decades since you decided to do that at scale. So USAID was.
Do I say
everything else was. I have no doubts the Democrats will use government to drive money to wherever the hell they want because that's what they always do.
But specifically, if this is a good and important program that is necessary, why does the need for it go away in 2028, right before the Democrats take power? You understand why that appears deeply cynical, don't you?
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's not a need for a 1.776 billion fund in the next administration because there aren't those remaining victims. We'll take care of all them way before the
there'll be new victims.
Oh, really?
The Trump administration.
No, Trump would never weaponize government.
James Comey is a great example, actually. So, for example, he posted constitutionally. Let me explain, and then I'll give you a chance to respond. James Comey, whatever you think of him, I'm not a James Comey fan, to be clear, not a James Comey supporter, but he posted seashells, spelling out 8647, which if you look in the dictionary has meanings that include to remove or get rid of. It's constitutionally protected free speech, and they tried to criminally prosecute him for it. So, Mike, when that prosecution is inevitably thrown out because it is unconstitutional, it has been condemned by basically every free speech organization in America, he will then be a victim of government weaponization against political enemies. He's Trump's political enemy, and so he would be the perfect candidate for this fund in the next administration. No, why not?
No, and I run a free speech organization, and I don't condemn it. I think the FBI director knew exactly what he was doing in an environment where people were taking shots and still are at the president of the United States. An environment
I missed that. He said he runs a free speech organization? Oh my God.
Charlie Kirk, in an environment in which people are getting swatted all the time. And so, and you don't know what else is in that case and what they found. I'm not here to prejudge it.
We know everything that was in the public indictment.
If your example is James Comey versus hundreds and thousands of victims, actual victims,
just one example.
You can ride that horse. No one's going to buy it, but go for it. I mean, Trump is not waging war via his FBI on his enemies at all. And I think that he's getting a lot of heat for
mostly
it.
through his DOJ.
Whose homes are getting raided at the scale that you saw in the Biden administration? We're talking about thousands.
He's literally publicly posting messages to his attorney general on who to go prosecute, and it's all his political enemies.
Yeah, there's a big difference.
Stephen, I want to bring you in here. I want to give you a chance to respond to
more than your grandma.
I think it's horrible. But I don't believe that Trump is not weaponizing the government actively when he literally had his White House retaliate against the Associated Press because they won't use his preferred pronouns for the Gulf of America. It's textbook government retaliation against media outlets he doesn't like. You can go down the list. He's trying to get people fired. He's prosecuting. He's sending out lists of Democrats he wants prosecuted for all these sorts of things. I'm against the weaponization of government, but I don't know how you can look at the Trump administration and be like, no, they're not doing that at all. It's just the Democrats, just Joe Biden.
Call me when the AP is getting their doors kicked in and like pre-dawn rage at CNN on the front lawn, and there's grandmas getting put in handcuffs. This is just apples and oranges stuff.
I mean, James Comey literally had his home raided over constitutionally protected free speech, or he was arrested at least. I don't remember all the details.
And they tipped the FBI first, or the Fox News.
All right, Stephen, bring you in here.
I don't even know why. I mean, like again, it depends on how much like basic civics you want to go over. Like USA was a congressionally authorized, like some department or whatever of the. Oh, he keeps trying to say, well, the Democrats said USAID, so why can't we have our slush fund? Like, what is this? Of the State Department. So to compare any money going through USAID to a special slush fund with no congressional oversight that is created literally by Trump himself and appointed by people that are all Trump fans that are all then dismissed at 2028 so that nobody next, it's just like, it's obviously super goofy and very unserious. Yeah, I also think it's very funny that like we couldn't prejudge any of the cases related to the J6ers, that it wouldn't be fair to prejudge any of those, but we absolutely know we would stand up. Comey would try to apply for any money here despite having no information about what the FBI is running on for his indictment, but I mean, it's all to be expected.
Again, I didn't say that. First on the civics lesson, as I'm sure you know, the judgment fund is funded by guess who? Congress. That is the first branch of government. The money's already there. And so it went through the process, and he's drawing from that fund. And so I don't see the civics distinction or understand this lesson you're trying to teach me. And second, I welcome James Comey to apply to the fund if I'm on it.
The fund what was Congress allocating that money for?
The judgment fund, to settle judgments and claims against the government. That's what the judgment fund is. It's what Obama used for his settlements. It's been used before, and it's capping it and centralizing it in one purpose here, as opposed to all the individual claims that could be brought, is an effective use of government money.
So claims against the government probably mean, when I hear claim or complaint, I'm thinking like civil lawsuit that's filed and then eventually won through the court process. That's generally how that works, right? It's a lot different than saying, here's a claims fund, and I'm just going to give it to all my friends. No?
Well, no, so basically,
It's so fucking retarded. He has to fucking pretzel himself into so many different shapes to try to make this work.
Keep this on the up and up here, but the way it works, and we wrote a lengthy, if you go to issuegov.com, .org, I'm sorry, we wrote out a legal justification about this whole process many months ago because we've been advocating for this concept. And so individuals with claims against government can bring those separately, like, it can be consolidated in some ways, and then there's certain things government can do to make it easier or harder for people to bring those claims. And so the rationale and like the efficiency of spending here would be to have one bucket that is capped, as opposed to thousands of potential actions making independent ways through the system. And the difference also is you don't want a situation where like you have class actions and the government's paying millions, like hundreds of millions, and kind of like litigating these things for decades. So there's argument for efficiency in this process. That's why Congress set up the judgment funds. Sure, like I'm not blind. I know there's a lot of Congress who don't like what the purpose that's being used for settlement here, but the civics lesson of it is Congress already gave the money to this is.
You acknowledge the judgment fund is meaningfully different from the anti-weaponization fund.
If you want to have a ton of people that want to, like you said yourself, you can certify as a class, you can bring a class action, you can do litigation. If you want to talk about inefficiencies, I mean, like we can't play pick and choose. Like the legal system only works assuming it's available more or less equally to everybody. Not that there are huge shortcuts for special groups of people. If the government feels like they can't handle the caseload for something they're opening themselves up to, which by the way has been the case over the plethora of habeas claims that have been brought across so many different states. We've seen prosecutors and judges complain about this across the country because they didn't increase any of their staffing because go figure, nobody wants to work for the federal government right now in the prosecutor's offices because they're jokes and they have zero integrity in how they're conducting their work. But that's up to the government to staff. You can't say that, well, it would be inefficient, therefore we're just going to open this fund up to whoever our friends are and we're going to bypass the entire process by which this fund was originally marked for. I mean, the easy question would be, what is the singular best example that you can think of that is the equivalent to what Trump wants to do with this slush fund that's ever been done in all of, I guess, US history? What's your best example for how anything's ever been run like this before?
I'll answer the same question again for like the fourth time, Gary. My lineage examples is how the Democrats have run the federal government for a long time. So Obama had his huge settlement with the Native Americans. We did also go through a much lengthier, inexpensive process.
Settlement, that was a case they fought. That was at the end of the whole process. They won that case, and then that was the settlement that they decided on. But the federal government fought that case.
All right,
that wasn't
let Mike respond and flesh out that comparison.
Well, that's the worst comparison, though. But I'm saying
okay,
that's the best. That was listed on the DOJ's website.
I'll give you a chance to respond. But Mike, first, you continue. Please explain the Native American example from the Obama administration.
So the People's Gate, that case is obviously being touted as DOJ as a precedent for this. But my point's more broad than it. It's like, yes, the settlement fund. This is a new, or a major use. It's historic, right? Like, there's no dodging that fact. It's because there's historic amounts of misconduct and people harmed by it that the federal government needs to deal with and compensate them for the harms they did to it. And so there's not apples to apples on the fund being used for something because the federal government hasn't done anything this bad in recent memory where you need to do something like that. And so examples of how Democrats drive money, again, $4 billion plus to open borders, nonprofits out of DHS. And you can argue we live from CR to CR. There's no like civics fairy overseeing all this stuff. It was the Biden administration paying people to invade the border and ship them around town to hurt people. And those are people I will make whole if I'm on the commission.
Well, Mike, let me ask you about that because you mentioned that,
and then Brad gets shocked here again. Brad's like, wait, are you saying they intentionally kept the border open to intentionally kill Americans? And Brad's like, wait, no way, right? I love Brad. He's an innocent No, I don't know. Let me use the restroom. Hold on one sec. You can listen to some of this, I guess. One sec. Actually, like how Abbott and Paxton have shipped over 120,000 illegals to other states as well. But okay.
So let me ask you about that because I'll just say that the Obama case involving the Native American settlement, I mean, that was a class action lawsuit that was settled where there were then parameters you had to meet. People had to have legal claims. The problem with this fund is that even you don't actually have to have a lawsuit or a legal claim. It is not a judicial process. There's no judge overseeing any of it. It is just you apply for it, but it's not a lawsuit. Your claim can be past the statute of limitations. There's not any sort of certification about these payments from a judge. It is meaningfully different, though I take your point. Conservatives were very upset about the Obama thing at the time, and I probably agree with a lot of those criticisms. You mentioned immigration there, though. Are you suggesting that I feel horrible, to be clear, for families of crimes of illegal immigrants. I think it's terrible. Obviously, I agree there were massive problems with the border crisis under President Biden, but are you suggesting that if somebody family member was killed by an illegal immigrant in America, that then they're entitled to potential compensation from an anti-weaponization fund? How is the government directly weaponized against them? Illegal immigrants may have gotten worse at points under Biden, but illegal immigrants come and go into our country for decades.
Yeah, never like we saw during the Biden administration. So, like, as part of my pitch, and I'll be rolling out more on this, and I've posted this as one of my ideas, and I would be one of 5, and so I wouldn't control the whole thing. I'd have to operate, of course, by the bounds set for me. But one of the ideas that I would advocate for, if it is allowable within the construct, so a lot of caveats there, but I'm for it, that's why I'm saying it, is that, you know, understanding that the Biden administration may organize, for which he was impeached, weaponized immigration laws for partisan and political ends. And what they did was awful. They ignored the law, they invited people over, and they used improperly government money to pay nonprofits to help them do that. And it resulted in some people, yes, unfortunately, dying and losing family members and being harmed. And so I think that if we have a $1.776 billion fund, I will consider, you know, claims to people like Lake and Riley's family. And yes, I do think they deserve to be compensated for the harm inflicted on them by the Biden administration.
So what's the distinction there between somebody whose family member was killed by an illegal immigrant who entered the country in 2018? They don't get any compensation from the fund under your thinking here. But somebody who was killed by an illegal immigrant in 2021, they're going to get compensated. What's the distinction? Intent?
Yeah, the Biden administration intended to open the border and knew that it was foreseeable that more people would be hurt if they opened the border, and they shut down ICE knowing that they would have other harms. And so it's intent. You have, you know, other administrations have at least tried, but the Biden administration in New York has opened the border and paid for it on purpose, and people got hurt and killed as a result. So yes, it's intent.
Why shouldn't families of people who were killed by illegal immigrants that entered in Trump 1 be entitled to compensation? Their family member was still murdered by somebody who shouldn't have been allowed in the country, and it happened under President Trump's watch. It's the same to them. It's the same exact situation. The intent. First off, I don't believe, as terrible as his Biden policies were, he certainly didn't intend for people to be murdered. You would acknowledge that, no?
No. I think it was a foreseeable consequence of his actions.
You think Biden wanted people murdered?
Maybe not in the particular.
Wait, did Biden want the 2 National Guardsmen murdered in D.C. for the illegal immigrant from Afghanistan he led in 2018?
One question at a time as I answer compound questions. This is a fun 2 versus 1. I must be doing a good job because you guys keep asking the same questions again and again. So yes, and when you're making global decisions like this and looking at the pros and cons, if a decision is consequential, should we open the border and shut down ICE? On the con side are the harms that illegal aliens, you know, can commit. So did he intend it in this specific? No, probably not. Of course not. I'm not accusing him of that. But was that the logical consequence of his decision for which he chose politics over public safety? Yes, and that's the intent I'm zeroing in on. That intent is different from other administrations that have at least tried. Okay, they weren't saying like just everyone come on in and shut down ICE and, you know, screw everyone else who's here has to deal with it. That's a different.
Did he get through his justification of why?
And also, this is a particular fund. Do I think generally people should be able to bring those types of claims against the government? I haven't thought about it that much. But for this fund, looking at this type of weaponization, the craziness of the Biden years, that's certainly not only something I would consider, but also support.
Why did the Biden admin fight to reinstate Title 42 if they truly wanted to keep the border open and have people killed? Why did the Biden admin try to pass that bill that had been workshopped for so long by a Republican, Langford, in the Senate for so long, just for, I mean, Trump should have, this is like a deeply unserious argument, but I don't know how, like the idea that that Biden intentionally wanted Americans killed by illegal immigrants, which by the way is probably like one of the worst things you could ever have as a president, especially when the Democrats are already seen as being softer on immigration. It doesn't even make sense.
Fault,
Biden didn't, what do you mean it's their fault?
They, in 2020, they set themselves up to be perceived that way with their own statements.
Sure, well, on immigration. I don't even know how true that is. The biggest meme that was played from Kamala was her speaking at the podium. Do not come.
I was referring to 2020 though, when they go around to all the presidential candidates and they say,
being friendlier to illegal immigration or immigration, whatever. But I'm saying,
should we decriminalize border crossing? Should they all get free healthcare? It's their own fault. They were perceived as soft on immigration, but not to be
yeah, the Republicans play a lot in maintaining the charades here. But like also, Biden didn't abolish ICE either. I don't know where this comes from. Like, just none of these statements are even remotely true. They're all kind of goofy and serious. Yeah, I don't know how you ever prove intent here. Like, did Donald Trump intend to murder Americans with his weird war in Iran, or did Donald Trump intend for people to die when he turned into a massive anti-vaxxer and however many tens of thousands of conservatives died because now they don't get vaccinated because they're worried about turning into magnets? Like, that's an insanely crazy thing to say.
Okay, Mike. Well, I'll give you a final thought here. Your pitch for this fund and why you should be selected for it. Your closing word.
Yeah, I'll again end where I started. A lot of people were hurt in really bad ways. I know, you know, people want to talk politics. They want to talk Trump or Biden or whoever else. We've done that today. But like, let's recenter the conversation on the real human beings that got caught up in the political maelstrom that was the Biden years. The people who lost their homes, who lost loved ones, deaths of despair, who had to pay for lawyers they never should have had to for purely like harassing type political vendettas.
Okay, you want to watch this whole thing? Here you go. Okay. I need to breed. Yo mama, my cute kittens. Oh, while we watch this stupid fucking Glenn Greenwald video.
We're in a major war.
Wait, was Moot talking?
We're in a major war.
No, he wasn't. Shut up!
We're in a major war, aren't we? In Iran?
I mean, sure, we're in a conflict, but I don't think this is where you actually got it wrong.
Is it a war? Have you ever thought about going and fighting in this war that you're cheering on?
I mean, I've thought about joining the military before. I don't know about this war specifically.
When your adversary races to arms and increases their offensive capabilities, it's going to create a security dilemma.
That's a madman
for the West.
mentality. Iran lost any civilians?
Yeah, I'm sure. That's how war works.
That's how war works? Like on the first day we vaporized 170 young Iranian schoolgirls
I think
by
it's
bombing an elementary school.
Is the Trump administration
What are you going to do? Sometimes.
actually America first? Or has
They're still
MAGA
researching it,
morphed
don't worry.
True.
into something Trump supporters no longer recognize? I'm John Regalado, and from Jubilee Media, this is Surrounded. Today we're diving into Trump's foreign policy record, the conflict with Iran, the United States' relationship with Israel, and much more. I'm here in the center with our featured guest, independent journalist Glenn Greenwald. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Great to be here.
Are you ready to jump into these debates?
I am ready.
Debaters, are you ready? Let's get into it.
Hi, I'm Glenn Greenwald. I'm an author and independent journalist, and today I am surrounded by 20 Trump supporters.
What do you want me to say? War bad.
My first surrounded claim is President Trump is more of a
They got some of the stupidest Trumpers for this one. I mean, are there smart Trumpers somewhere?
war-making president than a peacemaking president.
If you would like to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's this guy.
Hey, nice to meet you, Mike.
Whoa, my mic just glitched really hard. Hopefully that fixes itself.
Yeah.
Good to meet you, Glenn. So, first, I want to just ask, what makes a peacemaking president?
A peacemaking president is somebody who, in the first place, avoids war for their own country, either solves and resolves wars that they inherit, or prevents wars from breaking out that they would get their country involved with.
Okay, so you agree that prevention is a part of what makes a president a peacemaking president?
For sure.
Okay, so then what about Trump's foreign policy is not prevention?
Well, the first thing that he did in getting to office, basically within 30 days, was restarted a bombing campaign that President Biden had prosecuted throughout 2024, that President Trump during the campaign had heavily criticized. Yet as soon as President Trump got into office, he not only restarted that bombing campaign, but escalated it. That was the one in Yemen against the Houthis. It went on for about 5-6 weeks, or entailed hundreds of people.
Was that not necessary for like global trade to ensue? Was the Houthis not attacking multiple different ships? And
no, the Houthis were only attacking Israel at the time that President Trump did that. There was a peace
such a fucking lie
deal that President Trump engineered that ended up being very temporary. And the Houthis said, for as long as this peace deal is in place, we won't attack ships. Once the Israelis started violating it, not letting food, they said, we're only going to attack Israeli ships.
So here's a question for you, Glenn. Are we still in conflict in Yemen?
No, President Trump ended his own war that he started.
Okay, so then by your definition, did we not prevent further conflict by having this conflict? And would we not free up the trade routes in Yemen from being attacked by the Houthis? It's free, is it not?
It's like saying I stabbed myself in the stomach, but then I brought myself to the ER where I had a doctor fix me up, and that proves that I'm really interested in fitness and self-care. President Trump started the war in Yemen. He escalated the war in Yemen. It was stopped at the time that he took over.
Were the Houthis attacking people or not?
They were attacking a foreign country called Israel that is not part of the United States.
Okay,
so
do these international trade routes not affect America?
No.
How is it that, I mean, I don't know why I'm saying how is it. It makes perfect sense that Glenn would happen to pick the dumbest possible argument to fight here.
Well, not when it's only Israel whose ships are being attacked. You can say the war is just. The question is President Trump making war or making peace? You can say, okay, he made war in Yemen, but I think the war is just. He's still a war-making president by definition. There was no war when he got in.
By the result of the conflict that it was a peacemaking military engagement. We have peace in Yemen now.
How did it end?
How did it end?
It ended by the Houthis saying, we will not attack anybody except the Israelis, and as long as they're denying food and water entering into Gaza. And they continued to do so. It achieved nothing. All it did was have the United States deplete our missiles, our military force, our...
Loner levied some allegations against you. Is this going to be retarded? Am I banning you?
I've seen enough of it to know this is what's happening. It's quite wacky that, like, you have fucking Destiny and Dan, and I guess Ethan as well, 3 Jewish millionaires, okay? 3 Jewish millionaires, they're basically just at war with these people versus these people.
I'm sure glad my dog isn't gay.
I wish I was Jewish. I want to join the winning team. Okay.
Dog been to any pride marches lately?
Yeah, maybe you should take him to a Barbra Streisand concert.
Stupid little gay dog. Then all you've got is a stupid pig.
Destiny's not Jew. It's a fucking joke, okay? It's Israel. Shut up.
Yeah, gay pig. Stupid gay pig.
That's what I just did there. That's all a gay up, okay?
I might be 1%
Come on,
Jewish.
guys, let's go.
They're all gay.
Hey, Stan, you look almost pretty enough to kiss.
Yeah, you want to be my girlfriend?
Resources. It was a war that didn't exist, that Trump created. Yes, congratulations, he ended his own war, but that is an example of a war-making president. That's just one example. There's obviously war in Iran as well, that he inherited a presidency where we were not at war with Iran. We are now at war with Iran. We've twice gone to war with Iran under President Trump. That's another war that he's made.
Do you not agree that Iran is a major threat and destabilizes the Middle East?
Not as much as the United States.
I don't, but we'll get to whether the war is just. The question now is, does President Trump make more wars?
Well,
you seem to be acknowledging
I
he makes
go back
wars, but
to
that
what
they're
you
just.
initially agreed to, though, is that part of what makes a peacemaking president isn't just, oh, we don't start any conflicts. It's actually engaging in conflicts to prevent further
So war is
conflicts.
peace. Did you read 1984 by George Orwell?
Well, no, I'm just
asking.
I'm literally quoting what you said earlier.
100% of the time 1984 is brought up, it's always invoked for the most retarded fucking reasons. It has nothing to do with what he just tried to make it sound like, but okay.
The beginning of
No,
this
but George
conversation.
Orwell in 1984 described the most extreme kind of propaganda by war-making tyrannies. And one of the things citizens get told is war is peace.
Did you not admit that part of what makes a peacemaking president is stepping in and preventing further conflicts?
Yes, but you can't prevent conflicts by starting conflicts. Starting
What do you
conflicts
mean?
is starting conflicts.
Why can you
He
not
stops
use
the wars that he starts.
Can you
We
not
got to pause
start-
here, Mike. We got to pause here. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return.
Bye, Mike.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Just watched your Brad episode, and Brad spent more time debating that triple-chinned MAGA fuck than you did. But how did this rank in terms of your overall Brad episodes? Was this dude more or less annoying than CJ or AJW? Everybody's annoying for different reasons. It's hard to say, Josiah. Like, AJW is annoying to me because it's hard to explain AJW. He's not like he's not like part of the MAGA team. And he's smart, but he chooses to be part of the MAGA team for reasons that I think he knows are fucking retarded. I just don't understand. The AJW guy doesn't grift hard enough to make a fuck ton of money on his channel, but he isn't honest enough to say that he's a good actor. I don't know how to. I just don't know how to. I don't know. I don't know how to. Yeah. And then who was the CJ guy? Was that the black dude who was just like a blatantly, obviously MAGA propagandist person? And then this last guy is like the least. He's the most inoffensive type of person, but probably the worst because he's like the most likely to get a job in the administration and then to do real damage to American democracy. I don't know. They're all hateable for different reasons.
So in reference to Trump being a peacemaking president or a warmongering president, let's say, for example, let's start with the conflicts that he did indeed stop, right? For example, Pakistan, India. Pakistan nominated Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. They said that he specifically played a big role in preventing that conflict. Well, India disagreed, but Pakistan, regardless, said that he played a key role in preventing it. We had Thailand.
Would be a good reason to bring up 1984. I don't know, stuff related to propaganda, stuff related to language. I mean, there is, to pretend that there's no valid argument that having strong, military powers can dissuade other people from engaging in reckless or crazy actions is, I just don't, that's not a very realistic view of the world. If you think somebody can fuck you up if you invade them, they're probably not going to invade you. And you can use your military as a show of strength to ensure peace, peace through strength around the world. But that's not necessarily the same as saying war is peace, to have infinite wars with other countries. I guess that, I would say that was probably more the point in 1984, because part of how the propaganda machine worked with that government was they always had to be at war with somebody, so much so that they might even change who they're at war with in the middle of a speech.
Versus Cambodia also break out. Cambodia.
Why are people putting arrows in chat? Wait, hello? Your mic just went right ear for a second. Good.
He nominated Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize and also said that he prevented that conflict. I'd also say in reference to Venezuela, obviously no one thinks that Maduro was good there. The tyranny was crazy. The way that he was leading the government, everyone agrees. But he was able to take Maduro out, and Daisy Rodriguez, who's now the vice president, is very, you could say, subordinate or servile, right? 50 million barrels worth of oil, restricting Cuba, so on and so forth. And so I would disagree that he's a warmongering president.
Okay, the point is not he's a warmongering president. The formulation is he's more of a war-making president than a peacemaking president. So even in your examples, including in Venezuela, you're not denying that he used military force in a way that is considered an act of war by every country on the planet.
Including
you're
us.
defending the wars that he's making by saying they lead to good outcomes, which we can debate, but that's a separate question from the proposition. As far as these wars that you're concerned that I know he loves to cite, India was vehement that he had no role to play of any meaningful kind in mediating that conflict between India and Pakistan. That is a war that goes back, that conflict goes back many hundreds of years.
So does
long
many of these
before
other
Trump.
conflicts.
But even, let me ask you these questions, this question about these other conflicts that you've named. Were those part of the 2024 campaign? Did
Not
anyone ever
necessarily, but I
mention
don't think that-
right? But you know why? Because they're completely trivial, and because the role that the United States plays in them is also essentially trivial as well. These and a lot, we can analyze those, but let's be clear. The real
Did Greenwald vote for/endorse Trump? I feel like it was if he didn't endorse Trump, I feel like he spent more time attacking Dems. That would be my feeling. I'd have to go back and check though.
question is, does President Trump make war for the United States? Whether he plays some ancillary role in this, well, we're in a major war.
Well, so let's
we're in a
clarify
major war now, right? We're in a major war, aren't we? In Iran?
I mean, sure, we're in a conflict, but I don't think
like that's 1984 right there. We're not at war. We're at conflict, okay? That's the, is it newspeak or doublespeak or whatever? It's just fucking retarded. I don't know.
This is where you actually got it wrong.
Is it a war? Is it a war?
You can call it's a war and a conflict. There's no necessary there's no disagreement there. It's a conflict and a war. It's both, right? But the conflict didn't start recently, right? In 1979, Iran kidnapped 66 Americans and held them hostage for over 400 days, right? So
why did they do that?
Happened because they're anti-Western. But hold on, just let me finish this. So the conflict with Iran or our issues with Iran in reference to specifically the Islamic Republic started more there. In 1982, 3 years later specifically, there was the Beirut barracks bombing, which I'm sure you're familiar with, where 242 Americans were killed in Beirut. They were there as a peacekeeping force, actually. And guess who specifically? I believe in 2002, a federal judge actually ruled that Iran supplied Hezbollah and gave them intelligence to kill 242 Americans. On top of that, I believe in Venezuela, they have the Quds Force as well that is there. They fund three main terror groups. According to the FDD, they spent about $16 billion doing so, right? Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen. And by the way, the last guy, you were also wrong. $200 billion worth of economic damage in reference to the Red Sea, where 1/10 of trade
were
goes
we at
through.
war with Iran when President Trump was inaugurated?
No, we weren't directly in
Are we
in
at
terms
war
of,
now?
Right, so
So
I
he
think
made
I would,
that
I
war,
would say,
right?
wait,
He
hold
was
on,
a war
hold on.
Hold on.
I would say
that we are already in
That's
a
bad
conflict.
faith.
I would say
Yeah,
that
we were in
yes,
conflict.
generally, not like war in terms of declaring war conspicuously, but yes, we've been in a conflict, a long-standing
The
conflict
proposition
specifically.
is President Trump is more of a war-making
Right,
president.
I don't think any of those
than
conflicts were made by Trump. That's where you're wrong.
India and Pakistan were in conflict prior to the war that you mentioned,
and
right?
we were in conflict with Iran.
Exactly. There are a lot of people who are. There are a lot of countries that are in conflict with one another.
Right.
They're not all at war. Most of them are not at war. The United States became in a war with Iran when Israel and the United States announced that they were attacking Iran and started a war with Iran. Of course, there's conflicts. There's conflicts between Brazil and Argentina. There's conflicts between Peru and Uruguay. There's conflicts between.
You're being vague.
I'm being very specific. I'm talking about a war.
So there's a difference between smaller conflicts or like a general conflict that's going on for a long time and like a large-scale war and even like, for example, small military engagements. Like, for example, midnight.
Also, by the way, part of the reason why this conversation is difficult is because in an annoying way, it's actually correct that there are no real definitions for war. That's not like a thing that the international was like, oh, this is defined as a war, and this is defined as a strike, and this is defined as a conflict. There's not really like a hard rule for any of this. It's all kind of vibes based, you know, like our Supreme Court is right now.
Hammer, we bombed Natanz, Fordow, and Isfahan were more smaller engagements, right?
And
by the way, we pulled that pretty quickly, and everything was fine afterwards.
If Russia came to the United States and bombed 3 different nuclear facilities in the United States with B-52 bombers of the Russian Soviet analog, would you consider that to be an act of war?
Yeah, you're saying it would be casus belli, right?
No, I'm not
Casus
talking about
belli
Casus belli? Who's that guy?
means act of war.
Yeah, would you?
So yeah.
Well, technically, it means cause for war, like a cause to go to war. But okay. Wait, or is Cassius a different word? Oh shit, I might be retarded. Sorry, Cassius might be a different thing. There's fucking Civ players in here. Is Cassius a different word? No, he's retarded. Are you sure? Okay. Close call.
It would be casus belli. That's the answer.
Okay, congratulations on using Latin.
Right.
I'm just wanting to. I don't want to necessarily test your language. That would be an act of
It is a little crazy that Glenn covers so much international politics has never heard this term before, but okay.
war, right?
Yeah, the same way that, hold on. The same way that, for example, the IRGC, the Pakistani guy that was recently convicted, he admitted that the IRGC paid him and tried to give him intelligence to assassinate Donald Trump around the time where Butler happened. That's also a casus belli.
Were we at war with Iran when...
Okay, but was that actually true? Or did he just say that?
Our president,
were we at war with Iran?
The electorate elected,
were we at war
is
with
an act
Iran?
of war.
Were we
so
at
yeah,
war?
we've been in conflict
you
and
said
an act of war with Iran for a very long time.
Okay, but you just,
and it's funny that you're not mentioning. You're not mentioning the fact that 242 Americans were killed in Beirut in 1982.
The United States has killed countries throughout the Middle East. You know what President Reagan did in response to that? He said the reason this happened is because we have a military base in Lebanon where we shouldn't be, and he withdrew those troops. That's because he knew that the reason we were being attacked was because we were interfering in that region.
Yeah, we were there
the
as a
reason that Iran took over and the embassy was because we had overthrown their democratically elected government in 1953 and imposed a savage, brutal tyranny on them that ruled that country from 1953 until the revolution in 1979.
Sure.
But these are all historically interesting points that we could talk about with the justification. No, it's not wrong. The point is, I asked you earlier, was the United States at war with Iran?
The answer is yes.
But you said no. And
it depends on how you're defining war. It depends on how you're defining war in long-term conflict. But let me hold on.
The point is, we were not at war, as you said the first time when I asked you, with Iran.
Not war, but 1949 Geneva Convention. International armed conflict is any use of armed force between two or more states. Yeah, they have a broad definition for it so that you know what's encompassed by international law, but there's not like a definition for being like at war. But the reason why the Geneva Convention has to define international armed conflict is because the Geneva Convention is here and international law is here to regulate how countries deal with other countries, but not to regulate how they police themselves. So like, if I had a police officer in the United States and that police officer shot and killed, some American citizen for whatever reason, the Geneva Conventions, nobody has any say over that internationally, right? It's a policing issue. However, if a police officer or a group of police officers go on some mission over to Mexico and they kill somebody, you would analyze that through the lens of, well, hold on, this is an international armed conflict now. You can't police another nation's citizenry, unless you have like consent from the government or some joint operation or whatever. But yeah.
When President Trump took office, he didn't talk about there being a war throughout
No,
the
he talked about 2011,
and we are now in a war because
even by the way,
he made a war.
He continued said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. By the way, can you explain to me the reason for 60% rich uranium? No country that has tried to, or even been in talks of trying to get a nuclear weapon has ever reached 60% and not gotten to 90%,
because
which is
President
weapons
Trump
grade.
invalidated the agreement where they were only at 3%. President Trump make this war.
No, that's not. The answer is no.
So we were at war.
We have been at a general conflict with Iran, or you could say even a war. For
I am saying
over 47 years.
And President Trump just forgot to mention that we were at war when he was running for president in 2024 and never said, by the way, we're at war with Iran.
He openly said, no. He's been very conspicuous about this. He's been very clear about the fact that we have a conflict with Iran. We have issues with Iran.
A war.
We
do have conflict.
Right. Again, I don't think you understand it. Wars can also be conflicts.
Exactly,
so
but conflicts aren't necessarily wars. The question is, was there a war with Iran? And if so, why didn't President Trump bother to mention, hey, by the way, we're at war with Iran in 2024? And
he's been very conspicuous about it.
So the war didn't start.
What would be the incentive? Just like, hey, we're at war with Iran? Look, everyone understands that we've been at a long-term conflict
Nobody understood because it was never true. It was,
and by the way,
we got to pause here. Can we just hear your response?
These talking points that these retards have to fucking go through now are just so stupid. It just makes them look so dumb.
Yeah, it's such a reach, right?
It's indefensible.
It's the thing that I talked about before where it's like, if you've made one statement in your entire life about a thing that they don't like, they'll hold it against you forever. But in their mind, like if Trump has made one statement about a thing in his entire life that they do like, then they'll hold that to him forever. Like the double standard is crazy. Trump ran on no new wars. That's it. No new wars. No new wars. No new wars.
Not that we're going to end the war that we're in.
So for them to rewrite history, and I was like, well, no, actually, he's been talking about Iran the entire time. I was like, well, then why didn't he run on, like, let's fuck up Iran? Because he didn't run on that. Pointing back to what he said in 2011, especially before he was president. Oh, God, I hate... So in a way, I truly do feel like, I've said this before, I feel like Trump... This is so... It sucks to say this as an American, okay? But, like, for the rest of the world, I feel like Trump embodies America to some extent. Or, like, embodies... everything about America. You've got the wealthiest man in the world, largely because he inherited it from his father, has failed tons of businesses, but he has a strong brand because he's a celebrity. And part of the brand is just being a celebrity as a good businessman, even though he wasn't actually a good businessman. So we got a little simulacrum going on here too. And then he's become the president. His taste is gaudy at best, if not just downright tasteless at worst. He's like the false bravado, the false masculinity, the false intelligence, the surrounded by yes men. It is like he encapsulates the worst of what you could possibly be, like as an American, but still making it. I just think it's, yeah. The way these people have to twist themselves is like insane to me.
It's funny to watch, I guess, but yeah, it is retarded.
Yeah. Hold on, a few memes. Ashley saying, Claire posted a TikTok in support of Hasan post subpoena. What? Okay, why do I care?
Can you
Hasan got subpoenaed. What is this?
cover the mask slipping off a lot of the liberals on Twitter as a result of this? I don't have anything novel to say. There are a bunch of like third way centrist dipshits, I don't know, Destiny types or whatever, who are gloating over this as if like any of this or any of that is liberal. I don't know. I mean, it's again like my point to being like there are basically no liberals anymore. Essentially, like it's just not a political. It's like the most common political ideology in the world right now is fascism, and the second most common is like vaguely populist democratic socialism, and somewhere in like 9th place must be liberalism, because there are no fucking liberals anymore. There are just like banal status quo defenders who lash out in a reactionary fashion against critique.
Like, it's so crazy that these leftists demand unwavering support for themselves, who literally just spend all their time running against Democrats, shitting on Democrats, refusing to endorse Democrats over and over and over again. And then when something finally happens to one of their own, barely, they're like, why aren't you guys supporting us? Why aren't you guys over here? It's like, fucking miss me with that shit, fam. Miss me with that fucking shit.
From any direction, but uninformed by any like fundamental moral beliefs, you know? Obviously, it's bad that the fascist government is subpoenaing a political commentator, streamer, whatever, activist at the moment that he was in Cuba, I guess, because you're going outside when you do that, for bullshit reasons, in service of a prolonged siege against an innocent, defenseless population of people who we have tortured for decades and are mounting an invasion against soon. It's just illiberal. But what do I say? Like, I complain this, you know, the government's illiberal, everyone's illiberal. The Democrats are illiberal. I am the only liberal. I'm the only one who believes in liberalism. So, you know, whatever. I was assuming they wouldn't arrest him. Subpoenaing somebody isn't arresting them. Hasan has some prep to do. He should be fine unless he ran afoul of any of the actual, like, laws regarding our sanctions on Cuba. What's the subpoena? He has to go talk to the feds. Why are you so far left politically? I'm just a liberal from 1789. Like, unironically, I feel like that's my politics right now. We're not even, like, talking about socialism. We're just like, even the most...
These boys...
Why do I keep getting like this?
...did not steal this bike from Sarah Jane Comrie.
Oh my god, this fucking guy. Why do you fucking shock me? You need to put a trigger warning on this fucking retard popping up.
From Sarah Jane Comrie.
Oh my god. I remember this drama. Who was in the right here? I'm trying to remember. Fuck. Oh, it was black boys against a white woman. And I think they were trying to reserve an electric bike. And this woman got destroyed because they called her racist, but it was probably them fucking around. I don't know what the popular story of this was ever righted on this.
She stole the bike from them, then proceeded to weaponize her whiteness.
Why is this 350-pound fat fuck who unfortunately hasn't fucking deceased yet from diabetes coming up here and pointing at the black woman like he's co-signing? I don't know who you are. I don't care who you are. Just repost her shit or link to it. Nobody needs your disgusting fucking ugly face to come up here and be like, yes, queen.
Why? Did I already know who this guy was at this point? This guy is a fucking annoying, terrible, virtue signaling fucking retard. This was some of the dumbest drama in the universe, this whole thing. I shouldn't call it drama because I don't know if this woman's life might have been destroyed over this. Yeah, she was like a nurse or something. A hero, we would say. Moot wouldn't, but we would. Sneako quits after turn 2.
Oh, you can only move once per turn, okay.
Brother went from enjoying witchcraft Xena and muscular Sarah Pussy to playing Civilization.
Yeah, way better, bitch ass nigga. What are you, an incel that worships pussy? That's why you're never gonna make it in life. And TTS talking about women that don't know you from 3 years ago. Dork ass nigga. Fuck her.
Bro's a gangster already. Make another Connecticut
Fuck this, react to a Gideon video.
Yeah, I'm bored, dude. I can't.
Okay.
I hate this.
New rule. We need to find the Black Council, okay, in the United States. I don't know where you guys are. African Americans need to be more protective of the N-word. Okay? Not only, okay, Mexicans, Asians, no more, but African immigrants, and I'm going to say it, Caribbean people, no more, okay? That should be an African American only word. All these other people, not allowed. Because a lot of them are racist, okay? Whoever decides that, whoever makes those decisions, you guys need to get on that, all right? Not even Dominican. Nope. No Dominicans, no Haitians, no more. No. Well, they can, but there needs to be like a vote amongst the African American community on whether or not you want to let them in or not, okay? What is this? Oh, no.
Yeah, that's awesome. You and Hasan, do you guys talk much?
Occasionally. We'll text. He's not really much of a communicator in that way.
It's so fucking crazy to me that Hasan traded so hard on Ian's reputation and then fucking hung him out to die. That is wild to me. That he pushed Ian so hard and backed him up. Wake up, Ethan, wake up, on that cringe fucking content nuke video, and then abandoned him to the wolves.
But it's like, you know.
So I set the bike ride goal at 500,000 because I was waiting for him to text me back. So I didn't know if he was gonna be okay with me showing up to his house. But
oh yeah,
it wasn't he in the promo for the stream. The goal was set to 500,000 that I would ride my bike to Hasan's house to ask him for more money. So it was like just a little bit, but I said it there because he didn't text me back. So, but then he eventually he did.
Wait, where would you be riding your bike from?
San Diego. It's like 120 miles. Yeah. So it was gonna be like a big marathon, like whatever stream, but we didn't make it. So now, unfortunately, now I don't have to ride 120 miles on a bike.
Not sure if whatever Slug City, South Carolina, not using new map. Yeah, I don't know how fucking gangster Clyburn is, or if he's just like connected or whatever, but somehow his district stays for the midterms. No clue what that dude's rolling with, but and speaking of the Black Council, okay, if there ever was a Black Council, somehow that Clyburn dude, he's on it. Because I remember people talked about him a lot for Bernie in, was it 2016? And they were like...
Wait, what do you mean? They're just not doing it?
They're holding off past the midterms because I think it would eliminate that dude's district. But Clyburn is considered like one of the most influential people like in the South and in the Black community, and people criticize Bernie a lot for not trying to seek his endorsement. And yeah, apparently they're
like, we don't want a fucking revolution.
I don't know. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know why, but they're holding off on it.
Which really sucks, guys.
Yeah.
Now I don't have to ride 120 miles on a bike, which really sucks, guys.
Yeah. Well, there's always time to do another stream later in the year.
That's true.
With new goals.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it doesn't have to involve riding a bike. It could, you know, it could be paintball gun, rat traps. It could be all sorts of cool stuff.
Woodworking. I could make a box.
Yeah. I could take... Oh, dude. You know, like a plane? I could take a plane to your back and shave off a little hair of...
Wait, hold on.
Little...
I'm getting an Amber Alert. I'm so sorry.
Oh, nice. Oh, no, that's actually not nice. That's bad.
Can you guys hear that?
No, we can't hear it.
Okay. I just got a total Amber Alert. You were talking about... I hope they're okay. A planer? I know about a planer. My dad...
Yeah.
Did a lot of woodworking and stuff.
What is this vibe of like people who really do not fuck with each other but feel like they have to interact? Well, because they're part of like the team. So it's all of this. Remember, Jesus Christ, at this point, I don't know what else I can show you. You see how like interconnected all these spaces are, but it's not organic. It's all very inorganic. It's all very forced and deliberate. So like there's no world probably where these people would organically connect with each other, but because they're like on the same team right now, they kind of have to.
Yeah. That's been a fun tool to use. Shaving off like little strips of wood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Is that our regularly scheduled meme break?
Several wars that President Trump started in Yemen, Venezuela, and Iran. You can say they're just or not, but these wars did not exist. Nobody said they existed during the 2024 campaign, including President Trump. And when he announced them,
Yemen
he announced
civil war
them
that happened?
as with the United States in 2024. All right, pause.
Okay.
Good talk.
Pause. Cut.
Hello, how are you? Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So I want to get back to the prompt about peace versus war. So the way I look at it is the first Trump administration was a peaceful administration. There was no new wars that were started, right? We had the Abraham Accords, which Trump should have won a Nobel Peace Prize for because it was historic. And then we had something that was ahistoric, right? So the Biden administration came in between and kind of disrupted Trump's foreign policy.
Like, you can't take credit for peace in the Middle East if it can get undone by a single president. Also, what did Biden do to make Hamas attack? We never really get to that point. Obviously, this is like, you're asking any question that's more specific about this, nobody can answer. But
And under the Biden administration, we saw the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, which was really a green light to our anti-Western
Which was Trump's plan, by the way,
we
right?
really
Yeah,
have
it
a strong
was.
will to defend U.S. hegemony abroad. Following that, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And then we saw Biden trying to re-engage in JCPOA negotiations as a legacy of the Obama administration. And he unfroze $16 billion in assets to the regime and then also waived sanctions so they could sell over
Whose
$100
assets
billion.
were those?
They're theirs, but they're frozen.
Iran's assets.
Correct, but that's going against the maximum pressure campaign. So if you don't want war, how do you then deter a belligerent actor if it's not maximum sanctions? What would your solution be then? To let them...
In general, in every other country on the planet except the United States and Israel, war is talked about as a last resort, something that you engage in only if there's a country that's attacking you.
Which were...
Oh, the U.S. and Israel are the only two countries that look to war for... Oh, thank you for that, Greenwald. What a genius.
Attacking your homeland or attacking... What's that?
So the sanctions are a legacy of the Iraq-Iran war in the 1980s. So which war? We're talking about the current operation, which is not a war.
I'm talking about why we should be at war with Iran at all.
Right, the second.
And you're saying, what is it that we should be doing to
Well,
Iran?
I'm saying
and
my point with talking about the Biden regime, the Biden administration, was that they empowered, we could maybe use regime, they empowered the Iranian regime diplomatically, financially, which then positioned them for October 7th, and also the Houthis. It is true, the Houthis blocked off the Suez Canal for...
Oh. Gotcha. Oh, so Biden empowered Iran, which made October 7th. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
For 4 to 5 months.
Okay.
We also
Based.
had British military naval ships in the region, U.S. military ships. So they weren't just attacking Israel, although, yes, that was a part of it. So we saw a destabilized Middle East because of the direct empowerment
let me
with
just, it's interesting because I think there's a very American perspective
Mm-hmm.
because we are a country that is constantly at war, unlike everybody else on the planet. The last time China fought a war was 1979, and one of the reasons they're displacing the United States and every region in the globe, including Latin America and Africa, is because they spend their resources building up their country while we have our country deteriorating because we spend so much time and money and effort and resources on foreign
wars. The
wars.
other take is that they don't have the conventional capabilities to enact a
They have a
war.
massive, gigantic military. They just don't. They just know
but we still
that, which
deter
is
that
what, by
because
the
of
way,
our
which was what
military.
President Trump's primary political appeal was that we're constantly fighting these foreign wars. We have to stop fighting foreign wars in the Middle East so that we can focus on our own communities and our own country. And here we are back in another one. But I think the point about Iran is that the idea that we can just go and steal countries' money. As you said, it's
But that's not
Iran's
what the point of the
assets. They
claim
have
is.
oil
The
in their
claim is
country.
that we're
Let
a
me just finish. They
Let him
sell their
finish.
oil
Stop
to
cutting
other
him off.
countries. They receive money for it. We take that money using our dollar as the reserve currency. We steal it and freeze it, and then
We don't steal
somehow
it. We
I
are
should also say
punishing
that
a belligerent regime.
President Trump just lifted sanctions on Iranian oil at sea,
Right.
enabling
it was
them to
a
get
will
huge
of
amounts
good
of money.
faith. It was a good faith
No,
action
it was
for China.
because he needed
Yes,
to
for
do
the
that because
negotiations.
we need oil on the global market because of oil
It's been
because
closed
gas
for-
prices are so
it's
high.
still lower than it was under the Biden administration.
No, I'm
At
saying
the-
At its peak. That's what we're comparing the whole administration to? Is the peak price? After like 20 global fucking wars and the supply crunch from COVID and everything? Okay, cool. Gotcha.
Because of this war, President Trump lifted sanctions on Iranian oil at sea.
Yes, as
they
a
are now
goodwill to China
charging
to bring it to
money.
the
They are
negotiation
now
table.
charging money for the Strait of Hormuz,
goodwill.
and
Yes, 'cause that's the only
and there's
tactic they
no
have
way
left.
there will be an end to this war that we're currently
No.
negotiating unless the sanctions are lifted on Iran.
They're
Because
completely wiped out at the knee. Let me just get back to what I was saying
Yeah,
about the
let's
Biden
get
administration
back.
because it's important. So
Yeah.
we look at how diplomacy has never worked. The JCPOA completely empowered the regime. Same thing with Biden again. So
Mhm.
Trump came into a region that was completely changed. Also
Yeah.
just globally, right?
True.
I believe the Iranian regime bought 2.5 million acres in Venezuela, which is in our Western Hemisphere. So
Mhm.
he came into a world where our anti-Western adversaries had gained strategic holdings
Mhm.
that hinder U.S. hegemony abroad. So he went into the region and he said, okay, I'm going to negotiate with the Iranian regime. They didn't come as good faith actors to the negotiation table. Operation Midnight Hammer was a preemptive strike. They still continue
Was
to come
Biden
to
at
the
war
table.
with Iran?
I would say,
Yeah.
he
The
it's hard to
war-
be at war with a regime that you're funding.
So Biden was not at war with Iran?
Well, we were at
Careful.
war with Iran via Israel, if you want to look at it as a proxy situation.
What?
Biden was fighting a war against
And also
Iran.
another thing, you keep saying that Trump started wars
No,
in
I'm
Yemen,
I'm trying to
in
figure out
Lebanon.
if we
Again,
about
but those
this
are
war.
proxy wars funded by Iran.
Was
those,
the United
those
States at
conflicts
war
existed
with,
way before President
was
Trump came into
Biden
office.
waging a war against Iran?
He was funding the regime and empowering them.
Okay,
so the
was
answer
he
is no. It's really hard
okay,
to wage
so the
war
in
against
Iran,
a regime that
exactly.
you're
So the
propping
war
up.
in Iran was started by President Trump in the second
The
term,
war
correct?
in Iran is First off, it's not a war; it's an operation. We have highly discriminately taken out.
What would
heads
be
of
a war be?
IRGC.
How is it not a war?
Well, it's not a war because the Iranian regime
We're
can't
blowing up
respond
their
in a way
bridges.
that
We're
necessitates
blowing up
war.
their bridges.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
it's an
We're
operation.
blowing up their,
and they've been blowing
what's
up
the
the Middle
difference
East
between a war and
since.
no, I'm just trying. Again, the proposition we're supposed to be discussing,
Right,
and I
he's
realize why
war-making.
you don't want to and others don't want to. Is
No, I am. I'm
let
demonstrating
me-
how
let
the
me- I
regime
have
was
to-
empowered when
you
Trump
have
came
to let
to
me
office,
finish.
so it
You
necessitated
have
a
to let-
response that was
No,
different.
she doesn't have to let you finish, Glenn. She's a
Administration
queen.
when there was peace through
President?
strength.
You have to let me finish. What the question we're supposed to be debating
Which
is that
I answered.
President Trump is more of a war-making president
And I
than a
just said he
peacemaking
came into a
president.
situation in the Middle East that was vastly different than the one that he
No,
left
I
because
understand.
of
I
weak
understand.
foreign
I'm
policy.
trying to ask about war,
Okay, so
which
no,
is
what is the response then? So if it's not high pressure
was
sanction
President Biden waging a war on Iran? Yes or no?
Well, if you're talking about responding
Can you just
to
answer that?
my
so then
God.
yes, if Iran is considered the Houthis, the Hezbollah, Hamas, then yes, we
President
were waging
Biden
a war.
was waging a war on
yes,
Iran.
via our
I
proxies.
thought you said he was so favorable to Iran that he
I
was
said
treating
he
Iran
empowered
so
the regime.
well.
Yeah, both sides of the conflict, but he empowered the regime.
Were we at war not with Iran's proxies, but with Iran itself under
well,
Joe Biden?
Iran actually broke the status quo of not engaging with Israel, our greatest ally, in May of
Did Joe
2024.
Biden wage a war on Iran?
It's not. First off, again,
Why
I
can't
am
you just
contesting-
answer? Why can't you just
I just
answer?
said yes. If you're going to consider via proxies, which
No,
you
I'm not. I don't
apparently-
mean via proxy. I mean
Well,
directly
you
with
said,
Iran.
Okay, but you're contradicting yourself because you said Trump started wars
I'm
in
only
Yemen,
asking a
and you defined
question.
it by the
Contradiction.
proxies
I'm only
in
asking a
Yemen. So you
question.
can't define war one way for Trump
I'm
and
only
not
We
asking
by
a
gotta pause there. We
question.
gotta pause there. We're out of time. Please return to your seat.
Queen, you got him.
Raise your flag if you would concede that Trump started this current war with Iran.
Nah. Hell no. Good
Okay,
job, guys.
so we got two people. Thank you.
My next round of claim is President Trump is subservient to the Israel lobby.
If you'd like to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1. Whoa.
Hey, good to meet you.
Ryan, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nick Mattel. Okay, I think important thing to do with debates is to define our terms. Can you please tell me what subservient is?
Oh boy. Wait, oh, this is the guy. Right? Isn't this the guy who's like on, is it Twitch or YouTube? We see his stuff often? Or I've seen his stuff before, I think, right?
Yes, serving the interest of someone else, taking orders from somebody else, taking direction from somebody else, not in every case,
Yes.
but as
Yeah,
a
he's a
general
guy.
posture ethos.
Okay, so that's already a problem because subservient doesn't mean not sometimes taking the case, sometimes not. Subservience literally defined as in a subordinate manner you are controlled by in a very direct way.
You want to set it up so that if you
Right.
can point to one example where President Trump didn't do what Israel wanted, then that means somehow he's not subservient to Israel. That's,
Sure, right
you
now.
just want to creating a binary framework where as long as you can point to one example
I can
where
point
the
to many
Israelis
examples,
wanted
actually.
something. Right, so that's why I'm saying that is not what this proposition means. It doesn't mean that in each and every case, President Trump is
Right.
fully and absolutely obedient to Israel. If you want me to concede that there are instances, I will be happy to point to some as well
Not
where
conceding
President Trump or
instances.
other
Okay,
presidents.
you're
So that's not the
galloping.
question.
I understand. I'm saying that your claim, it's your claim. I didn't force you to make the claim. Your claim is not there's high influence. Your claim is not any of that. Your claim is he's subservient. And if you're going to say he's subservient, that means something. Now, if we want to change what you're saying and you just want to say he has higher influence from, when you say pro-Israeli, do you just mean Jews? What do you mean by that?
No, of course I don't mean Jews. There are huge numbers of Jews
just-
who oppose Israel.
I'm asking.
There
well,
aren't,
generally, when I
but-
debate this topic, a lot of people will say like, the Adelsons, right? Because they're Jewish, they're Israeli. Or do you mean pro-Israel, like you're talking about AIPAC, you're talking about J Street?
People talk about George Soros, but nobody suggests that he's pro-Israel. The reason people talk about the Adelsons is because they gave $300 million to Trump's campaigns, and Trump himself said that every time the Adelsons came to the White House, they
Israel.
didn't ask about the United States, they asked for things for Israel. Trump
Right,
went to
right,
the
right.
Knesset last year and said Miriam Adelson loves Israel more than they love
Does
she
Elon
loves
Musk,
the United States.
Is Trump subservient to Elon Musk?
No, I don't think Trump is subservient to
Elon Musk, at least in this last election cycle, gave significantly more than the Adelsons.
Right,
so
he's
I'm just
one
wondering,
individual. He's one
right,
individual.
Exactly. One individual gave more than two, and also the lobbying groups. But that being said, what is it that makes you think he's controlled in at least a significant way by whatever you're saying.
What
Israeli
President Trump
lobbies.
himself said. President Trump said that every single time Sheldon Adelson came to the White House, they asked for things for Israel, and he gave it to them. They didn't ask for things for the United States. He said that
Actually,
Miriam
didn't
Adelson.
He didn't say he gave everything they asked
Yes,
for.
he
That's-
did. He said
no.
He said every time. He said in fact,
the Golan Heights.
They
Yes.
asked. He gave them even things that they.
At the Israeli-American Council Summit on September 19, 2024, Trump said of the Adelsons, as soon as I'd give them something, always for Israel, as soon as I'd give them something, they'd want something else. But I gave them the Golan, no, that's a G, sorry, the Golan Heights, and they never even asked for it. I don't even know what the fuck Trump was talking about here, but okay.
He said, in fact,
He didn't say he gave everything they asked for.
Yes, he did. He said
no.
He said every time. He said, in fact,
the Golan Heights.
They
Yes.
asked.
Oh.
He gave them even
He's
things
referring
that
to
they
that.
didn't ask
Correct,
for.
correct.
For Israel, not for the United
Correct.
States.
He did not tell him times where they had talks where they disagree. He never talked about that. I know exactly which quote you're talking about. You're adding that in to push your narrative
No,
right now.
I'm not
But
adding
that being said, we're
anything.
not here to talk about just the
Ooh,
Adelsons. We're here to
narrative.
talk about the pro-Israel lobby. I'm asking you, how do you know that they are controlling Trump at least in a significant enough way to whatever your
What
claim
I'm saying
means?
is that President Trump makes decisions in the interest of the Israeli people and the Israeli government over and above the American people, and it's the only country for which that's true. That is subservience.
Okay.
We can go back to the semantic definition, but that is what I mean. And there's so many instances where President Trump has taken steps, and right now his entire focus is on a country that is Israel's primary adversary, that Israel has wanted for decades the United States to go in and change the regime.
Is Glenn a level 1 grifter? Yeah, I feel like Glenn is, unfortunately, I think he knows when he's full of shit when he's not, because he can navigate through arguments where sometimes, anytime somebody's like selectively skeptical, it makes me think that they're intentionally lying. Like, there are times when Glenn knows exactly what game is being played and he'll counter it as he's supposed to, and then there are other times where he'll play the game. So I feel like he's a fucking propagandist.
And the hyperbole, his entire focus is not on that, but I get it. But my question for you,
I would hope it is.
Not,
It's a very dangerous war. He should be.
Your argument, you trying to prove your argument's failing because what you're saying is that he is just giving everything they want, as if
I didn't say that.
Actually, you literally said that. You said he gave everything they want.
I said at the start, I
Just
would
rewind
concede
the clip.
I said at
Anyways.
the start, if you want to prove that, that there are times when Trump doesn't give everything to Israel, I would concede that it's not a binary absolute framework.
I'm trying to get my
Do you
question
remember
out.
when I said that?
I do remember when you said that, and I remember when you contradicted yourself a
What
few
did I
seconds
say
later.
when I contradicted
I
myself?
already said this point, but here's the problem. When he said that people go in, we want this, and he's like, I don't really agree with that. It's like, well, we'll give you some more money. He's like, okay, I agree with it now. How do you know Trump doesn't just already align with the same ideology?
The reason I know is because President Trump spent a full decade promising people like you and everyone else who voted for him that he was not going to involve the United States in more Middle East wars, in more regime change wars. That is the basis and foundation for Trump's entire political movement. Israel comes to the United States, and there's no way to compare Israel to any other country. Netanyahu came 7 times. No other world leader came twice. We give
Damn, 7 times?
Give billions and billions of dollars to
the White
Israel.
House.
I thought
Wow.
I let you talk, and yet you sit there and say, let me talk, and then I get 6 words out, and
Go
you
ahead.
can't control
Go
yourself.
ahead, Glenn.
So there's no comparison.
Oh my
we
God.
give infinitely more money to Israel. We deploy our military forces to protect Israel. President Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu came 7 times, and then when he was done coming, Donald Trump turns around and does exactly what he's been promising for a decade that he
intentional?
wouldn't do, which is he goes to war in the Middle East, a regime change war in the Middle East, against Israel's primary enemy, after Netanyahu spent 30 years saying, this is what we want the United States to do. That is how
But
I
that's
know
not
that
true.
President Trump does things that Israel tells him to, even though he doesn't already believe
Okay,
it.
well, first off, that's actually not proof that he does. That's just an indication that you might be right, but I'm going to correct your quote. Actually, President Trump said multiple times, just off the top of my head, I'm sure I'm missing some, he said multiple times that he doesn't want to go straight to military action with Iran, but he has made it very, very clear that if negotiations are exhausted, I will use the military option.
For regime change?
Okay, first off, do you know what the 4 goals of the war are in Iran?
I'm asking you,
Do
did he
you
ever
know what the 4 goals
yes,
of the
I
war
do.
are?
Did he
Okay,
ever,
what are they? Is it regime change?
They changed so many times.
No.
President Trump, there aren't 4 goals.
There has been 4 stated goals. You can go on the internet right now to the official government website and you will read the 4 goals.
At the beginning of the war, Trump, in an interview with the Washington Post, said, my main goal and why I'm attacking Iran is to free the Iranian people. Is that one of the 4 goals that that President Trump said was his most important objective when going to war with Iran?
I'm going to concede something. I agree with you that President Trump speaks in very grandiose measures. He does. I'm not going to. Everything's the biggest thing ever, the most beautiful thing ever. It's the worst thing ever. I'm not
That
going
was
to
a
disagree
stated
with you.
goal of the war.
No, it was not. If you listen to our Department of War, if you listen to our Department of War, and by the way, you can
it's
go
the
on.
president that determines the war objectives.
I understand. Okay,
it's not the Department of War. It's the president.
That's not true. I was in the military for 12 years. That's not actually particularly
Who was your
true.
commander-in-chief? The secretary.
What? Okay, hold on. Wait. I thought this guy was like, I think he had like different positions than me, but he was like a good debater or had things that, I don't know. I guess I just haven't seen too much of him. But I feel like he's saying kind of some retarded shit. You were in the military? Excuse me. Why the fuck? Like, what do you think? Fucking Mark Zuckerberg has to do every day as a CEO? Like, what do you think? Well, it's like, well, hold on. You want to talk about Zuckerberg? I worked at Facebook. It's like, what? Next door to the Zuck? Do you guys share cubicles? What? What does that have to do with anything? What?
That's not true. I was in the military for 12 years. That's not actually particularly
Who was your
true.
commander-in-chief? The secretary of defense?
No, it's not.
It was the
First
president,
off,
right? It was
no,
the
no, no.
president.
First off, that's not how objectives are attained. You're right. He agrees with them or disagrees with them. And again, I agree. Trump will go on interviews and he will say stuff
who
that...
sets war goals for the United States?
Well, first off, it's actually a complex measure of how it goes out. Are you asking?
Oh my God. Ultimately, the president of the United States is the commander-in-chief of our military. He is the head of the executive body that executes wars, okay? What do you mean? It's obviously it stops with the president. Now, ideally, he would listen to his advisors, but more, this is the worst administration ever to argue that it's not the president making the calls. We've had so many other people both report on and seem to state, Tulsi Gabbard probably left the government over it, that President Trump doesn't listen to anybody but himself when it comes to war goals. So, or Netanyahu, I guess.
Who agrees with the finalized goals?
When a war is started, who determines what the goals of the war are?
Again, it's a very complex
the president,
measure.
Correct?
Oh my God.
Again, if you're saying agree with, he gets briefs, he gets people from the Pentagon.
Who's the final decision maker about the goals of the
war? That's the right
war?
question, and that would be the commander-in-chief.
The president, right?
Right.
So
And so if you look at the official
when we want to know what wars are,
if you look
we
at
look
the
to what the president says.
I got
correct?
it. If you look at the official memo that was signed by him, that was pushed out and still on the government website to this very day, you can read the main objectives of the war.
Has he said that regime change is one of the goals of the war?
I agree that he's implied it in interviews.
Has he said it explicitly?
In the official memos where he's
that our
approved.
goal is to protect.
Let me ask you something.
Okay, we gotta pause there.
You
We gotta
need to
pause there.
Answer my question. Has Donald Trump said that a goal of the war in Iran is to free the Iranian people by changing the regime of that country, a regime change war in the Middle East of the kind he said he wouldn't fight? Did Donald Trump say that was a goal of the war or not?
I'm going to answer you.
One word
please,
answer.
Please.
I'm going to answer you.
One word answer,
yes,
or we gotta move on.
Real quick answer.
No,
one word. He said it in interviews. Yes.
Thank you.
That's a one-word answer?
Thank you.
Prior to October 7th, America First, it still means America First is having a strong ally in Israel. I find it very interesting, this disproportionate, selective outrage with this pseudo-Israel influence. AIPAC, 3.8 million compared to the billions of dollars from other foreign adversaries.
Wait.
Compared to Israel influence, AIPAC, collective outrage with this pseudo-Israel influence. AIPAC, 3.8 million compared to...
Wait, what? I feel like Apex yearly outlays must be more than that. There's no way it's only 3.8 million, right? That would be crazy. It must be greater than that. It has to be more than that. Isn't APEC the largest foreign advocacy lobbying group in the U.S.?
With the billions of dollars from other foreign adversaries. You're talking about subservient. We have the Chamber of Commerce. We have Big Pharma. We have
Big Pharma?
the Real Estate Association, all massively giving more funds to the lobbying world. The influence of Qatar alone, $1 billion on universities and media. Aren't you more concerned about that? Why do you never speak about the Qatari influence in America?
Ooh.
There's no comparing the influence of Qatar in the United States to Israel. And the proof of that is that we don't give $4 billion automatically a minimum every year to Qatar.
Your Reddit is so gullible they can't even spot your obvious lies. Wait, what did I just say was an obvious lie? Oh, okay. So Israel spent 3 point whatever she's quoting is on lobbying, but contributions are at 52 million. Okay.
way we do with Israel. This $3.8 billion that you said, much of which has to be spent at American arms manufacturers like Boeing and Raytheon, is like a gift certificate that the American public gives to Israel and says, here, go shopping for yourself at our arms dealers. There's no other country that gets that. We've given vastly more sums to Israel.
We give so much money to other countries. You can look at Egypt. We give
over
a
the
ton of
last
money
several
to them.
decades than any other
We're not
country
even like
by
particularly
far. We deploy
close to
our
them, no?
military for Israel. We don't do that for Qatar. President Trump has been imposing speech codes at universities to protect Israel and not for Qatar. People who demonstrate against Israel are being deported, not for Qatar.
Okay.
And that the amount of money itself, 3.8 is the minimum. That $3.8 billion is the minimum.
Billion?
We gave over $20 billion under President.
Oh wait, he's talking about money that we give to Israel for military spending. I'm sorry, or military aid or whatever. That's the money he's talking about. Sorry.
Biden in
You're not
2024
being
to
honest.
Israel.
You're not being honest.
These are all
But
facts.
Yes, no, they are facts, but you're not saying the whole story.
What
Yes,
else?
Israel is the only country that actually gives us a return on investment. That $3.8 billion, yes, 80% of it is invested right
They're the only country?
back into America jobs, American defense. And guess who tests out all of our military equipment? It's Israel, because they are
Okay, well that's depending on how they're testing it. Not everybody would say they're positive, but okay.
in the front lines of our enemies. They are doing us a favor. We need Israel strategically, and we are grateful to have them as a strong ally.
The American people have turned against Israel because they're sick of having
No,
their
it's because of
resources.
propaganda
It's
that
a-
you're
it's-
perpetuating on X.
if
We
you
didn't have an
if you
issue
look-
of this
if you
before
look
October
at,
7th.
If you look at American communities, they're falling apart. This was what
And this
President
is,
Trump.
this is Israel lobby's fault?
It's not entirely the Israel lobby's fault,
Okay,
but we ought to be focused.
Should we talk about
we ought to-
Doge, the
let-
$215 billion in Doge? Maybe we should look at
The
that.
Israeli people have a higher standard of living than tens of millions of people in the United States,
Why is-
and yet
what
they
does
are
that have to
forced
do with
because
Americans?
Americans are forced to subsidize the Israeli
No,
military
that-
to send tens of billions of dollars to Israel
Wait.
to go to war
so
for
now
Israel.
it's tens of billions of dollars.
Yeah, I just told
No.
you in
No,
2024
that's
alone, it was
because they
above
were
$20 billion.
Yeah, for the October 7th shit after that, we sent a lot of money for sure, but there's like active conflict. That's not the norm, but
They were in a war.
Exactly. Every time
but
Israel is at war, Israel's
what
always
do you mean
at war.
every time? Israel has never asked for boots on the ground, and yes, they were in a war.
No,
that
we pay for their
Biden
wars.
helped
We pay for their
enact.
wars. We pay for those wars.
Because it's to our interest that there is stability in the Middle East, because these are proxies to America as well.
With the wars that Israel
First
starts create
Saturday,
instability,
then
not stability.
Sunday. Do not normalize terrorism and the Islamic Caliphate. Why are you so hyper-focused on our
It's the same
ally?
way that we started off the first question where people say, no, Trump doesn't make wars, and then, okay, Trump makes them, but they're justified. The point here is we do more for the Israeli lobby than any other country. You started off by saying, no,
Because
it's
they're an
Qatar, and now
ally.
you're saying, yes, we do more for Israel,
Because
but
they're an
it's
ally with
justified.
good reason.
A lot
It is
of
justified.
course, they're an ally and they're an enemy. They spy on us. They steal
Just
our
like
nuclear
America
secrets.
does.
They spy.
You're selectively. You're
Israel is the
selective on
number
Israel
one
only.
surveillance
Everyone
threat
spies on
against,
everyone.
not the way that Israel spies on the United States. When I did the Snowden reporting, there are documents that say here are the countries that are
That's
the greatest
fine.
surveillance threat: China, Russia, Iran. Number one on that is Israel because they treat us like an enemy.
They
They
do
take our
not
money.
treat us
They
like
sponge
an
off
enemy.
our
This
of
is
our
your
citizenry.
propaganda.
They
You're
suck
feeding
money
into
out of
Al
our.
Jazeera. I
They
don't-
suck
again,
money out of our country.
You never want to talk about our actual enemies. You only want to talk about Israel.
True.
I think
We gotta-
Israel
we
does
gotta
That is
more
true.
damage to
You've
the
been
United
voted
States
out
than
by the
almost any other
majority.
country on the planet.
Please
That is
return
kinda
to your
true.
seats.
Thank you.
Good job.
Glenn never has shit to say about Qatar, China, or Russia, at least that I've ever seen.
Jesus. So here's the thing. I actually do agree with you that
Oh, this
Israel
guy.
does have an outsized influence on our government in general. I think that it's a policy thing that we have to start putting domestic policy ahead of foreign policy. What I don't agree with is your characterization of it as subservient. I think that implies a greater allegiance to a foreign country than what a president actually has. So let me understand. Tell me some of your reasons why you think it goes beyond influence.
Sure. So for decades in the United States, in both parties, when they had the White House, the policy of the United States has been that the worst thing that the United States has to overcome in the Middle East, when doing deals in the Middle East, when trying to advance our interests in the Middle East, is the fact that the Palestinians do not have a state. And the only way that the United States can ever improve its position in the Middle East is through a two-state solution. That's why, going back to the first Bush administration, back to the Reagan administration, they were threatening Israel. They were indignant with the Israelis that they were expanding settlements in the West Bank because because that would forever prevent a two-state solution, would mean that we were seen in the Middle East as suppressing the Palestinians. Israel ignored that. They expanded West Bank settlements. When the first Bush administration tried to stop it, Bill Clinton ran in 1992 accusing Bush 41 of being an anti-Semite. And ever since then, when that harsh accusatory framework came down on James Baker and George Bush and Brent Scowcroft as anti-Semite, American presidents, with some exceptions, have been petrified of opposing Israel and the Israel lobby. They can remove members of Congress like no other lobby can. They've proven that repeatedly. And so it's not just that they're our ally and we help them when it's in our interest, we help them even when it's contrary to our interests, as we're doing right now with this war.
Well, yeah, you just kind of danced around it. You didn't actually say what characterizes Trump's behavior as subservient.
When you take, let me just
let me say
but
one
you
thing.
want to know?
No, but let me say one thing.
Okay,
I
yeah,
actually
let him
do
say one
relate
thing.
a lot to what you're saying, being called an anti-Semite. I'm running for Congress in Hollywood, Glendale, Burbank, and Pasadena.
boy.
The thing that I got labeled for criticizing Israel, the Israeli lobby, and the government of Israel, to be fair, I got immediately labeled an anti-Semite by my own party, by the Republican Party. But I want to understand what makes Trump subservient, what makes the influence go beyond just influence and makes him have a greater allegiance to Israel than America. You haven't answered that.
By subservience, I mean when you take interests that are in the interest of another country over your own. And subservient, are you saying why is he subservient?
No,
like what
I'm trying to
causes that?
understand
Or
your
what do
logic,
you mean
because
by subservient?
what you've described so far is influence, which we all agree there's a foreign influence in our government that's outsized, and it very often drives our politics and our politicians to go beyond the interests of Americans. But that doesn't mean that they have a greater allegiance to a foreign government than they do to their own people.
I'm not saying President Trump has a greater allegiance to Israel than he does to the United States. I'm saying that the lobby that influences him, that he's afraid of, that he takes direction from, their goal is to make sure that American politicians are serving the interest of Israel even above the interest of the United States, even when it undermines or subverts the interest of the United States. That is the point of the Israel lobby, is to make sure that Israeli interests
you're talking
stay
about the
above.
Israel lobby.
All right, we got to pause there. You've been voted out.
Good luck in your campaign.
Thank you.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I'm Eden. Okay, so when you're talking about the Israel lobby, are you referring mostly to AIPAC? Or?
No, I mean, I'm
glasses are coming off.
certainly referring to AIPAC, but there's a gigantic number of other organs and arms of the Israeli lobby.
Right, and can you give examples where they're going outside of legal bounds?
No, I don't. My accusation is not that AIPAC acts illegally. I do think there's a good argument that they ought to be registered under FARA, but under our laws, they're not required
Okay, so
to.
with the FARA argument, you do know that it's American Jewish interests, right? The lobby AIPAC is for American Jewish interests. So
AIPAC
to
takes
say that it's
direction
going
from the Israeli government.
That's never been proven before. You have to prove that. This is always like kind of just given as a truism or whatever, but nobody ever sustains it. But like, if that was true, then it would be conducting itself in an illegal manner. If you can demonstrate that it takes, takes direction from the Israeli government, then you would have a strong case here. But to just say that, you're basically just declaring that they're doing an illegal action, which of course makes it bad by default, but I don't think it's ever been proven in any way.
Over there all the time. I understand the argument that these are Americans, but but a lot of Americans have to register under FARA if they're taking directions from or acting on behalf of a foreign government, which I think AIPAC is. But I'm not arguing that AIPAC is criminal.
Right.
That's a different debate.
Okay.
We can have that, but that's not the relevant question.
I hear this argument a lot. And what I always go back to is America is voting with their dollar, okay? So yeah, there is influence, right? There is Jewish American influence, but it is because the American people want it. That's why AIPAC is so successful.
Okay, I'm glad you raised that, because actually what AIPAC does when they want to remove a member from Congress, like they did with Cori Bush or Jamal Bowman in the last cycle, like they've done with tons of them, is they spend insane amounts of money for a congressional district, like they're doing with Thomas Massie now. They don't go in and advertise and say this member of Congress isn't sufficiently supportive of Israel or is too anti-Israel, because they know that's a failing issue, because Americans don't care about foreign countries. They care about their own country like every other country.
Right.
What they do is they go in and they deceive people by saying our ads are really about the fact that he doesn't tend to potholes, or he has bad constituent services, or he doesn't support health care, or he's too
And are they
this or he's
lying
too
about
that.
Are they lying about it?
No, it's just
so they're choosing to focus on other issues. And these are issues that America.
Oh fuck! She is correct here. That's not really bad. You could argue that it might feel a little bit duplicitous or maybe a little bit dishonest, but like if I really didn't want a politician to win in some district because I thought there'd be a bad vote, for the Congress, if I was going to go and run ads in that district, I'd be running ads on what I think the people care about. I wouldn't be running ads on my particular issue. That's a fair point to bring out.
About
no,
it.
it's just
so they're choosing to focus on other issues. And these are issues that Americans
It's exactly
care
the
about.
opposite of what you said, which
Okay,
is that
so-
they go
so
in
basically
and the
you're saying
reason why
they
you said the
focus on
reason why
other-
people vote for AIPAC's candidates is because they want support for Israel.
Well, you
But
know what? If they
AIPAC
raise
doesn't
the
think that
pothole
AIPAC
issue
doesn't-
and this candidate says that they're going to,
But that's not AIPAC's
then
concern. It's a totally stealth and
AIPAC
deceitful
can
campaign.
put their money wherever they want.
I know. I'm not arguing that AIPAC is a criminal organization. I'm not
Okay.
arguing that they should be imprisoned.
Okay.
I'm arguing that the
So you're
point of
kinda
the
saying there's
Israel
some
lobby is to
nefarious
keep. Yes, it
things
is
going on.
nefarious because the point is to in the shadows hide their
And
agenda,
see,
which
this
is to
is super
keep American
convenient.
politician subservient and captive
Okay,
to the
yeah.
interests
So
of
you
a foreign
always have
country.
to always have to revert to the conspiracy idea.
It's not a conspiracy.
It
It's
is a
done right out in the
conspiracy
open.
idea.
I don't think it's
you
a conspiracy.
always have to go back to the conspiracy
I don't think
idea
it's a
because
conspiracy.
you can't
It's
deal with
in
the
the
fact
open.
that American Jews are voting for this.
American
okay?
Jews
American
are.
Jews
Do you know
are
what
putting their
percentage of
money
America? Do you know what
where they
percentage
want
of
it to
America?
go.
Yes, and you're free to do that. You're free to donate to whatever campaign you want. So am
you
I.
can
There's
make
no
an argument that
there.
we can reform the lobby system. Okay, that's fair, but Americans are voting with their dollar,
The
and this
difference
is the way that
between
they're
the
voting.
pharma lobby and the Wall Street lobby and the Silicon Valley lobby, which are gigantic,
Which are pouring
is
a
that
lot
they're
more
at
money
least
in, so
American
that's a huge
companies.
difference.
There's no other lobby that represents a foreign country that has even 1/100th of the impact that
First
the
of all,
Israel lobby has, and that's what makes it so
representing
different
an ally,
and so dangerous.
An ally. Jewish Americans have a vested interest in Israel. Okay, they're also
Why?
our ally.
What do you mean? Why do
well,
they have
a lot
that?
of some don't. Like you, right? You're
Yeah,
Jewish.
I don't-
yeah.
yeah,
So a
yeah.
lot of it's like you. So some do, some don't. Okay,
Right. Lobby has, and that's what makes it so
representing
different
an
and
ally,
so dangerous.
An ally. Jewish Americans have a vested interest in Israel. Okay, they're also
Why?
our ally.
What do you mean? Why do
well,
they have
a lot
that?
of some don't. Like you, right? You're
Yeah,
Jewish.
I don't-
yeah.
yeah,
So a
yeah.
lot of
Oh.
it's like you. So some do, some don't.
Right,
Okay.
right.
If some do, they can vote with their dollar. They're already our
So you're
allies.
saying a
so
lot
what's
of
wrong
Jews
with
have
that?
a vested interest in a foreign country?
Yes.
In How do they? President Trump said about Miriam Adelson, for example, who's a citizen of Israel,
Not the
and
dual
United
loyalty.
States, that he believes she has a greater loyalty to Israel. She would choose Israel when the two are in conflict. Would that be
and
your
that's a
choice
problem.
as well?
And I've heard other people say they have different they care more about other countries they're born in as well.
Right,
So,
but it's
like,
kind
I
of a
don't-
problem that
I don't
the
see
single
point. We can
richest and
police
most
that. We can put in
powerful
legislation
Israeli
to
American
stop
is
that.
somebody who's
point.
in the White House all the time, according to President Trump, has more loyalty to a foreign country than she does to the
All
United
right,
States.
so
That's
kick
a pretty
her out.
gigantic
What-
problem.
so what?
She kick her out. President Trump has her in the White House every other week because of
Okay,
the
well,
vast
she's not
amount of
doing
money
anything
that
illegal. So
that's
what's
why-
the problem? You have a problem with the motivation.
A lot of
okay,
things
so
aren't
we can't
illegal
just
that you can
police
still
everybody's
criticize.
motivations.
There are a lot of things that aren't illegal that still should be criticized and dragged out into the sunlight.
So let's
and
criticize
the influence
it.
of
But the whole
that I am.
is this whole APAC is this nefarious grand puppet master thing is absolutely debunkable. Okay. APAC sometimes does not win. I mean, we saw with in 2015 the JCPOA the situation.
I agree. They don't always get their way. They get their way almost all the time, most of the time, and that is a huge
Again,
problem.
America's voting with their dollar. So
Okay.
All right, we got to pause there. We are out of time.
Pause.
Please return to your seat.
Thank you.
Want to be in a Jubilee video? We are always on the lookout
Jubilee?
for smart,
Seriously?
engaged, and passionate people who are ready to join the conversation. Go to jubileemedia.com/casting for an up-to-date list of episodes currently casting. If you don't see something that's right for you, you can tell us about yourself by filling out our quick open casting application using the link in the description.
My next round.
Wait. Quick meme break. What is this? Basically, there is no genuine far-left movement in the U.S. It's totally asked for by China. It's only handful of sociopathic freaks in large cities. Wait, what is this? So it turns out PSL has a lot of Reddit moderators and therefore subreddits under its control. r/the right can't meme, r/Gen Zedong, r/late stage capitalism. Effectively, the entire tanky faction on Reddit appears to be directly influenced by China. Thanks for the info, Hasan. Wait, did what Hasan say translate out to this somehow, or?
It's been around. I think that ultimately the target is probably
he mentioned the
Singham
PSL
and his operation from PSL to Answer Coalition to Co-Pink, like anything that he has ever financed. And it's not new. It's been around for a while, but it's obviously it's held through regardless because like it's ridiculous, right? It's like totally fucking ridiculous to try and to try and stop like the political advocacy of an American citizen, right? Roy Singham is a American citizen. He lives in China now, and he's a centimillionaire. I think he like has almost $1 billion. Not sure how much money he has now, but like he's been a funding vehicle for a lot of like political movements in the country, like a lot of activism, and they hate that shit. Like the American government hates that shit, so they're trying to jam him up. You know, they're trying to hit him on anything and everything they possibly can. That's it. That's the goal here. That's the broader goal.
Several mods of high-profile unloved subs routinely cite PSL/liberationnews.org as primary source material. I mean, I don't know how strong the connection
I
is
think
there,
that
but
ultimately
okay.
the target is...
Shut up. New Trump Truth Social. If Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone, admits and resting at the bottom of the sea, and their air force is no longer with us, and if their entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, each shouting, I surrender, while wildly waving the representative white flag, and if their entire remaining leadership signs all necessary documents of surrender, and admit their defeat to the great powers and force of the magnificent USA, the failing New York Times, the China Street Journal, corrupt and now irrelevant CNN, and all other members of the fake news media will headline that Iran had a masterful and brilliant victory over the United States of America. It wasn't even close. The Democrats, is that supposed to be Democrats or Democrats? The Democrats and media have totally lost their way. They've gone absolutely crazy. President Donald J. Trump. Jesus fucking Christ.
I believe, based on what I've seen and what I've heard, is that we could balance the federal budget if the only dollars that went out of the Treasury went to individuals who were properly, lawfully, correctly eligible to receive them. And that ultimately is going to be what we have to do as a country.
Oh, it's just all fraud. That's where all the extra dollar cuts are coming from. Thank God. Okay, this guy is unfathomably based every single time he speaks. This is my new spirit animal, JVL, okay?
All right, so I want to bring us back to the slush fund, because where we started on this was the idea that the law simply wasn't prepared for something like this.
True.
This is where we started. And among the many things that the more I think about my like enshittification piece, which nobody read.
I read it. It was so good.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that because it's right. This is one of those pieces that like 2 years from now, I'm going to come back to it. I'm going to be like, why did this only get 900 likes? This was like an important piece. I don't think it is possible in a liberal society
to make laws for people who want to be a bad faith. Yes. True. Oh my God. He's about to say it. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's about to give the take.
To anticipate and pre-legislate against things like this slush fund. I'm like just staring at you know what I mean? Like, and this is a very founders aspect, right? I mean, if you go back, there's a bunch of stuff written about how, at the early parts of it, once virtue leaves the society, liberal governance really can't work.
True.
Right? I mean, because you need virtue, you need shared ideas of virtue.
And a good faith engagement with the system.
Do all the things that laws simply can't do.
Yeah.
Because you can't make enough laws.
True.
Right. You can't legislate everything. And this is the kind of like, if people don't have revulsion about this and don't look at this and say, this is no way to run a railroad. You can't do this. And they're not, spoiler, they're not going to. It really does mean that the whole system has sort of started breaking apart.
Yep.
Because you can't
do anything about it.
So what? We're going to pass a law saying that
no bad faith actors, no misusing words the wrong way to make dumb things happen.
The president can't sue his own government and then sit on the other side of the transaction and create unaccountable I mean, I guess.
What a stupid... I would never play that game, or I would never be a part of that country. Like, tell me what the laws are. Well, here, we have a law right here that says... this law says that police officers aren't allowed to rape civilians. It's like... Is that... Absent that law, are they allowed to? Do they have, like, special protections? Again, wait, why the fuck do you even need that law? That's kind of crazy, no? What's this other law here? The president is not allowed to use nuclear weapons against blue states. Was that a thing he was considering? Is that like part of the... What? Okay. Okay. Can you use them against red states? Like,
you could do something like that, but then he'll do things like
whatever.
The president will... Anybody who's running for president will preemptively launch libel suits without merit against all sorts of well-to-do companies, so that if he wins, he is then sitting on what are vehicles to siphon off tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in settlements.
Yep,
right?
kind of crazy. Not good.
The corruption is so widespread.
Isn't it billions?
I just don't see a way out of this. Do you? Like, because this is where we started. We started by talking about with the Andrew Weissman, like, you know, Andrew says, like, hey, we can do some things to reform the laws to head this off. And I think ultimately we can't. Like, if you can do some things, but the corruption is always going to find, it's like water, right? It always seeks its own level.
Finds its level.
And if voters aren't repelled by this,
yeah, you're fucked.
Our ability to fix that problem with laws is nothing but band-aids.
True.
Okay. So this is why I wrote the whole book. Because I do think there's a way out of this. I do think it involves persuasion. I do think it involves destroying Donald Trump's credibility. I think that, look.
Good cut. We don't care. No, I'm just kidding. That's mean. And then this is where Democrats came from. Hold on.
And it's all in the blue cities, you know, it's all blue. The 25 worst cities are blue. Blue means Democrat. That's a new name I came up with. You've never heard. I was thinking about this
Wait, when was this? How old is this?
character we have in the House. His name is Hakeem Jeffries.
Like a week ago? Why the fuck is he still out giving like campaign speeches? Can we like, can you like rule? Like figure out like how to end the war and like, what are you doing?
And he's a low IQ person, very low IQ.
Why is our president? He can't even run again theoretically. Why is he doing campaign rallies? What?
And I watched what he was saying and what the horrible things he was saying, and I said, he's a dumb guy. I said, wait a minute, he's a Democrat. That's how I got the name. You take the E out. You don't use the B. A lot of people don't know dumb has the B in it, actually. You don't need it. You discard the B. But you take the E out and you replace it with a U. They're dumb. They are Democrats.
That's freaking epic.
Their policies are dumb.
That's freaking epic,
Policies
bro.
are very dumb. And it's all in the blue cities.
That's our president. Freaking epic.
Problem we have in
Last name.
America is conservatives think the liberals are insane, and they're not completely wrong. Now, I don't think most liberals are insane, but neither do they make it clear they disapprove of the ones who are, and their cowardice in not marginalizing their own crazies has been their downfall. I couldn't get Neil deGrasse Tyson.
This is unfortunately there's a tinge of truth to this, unfortunately. Although it's not the big problem right now, but that is a little bit unfortunate.
A genius scientist and preeminent scientific voice in the media, to agree that it was ridiculous for Scientific American and The Atlantic to be claiming that separating sports by sex doesn't make sense.
Now, when they said that Scientific American and the Atlantic were saying this, are these like official positions?
Opinion pieces?
Yeah, although I'm trying to think if it would matter if these were op-eds. Fuck, they're stupid articles, but I don't know.
Yes, it does. Actually, it makes...
I'm also curious if, I mean, the answer is no, but I'm wondering, did he read the article? What were the arguments they were making?
Perfect sense. And it's obvious that it does.
Clappa.
And there's a lot of stuff like that on the left. And when conservatives see it, they say, I'm sorry, we're just not going to go along with reinventing society, often pointlessly, even if we have to cancel democracy to do it. That's what they're saying. They see gender as only a construct and sex is assigned at birth, and they say, we're not doing that. Transing kids by self-diagnosis with no age limit, no parental notification, and no acknowledgement of social contagion. Not doing...
Oh, wait, did we read this a long time ago? I don't remember if we did or didn't. Oh, too lazy to go back over this.
Doing it. Asylum now covers any reason for anyone to come to America. Not doing it. Homelessness is a lifestyle. Natural immunity doesn't count anymore. Whiteness is toxic. Penises in women's prisons. Welcoming the intifada. We're not doing it. And so, folks, if we are ever going to get back to the old America, that's got to be the Democrats' part of the bargain. Stop coming up with radically new and often terrible ideas, and then in the next breath, insist there be no debate about any of it. That if you don't see it right away and go along, you're bad, stupid, and deplorable. As if you were saying, duh, 2 + 2 = 5, isn't that obvious? Yeah, it's obvious you can't add.
Clapper. Oh my God, he's fucking owning him right now. Hell yeah.
You can't just say shit. Math is racist. Queers for Palestine. Looting is cool. Healthy at any weight. If the men's football team played the women's team, it would be a tie. You can't just say shit. I mean, you can, but it doesn't make it true because you're not Harry Potter.
That was frickin' epic. Okay.
Smug self-righteousness in the defense of some of the dumbest ideas to ever come down the pike is not a formula that's really working for you. Because here's one thing I can promise every liberal in this country. The Democrats can win every election from now until forever. And the people who now hold the reins of power,
Oh, he's pointing. Okay.
will not give a shit and will not give it back if they think you're still nutty.
Okay. Frickin' epic.
Epic.
I'm a bit behind. I agree that you can't legislate against bad faith actors directly, but isn't there something to be said about designing a system where competing interests have balancing powers? Like the two-party system ensures the legislature can sometimes be controlled by the same party as the executive, but there doesn't seem to be anything in the system to balance that. Well, what do you mean? We've got literally 2 different chambers of Congress. The problem is that right now, everybody on the Republican side in Congress is like super happy to just dick slurp the president. So like Congress is supposed to be a check on the president's power, but all the Republicans have given that power up. So what do? How do you change that? I mean, if they don't give a fuck, then...
They don't care, man.
Yeah,
they don't give a fuck.
What are you going to design there? What are you going to do?
What do you want? What do you want?
Is the Trump administration has been considerably more corrupt than the Biden administration.
Uh-oh.
All right, if you'd like to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hello.
Hello there.
Oh boy.
There's so many things I could talk for hours on end. Even giving Kamala Harris an appointation of, I don't know if that's a word, but appointing her as the next candidate because he wasn't able to run. And you're America first, right? That's what you're saying, right? Okay, so do you agree that it was corrupt?
So I'm somebody who believes that there was a lot of corruption in the Biden administration. My claim is not that the Biden administration was free of meaningful corruption. It had a lot of corruption. My claim is that the Trump administration has a lot more corruption. And we can talk about what those financial deals are.
Please.
Okay, well, I'll just give you one example.
Okay.
Jared Kushner, who's now running Middle East foreign policy and negotiating Middle East policy for Donald Trump, his son-in-law.
And doing a great job.
Right before he was put into that position just a year or so earlier, he created a hedge fund.
He should have stopped himself and said, what has Jared Kushner done? Name one thing.
True. If she knows anything, she'd say Abraham Accords, but true.
Were the Saudis who invested $2 billion in Jared Kushner's fund, both as a reward for a job well done, for the service that the Trump administration in the first term gave to the Saudis, and also for making sure that the Saudis' interests are protected. It's basically a bribe directly to the Trump family. The Trump family created a crypto company called World Liberty Financial, 49% of which is now owned by the United Arab Emirates. We've heard so much here about how important the UAE is, about how Saudi Arabia is, and they're funneling gigantic gigantic sums of money directly to the Trump family.
Okay, but look at, I just want to interject a little bit because
Yeah.
look at Nancy Pelosi. Look at all the inside trading.
I agree with you completely.
It goes way beyond that.
No, that's
so
not
both
way beyond
sides
that.
do it. Is it right? No, but Biden administration and all of the people on the Democratic side are doing it so much worse on such a larger scale.
Larger scale?
It's affecting America.
Dollar amounts, please.
I worked a lot on the Hunter Biden corruption case, principally that he got $50,000 a month from a company in Ukraine called Burisma when Vice President Biden had immense influence in Ukraine.
It was way more than
and
that.
as Andy McCarthy said, who's a longtime Republican conservative prosecutor, in order to talk about or compare the corruption, similar corruption by the Trump sons and by Jared Kushner, you have to add 2 zeros to the amounts. And I think that's what the concern is.
Biden was
Okay,
so
we gotta-
corrupt.
What?
She didn't even get a chance.
What was the point of this? Okay, well, Jesus.
Move on. Thank you. You've been
Thank you.
voted
It's
out.
actually fun doing this.
Fun doing that. She didn't even say anything.
She said 2 fucking sentences.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
So I think that we can see corruption pretty, well in the Biden administration. You've got Joe Biden's drug addict son that got convicted.
Bro, the size of this chain. Oh my god.
Says him.
True.
On gun
Whoa, what do you mean
charges.
by that, Mooten?
He looks like a fucking crackhead.
Wow. 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 Wow.
On tax evasion charges, and Joe Biden used his pardoning power to erase that completely. But I think that we can see corruption in its finest when you have a senile old man like Joe Biden, who is getting propped up and is basically a puppet for the Democratic Party.
So I think when we talk about corruption, we're not talking generally about just bad acts or malfeasance in government. We're generally talking about the influence of ill-gotten gains or malicious motives or self-interested motives in government decisions. What made Hunter Biden, the Hunter Biden case, corrupt was not his drug addiction or his tax evasion. Those were personal bad acts on his part.
Well, it's a
when he
bad
wasn't
use
part
of
the
the
government.
it's a bad use of the pardoning power for Joe Biden to do that. It shows clear corruption.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump has pardoned dozens of people, all of whom are very wealthy, who stole money from investors, who have friends that are very close to the Trump administration. There's a whole pardon industry surrounding the Trump White House where if you have enough money and you can pay $1 million or $1.5 million or $2 million to close Trump associates, you will get a pardon. But the problem with the Hunter Biden case, what made that so
That's never been
concerning
proven,
was
right?
that he was
What?
That if you give Trump $2 million, he'll pardon you.
I mean, the one example I can think of, remember the rolling truck thing?
The rolling truck thing, no?
Electric vehicle scam Trump pardon. Trevor Milton. So for Trevor Milton, this was a guy who, the joke was that this was the truck they advertised.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. This truck was rolling, okay? Literally.
Yeah.
They never got this working. Defrauded a bunch of people on this. Sentenced to 4 years in prison, $1 million fine to the U.S. government, $168 million in restitution to be paid to people that he scammed.
Yep.
So Donald Trump completely pardoned this guy, and I think he forgave the amounts that he was even owed. As a result of the pardon, Milton did not need to compensate Nikola shareholders. But kind of a weird thing was a month prior to the 2024 presidential elections, Milton and his wife donated about $2 million to fund Donald Trump's reelection. Also, one of his defense lawyers was Brad Bondi, who is Pam Bondi's
brother.
husband or brother. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, all right.
So,
as Connor would say, where's the hard evidence, Stephen? Where's the
Drew, where's the email?
Where's the email? Where's the check?
True.
Monetizing the influence that Joe Biden had in Ukraine in order to get all kinds of money for himself. This is what Donald Trump Jr. is doing, Eric Trump is doing, and especially Jared Kushner is doing in the region of the world that President Trump has been most influential, which is the Persian Gulf, where there's the most amount of money. billions of dollars have flowed to the Trump family through properties and entities that they've created, including World Liberty Financial, including Jared Kushner's. Does that not concern you the way it did with Hunter Biden?
I'm not.
Talking about billions
I
of
don't know
dollars.
anything about
Right.
that.
Well, I mean, the HOC did report that the Biden family received $24 to $27 million.
I'm talking about billions. Again,
yeah, we're talking about
McCarthy,
billions.
you
So
have to add two
basically, you're
zeros.
just basically saying that Trump was better at being.
I hope we go to war and this guy's entire family gets fucking shipped off.
No, I'm saying it's great. It's more damaging corruption.
So you're criticizing Trump for being more of a businessman, a better businessman than Joe Biden.
It's like saying, oh, that guy stole a Milky Way and that guy defrauded billions of dollars from old ladies, so this guy's better than this one at being a crook, being a corrupt,
they're similar.
being a corrupt criminal. Yes, I do think Trump's better at that.
Yeah, I mean, corruption is similar as far as how it's monetized.
What are we doing? Why are these guys getting
voted out?
pulled off so fast? What the fuck?
Someone in chat said women get voted off way quicker than men.
Oh, somebody should do the analysis.
Good, Lee.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. So you're saying that Trump is more corrupt than Joe Biden?
I wouldn't even.
You can barely form a fucking string.
Whoa! You need to. Excuse me, Mister. Actually, Ohio counts as the Midwest. I need you to chill because I'm detecting.
It does.
Yeah. Then I need you to be more sensitive to our Midwestern brothers and sisters.
This is not a Midwestern accent, man. This
or
is
our
a fucking Southern
Their
accent.
Midwest is basically the South Light. Okay, so I need you to.
Okay.
I need you to calm it down because I'm detecting a lot of not good stuff from you. You need to chill. Okay. You need to fucking chill.
That's what you're saying?
Play the video.
I'm saying the Trump administration has a lot more corruption than the Biden administration has.
Okay, I'm guessing by what, the war or his kids or what?
I think we're focused primarily
Sorry.
on financial corruption. I mean, you can talk about other kinds of corruption as well, but the concern about Hunter Biden and the money that he made off his father's influence, which I found extremely objectionable and still do, pales in comparison to the extreme fortune that the Trump kids and Jared Kushner are building off of Trump's power.
Okay, well, Trump is not corrupted at all. We're not in a war as well.
What about that was so funny?
Trump
Fuck you.
Not corrupted.
Sorry, there's so many. I wanted to answer you on so.
Fuck me. Oh my God. You understand? Trump is gistical, and these are the people that he sends out to debate. This is dickers. That's what this is. This is bullshit, right? You never get to the actual people.
At all. We're not in a war as well. Sorry, there's so many. I wanted to answer you on so
Are we
many
in a war or
things.
not? What?
But you're not being specific about how it's Trump, his administration corrupted. What exactly? Because his kids aren't the administration. It's just Donald Trump. So how is
Well, Hunter Biden wasn't the Biden administration, but it was just the
I
president's
don't
stuff.
care about Joe Biden. I want to go on. You're saying Trump, okay? Trump administration. How is he more corrupt?
It's a comparison between the Biden administration. But
Say what the most corrupt thing that Trump has done.
I'll tell you what there's a lot of things, but the main one is
Crypto.
They created a company shortly before
World Liberty Financial, is that what it's called?
Trump's inauguration. That's a crypto company called World Financial Liberty.
No,
they all,
that's not-
you got if you want.
No. He's like.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's the first time I'm hearing of it.
How? I know why, because Fox has probably literally never uttered these three words together ever in the past year and a half on their fucking entire media network, and none of these people have talked about it. But
If you want me to explain, I can explain it, but you got to let me explain.
So you're saying that he's corrupt that in a way that
I'll
he can get in
explain.
trouble, just like Hunter Biden
I'll
got in trouble.
explain. There's the World Financial Liberty, which is the
Hunter Biden didn't get in trouble for any of the quote unquote corruption, by the way. That's not true, but okay.
crypto company.
Is that because he got a pardon, or is that because he didn't do it and he was
invested
found
hundreds of billions of dollars?
Not guilty.
No, because he wasn't. They didn't even find enough to charge him. I don't think they indicted him for any of that bullshit. The only thing they got him on in the end was because in his book he wrote that he was
Like
doing
a gun
cracking at the
thing?
gun. Yeah, it was a gun thing, and it was past due taxes that he'd already paid off. Those are the two criminal charges for Hunter Biden. He was not pardoned for anything related to do with fucking Burisma or any other bullshit. Because even though they were investigating for year after year after year after year after year for that bullshit, they didn't find fucking anything, nothing. Despite
Wait,
Jordan.
so question then.
What?
You're saying he wasn't pardoned for anything to do with Burisma, but aren't pardons usually blanket pardons?
Not usually, but they've started to become that way. I don't know if Biden was the first one to do it, but yeah.
Okay.
But no, he was nothing to do with Burisma. They didn't find fuck all for that, despite their promises that they were going to.
in that has 49% ownership that paid a huge amount of money to enrich President Trump. On top of that, he created this coin, the Trump coin, where any foreign influencers or foreign power can pour as much money as they want into Donald Trump's pocket and have done so.
Are you aware that
Trump?
Are you aware that Trump never has took his presidential checks? Are you?
Bro, if I was like a Ukrainian watching this guy, or if I was like a fucking Palestinian or whatever watching this dude, and I'm like, this is the guy condemning me to my fate. Oh man, I just don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do.
Oh hell no!
Jesus.
Giving up all.
Yes, that's congrats.
Oh, that's just $400,500. That's it. Okay. Are you?
Whatever, man.
Are you aware that he's given up all his everything he owns?
What is he talking about?
His
Trump's
motels,
an
his hotels,
infinitely
everything.
richer man now than he was when he saw
Are
the
you
presidency
jealous
in
of that? Or
2016.
like
Oh, wait, this guy's like fucking. Hold up.
Waiting.
Fuck.
Oh, he's corn popping.
No.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, he's corn popping out. All right. Bet you go, old man.
Tell me that this guy isn't no, he is. I'm 100% right. I know I'm 100% right.
Waiting.
He is an infiltrator. Wait. Wait. Fuck. I gotta find some more recent. Hold on.
This is pathetic, man.
Stop! Don't worry, they'll cut it in the Spotify upload.
Oh,
so it'll seem like I instantly got it, and then someone in chat will.
Ark, fix this in post.
Tell me that this guy doesn't remind you of this guy.
What's up, man? How you been? Bro, I've been great. I've been eating a lot healthier. Yo, for real? I've been on that keto grind. Okay, look at you. Lost a little bit of weight. Okay, wow. You know, I've been trying that carnivore diet.
You know what?
Okay, yeah. Carnivore diet.
I see the
Grass-fed
nose.
ribeyes only, actually. Okay.
And then
cool.
the sweaty lips and the.
Except some days, I just eat whatever.
But not the
Pancakes.
eyes or like the top
Well,
of the head.
that's it's because he's wearing a hat.
Usually when I fast.
It can't be perfect, yeah. Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Fast once a week. Sundays
Your
and
leader
Wednesdays.
isn't corn
just for
popping.
mental clarity.
Thank you. True.
He's president? Is that jealousy or something? Are you jealous of?
Oh, and they're
Are you
clapping.
jealous of that, or like because he's president? Is that jealousy or something? Are you jealous of that? That he knows what to do with his money and he knows how to do it.
Were you a critic of Joe Biden?
He is not
were you a
corrupt.
critic of
He's
Joe
not even
Biden?
close to corrupt. And you know what? You want to know what you're doing right now? You're saying that I saw you corrected yourself. You said you were saying Trump to the other people, but now you're talking to me and you said Trump administration.
Oh,
So,
this guy's on a roll now. Oh man.
The formulation is the Trump administration has been significantly more corrupt than the Biden
Yes,
administration.
but
That's
you
what
were
it's been
saying
from
Trump,
the start.
and then you were talking to them saying Trump, and now you're saying Trump administration.
I'm saying both. I explained to you how
Okay.
Donald Trump was corrupt.
Okay, so Trump is not the Trump is Trump. So you think he's in control of
You know, the
whatever
dumbest part
happens
is,
on
this
something?
guy has a chance to be the next CIA director
Shut
because
the
of how he
fuck
did on
up.
this. He
Now
does.
first.
The
dude.
company that received hundreds of billions of dollars from the UAE is
and
Trump's
that's all
company.
Trump's fault.
Trump's company. He created the company with Steve Witkoff, with Steve Witkoff's
Is that
kids.
Trump's fault? Yes or no?
Yes, of course it's Trump's fault. He was the
How?
one who created the company.
How is it Trump's fault?
Because Trump is the one who received all that money and now is in bed with the UAE. It's exactly the kind of quid
So
pro
are you
quo
saying
that
he should
Trump
be
is
arrested
political.
right
We gotta
now?
pause
You're
there.
saying he should be arrested?
I don't think. I
So
think
how's
it
that
should be.
corruption?
We got pause there. You've been voted out.
Oh, and they're clapping for him. Oh, he got kind of owned, to be fair.
Good to see you again.
again. How are you?
Good.
Oh, this
As
guy.
I've been listening, I've been writing down all the areas of corruption that I could think of from the Biden administration. And so what you have to prove is that what Trump has done is greater than all of
considerably
this.
more, exactly.
Right.
Sounds a little
So
like
you
Mockler.
have Biden's auto pen, where he's
Ooh.
just signing legislation without
They dropped the auto pen investigation, by the way. That was made up, asserted
Yep,
with zero
that's done.
evidence. Asserted with zero
See
evidence,
ya.
dismissed, by the way.
actually not knowing what it actually is.
How do you know what
you
he
have?
knew?
You have OSHA. Well, let me. Well, hold on. Let me list.
Yeah,
because
let me rattle off a whole bunch of fucking bullshit points, and hopefully then they vote me off and I don't have to address any of them.
You have OSHA, where he tried to cram down vaccine mandates on working Americans unconstitutionally. You have $400 billion in COVID fraud during the Biden administration. You have Hunter Biden.
Excuse me, wasn't most of the quote-unquote COVID fraud a result of what was it called? The PPP stuff, which was a Trump program?
I know you agree with that, so don't need to go into that too much. You have millions of illegal immigrants entering in the country and changing the voter base. You have free college. He tried to do that unconstitutionally. You have Burisma. He went after Trump illegally through different court cases. And you'll love this one. You know how much, you know who is the greatest senator who have taken the most amount of money from AIPAC? Joe Biden.
Yeah, of course. Joe Biden's a fanatical. I know that.
$4.2 million.
I'm curious if that's true, number one. But number two, Joe Biden was a senator for like fucking 40 years. So what is that? Is that like averages out to 40,000 a year? No, I fucked the math up on that so bad. Sorry. Shut the fuck up, Mootin. It'd be 100,000 a year on average.
No. Trump.
10,000. Sorry. I boomed so hard. Wait. No, I was right. It was 100,000. He said 4 million, 40 years. Fuck
Trump
you.
has gotten more from the pro-Israel lobby, but Joe Biden has spent his entire career in captivity to Israel. So
your burden is to prove that Trump, everything that Trump has done outweighs all those.
Have you? I think there's an issue with corruption and what that means and what that includes and doesn't.
Sure.
But it's not every bad act. But let's just leave that to the side for a minute.
Okay.
You sat here and you've heard me list all of the different ways in which Trump, his sons, and Jared Kushner have built a multi-billion-dollar personal fortune by trading on their power. You've heard all those. I'm not saying you agree with them, but you've heard me outline those, correct?
I've heard you outline.
Do you agree or disagree with the claims that I've made about those?
Well, what I want to get to is
no, I know,
your
but we're
claim.
building a comparison. So I heard you.
Sure,
what you
sure.
Put in
So
the
why
Biden
don't you
column,
go ahead and list all the multiple things, right?
Because I have.
Because I have. So
I'm asking you.
the corruption there, right? Okay. So then now go ahead and list all the other things.
I just got done saying to you that while you were sitting behind me for the last 15 minutes, I've listed 6 or 7 different ways.
What did you heard that? 6 or 7? 6 or 7?
You were sitting behind me for the last 15 minutes. I've listed 6 or 7 different ways in which Trump, his sons, and Jared Kushner have built a multi-billion-dollar personal fortune by trading on his personal power. I don't think there are things that compare in the Biden administration to the level of personal corruption. And what I'm asking you is whether you
don't think going after your political opponents.
I'm asking you is whether you
illegally.
think
you don't think
Trump has gone after his political
opponents
opponents as well. And he tried to indict James Comey. He tried to indict Letitia James, and even the grand juries threw them out. But I'm asking you about the examples that I listed. Do you think I've accurately described the personal corruption of Trump, his son?
Even if I grant your
premise,
I
don't want you to grant it. I want to know if you think I've accurately described it, because we're talking about billions of dollars in personal wealth. And if you think the corruption is worse than the Biden administration, tell me the billions of, with all of the examples you named, do you think
I want you to defend the claim that you're making.
I'm defending it. So Jared Kushner created a vulture capital fund, an investment fund, in which the primary investors were the Saudis, who invested $2 billion into Jared Kushner's personal fund. The Emiratis have invested hundreds of millions of dollars as well. Donald Trump, his sons, Steve Witkoff, and his sons created a crypto company that the UAE has devoted hundreds of billions of dollars to and then bought a 49% stake share in. The Qataris have done the same. Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump just created a new drone company that they're now selling to the Pentagon and getting contracts from the Pentagon that will further personally enrich the Trump family. We're talking about a level, billions and billions of dollars in personal wealth that did not exist before Donald Trump entered the presidency, that now exists in his family by virtue of these deals with the exact countries on which he wields the most influence.
There's 2 points I want to make. Okay,
yeah.
So first off,
go ahead.
Right? Even let's say I grant all of that.
Yes.
Let's say I grant all of that. Because it's true. No. Let's say I grant all of that. That still doesn't prove your claim. I brought up a whole list of things that Biden has done.
How much money
did
Biden and his family make?
But how much? Can I make my second point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. are American citizens not free to pursue business activities outside political office?
No, they're
Can
not.
Obama not pursue a
There are
Netflix
conflicts of
deal?
interest.
Can Obama not pursue book deals
Once
with
he's
other
out of
people?
office, he can. Once he's served 2 terms and is out of office.
Trump in office when this was happening?
Yes,
Oh
the
my
World
God.
Financial Liberty Company was created in the transition after he won the election and before he was inaugurated. 4 days before he was inaugurated.
Oh, so he wasn't even in
created
office
that
yet
crypto
then.
company into
Say
which
it. You know
hundreds
you
of
wanna say
billions
it,
of dollars
Caleb.
of
Say
foreign
it.
money have
Say it.
flowed, enriching the Trump family. I don't think you know about these transactions. I don't think we all. There's things people have brought up that I don't know about. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying I think you ought to go
Again,
and look
you're
at
just
those
not
transactions.
defending. You're just not defending your claim. Again, even if I would grant
I'll
you
leave
all
it to
of
the
that,
audience to decide if I've defended.
even if
the
I
claim.
grant you all of that, you still
we gotta
have not
pause
addressed
there.
anything about Biden. You
We gotta
refuse
pause
to do
there.
so.
But what about Biden?
One of these guys is going to bring up the killer argument. I can feel it, okay?
All right.
Good to meet you. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
So you mentioned Donald Trump's crypto endeavor. So could you tell me a little bit more about that and how that makes him corrupt?
Sure.
Wait, you
There's
debated this guy,
actually
right?
Yeah, him and that Deaf Noodles dude. They're both a little bit
retards. Just say it.
Whoa!
Constitutional prohibition on political
Whoa.
leaders accepting or receiving gifts
Whoa.
from foreign countries because of the obvious and extreme potential to corrupt U.S. foreign policy because foreign governments and foreign leaders can pay money into the pockets of American officials in exchange for favors. So Trump, by creating this World Financial Liberty crypto company along with Steve Witkoff and his kids, made it so that not just it's a potential that foreign governments and foreign leaders can invest huge amounts of money that go into Trump's pocket, but that was what the company was created for, and that's exactly what has happened.
You mentioned that Trump was in violation of some type of federal law that restricted presidents from doing business.
It's a
with foreign countries,
constitutional
right?
amendment.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so that
What about
you
Biden?
did not make that claim. You didn't say Trump was in violation of a constitutional amendment to try to protect the interests of the American people. You said that he was corrupt. So you haven't shown any type of reason of why Trump is corrupt. You
No,
just
the
said that
constitutional
Trump has a
amendment is
business.
called the.
Does Trump own it, or does his family own it?
Doesn't
he,
matter.
He owned it when he founded it, and once
Okay.
he was inaugurated president,
Yeah,
he
so he
transferred
followed
ownership
the
to
rules.
his
He
sons.
followed the rules of
I'm
the
not saying.
amendment.
I'm not saying.
Right?
What rules did Hunter Biden break then?
He followed the rules of the amendment, and also you have no evidence of him
Joe
being
Biden.
corrupt.
Joe Biden also was not convicted for any matters relating to
Hunter
Hunter Biden's
Biden.
business
True.
activities,
Yep.
even though most people in this room, as I've heard and I would agree, think those activities were corrupt. There are lots of political corruption
So
that
who
don't
should be
end up
indicted?
crossing the political line of corruption. Corruption is when you do things that look and have the potential to be untoward because the way you're monetizing and exploiting your political power, which is supposed to be in service of the public, for your own personal wealth.
But how do you have
instead.
proof that he did this out of interest of the American public?
What we know.
So-
What we
and also,
know.
who should be indicted?
What we know.
Somebody should be.
He's already said it's not illegal. It's just fucking huge conflict of interest. Good memes.
Indicted, right? If there's corruption, who should it be? Donald Trump Jr. Eric
There's
Trump,
a lot.
Donald Trump,
There's
who should it be?
there's a lot of corruption. I think it's corrupt when the pharmaceutical lobby goes to members of Congress and says, "Well, donate $100,000 to your political campaign or spend $100,000 on your
I would
election
agree
in
that's
exchange for
corruption.
the." But
Yeah,
it's not
I would agree
criminal.
that's
But
corruption.
it's not criminal. It's not criminal to do. And so there's all kinds of corruption, unfortunately, in our
So first
system
of all-
that has been legalized.
Okay, so we
First
both
of
agree
all-
Trump didn't break the rules. He gave the company
Based
to
on
his sons,
no,
right?
I think we need
Essentially, and that's what he did with his-
we need an investigation to see exactly what happened. But based on what we know in the public, just the mere fact that
Do you
Trump
think
is
Trump is
creating
trying
a
to profit?
company,
Do you think
4
Trump is trying
days
to profit?
before he's been massively
So he's trying to profit.
enriched. He's been massively
So
enriched by these
Trump,
transactions.
during his first presidency, his net worth actually went lower than when he originally was inaugurated in 2017.
It's like about
what?
His net worth actually went
rich. He's been massively enriched by these transactions.
During his first presidency, his net worth actually
Oh,
went.
during his first presidency, maybe, but I mean, like, I'm pretty sure everything was kind of fucked because it was just at a COVID. No, how does that even matter? Why are we only talking about his first presidency? I'm sorry, what is the year right now?
Lower than when he originally was inaugurated in 2017.
It's like about 3 times greater now than it was when he sought the presidency in 2016.
Yeah, because the inflation happens, time goes on. and
Because you got billions of
During his
dollars
term-
from the Persian Gulf
during his
dictatorships
term
with
from
whom
20
he's closest
during
in
his
his
term,
presidency.
During his term from January 2017 to January 2021, Donald Trump's net worth went down. During the Biden administration, his net worth went up, most likely because of inflation, because the Democrats were rampant with printing money.
Serious question. Just imagine a Democratic president that's not Donald Trump. 4 days before they're inaugurated as president, they create a new company.
Problem?
And into that company
Don't
flows
care.
hundreds of billions of dollars or billions of dollars from the very countries
Don't
that'll
care.
be most affected
Don't care.
by that president's foreign
Don't care.
policy. That wouldn't concern you at
Nope.
all? You don't think there's anything
Well, I could have a concern
disconcerting
of it. There
about
could be a
that?
suspicion, but I'm not going to make a claim that he's corrupt, and that's the claim that you're making right now.
Because everything that Trump has done since then has benefited those very countries that enriched his family so greatly with billions of dollars in personal wealth
So every
to
single
his
thing that he's
family.
done.
And not only that, but the Saudi
Do you
investment in
think the
Jared
Iran
Kushner's
war
fund,
negatively affects the UAE? But the Iran war negatively affects the UAE, right? And Donald Trump somewhat
the
caused the
UAE
Iran
is
war.
thrilled with the Iran war.
Really?
As people said
really?
earlier,
they're having shit fall on their cities.
The UAE
they're having shrapnel fall on their
the UAE
Dubai?
hates
Really?
Iran. They're encouraging Iran. They're encouraging Trump to continue. They want regime change. They despise
agree they
Iran.
hate Iran,
So do the Saudis. This war is
Walk back
done.
immediately. Good one.
Trump would never have done this war without those very countries with whom he's closest, which coincidentally has also poured billions of dollars in personal wealth into his family. If that isn't corruption, I don't know what is. And all of you thought that what Hunter Biden did, which was on a much, much smaller scale, you all thought that was corruption. I did too, because I'm actually consistent. I don't change my principles based on
That's
which
great.
party is in
Awesome.
office.
Good
It's
for
the
you.
same exact transaction, only as Andy McCarthy said, the longtime conservative prosecutor, in order to compare Trump's kids and Biden's kids, you have to add 2 zeros to what Trump's kids are doing.
All right, let's
True.
pause there. We've run out of time. Thank you.
Good talk to you. My final surrounding claim is bombing Iran is not in the American people's interests.
If you'd like to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Glenn.
Hey, how are you?
I'm
Good to
Josh.
meet you.
Good to meet you. So I think in talking about this conflict or war, the things that we have to establish is what each side has lost. So in my estimation, and you're welcome to jump in, I think the U.S. has lost about $40 to $50 billion. We've lost about 14 servicemen, which I think is the greatest loss that we've had. And beyond that, we haven't lost a lot. What Iran has lost is their entire military, their entire navy. They have lost half their leaders and a lot of money along the way. So in my estimation, we're winning this war. And the reason why we're fighting the war is because 1,000 Americans have been killed by Iran in the last 50 years.
Have they lost? Has Iran, you mentioned the losses, has Iran lost any civilians?
Yeah, I'm sure. That's how war works.
Like, for example, that's how war works? Like on the first day, we vaporized 170 young Iranian schoolgirls by bombing an elementary school?
Yeah, I think
does that weigh into the
Shit happens,
I think it's very clear that every single war there are civilian casualties. There's never been a war in history.
You have to weigh that. That's one reason why we shouldn't fight wars, right? Because innocent people die in them. Life created by God is extinguished.
I would say if you're trying to be America first, which is the claim that you made, you should prioritize your own citizens and servicemen over the people of other countries.
Okay, because I was hearing a lot, probably more than any other argument, before the start of the war, that the reason we had to go to war was because the Iranian people were massacring their own citizens, and we had to go and protect them and liberate them and bring them freedom and democracy. Is that a goal of the war? And how does that weigh in with America first?
So absolutely, that's part of the war. The reason why Donald Trump chose to take the time that he did to go into Iran is because of the fact that the people were ready to stand behind the U.S. government in that.
So regime change is part of the war?
I think regime change would be the best case scenario of the war, yes.
No, but is it a goal of the war? Like when you start a war, you have goals. Like you said, you gave a reason for the goal, which is that like they've done bad things in the past.
I have no problem admitting that it's one of the goals. I have no problem admitting that is one of the goals.
Is that war, has that goal been fulfilled?
We are currently 5 weeks into the war.
No, I know. I'm asking.
It has not.
This episode of Surrounded was filmed on April 12th, 2026. A month and a week ago about. Or a month and 2 weeks ago.
We're actually in our sixth full week, but has that
6
war?
weeks, no, that has not been accomplished yet.
Do you think that we're on our way to accomplishing the fall of the Iranian regime and that the American government considers that to be one of the ongoing goals?
I think it is very possible that could happen. I think it is the least likely goal. I still think that the U.S. should pursue that goal.
But if we end up in this war, we're currently in a 2-week ceasefire, where there is no regime change, where the current Iranian power structure, the Revolutionary Guard, everyone else continues to govern Iran, will that have been a successful war goal?
Absolutely. We've lost 14 servicemen, bless their hearts, but they chose to do that, and they were very brave in doing so. We have decimated their military.
No, I understand the other, but I just want to focus on this.
You think you talk about the servicemen that died when Biden pulled out of Afghanistan like that?
Our goal. Absolutely. Because I'm just confused because you were saying
there are tiers of goals for sure.
You were saying
if we can achieve 4 or 5, fantastic.
But I think what you said is so important, which is we're America first, right? That's the movement that I thought that Donald Trump was creating that made me interested in the movement.
Yeah.
And so you began by saying, oh, it really doesn't matter about these 170 schoolgirls because we have to focus on American lives, not Iranian. No, that is what you said.
No, I'm saying that is every single war. We do this moral grandstanding where we say, oh, these civilians died. I do think it's horrible that civilians died. But I absolutely do, but I think it's worse for the American government to prioritize anybody outside of America. We've had over 1,000 people killed by the Iranian regime
how does
over the
bringing
last
freedom
50
and
years.
democracy to the Iranian people help the American people whose interests you say should be first?
Because the current regime has killed over 1,000 Americans. If it's a different regime, hopefully that will not be the case.
But what if they're as tyrannical but pro-American? Is that fine?
What if, like we could say what if about...
Well, no.
Yeah, what are the chances of that?
Because I think that's so, because we prop up dictatorships throughout that region. We don't care about democracy or bringing freedom to people. We prop up the worst and most savage dictatorships in Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Bahrain because we don't care about liberating people around the world. So I just want to get a goal from, sense from you for what is your goal? Is it a pro-American dictatorship like we installed previously?
It's very clear that the goal is if there is a regime change, it will be by the Iranian people. That's why Trump chose to do it when he did it.
Is it our goal? Is it a war goal?
That is a goal, but there are tiers of goals, obviously.
Okay, so if we don't end up changing the government, will that be a goal that is failed or unfulfilled?
Sure, yeah, I've got no problem saying that.
Okay, we got to pause there.
4 out of 5, no problem.
We got to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Good talk to you.
It's nice to talk to you.
Good talk, guys.
First of all, I was flabbergasted to find out you're Jewish.
Surprise.
Surprise. Why does Iran need a 60% enriched uranium for?
Iran never had 60% enriched uranium when the Iran deal was in place, and there were IAEA inspectors all throughout those Iranian facilities. When President Trump nullified the deal, destroying the obligation of Iran to have inspectors and 24-hour surveillance, they decided that they needed protection because now they no longer had a deal in place. They knew they could be threatened by Israel or the United States at any time. And if I were the Iranian leadership, I think the one thing the Iranian leadership did that was probably their biggest mistake is that they didn't develop a nuclear weapon.
Jeez.
Because we've created a world in which we tell other countries, either you get nuclear weapons and we won't mess with you, like North Korea.
So you're looking for the North Korea? You're looking for the North Korea model. That's what we're looking for?
I'm saying if I were
North Korea doesn't get invaded.
Iran, or we tell the world, if you don't have nuclear weapons, we'll invade you and bomb you at any time.
Would Iran use a nuclear weapon if they had one?
No, why would
they wouldn't get invaded.
Be instant and immediate suicide.
Then you have,
and we're told that the Iranian
it's not
government.
suicide. It's martyrdom. To them, it's jihad.
Okay, then why
I just heard that Israeli. Oh, I just heard that accent. Whoo! Careful. That's a super Jew. Careful. Oh man.
That the Iranian
it's not
government,
suicide. It's martyrdom. To them, it's jihad.
Okay, then why aren't they launching all of their? Why
are they not launching what?
Why aren't they launching? No. You got to let me. You have to let me talk. You said why aren't they? Why are they that they want it suicide?
Oh, he's got him tripped up. He's met a higher power level Jew, and he's fucking mind fucking him right now. He's channeling Jerusalem right now in this debate.
Every single time that the Israelis and the United States have attacked Iran in the past 5 years, which is many, and even before that, they have been extremely restrained in their. They have been extremely restrained in their. Okay,
extremely restrained.
Yes.
How many times have you defined
Iran? They've been extremely restrained.
Define who it is that is attacking. Is it Iran? Is it the proxies? Are the proxies part of Iran?
Iran has an internationally recognized government at the UN that's recognized by all countries around the world.
Great.
When I say Iran, that's who I mean. It's like Israel, the United States and Israel have proxies in Iran who are trying to overthrow the government, who were arming, who were training in order to overthrow the government. These peaceful protesters, a lot of them were actually armed and organized by Israel and the Mossad, as they themselves
that
admit.
Were killed.
What is the number 30 or 40 or 45?
Well, from what we hear right now is 45,000. But here's what I tell you.
That's not the number I hear.
Iran ran out of body bags. Okay? Iran ran out of body bags in those 2 days. And a country of 90 million people usually has around 30,000 body bags in case of emergency.
What is that? Is that true? Is that a thing? Countries have approximately 30,000 body bags on hand. Is that based on their Amazon order history, or where did that number come from?
Bags. Okay? Iran ran out of body bags in those 2 days. And a country of 90 million people usually has around 30,000 body bags in case of emergency.
Okay.
So that's what we're looking at right now.
Not the emergency body bag fund.
We have the numbers. The numbers vary from all over the place.
Yeah, they
but
do.
Let me
they
ask,
do. No, I want to ask you. I'd like to ask you a question.
Sure.
If we here in the United States, we had an insurrectionary movement that was armed by China and Russia. And they admitted it openly. We've armed an insurrectionary movement inside the United States because we want them to overthrow the American government. And they were going and attacking police officers, killing police officers, attacking government buildings. How do you think we would treat those protesters?
I don't need to give you any kind of pie in the sky because you have Hamas and you have Hezbollah.
No, I'm talking about the United States,
you have
this
Houthis.
country. I'm talking about our country.
Okay, do you not believe that these are attacking Americans as well?
The United States has been attacked many times.
So because
can I answer your question?
Yes,
you asked me a
please.
question, just let me answer. The United States has been attacked many times over the last 30 years with horrific terrorist attacks. Do you know how many of them have come from Iranian terrorists or Shia terrorists? The answer is zero. Zero. We have never been attacked on American soil. What terrorist attack? What?
How the fuck would an Iranian proxy even attack the U.S.?
What terrorist attack happened
What
from
terrorist
Iranian and Shia terrorists? Which terrorist attack? We've had 9/11, the Boston Massacre, the Pulse shooting, Fort Hood, attempted bombing in Times Square. These were all Sunni terrorists from the governments that we love, like Saudi Arabia.
That's a stretch. They were like ISIS related or this. I don't think the Sunni Shia divide matters anywhere near as much as people say it does. But they're definitely not Iranian proxies. I think they're usually more active in the Middle East.
And Shiites are
You know, there's a difference between Iran and the Arab countries, right?
Completely.
And so
no.
I'm asking
They're
you about the
actually not-
violence from Iran. We're talking about the Iranian threat.
So
How
the-
many terrorist attacks have come from Iran or from Shia terrorists on the United States soil?
on,
Any?
on United States
Zero,
soil?
right?
That's not zero. No, it's
What
not
is
true
the
because
answer?
the proxies are considered part of Iran.
Which Iranian
Which
proxies have
proxies?
attacked the
None, I
United
don't
States
think.
homeland? How many Americans have died? And
Do you
what?
not consider the barracks over?
Well, we'll get to that. I'm talking about the homeland.
Oh, so it has to be in the homeland for.
Yeah, that's generally what governments are supposed
So
to
it needs
secure and
to be.
protect.
So if Americans are killed
Let's
abroad,
talk
that
about
doesn't
the home.
count.
Let's talk
No,
about
no,
the
no,
homeland
no.
first.
Because you said America first, right? So American lives matter.
Right, we shouldn't have.
So if
reason we shouldn't have troops over protecting Israel is because we put them in harm's way. But I'm asking about the American homeland. Has Iran attacked the American homeland through asymmetrical bombing, through terrorist attack, through guerrilla
The fact that
warfare,
you-
anything? Why can't you just answer that?
Because the fact that you're blind
Can
to
you
it.
answer that? Just
Yes.
please answer that.
Yes.
When
Yes,
did that happen?
I don't have the exact
It
details
never
of
happened.
when it happened.
If
but it
anyone
happened.
has any examples of terrorist attacks that
Okay.
came from Iranian or Shia terrorists, please come up and tell me.
Iranians control the Middle East through their proxies, through the Houthis, through Hezbollah, through
Please do the 7 fronts. Just let me hear 7 fronts so I can coom.
Hamas.
And we control the Middle East through our proxy, which is Israel.
So Israel's a proxy of the U.S.?
Oh, careful.
That's right.
Yeah.
I don't like to hear that one.
Absolutely.
Oh, so we're not an ally, we're a proxy.
Okay, we gotta pause there.
Tell
We
me
gotta
why,
pause there.
tell me why,
Pause,
tell me
pause,
why
pause.
the ceasefire needs
Pause.
to include.
You've been voted out by the majority. We gotta pause there.
Thanks.
Oh, thank God. Sorry.
What?
I thought the fucking Midwesterner that you love was going back up.
God, you're such a hater. I don't like that you hate your own kind, Mooten.
Hey, how are you? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. I think bombing Iran is absolutely in the American people's interest because they've been a problem for 47 years, and I think what Trump is
Do you see
doing.
how good boy these people all are? They took
They
that
all know it.
talking point on immediately. Good job, guys. You got it.
Is he realized an opportune time where their economy, like the real, means absolutely nothing. Their terror proxies are no longer a deterrent. Hezbollah and Hamas have been absolutely decimated since October 7th. In a desperate attempt, they murdered 30,000+ civilians in the streets, and their
How many?
uranium, 30,000+. According to hospital records, 32,000. And 60% uranium enrichment. So I think Trump is looking right now and saying, we don't know what the next administration is going to do. We could have Democrats that might unfreeze their assets again, go back into the JCPOA. This is an opportune time where they're like the weakest they're going to be in the whole existence. So like we should end this now.
Yeah, I think it's. I want to talk about that. I just want to ask you, and I'm not trying to be personal in any way, but I do think it's an interesting phenomenon that for centuries, when countries wanted to go to war and people said, "Yeah, let's go to war," the big test was, are you willing to risk your own life in the war that you think is so important to defend your country's interests? You seem like a young guy to me. Have you ever thought about going and fighting in this war that you're cheering on?
I mean, I've thought about joining the military before. I don't know about this war specifically.
Tell me
but
about bone spurs.
True. But also, Glenn should make him answer that question.
That's what makes them heroes, is they put themselves in dangerous situations.
Yeah, I'm asking that because, as I said earlier, we are a country that constantly fights wars. It's extremely aberrational for other countries on the planet, including very powerful ones like China, as I said before, that has grown so significantly because they know that war is not a way that you pretend you protect your national interests, but you undermine them. But we are so eager, so it's so easy for us to say, oh yeah, go fight that war, go blow up these people,
We're
go
a global
bomb these people.
superpower. Of course, we're dealing
China
with
is
stuff
a
all the
global
time.
superpower as well and doing infinitely better than the United States by so many metrics
about
because
that.
of the, go ask Latin American and African countries with whom they're dealing more and who they prefer to deal with, China or the United States, and they will tell you that the United States is a bully country that runs
that's
the
'cause
world
the
through
US
military
is kind of
force,
right now
and
is kind of
China
fucked,
isn't. That's one of the problems that we have. But Iran has not attacked the United States, has no ability to attack the United States. We're a moral country
we don't have the
only
best
goes
relationship
to
with
war
a lot
and
of
blows up elementary
South American
schools
countries.
if that country is actually attacking the United States. It's
Because we
supposed
keep
to be a
fucking going
war
over
of
there and
last
taking their
resort.
leaders.
Well, we kind of stopped for a while, but I guess now we're back on that shit. We're back on our grind.
That is not the case here. We're blowing up their country. We're killing their people. We're threatening civilizational annihilation.
You don't think Iran would...
Because Iran is not a threat to the United States.
Death to America, death to Israel, 60% uranium enrichment. There's never been a country ever that for civilian uses with nuclear energy that goes that high.
When the Iran
They're on their
deal,
way to a
when the
weapon.
Iran deal was in place, to what level did Iran enrich uranium?
Want to know the thing about the Iran deal?
I asked that,
They
please.
kept it low. Want to know why? Because that had an
Less than
expiration
3, yeah.
date. Meanwhile, they got to reap all the benefits of their unfrozen assets and fund their proxies.
This other thing about unfrozen,
there's no limitations on their
Do you think the United
terrorism.
States has the right to just go around stealing other people's assets? Like, hey,
If they're gonna use it for terrorism,
Indonesia
yeah,
just
like-
sold, and the United States just decides that on their own.
Dumb. We're on a higher moral ground than Iran. Why are we pretending they're the same thing?
Because I think that's very doubtful. I know people in the United States, some of them think that, but the rest of the world does not think this. The rest of the world considers...
I do agree that the U.S., generally speaking, is on higher moral ground, but that means that you should be able to sell that to anybody else on the planet. You should be able to sell that to the United Nations or sell that to at least your own people for declarations of war if you're truly on higher moral ground. One of the nice things about being on higher moral ground is you do have the ability to... I don't want to say manufacture consent, but like procure like authorization from your people or from a united body or to form a coalition of people to do things. To say you have a higher moral ground and that's why the president has to do everything in top secret and can't ever be honest about his objectives is kind of fucking retarded. It's self-defeating.
The rest of the world thinks
No,
like...
Okay, we got to pause there. You've been voted out.
We do have to
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to clarify. When you say that we are bombing Iran, I would like to say we are bombing the IRGC. This has been some of the most highly discriminate warfare in U.S. history. No civilian infrastructure has been targeted except for one bridge. The school that you're talking about, there's some credible intel that was a misfiring from the IRGC, just like with Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza.
That is not true.
I don't think that's true. Yeah.
There has been no fucking big
Never
reports
had
that
it.
have said that.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks that anymore. But
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, so even if...
But what about that bridge? What about that? So the bridge is used by it was a bridge built to
Okay,
be used by
Glenn,
civilians,
I'm not
right?
going to get hung up on one bridge, okay? For the
But
dismantling
we're
of the
threatening
IRGC.
to blow up all their power plants now too.
Okay,
Well-
we are trying to get the Iranian regime, which is belligerent, to the table. So this is what I view as in America's interest. Having an aggressive power in the region, which seeks to export the revolution. Someone else already mentioned, they are fighting a cosmic war. It's really hard to negotiate with terrorist whose own mortality is a welcome martyrdom. So the cost-benefit analysis and the negotiation table with Shia extremists is going to look a lot different than any other nation around the world. So I view taking them out not only in America's interest, but in the interest of our NATO
By
allies
taking that,
in
you mean
Europe.
getting rid of the government?
No, taking out the heads of the IRGC. I'm not talking about regime change, and Trump actually has never stated that as the official objective of this war.
King.
And
But he did tell the Washington Post that freeing the Iranian people was the
no, he
main
said it will be
most
yours
important
to
goal.
it will be yours to take.
No, I'm
he
saying
said
he
that
said
is a
he-
positive externality. That is not the war aim. There's a difference between a positive externality and a war aim, and that is what President Trump stated.
Do you know the Washington Post interview I'm talking about? Are you denying that something you hadn't read?
Glenn,
I know. I just
how
want, I
many
want to
times have you
encourage
talked
people
to, the
to
media?
go and
Don't
read.
insult my intelligence and the point I'm making by myopically focusing on one Washington
I think
Post
it's. I think I take the president seriously when he says this is what my most important goal is in
He
going
said
to
it
war
was
with
to
Iran.
take out the IRGC's infrastructure. Again,
That's
it's
not
the
what he said,
IRGC's
but okay.
infrastructure.
But-
And again, he's never said regime
Infrastructure.
change. He said it will be for
Is
the
the
Iranian people.
IRGC still in power?
Well, then you're acknowledging the great success of this military campaign
Great
if you're saying that they're
success.
not in power.
No,
so
no,
yes,
they
that's
are.
why
they-
this is a great.
Thank you, leader.
So I've asked several people now.
Mhm.
The goal of this war, or the goals of this war,
Correct.
what do you consider those to be?
The main objective, the primary objective of this war is
Mhm.
to take out the IRGC's offensive military capabilities, which is not just a nuclear weapon. It can also be ballistic missiles, which can reach
Mhm.
the interior of our NATO allies in Europe, which
shit.
they didn't know before.
NATO
the start of
allies.
the
Oh, we
war.
care about them again?
So
negotiating
what,
with the
what are you
Iranians,
waiting?
right?
What are you
current-
waiting for?
are
What's
we
the alternative, Glenn? You want them to hit a NATO ally country, and then we're in a larger scale war? Is
I
that
think-
a positive alternative to you?
Israel has a huge amount of huge nuclear stockpile.
I'm
with
not even
tons
talking about
no,
nuclear
I'm,
capabilities.
and there are tons of countries that have intercontinental
They are
ballistic missiles.
not belligerent actors who are fighting a cosmic war and aren't deterred by their
this
own
cosmic war. I
mortality.
think Israel is fighting a cosmic war.
They are not
Damn,
fighting
she's
a
getting the
cosmic war.
clappers.
They are not. They are not fighting an
They're religious
eschatological war.
freaks. The
They are-
people who run Israel are religious and political
They can
fanatics.
have
But
a
let me-
different
let me
religious
ask-
prescription
I
than
need
you
to ask
and
you-
not be
let me ask you
fighting
a
a
question.
cosmic
Okay,
war.
let me
If
ask
they
you-
were fighting a cosmic war,
What does cosmic war mean? Like interstellar war? Or does she mean like
think it means
existential war?
religious shit.
Okay, gotcha. That's kind of a cool phrase. I kind of want to fight a cosmic war. Sounds kind of base, but okay.
You got to let me
exist
talk.
today.
Let me ask you a question. If the Iranians are these extremely irrational people who seek martyrdom and want to die, why are we now negotiating an attempt to negotiate an end to this war? Why were we able to diplomatically negotiate an Iran deal
destroyed them.
before?
We eliminated their
But you're
air
saying they want to
capabilities.
die.
We
They want to
eliminated their
die.
naval
But
and
they want to
so
die.
many of them have died.
But you're saying they want that. Why would there
just-
be Iranian officials currently negotiating into the war with the United
Because
States
they're
when you're
realizing that the
saying
end of the
these are
regime is
religious
near.
fanatics who want to
Right.
die? Why
The
would
end
they
of
want the war to
regime-
end then?
Because the end of the regime is going to come if they can't get to the negotiation table, and that's a certainty. So let's get back to why this is good for America and Europe.
Yeah.
They have ballistic missiles that can reach the interior of our NATO allies. The rest of the Middle East,
Nuclear
too.
armed
You're so-
NATO allies?
You're
They're
so
gonna do that?
myopically focused on Israel when it comes to
I didn't
Iran
mention
and the Middle
Israel.
East. I'm talking about this entire debate. You have the entire Gulf states. You have Saudi Arabia, you have Kuwait, Bahrain, the UAE. All of these countries also benefit. So you're trying to myopically focus and propagate Israel as a motive for this war.
I
why
thought we were
shouldn't be
America
there.
first. So
We
now
are
we're
America
fighting
first.
a war for
What is
Persian
your
Gulf tyrannies?
What is your alternative? So
The
you don't agree
alternative
with
is
sanctions
to-
because it's their money. You don't agree with responding to provocation of the Iranian regime.
I think the Iran deal worked very well. Not to get. I think the Iran deal worked very well. I think
and their military
you asked me
proxies.
my solution. I can only tell you if you stop talking for like 3 seconds. Just breathe a little
Sorry,
bit.
you-
My
you
solution
spew
is
so much
that
false
you're not. You
information, it's hard
can't
to
stop
talk to you.
talking. My solution is the diplomatic solution that we had
Diplomacy has never
from
worked.
2015 until 2018 when the Iranians were allowing IAEA inspectors into
Yes, and
every
they
single nuclear
continually
facility,
reported that they were
and
not
the
complying with the
IAEA
JCPOA, which is
reported
why Trump
18
let the sunset
times
clause
from
go.
2015 to 2018 that the Iranians had not enriched beyond 3.67%. The prime minister of the country that you seem to really like, which is Israel, has said for 30 years that the Iranians are seconds away, minutes away, weeks away from getting a nuclear weapon. For 30
Going
years,
from
the Israelis
60%
have
to
told
90% is like
Americans
1%.
have told Americans this, and yet they never have. Tulsi
so you're a
Gabbard, who
propagandist
runs
for the regime. We've
Tulsi
established that.
Gabbard, who's not an Iranian but the American director
Oh,
of national television,
clap us.
goes to. This is what we all. I think you're probably too young to have lived through the Iraq War, but anyone who stood up and opposed the Iraq War, the worst disaster in American history of the last 100 years, was told, "You're a propagandist for Saddam Hussein. You're rooting for the terrorists in Iraq."
What
This
happened in
tactic
Iraq is
doesn't
completely
work. This is a
different than what's
bullshit
happening in
tactic.
Iran.
I'm an American citizen.
Saddam Hussein
I care about
let
American
UN
interests. I'm
weapons
not
monitors
a
in after
defender
UN
of
Resolution
Iran.
1441 to go and inspect their weapons capabilities. The Iranian regime has not done that. They kicked out the International Atomic Energy Agency.
Only once the deal was invalidated by
so if
President
they're such
Trump.
good faith actors, why wouldn't they just let them stay?
They comply with their treaty that Israel refuses to sign, which is the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Every country in the world except 4, Israel, India, Pakistan, and South Sudan,
So,
signed that deal.
I wanna
And
understand
under that
what your-
Nuclear Non-Proliferation deal, the IAEA
I'm not
inspectors
just
are allowed
talking
to
about
go
their
in.
nuclear
And
weapons.
Iran
I've talked about other
allowed
offensive
far more invasive capability,
Listen, Glenn,
far more.
it's IA 101 that when your adversary races to arms and increases their offensive capabilities, it's going to create a security dilemma.
That's a madman
for the West.
mentality.
No,
Every
it's
country
not.
in the
That's
world
how
is
all of
building
history has
arms. The
worked.
idea that we're supposed to go and bomb every country that we're in conflict with because they build up their conventional weapon system.
The difference with
that
Iran
every
is
country
that
has-
Iran
has that
We got to pause.
right.
You've been voted out.
All right.
Return to your seat.
Kalapa for her.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm back. So we're going to get into whether or not this is America first. I just want to start with one thing that you've been saying is that we fight wars at the behest of Israel, which is very important. So in
I didn't
Israel,
say that.
No, you did. You said that we fight wars for Israel, or we come into Israel's defense in every single war. That's what you said, but let me respond to that. So when it comes to this,
I
Israel's-
need to tell you what I said, just so you don't start arguing against the point that
that
it
is
made.
what you have said, but sure, go ahead. Really quickly.
What I'm talking about, I think this war is for Israel, but I also know that every time Israel has wars, when they're having Iran shoot weapons at them, when they're stealing in from Syria and Lebanon, we deploy military assets to the Middle East, put our soldiers in harm's way to protect Israel in those wars.
Okay, that's inaccurate. I mean, the Iron Dome and the Arrow system specifically deal with ballistic missiles, and we also have bases in Jordan that also intercept
We didn't
them as well.
deploy. We didn't deploy
And so,
American
hold on,
forces.
hold on.
No, we didn't. I want to.
But let me get my broader point in really quickly.
Okay, but
I have a
let's
broader-
get the
I have a
facts
broader-
first.
That's fine. Hold on. I have a broader point.
He's got a broader point.
What you said is so false.
Just let me make this broader point.
Let him make
so
the broader
you've made
point.
that general claim that we have been fighting these wars for Israel, right? You've made this
No,
same claim for Iraq.
no. I
Yes,
think
you-
I
yes,
think
you-
Iran is
yes,
a war
you-
for Israel.
yes,
I
you
don't think
have.
other wars are
Yes,
for
you-
Israel.
Yeah, so only Iran.
Correct.
That's
I
the
think
only war that we fought
we
for Israel.
deploy our military
Sure.
forces to protect Israel on top of all the money
Do we
that we
deploy
give
our
them.
do we deploy our military forces to protect Bahrain and Qatar and Kuwait, where we have also military bases there?
Barely ever, because they're not
Barely
they're
ever?
not fighting wars.
Barely ever? What
They're
was
not
the number
fighting
one-
war. They're not fighting war
Sure.
with their
What was
neighbors
the number
the way
one?
Israel
What was the
is.
number one country that was hit by Iran during, like, in terms of missiles?
You mean in the last 3 months since
During
we've
the
attacked
conflict.
them?
During the conflict currently.
They've shot wars at a lot of Saudi
number
Arabia,
one, number one is Qatar. Number one is Qatar. Israel's like number 3.
Okay.
Okay, great. And so our assets are there
Hit by
defending those countries as
missiles.
well, right?
Whoa.
Yeah, we have military bases
Okay, great.
there.
What did bin Salman say in 2018?
Uh-oh,
in reference to
2018
Iran?
is a long time. What do you mean?
Well,
what
you were
did he
mentioning
say?
things from the 80s and 90s, so I was just saying. But
Oh.
The
in
Saudis
20,
and the
in 20,
Iranians
in
have had-
2018,
We got
the Saudis and
Israel's
Iranians
strongest
have
defender
had-
over here.
I wonder where that came from. But hold on, bin Salman said that the IRGC and the Ayatollah.
The last time you were here, you gave
no.
The last time you were here, you gave a speech.
You're
No,
trying,
you
you're
can't
trying
give a
to
speech.
avoid this.
No,
because you know what he said.
I'll tell you what he said.
In 2018, bin
You
Salman
asked me
said
what
the
he said. You want me
Ayatollah.
to tell you?
Guys,
You have to.
we gotta have an exchange.
Right.
Glenn, let's
Just let me get it out.
Let's hear from Glenn for a second, and then let's get back into a dialogue.
In 2018.
Hey, Matt, we're starting with Glenn.
Okay.
You asked me the question about the situation between
Biased.
Iran and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a brutal, savage dictatorship that the United States props up. Because of religious conflict, Sunni versus Shia, the Saudis and the Iranians have a lot of tension that has been actually decreasing. But because the United States uses Saudi Arabia to attack Iran, Iran has been shooting missiles at military bases in Saudi Arabia.
That's not true. So it really stems from the 2011 Yemeni civil war. And I mean, we can go to Yemeni history where there's communists in the south and the north that was more pro-Western or more pro-capitalist and so on. But specifically, the number one funder of the Houthis has been Iran.
Correct.
Right? And the Houthis have
says Iran is
obviously
not a
trying
brutal
to,
regime, by the way. Thoughts?
Ooh. That guy sounds like a propagandist to me. But I'm pretty sure it is considered a fairly brutal regime.
They've taken over the capital. They've been undermining the official government, and that's why Saudi had to get involved to protect their own airspace and their own defenses as well, because the Houthis were launching missiles into Saudi Arabia. And who funds that? The IRGC. In 2018, bin Salman specifically said that who was the Hitler of the Middle East in 2018?
Who?
Or even still now, you could say
Who?
the Ayatollah.
What?
That's what he specifically
It's so funny
said.
that you think Mohammed bin Salman is the moral arbiter of the Middle East.
In comparison,
Mohammed bin
does he
Salman
fund
is the worst monster on the planet.
You can say he's the worst monster on the planet.
Is
Does
he?
fund?
Is he? Is he
Wait,
a monster?
Hold on.
Is he a monster?
Sure,
Yes or
hold
no?
on. $142
Is he?
billion
Is he?
arms deal.
Yes, sir?
$142
No.
billion arms deal
Yes,
we
sir?
signed with them
No.
last year. I also believe we signed a $1 trillion AI deal. So in terms of economic benefits that we have and strategic asset benefits, yeah, it's very good. Right? And it's funny when you say you put our assets. It's funny when you talk about our assets. That's really funny.
What is the point? Can you get to the point?
Well, you've
that
been
you're
actually,
making?
yeah, sure, I can get to
What
it.
is
You
the
keep interrupting
point?
me. Great, I'll get to it. Just let me finish. So in reference to our assets specifically, let's talk about South Korea. So since 1950, we spent about $4 billion annually on South Korea. So that's what, 76 years we've been doing that for? That's $304 billion. You don't talk about that. Where is the number one country?
I do talk about that.
Hold on. What is the number one country where we
What
have
does this have
20?
to do with the war in Iran?
What is
What does
the
this have to
number
do with
one?
the war in Iran?
Because you're acting as if this is an Israel-only thing.
I haven't mentioned it. We're not talking about Israel.
You did say this was in reference to Israel.
Bombing Iran is not in American people's interest.
Yes,
Do you have
and
anything to say about that?
you've been making this purely about Israel.
I
and our
don't
involvement
think
with
it's about Israel.
Yes, you do. Yes,
No,
you
I
have.
haven't. That's
Why are you so
bullshit.
scared to debate the truth? You've
Oh
been
my
making
God,
this
they're
about Israel.
annihilating
Let
him.
me ask you a very simple point. Are we under Iran because of Israel?
The point that I picked,
Right.
that number two,
He's gone.
that
Get
I
him outta here.
chose is President Trump is subservient
Right.
to the Israel lobby.
That's a different
I stand
prompt.
here and
Oh.
talk about this for 20 minutes. I'm not afraid
Prompt
to talk
check.
about Israel. There are other reasons why the United States is in a war with Iran besides Israel. Israel
Sorry,
is
you
a
got
major factor.
you got prompt
Okay,
check.
okay,
You
we
got
gotta
prompt
pause
check.
there. I just
Get him
want
out
to
of
give
here.
Matt one-word answer. Do you think it's in the United
Can I
States'
ask him
best
one more?
interest?
I have one question for him.
We're out of time on this prompt, so I just want to hear a one-word answer to his prompt. Do you think it's in the United States' best interest to bomb Iran?
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
Okay, great.
Damn. Smoked.
I want to do a quick poll. Raise your flag if you would support if the United States sent ground troops to Iran. Raise them high just so we can get a count of flags.
They're not sure because
regime change. That's the only way to do it.
well, they can't raise their hand because they don't know like what would Trump actually
Trump's
do it. So
position.
they don't know like the yeah. The reality is what he should have asked is if Trump said we need to send ground troops to Iran, would you be in support of it? Then they would all raise their hands. Every single hand would shoot up.
Flag if the Americans sent ground troops to Iran that you would go right now and sign up to be part of that ground invading force.
Well, that's dumb because like people can virtues or not. But they should say he should have asked the other one because then every hand would go up guaranteed.
I did for 12 years.
Thank you guys.
Somebody say
So for
alpha
our
man?
last portion, I'm going to ask you to look around the circle and select somebody who you want to return to this chair and debate for a final 10 minutes based on their claim.
You're the winner.
Hi again, Glenn.
Hello.
My surrounded claim is that Donald Trump
never remember
is
this guy.
the best president of my
I don't even know what prompt this guy debated. Okay.
lifetime.
I don't remember.
All right, so I want to ask you what your metrics are. Just name the 2 or 3 most important metrics.
Okay, yeah, I would just say America first, being prioritizing of the American people.
True,
I would
okay.
say the second metric to me would be, frankly, the economy, which I know that kind of ties into
True.
America first, but I think the economy is the most important thing in opinion polls to Americans. And then the third is foreign policy, which we've talked about today, which is kind of a personal note for me. I think he's been the best on foreign policy.
So let's start with the third one, just because what we've been talking about, but I also have a question about that. So as I said earlier, though I had been long associated with the left prior to Trump's emergence on the political scene, what interested me probably most about his approach to this new political movement, to this kind of new Republican politics, was this very aggressive critique of prior Republican orthodoxy on foreign policy, particularly the Iraq War, but other kinds of regime change efforts. In the first term, I thought he adhered to that because, as I said earlier, he was the first president in decades not to start a new American war.
Right.
Do you think that there has been a full-scale alignment in the second term, even though he focused on Yemen and bombing the Houthis, which President Biden had done? Then he moved to arming and funding Israel and its destruction of Gaza and its stealing of land in Syria and Lebanon, then on to Venezuela, talking about overthrowing the government of Cuba, putting a new regime change in Cuba, and also this war in Iran. Can you really say with all of that,
This guy's such a fucking hater, bro.
14 months, that he has focused most on America?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the hallmark of his foreign policy is that he makes conflict.
Wait! Before that answer, we have a quick...
10 reels?
No, quick queen break.
Pokey?
And so the other situation is there's people like this. You are a protester who's been out here and you have a dirty mouth, but okay. So that's just what we deal with. So just for people that want to know what it's like to cover these protests, it's constant with this. This is what these people do. They want people who are in this country illegally to be released out onto the streets. DHS says that's what they're gonna not be doing. So we'll see.
Bitch. Nazi bitch, that's what you are.
America?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the hallmark of his foreign policy is that he makes conflicts quick. And so I don't know if I can say this about the other people in the room, but for me, if the conflict in Iran doesn't end in the next 6 months, then I would consider that to be a failure. I don't think any of us should look at Donald Trump and just think he is my undying loyalty. I have full trust in him. But the things that you all listed there are quick things that have happened. And I think that has always been a consistency for Donald Trump. For me personally...
Did the Yemen bombing accomplish anything?
I think any time that we're taking out terrorists and anti-America people, I think that is a pro thing to do for America.
How do you know we killed terrorists? Do you know the people who died in Yemen from that bombing? Do you know their names?
No, personally I don't know.
So how do you know they're terrorists?
I think that Donald Trump has credible intelligence from our intelligence apparatus that tells him these things. That's what is
You just blindly assume that if we kill people, they're probably terrorists?
I assume that I do not know as much as the intelligence apparatus for
Is
Donald
that the
Trump.
same assumption when Biden's president, when Obama's president?
I do.
Go kill people and we'll just assume they're terrorists?
Not. I think prolonged conflicts are an indication that that intelligence is not being acted upon.
Like President Obama fought a war in Libya it lasted about 4 months, 5 months, took out the government. The head of Libya, Muammar Gaddafi, who used to be a U.S. ally, was sodomized and raped to death in the streets.
Yeah, I don't.
For what?
The Libya shit?
No, that was under Obama. Or are you asking if Obama got congressional approval?
Yeah, I'm asking if Obama did.
What? I don't know if he needed it because that might have been part of the authorization of the use of military force that we did for Iraq was considered fairly broad. So he might not have needed it for that. I don't remember 100% though.
That was a quick war? Yeah.
2 people in chat said yes, he did. 3 people in chat, yes, he did. Some he did.
Did you support that war?
No, because that was anti-American. When we're trying to depose regimes or peoples or terrorists that are anti-American, we do it quickly. Fantastic every single time.
But Gaddafi was a
simple.
Designated terrorist. He was accused of having taken down a plane, a Pan Am jet that killed 260 people, which was one of the reasons why the United States take out the war. I
totally understand. I think my problem is, so you're pointing to all of these things. I think at the same time, I can point to all these things, Venezuela, Maduro being taken out, that were absolutely fantastic. The consistent through all of Trump's presidencies is that it's quick.
The last part of Trump's first term in 2020 was dominated overwhelmingly by the COVID epidemic, in which he ushered in a vaccine that became very controversial. During that 2020 year, there were all kinds of very severe lockdowns. He kept Anthony Fauci in place, the COVID infrastructure in place. Do you think his management of COVID was good?
Well, I would not say that his management of COVID was perfect, but again, my claim
was it good? Was it good?
No, I wouldn't say it was even good. But my claim was that he is the best president of this century. And I think everyone here, and I think yourself would agree, that Biden handled it much worse than Donald Trump did. Do you agree with that?
I thought Donald Trump's handling it was terrible, and I thought Biden's handling
But Biden's
it was
was
terrible.
much worse. I mean, Donald Trump would not have prolonged that in the same way. Can we agree on that, though?
The worst lockdowns happened under President Trump in 2020.
But that was also right when the virus happened, and nobody knew it was happening.
There were huge
my
numbers
God.
of people throughout 2020 who were protesting on the grounds that those lockdowns were extremely
Totally fine.
repressive.
Totally
we
fine.
weren't even allowed to go to
Totally fine. I'm
our
not
relatives'
defending that.
funerals.
I'm not defending that.
No,
What
but that was for me, that was an extremely dark mark
I totally agree.
on the first Trump administration.
I totally agree. I do not defend those things that Donald Trump did, but Biden was much, much worse. And
Well, what did Biden do with the COVID
the vax
epidemic?
mandate? The vax mandate. Nothing that Donald Trump did was ever pushing a vax mandate on the American people.
I mean, there were people, including in the military, in 2020 who were told that they had to get the COVID mandate, that were told they had to get the COVID vaccine
like
or
I
face
said,
termination.
So I disagree on that, but Biden did it to the entire country. So again, my claim...
Wasn't it only to government workers? I think he wanted to do it through an OSHA mandate. I don't know if that was ever implemented or if that got stayed and then eventually the Supreme Court said no. I don't remember if
I
it
don't
was...
think you were forced to get vaccines. This didn't happen.
Well, they always leave the second part out, but I think it was you could either get vaccinated or you could get tested every 2 weeks. But they always leave the tested part
I don't
out.
remember that because I just got it.
Not that
because I'm not a retard.
Donald Trump didn't make mistakes. My claim is that he is the best president that we have had so far. Biden is much worse. So my question for you really quick, because we're on COVID here. Do you think that had Donald Trump been in office longer during COVID, that he would have prolonged those bad policies like Biden did for literally years after?
It's really hard to say hypothetically, but I know that
But
he was out of office. But I
Right.
know that the lockdowns and the empowerment of Fauci as the supreme authoritarian leader whose pronouncements couldn't be questioned, that all was done by Donald Trump. I know we all want to forget that because a lot of us think that was very bad.
I'm not
want to
denying
blame that on Joe Biden, but Donald Trump was the birther, the genesis
and
of
Donald
that
Trump has
COVID
since
regime.
come out and completely come out against that, and Biden has not. So here's my question to you. There's only 4 presidents who've been president this century. Who do you think is better than Donald Trump?
I actually think that if you judge by the metrics on which I focus, but also on the impact of the
And what are
country,
those, just so I can understand?
Well,
what
definitely,
metrics are?
I would just say putting the American people first,
Okay.
above the establishment, above global institutions, above the military-industrial complex, all the things that Trump basically promised to do, focus on the working class. I think that in a lot of ways, in the second term, Donald Trump's second term is so different from his first, and the second term, I think, is arguably
So you
the
think
worst.
his first term is the best version of the presidency that we've had this century?
It's just such bad competitors. But yeah, I would probably
No
rank his,
way.
in this century. I would rank his first term near the top.
So we're in agreement.
Yeah, I told you that. I said that from the beginning. I said that from the beginning that I was an enthusiast for what Trump promised, for the Trump movement, for the America First movement. I actually believed in that. That's what I want.
So here's my question, since we have more time, Glenn. President Trump's presidency, his second term, we're only about a year and a half in, right? And so are you willing to change your opinion if, for instance, we talked about Iran earlier. Let's say the Iran war finishes up here in the next month, and there is no regime change, but we did completely take out their military. We did take out half the IRGC.
We did. We haven't taken. They have thousands of ballistic missiles left.
Are you willing? My main point is: are you willing to say you were wrong on Donald Trump and say, "Oh, I was looking at the first 18 months of his presidency, but the last second term actually turned out pretty good"?
Well, I'll ask you some question. If Trump's presidency worsens, you'll change your mind too. Obviously, I would change my mind based on whatever happens.
Okay.
But the problem is, this war is going to have lingering and enduring effects on the economy, on gas prices. The Iranians are not going to give up the control of the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to continue to charge money for that, which they didn't do previously. You have to account the people who are dead as well. I think that the funding and arming of the destruction of Gaza, which Joe Biden did for 2 years and then Trump did for 8 months, is also something that is one of the worst crimes of the century. So yeah, I hope it gets better. But the problem is, and I assume you agree with this, it's extremely likely, we don't know the future, but it's extremely likely the Democrats are going to take over the House at least, and maybe the Senate.
Yeah.
And I think a big part of that is Trump's focus not on what he promised it would be on.
I think that's why Donald Trump is the greatest president of the century, is that he's looking at the second term and thinking, I'm not thinking about the midterms, I'm not thinking about the politics
or about the promises
I am going
to
do
the American people.
Absolutely not. He, as we've talked about today, he has talked about this since the 1980s. He has always been anti-Iran, and he's always made it very clear that Iranians...
Why didn't he do it in the first term?
Because, as I spoke about earlier in our previous section, because the Iranian people themselves have come out and are finally willing to actually go against the IRGC.
We don't fight wars to liberate people. We don't fight wars because
But
the population wants
it is completely
That's not
different
why
when
we
their
fight
own
wars.
people are supporting it. My main point is this.
How do you know? Let me ask that because it's so fascinating to me when people say the Iranian people want to be bombed, they want to have their bridges blown up, they want to have.
No, I'm just saying.
How do you know what the Iranian people want? There are 96 million of them. Have you been there? Do you speak the
no,
language?
I've just seen the videos of in Tehran where there are thousands of them cheering in the streets.
There are
when the
thousands
IRGC
of Israelis today in Tel Aviv protesting against the war with Iran.
90% of Israelis support the war, and they have taken
I know, but
no.
You're right.
They
You're
have
right.
taken on
That's
3,700
my
casualties in the civilian population, and they support it.
This
still.
is my point, though, is that you cannot judge what an entire population
I can
wants by the
see it
fact
in the
that
streets. I don't have to judge it.
You can
I'm looking at
you
them
can
cheer
see
in the
you can
streets.
see in the streets in the United States huge numbers of people marching against Donald Trump and calling him a monarch and a Hitler. But you wouldn't say that that means that that's representative of American public opinion. How do you, who never visited Iran, who doesn't speak the language, who I bet knows very little about Iranian history, how do you know what the majority of 96 million Iranians want when it comes to whether we want them, they want us bombing their country?
I know there are, we don't have data in the last few weeks, but I know there are journalists that have gone there. They have created public opinion polls asking who supports the IRGC and who does not. It always overwhelmingly comes out.
What does he feel about the U.S.
support
right now, where like 30% of people support Trump?
Fake news, liberal media, something. I don't know. It's always fucking retarded. Some excuse.
You told me that you weren't that bothered by the blowing up of that school because we should prioritize American lives over Iranian lives, weren't you?
We were talking about the timing of it.
Now you're like, we should go to war because the people.
We're talking about the timing of why Trump did this. And I think the reason why he's done this is because the Iranian people will make it easier. The same is true for Israel, by the way. Israel's taken way more casualties than the U.S. And the reason why this is America first is because Donald Trump is able to see that Israel and the Iranian people are willing to do the work so that we take on less casualties. And that's been true.
Have you seen pro-government protests in Iran?
No, I have not.
You haven't? You should go check because they're gigantic.
No.
And yes, the reason for that is because every population unites behind their leaders when they're attacked by a foreign country.
It's a
tribal instinct that happens. George Bush was a hated president.
Right.
He got elected. 9/11 happened. All Democrats, liberals, people on the left, for the most part, united behind George Bush. It's a tribal instinct that when you're attacked by a foreign power, you unite behind
I just
your
want to
government.
make one more point on the casualties because we talked about that. We've taken 14 casualties since the war started. Something that Donald Trump did towards the first term that you really liked was that he brought us out of Afghanistan. And
Biden oversaw the withdrawal, but Trump negotiated
but he started that. During that time,
Why do they all moan? Like, they want Trump to get credit for the withdrawal, but then Biden to take the penalty for how it was done? But, like, okay.
Trump administration.
What's this true? Biden oversaw the withdrawal of Afghanistan.
It's fine. My main point is when Donald Trump was withdrawing our troops from Afghanistan, we took over 200 casualties doing that. We've only taken 14 casualties.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Damn.
It's fine. My main point is when Donald Trump was withdrawing our troops from Afghanistan, we took over 200 casualties doing that. I
don't even know what the talking point is. He meant when Biden was withdrawing, I think, unless he wants to give Trump credit for it. But then he said over 200. Oh, he's saying, I'm sorry, casualties. I don't know if that's true or not. I know there was like 11 people died. I don't know what the casualties thing is. I'm not sure.
Only taken 14 casualties doing that. And when I say casualties, I mean loss of life.
There's a lot more.
Oh, loss of life. 200 plus people died in the Afghanistan pullout. That's news to me.
Loss of life. You're right. Loss of life. We took hundreds when we were taking troops out of Afghanistan.
What
Donald Trump is doing right now is making it, and I think it's very heroic, he's making it so if a future president gets involved in Iran and puts boots on the ground, that we don't have to lose hundreds of people pulling them out again. And so I think what he's doing right now is absolutely heroic.
What do you heroic?
Yeah, absolutely heroic.
What's heroic about sending other people to go fight wars?
I think it's absolutely heroic to say, again, we've had 1,000 Americans die in the last 50 years because Iranian terrorists and proxies have Americans die and
go fight wars.
How many?
I think it's absolutely heroic to say, again, we've had 1,000 Americans die in the last 50 years because
50 years because of what the fuck?
Iranian terrorists and proxies have
but you
killed
said
them.
the war's going to end without a regime change.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I don't think anyone does.
But if it does, but you said if it
Trump
ends
is willing,
quickly without regime change,
Trump
you're going to consider it
understands
a
that the American
success.
people may or may not want the Iran conflict to happen. But
They
he is
don't.
willing, but he knows what happens when we do go into places like this. And he does not want to have to withdraw again. So that is why he is attacking the way he is. And we've taken far less casualties because of it.
The problem that he's gotten himself into is he has two options, both of which are very bad. Either we end the war now,
Great,
we leave the regime in place.
But
They have
answer-
thousands of. Let me just point.
Yep.
They have thousands of ballistic missiles still pointed at Israel, still able to reach the Gulf states. They still have control of the Strait of Hormuz. They're still able to charge for it, which wasn't. None of that was true prior to the war. They still have huge drones and drone making capacities. We've sunk a lot of their ships. We killed a bunch of their leaders. They're still running Iran. The Iranian people still don't have.
I think that is
so
Iranian
either
propaganda. straight up.
what is Iranian propaganda?
The fact that they have complete ballistic missile
That's not.
capabilities is absolutely
That's
not true.
U.S. intelligence assessments that are appearing in every single media outlet.
And so now you support the intelligence. Like we got into this.
Well,
Talking
no,
about how
you're
Donald
telling.
Trump-
Oh, so I can't rely.
CIA
so
said
what
it's
do you-
80%
when you are.
What?
I think it was the CIA, I think it was the CIA leaked out that apparently Iran still has 80% of their pre-war missiles / drone capability.
Fuck you.
Talking about how many missiles Iran has or what their military capability has. You can't rely on Iranian assessments. You can't rely on American intelligence assessment. Where do you get your information? What are you relying on for telling me that they've been degraded greatly?
I'm relying.
What's
on,
your source?
I'm relying on journalists. There's been the New York Times and the Washington Post.
Where do
that
they
have
get
posted-
that information?
Yeah, it's possible they get it from U.S. intelligence.
Of course they do.
Yeah, but
so
to
you're using
act
the
like-
same sources I am.
I understand, but to act like the same ballistic missile capabilities exist right now. That
No,
at the
they
beginning of the
don't.
war is insanity.
It's been degraded. There's fewer
Of course.
them.
So how
but
could this
they
be a
have
downside?
thousands of them.
What is the downside on our side?
The downside is that we've evaporated civilian life, including a bunch of young girls, and not only them, but at least like thousands of people in Iran, many of whom are civilians. We've lost our
people
own
that Iran
soldiers.
hid
We've
behind.
spent billions and billions of dollars. We've made the world
Okay, less than
infuriating.
1% of our GDP.
We've driven up gas prices for everybody in the
Okay,
world.
agreed.
We've destabilized that region. We have no idea what's going to come next.
These are jihadists that go blow themselves up. This is not destabilizing the
to
region.
talk about
Okay, we
war
gotta-
as some little game that you just
No, it's
start
not a
and
game.
play,
It's
Guys,
absolutely
we're
not.
and then
running
you
out of
just
time.
leave it
We're
alone
running out of
as if
time.
you're not actually involved in the bombs.
Okay.
All right, great discussion.
Thank you.
Amazing. Slap off.
If you are MAGA and you watch this video, let us know if you support the United States actions in Iran. Thank you so much for watching. Tune in Wednesday for a follow-up podcast, and we'll see you next time.
I was really pleasantly surprised that pretty much universally people who were here were very connected to, engaged by, thoughtful of the topics we were discussing. It just made it much more pleasurable and enjoyable for me to do.
And I think Glenn Greenwald is a very good debater. Everything he was saying about Qatar and the UAE and the financial interests that the Trump administration has with them, he's absolutely right.
Glenn, who seems to be anti-corruption on both sides, skirts around the Qatar issue. Again, when he talked about the Trump family's dealings in the Gulf states, there was a $5.5 billion deal that they did in Qatar, and that's really conveniently left out because they exist within the axis of power that aligns with Iran.
Kind of true, unfortunately.
Corruption doesn't get that much attention because people don't think that if they vote those people out, the other people will be less corrupt.
Trump, yeah, I think he's corrupt like every other politician. I just think he's far
they're all the same, true.
less corrupt than the Biden administration or any other alternative
He's
that we
just
had going
honest.
into this election.
Problem, troll
I mean, I
face?
definitely think there's corruption. I don't think it's more than Joe Biden. Causally, is it negative for us? Like this company funding Trump, is Trump doing something that's against American interests as well?
And the amount of money that the Trump family is monetizing and profiting from, it's shocking. And I do think when people hear it laid out, even Trump supporters who you know are willing to be critical of him, trying to take a second look and say, wow, that does actually bother me.
We've got a fan subreddit poster. Fuck you, Destiny. You're honestly one of the shittiest fucking quote-unquote social democrats I've ever seen. You are what is wrong with modern-day social motherfucking democracy. How do you sleep at night knowing that you support every single foreign policy action taken by America, including the mass killings America has perpetrated across the third world? Are you 14? Go outside, kid. I have fucking lost it with people like you. You third-way bitches are the biggest motherfucking defenders of capitalism. Fuck you. You even support the establishment puppet known as Pete Buttigieg. And don't say, don't get triggered, because I am fucking triggered. I am fucking triggered, okay? I fucking am. You know why? You are an upper-class degenerate who loves the suffering of the third world. You fucking come when a group of Nicaraguans are bombed by the juntas. You fucking orgasm when America starts another intervention to kill terrorists. Fuck you, and I hope you fucking stop tripping on that motherfucking acid you smoke after you post shitty nut-ass Reddit comment. Another shitty nut-ass Reddit comment. This fucking comment will surely, by the last fucking reply, I will send your dumbass. Fuck you. Wow. Destiny needs to stop blaming every subversive potential influence campaign on Russia and start looking towards China. Destiny was scrolling through Reddit psychos at the end of stream today and offhandedly posited that maybe the whole snark phenomenon was a Russian op. I think he's wrong. I think it's actually being pushed by China.
Being chilling.
Firstly, what are the political interests of the snark communities? As Destiny alluded to on stream, they have two core tenets: hating Israel and hating liberals. Who are their targets? Mainly the arch nemesis of Hasan, Destiny Ethan, as well as anyone adjacent to them for influence, Hutch, Pisco, Lonerbox, etc. They constantly signal support for lefties like Hasan and Taylor Lorenz. We know that Hasan has connections to China, both from his propaganda trip a couple months ago with his Twitch buddies, as well as Code Pink. Destiny should be looking at these guys more. I've had a lot of people email me bad stuff about
Code
them.
Pink?
Yeah, I don't know that much about them, but they seem like not
Like
great.
what?
Just that there's a lot of bad connections to
Russia?
China. I think it was Chinese stuff.
China, huh?
Now, where do snarkers congregate? It seems to largely be a Reddit-based phenomenon. So who controls Reddit? Largest shareholders include Sam Altman at 9%, Tencent at 11%, big red flag, and Advanced Publications at 30%. This is where I get really schizo. Who is Advanced Publications? I wanted to see if there were any political slants to this company, so I searched Hasan Piker on each of its magazine's websites. Remember all those puff pieces? Wait, oh shit, am I about to get schizo-brained here?
I remember.
The New Yorker. Advanced Publications. Oh, but there's no proof that Advanced Publications is like a fucking Chinese company or whatever, right? The Battle for the Bros, Joe Rogan, Hasan Piker, and The Art of Hang. I don't know what the fuck that means. Oh, GQ. This had the bathtub picture. Why internet stars are China maxing. Hasan Piker thinks America might be cooked. Did they mention China in this article? Oh, that's good.
China.
Wired, same place that published that Lorenz Chorus article. Why everyone is suddenly in a very Chinese time in their lives. Hasan Piker will never run for office. Hasan Piker, self-described Ayatollah of woke, wants AI to die. Vanity Fair, Hasan Piker came to our party and says he got frame-mogged by real celebrities. Charlie Kirk and M Live, a conglomerate of local Michigan news. El Sayed bet on a socialist Twitch star and won the crowd in Ann Arbor. I could not find a single negative article about him across any of Advanced Publications magazines. Okay, but does this really prove Reddit is controlled or influenced by China? Not really, other than the fact that the dominant political culture on this site is nearly identical to that of TikTok, which I believe was obviously a vector for Chinese political influence, at least until Larry Ellison took over a couple months ago. What happens when you search for Destiny on Reddit on a brand new account? I don't think I'm allowed to link directly to other Reddit posts, but filtering out posts about the game and posts from just the last couple of days, it's things like why everyone hates Destiny based. Can someone explain who Destiny is? All the comments says he's sex young girls based. Destiny, I should become a Nazi. Didn't think Destiny was this retarded. Destiny accused of sexting minors. Okay, base. Not one single post links to this subreddit, and the only visible neutral to positive threads were mostly LSF posts from the last month or so. So what does Russian propaganda say of this site? When Destiny was scrolling through the Caleb Hammer Russian propaganda channel last week, a couple of videos caught my eye. Reddit is the most evil platform. Why Twitch is collapsing. How Reddit's cancel culture destroyed lives, and TikTok destroyed a generation. To add a couple facts, we know Destiny was randomly banned from TikTok a couple years ago for literally no reason. I think they said impersonation, ? We know that Stale was removed as the moderator of LSF. How often do admins do this? Oh, that is true. That was kind of weird. After constantly being accused of being too pro-Destiny, the real reason they gave to get rid of him felt pretextual. Also odd that the Hasan Snark sub was immediately banned, despite following all the same rules as other Snark subs. That is kind of weird. I don't think that the whole solo thing was a honeypot from the start, but I do think it is an incredibly convenient attack vector against an influencer who clearly stands in opposition to Chinese media interests. I may be schizo, but I 100% believe that foreign powers, including those in Reddit, are amplifying the snark shit to smear destiny, but whether they are directly connected is something that I would love to dig to find proof of. Well, now that's what I call
CSB.
An interesting meme. What? Holy shit, are we
How about
figuring out
politics, man?
autism?
We haven't done any.
We have. What do you mean? We just did Glenn Greenwald.
You think the fucking Glenn Greenwald video was politics?
Well? Oh, sorry. We need to do Trump politics? Okay. Trump said some crazy shit today. He's being retarded, and everything in American politics sucks.
Hell yeah.
Is that what you want?
Well, no. Tonight there's the Texas thing.
What is tonight?
The primary. Paxton versus the other guy.
Paxton's winning.
Probably, because Trump's, well, yeah, probably.
There's also there's many other confirmation studies. There's 2 studies that show children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. And it's highly likely because they're given Tylenol. So, none of this is this positive, but all of it is stuff that
Can Tylenol not sue him?
What? For being
tremendous-
Oh, why haven't they sued him? That should really make you think, shouldn't
Why
it?
haven't Johnson & Johnson sued?
Maybe because he's right. Huh?
Could be.
Hmm.
Now we're thinking.
Did they make a new chart?
Yeah, I got on it this time, thankfully.
Hell yeah.
But we're not connected, so.
Really?
Yeah. No, they didn't add us. I'm not an ally or anything. I'm just in the bubble.
Oh. Okay. Can you go over these 3 things for 10 minutes? Wait, didn't we watch these earlier today?
I think that ultimately the target is
we already watched this. Hasan's selling out every person near him.
probably Singham and his operation from PSL to Answer Coalition to Copink, like anything that he has ever financed. And it's not new. It's been around for a while, but it's obviously it's held through regardless because like it's ridiculous, right? It's like totally fucking ridiculous to try and to try and stop like the political advocacy of an American citizen, right? Roy Singham is an American citizen. He lives in China now, and he's a centimillionaire. I think he like has almost $1 billion. Not sure how much money he has now, but like he's been a funding vehicle for a lot of like political movements in the country, like a lot of activism, and they hate that shit. Like the American government hates that shit, so they're trying to jam him up. They're trying to hit him on anything and everything they possibly can.
I like how instead of saying he's almost a billionaire, it's like he almost has $1 billion. That's so cute.
That's it. That's the goal here. That's the broader goal.
People's Forum.
Oh God.
So People's Forum is funded by a Chinese billionaire. You hear that about PSL a lot, and there is a Chinese billionaire who gives PSL some money sometimes. But the Chinese billionaire gives People's Forum a lot of money, and they posted a really funny thing about it back in 2021 that I want to show you. So they said, for months we've been the target of a campaign that alleges our funding comes from dark money. A few years ago, we met Roy Singham, a Marxist comrade who sold his company and donated most of his wealth to nonprofits that focus on political education, culture, and internationalism. It seems to bother some folks that we receive funding that furthers our anti-imperialist politics. It seems to bother them even more that our funder is also a staunch anti-imperialist whose work goes back to the Black Panthers and the LRBW in Detroit. Yeah, everybody always talks about this Chinese billionaire thing. So we're going to open this from the Black Agenda Report and learn about him really fast. The folks who make allegations against us are steeped in the worst kind of racism, believing somehow that our funding robs us of agency and self-determination. Roy follows in the footsteps of his father Archie, a committed activist for national liberation. We've got that open too. Ultimately, our solidarity with the peoples and countries at the epicenter of the struggle against U.S. imperialism will not be moved by the racist allegations made by the people who loudly echo State Department and Pentagon discourse. So I thought this was really, really funny. Yeah, free Puerto Rico. We had Puerto Ricans on our delegation too, and we refer to them as their own country the whole time.
I'm sorry, I don't.
So this is an article from 2021. This is about Roy Singham, right?
Nothing.
So this is a great article you can read if you want to learn more about the Chinese billionaire funding left-wing movements out here in the United States. He does fund some stuff. It's certainly not the sole source of most people's funding. And also, who cares? He's a leftist. He sold his company, got rich. He wants to give all his money away.
Like, it's just, it sucks because I've said this for so long, and then like now it's obvious. Like, they don't actually give a fuck about billionaire. How many times did I even argue with my own chat about even like Citizens United? Just like people don't give a fuck about big dollar donos or shadow funding or whatever the fuck else or dark money. They just don't like it when it goes to the people they don't like. But when it goes to things that or causes they do like, well then they'll defend it. Just like how Hasan literally had a billionaire Tom Steyer in his house and is supporting him to run for California governor, or like how Hasan loves Daddy Bezos because he protects him on Twitch, not directly, but like he gets paid money from a company that he owns, which is kind of funny because he's like the capital's evil overlord. Or like how these guys are defending money from this whatever fucking billionaire because it's supporting anti-imperialist causes. It's like,
right? If fucking Cardi B was doing all of this for the Democratic Party, you'd be patting her on the back, right? Oh, Singham is the same. Yeah, he's the same guy that they say funds PSL. But PSL also, I know, is like member funded mostly.
But keep in mind, man, you better believe these motherfuckers will run around with that APAC funding shit to destroy any motherfucker that they deem not worthy enough, not pure enough. Like, it's such a stupid game to play.
It's not like, I don't know, they try to make it seem like the Chinese Communist Party is secretly running these like little campaigns out here. You know what I mean? I wish, first of all, that would be dope as hell.
Like you guys say with Israel?
If we all just got paid to be communists by the Chinese Communist Party, I'd be so on board. But no, he's just a guy who gives money to a lot of different orgs that promote politics he likes, and some in the United States, some Marxist orgs in the United States get money from him too.
Where is our billionaire funder, Mootin? Get on it.
Well, Dan didn't get $1 billion yet.
What a fucking loser.
Hello, Anna.
Hi, what's up?
I just want to say that this Madeline bitch, she's like absolutely obsessed with Ukraine.
Well, she's like probably one of the most pro-Russian content creators on the internet. She's kind of unhinged, yeah.
I still till this day, in the year of our Lord 2026, see her typing shit about Azov or like Bandera or like Ukrainian Nazis, and like the most pro-Russian people in the West drop that.
Yeah.
Like it's so outdated that even like the most like biggest dick suckers of Russia in the West, they just don't talk about this because it's kind of cringe now to talk about like defending Russian speakers when Russians erased more than 30 cities in Donbass now.
Yeah, it's only imperialism the West does it. You can look up videos from people like this, and they will have videos defending North Korea, that it's actually like a really nice place to live, and that Western propaganda makes it look, it's all dumb. Yeah.
I didn't know about her like until recently, and I saw like a bunch of her tweets and stuff, and apparently she has been beefing with all sorts of Ukrainians. And sometimes she like drags her ass and drops like this Azov thing. And everyone was like, oh my God, did Russia drop a ruble at her? Like, a little payment. And she's like, I gotta talk about Bandera again. What can you do,
Maybe. Monthly paychecks,
Yeah. Yeah. I hope they're small, okay? But, there is what it is. Everyone is kind of celebrating. Can't lie. Like I am very sort of tempted to just answer everyone with Crimea River when they talk about Hasan. Like it's a bit bitchy, but what can you do? Yeah, people are like, how can you support Trump's administration? And I'm like, I'm not, but like, yeah, Crimea River, a Russian river, in fact.
Well, I think that's not fair. You should be honest. You should say you don't want to support the lesser of two evils, so you're going to withhold your opinion about the situation and just not say anything,
Yeah. I'm not gonna, just... Yeah.
Yeah.
What do they want me to do?
Exactly,
Vote for the lesser evil?
Yeah, we can't do that. Yeah.
A good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I like how he dropped everyone under the bus, though. I watched that little video of him, and he's like, "Is that billionaire dude? I'm just a millionaire guy, I'm not."
Yeah.
It's a very. He's not LARPing. Listen, I'm now 100% certain he's a true communist because
Hasan
it's like their most communist thing.
Yes.
It's the most communist thing to drop all of your allies under the bus at the first sign of trouble into the meat grinder. So he's proper communist.
Yeah. Okay. True.
Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much. I just didn't know if you guys knew that this person is like obsessed with fucking Azov till this day.
Yep. Not surprising. Yeah.
Yeah. Weird. What can you do? I mean, is there gonna be something you think of this Hasan thing, or is it just like nothing's gonna happen thing?
I really don't know. Like, this is the type of thing that if they wanted to push it, he'd most likely be dead to rights. Like, it's pretty blatant. Like, you can't go to it's not even just like other countries. These are like sanctioned countries. And Hasan was like on camera saying the government reached out directly through a middleman. Like, you're pretty fucked.
I was shocked. Why did he say like officially that it was a sponsored trip?
Because he probably just didn't think that. Well, the funny thing was that at the beginning of the year, the Trump admin said that they weren't going to enforce FARA stuff anymore, probably because of all their weird fucking Russian shit. So they said they were going to stop investigating it. So. Yeah, I don't know. He might just be getting into kind of like the big boy world a little bit, and he didn't know that he could be like in a big boy world. Like he started to be more politically activated and everything, so maybe he just wasn't ready for it. I don't know. Yeah.
Would this tell us if he was like actually paid by China or not, or no?
The reality is you can't trust anything the Trump admin says about anything, so who knows?
No,
We'll see how it works, I guess.
Yeah. I did think so, like, to be honest. Like, when I saw the Mao China trip, I was like,
1
must
trillion
be,
%, absolutely. At the
Yeah,
very
paid,
least, everything
yeah.
was comped. 1 trillion %, absolutely.
Yeah. And then the Cuba hotel thing, oh, it was like one of the cringiest thing I have ever had to endure.
Yep.
And I watched Connor screaming about your love life. Oh, there you go. That was still worse. Cuba and Hasan, I mean.
Yeah.
So
My favorite were the videos of the whole island being out of power, and then when people could see the light, when the people could see the lights on of where Hasan's hotel. It was the only place with power. Yeah.
So it's honestly kind of iconic. Like it's horrible, but kind of iconic because this is exactly how we see Western socialists. Like this is like the perfect depiction of them sitting at the top at the only like sort of like semi good looking hotel in the entire place. Everyone has no electricity, and they just sit there and stream, and it's just about how great the regime is.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just like all the Western influencers, even the ones who aren't propagandists, but all the I'm sorry for my fellow influencers, but these fucking retards that like go to other countries and talk about how great they are. And it's like, listen, I'm not saying you can't say good things about other countries, but like you must understand that as a Westerner with a fuck ton of money who's staying at 5-star hotels and going to the richest and wealthiest cities. Yeah, like 5-star hotels in Shanghai and Beijing are not the average Chinese person's experience or even the average worker in that city's experience. Like, why the fuck are you saying? It's so stupid. Whatever.
I hate when they do that. Like, I'm not gonna throw anyone under the bus, okay, who comes to Ukraine to help out, obviously. But even like good people, like who I kind of appreciate, do that. They're like, "Oh, Ukraine is so cheap," and they're like, and I'm like, "Well, yeah, with your dollars."
Yeah.
Like, the poorest country in Europe under the biggest war in the world right now is a bit cheap.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so like I don't know. It's just you have to be tolerant, though. You know, when you
it would be like somebody saying they really wanted to move there, and they're like, it's crazy. Like the further east you go, the cheaper the land gets. Like you can get a house for almost nothing out here. It's like, yeah, okay, well, that might be true, but it's kind of fucking retarded.
Listen, people told me that, like actual people here that from the US. I'm not gonna name people, but they're like, it's so cheap. I can actually buy an apartment in the middle, in the city center, and I'm like.
It's a buyer's market for apartments.
True.
Yeah, and then they're like, one person was, again, not gonna say who that is. There was actually a pretty big journalist working in a big paper. He was like, and he's sitting like unironically tells me this to my face. He's like, I like my job here and stuff, and he's like, also the women there also they're like so poor. I can like impress them with like buying the cheapest shit, and I'm like,
yeah, yeah. They probably don't mean anything by it, but yeah, it's just like it's the thing where it's like, mate, that's probably not right.
Just don't tell me that.
Yeah,
like okay,
it's like Mother's Day is coming up, and a guy's like, oh shit, but like. You get to save money this year because your mom died of cancer, right? And it's like what, like
yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's like what, like really, it's just like not, maybe not that one. Maybe you didn't have to make that comment.
Yeah, and this is the same guy, by the way. When he learned that my father's house was, destroyed and stuff, and obviously there's nothing we can do for a lot of reasons. We can't even basically win the rubble back. It's a whole other story. Why I'm not gonna go into this, but it's quite annoying, quite it's difficult. We even basically went to the court, and it led to nothing. We like wasted money, and we don't really can afford another stuff. Anyway, it's a pain in the ass, and like a lot of people deal with it, obviously, because of all the post-Soviet stuff, and it's like communally owned, and there's like a bunch of stupid shit that it will take a long time to explain. But it's a pain in the ass, basically, for a lot of people who lost their houses. And also keep in mind that if you lose, for example, a house or something like that, you will never be able to get it ever. So you will never have money to buy it as a Ukrainian. Like
Sure.
it's not a thing to buy a house or something like that, you know.
Mhm.
And he learned about it, and he was like, "Oh, can I include it like your story in my piece?" And I'm like, "Sure, if you want, you can ask me questions about it and stuff."
Mhm.
And he was like asking me questions, wrote the piece, and then he was like, "Well, anyway, the houses are so cheap, like you can buy one probably." And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, 10 millions, no biggie."
Yeah.
How can I buy it? Are you nuts? Anyway, yeah, it was just it was it's an experience. Okay, it's a learning curve, I think is the phrase to work with Western people sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I can
Um,
imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just you gotta treat them a little bit like I don't know, like a 10-year-old, a little bit,
Yeah.
and then it's fine.
It's like when a 9-year-old. I mean, I remember Nathan did this before once at school, and I was mortified. But he knew the teacher, thank God. But it's like when you have a kid that runs up to somebody and is like, "Oh my God, she's pregnant, right?" And it's like, hopefully, and it's like, Jesus, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it gives that.
Yeah.
It's a very good, it's a very good comparison. Actually, I'm gonna think
Yeah.
about this now when I say something like that. Yeah, it's just yeah. I mean, what can you do? Like, yeah, Western leftists. Actually, I have this like my guilty pleasure is imagining them going to like North Korea and being like thrown in a gulag somewhere. Actually,
Sure.
for a couple
You can always
days.
just follow the story of my good friend who said I was going to kill myself in 10 years, Coach Red Pill, if you ever need to feel.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Sorry.
it's a bit awkward since it literally happened in my city.
Oh.
But
What
yeah.
happened with him?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not gonna say anything. Okay, bro died. Let's put it that way.
Coach Red Pill?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Do
Yeah.
you remember this guy, Mooten?
Yeah, I remember you talking to him a long time
Yeah,
ago.
he was some creepy fucking retard. And I remember I think it was the last debate we had. He was like screaming at me. He was like, I chain fuck 18-year-olds and you're jealous of that and you're going to fucking kill yourself like the loser you are. And then he was one of these stupid fucking Americans that moved to Eastern Europe because he's like, the women here are better and more traditional and he wanted to flaunt his wealth or whatever. And this fucking retard ends up moving into fucking, what's the city? Is it?
He lived in Kharkiv.
Yeah, okay, yeah, in some giant. I don't know if it was an older. No. I'm sorry, I was thinking of a theme. But he gets an apartment there, and then I guess the invasion happens, and I guess supposedly this fucking retard is like informing for the Russians on like Ukraine, and also I think like talking shit at the same time. Yeah, and then I think Ukraine ends up taking it back, and then this fucking retard is like live streaming. He's like, I'm gonna fucking flee to Poland now, guys, and he obviously doesn't manage to flee to Poland. And then this fat, cancerous, unhealthy dipshit apparently dies in fucking Ukrainian prison in like 2 days. And it's just like,
my God.
Yeah, fuck this retard, dude.
Yeah, he had like the lungs of a fucking chain smoker. I don't know if he chain fucked an 18-year-old, but he sure as hell smoked a lot of cigarettes, let's put it that way. And he also had like COVID complications, and he was like anti-vaccine, I guess, or something.
Yeah.
So
But imagine, he was doing like full-on streams in Kharkiv, like I think in his apartment, talking about how brilliant and great it was that like Russia was coming. It was like, bro, you've been in America for that's like an American moment where like people like Hasan and stuff are like, the American police are the most brutal fucking police, and it's so horrible here, and we have no freedom of speech. It's like, why the fuck are you in a country being invaded, and then like you're going on a live stream like shitting on anybody? I wouldn't talk shit on Russia or Ukraine if I was in that fucking place. I would probably shut the fuck up. That's a crazy situation to put yourself in, and then it's just stupid.
Honestly, you can shit on Ukraine. There are a lot of like journalists and fucking people who are like, YouTubers and streamers who do even film anti-Ukrainian stuff here. But what you can't do is you can't assist, Russia.
Yeah, reporting on, yeah. Well,
Yeah. Also, he was like also doing like they're not bombing Kharkiv while half the city was bombed, So he was like doing like absolutely like blatantly weird shit. And then our guys were like, we don't want to really deal with this guy. Maybe he like fucks off, back to the United States. And like people like gave him multiple warnings that he was doing stuff that is forbidden under the martial law, for example, and stuff like that, right? And he wasn't stopping. And then he announced that he's gonna do his cool escape and like his route and everything. And they basically just like,
got his ass, I guess.
yeah.
they have to arrest him now. And it's so funny because mostly if you're an American, you're like on borderline untouchable. So people don't want to like deal with like, they would rather you just leave or anything rather than like arresting you or like doing anything like that. So you're like super privileged if you're American, and he managed to
fuck it up
do
still.
this.
Yeah. Dumb.
Yeah. Well, people still remember this guy. They like bring him up. I didn't know he was like such a I don't know, someone.
He was just a piece
like
of shit to
he-
me. We had a few debates, so it was just funny. Well, I don't know why I say funny, but we probably shouldn't talk
Yeah,
about it
not
much because if I
people.
mention it too much,
People-
that it might get brought up to Trump somehow, and he'll give him a fucking presidential medal of honor
That's
or
what I
some
was gonna
bullshit.
say. If he was still alive, Trump might have been negotiating for his
Jesus
ass.
Christ.
You, I meant like people, like big people, like Tucker Carlson's, people like that, like who are on the MAGA end. They're obsessed like with this guy. They like bring him up like a
Well, they caught it for a
saint,
little bit
martyr
because
journalist.
yeah, because it was like
Or
this is a
something.
free journalist from America that got murdered by the Ukrainian. Is it SBU or whatever the fuck you're supposed to.
Zelensky himself, I heard.
Yeah, so that's So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah, it's a bit weird to be honest. Like, it's a bit of a weird story. Not say rape.
What?
That's well, yeah. I mean,
Well, we say rip bozo, and then you smoke on him.
Yeah, rip.
Oh,
rip,
okay.
rip, rip.
Okay,
Not,
fine.
jeez, okay.
Yeah, well, he kind of, did do that, I guess. He smoked and RIP'd. So, the worst offense was his apartment. If you've seen
no,
the
I said
footage,
rip. Sorry.
have you seen
No,
the
what was his
footage?
apartment?
Oh, don't look. You will vomit.
Oh God!
It
Oh,
was
where they come in the toilet and the I
Yes,
remember, yeah.
yes. Ew. Ew.
Yeah.
Absolutely horrible. That was the worst part. Yeah, and yeah, it's just yeah, they got like his computer and stuff because there was like a lot of like Russian connections there, and like the funniest thing is like we were like, if you want to do like a full-on investigation because he was like American citizen, go do it. Like no one will stop you from investigating what the hell happened with him. We will like provide you, and nobody did. Like nobody gave a fuck for some reason about this guy, I guess, in the United States as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's weird that nobody really like made a big deal out of it and like came here to do anything. And people like Ukrainians prohibited the investigation. That's not true. Like,
Yeah.
God, Trump's gonna be like, they killed one of our citizens.
Yeah, it's just.
yeah, like come on, like investigate, like see what happened, with the COVID and the doctor diagnosed, who checked him up and all of that. Like just nobody, they made any obstacles towards that, because that would be a very bad look, obviously. But Ukraine at that point really cared about like what the United States thought in the past tense.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, yeah, that's the Gonzalo Livra saga. I try not to laugh when people bring him up to me. So what else? Hasan thing, we talked about it today with friends, and everyone is like, yeah, rip, Primary is what everyone says, because obviously that clip of him saying that. Yeah, and I finally caught up on some of your interesting adventures, which
Hopefully this week they come to a close. We'll see. But yeah.
is I tried to explain. Is this like, it's not even a court, right? It's like pre-court sort of thing
Well, we're
before
waiting.
it goes to the
Yeah,
court?
that's where hopefully the judge tosses it before we go to trial. In the next week or two is when she said she would look at it, and then I'll know for sure. And then if we go to trial, then the trial's in August. But then if we don't, then it's just done in a week or two. So this week or next week.
You have
Hopefully.
such a complicated court thing. I'm trying to like I read like how American court stuff works, and I'm like, that's a whole ass manual for that one. You need to understand how it works.
Maybe. I'm sure your guys, if you dug into it, I'm sure it's probably similar-ish on your side. This my particular case has just been fucking retarded, so it's just it seems more stupid than it actually is. But yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Well, hopefully,
Yeah.
But also, you have still all those crazy people on your ass. Like,
That's
what
fine.
do you do
Once
with
the case
that?
is over, we deal with them next. No problem.
How? They're nuts.
You'll see. Don't worry.
With
Okay,
a document.
Okay, manifesto, yeah.
No, it's a document.
Is
We're
it
not calling it a
manifest-
manifesto anymore because it sounds bad.
You don't want to be mistaken for a comrade?
No.
Well, more like a
Right,
school
so-
shooter, but yeah.
Ah, okay. Okay, yeah, very American, right? School shooter. I forgot about that. Yeah, but it's just, I'm just, I talked with Wick a little bit as well, in the messages, because I learned that he was like doxxed and shit by those people and stuff. So yeah,
Welcome to the club.
I cannot be welcome to the club because my name is there, and yeah, and even my address is out there already. So So what can they do?
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. I did receive a lot of emails saying that they will message Russia, like their military thing, and they will tell them like where I live and stuff. And I'm like, well, they kind of already know, to be honest. But
Yeah.
they couldn't really, and they were like, the Russian drone will come and kill you, your rapestany defender. And I'm like, my
what
God,
they do.
touch
Yeah.
some grass.
Like that bad
Holy-
empanada guy who was trying to tweet at fucking Hamas when me and Lonerbox were in the West Bank. It's just, these guys are just, that's what they do. Good memes. good
Yeah,
memes,
but like, I mean, it's kind of like not that funny when I'm literally in Kharkiv, so it's not that big of a reach.
No, I agree. Yeah,
that
no,
this
it's not.
can happen.
But I think, yeah, you kind of just get used to how fucking insane all these people are. But yeah, I don't disagree. with
Yeah,
that,
I just stopped opening any messages like on like the Reddit or like emails accursed. Like I just when the whole thing happened, I don't remember exactly, to be honest, like when that happened, like the leak thing and all that. Just people just don't really like, people don't see you like this, like that you're like paranoid or some shit. Like it's clearly from day one, like when that happened and I messaged you and stuff, and it was like clear that it was coordinated because I was receiving like on all ends from people messages, like it wasn't natural or like reasonable by any means, and half of it was just spamming your videos, which is in itself kind of insane, and the other half was like threats if I don't like speak out, and that I don't know, like the first ones were like, you hate women and you like support the rapestany like pedophile whatever, and then it moved to the threats basically.
Yeah,
and
sounds about right.
Yeah. Well, I hope you get the rest. I don't know what to tell you.
We'll see. A week or two. Pray.
I'm praying, okay? I don't know how good the prayers are. I'm an atheist, so allegedly God doesn't listen to me. But I will, okay, for this one, because like, hey, fuck those people, genuinely, yeah.
Agreed. True.
Yeah. Well, bye bye.
Be careful.
Good luck
stay
and all
safe.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bye.
Have fun.
Bye-bye.
Wait, Hasan gets mad. But also,
Before we get started.
Oh, that was funny. When Hasan tried to give that some cringy fucking Chinese communist propaganda to Bernie.
Last time, I was supposed to give you a Japanese Communist Party pin that I got in Japan, and I still forgot to bring it today, so I'm instead going to give you an evil eye. So I'm going to give that to you.
Okay,
I'm having a hard time taking this off.
All right, well, you give it to me later. All right?
Okay.
Okay, epic.
Down?
Oh,
we watched this earlier, but
I want to go to Cuba. Would you be down?
I fucking love Cuba.
Oh yeah, you'd be down?
Yeah, I filmed a
I think I
documentary
got,
there once.
the Cuban government actually hit my contact from the embassy and told him that if the only thing stopping us from coming to Cuba was the consistent internet access, we can make it happen.
Yeah, Cuba is sick.
Wait,
like the government reached out to you.
So yeah, of course. It's well, not reached out to me. There's like there's no man there. Because I had a doctor from Cuba. Cuba does this thing called medical missions, and they've been doing it since I believe like the 70s, and it's incredibly successful. They have a massive, very robust like medical program because kind of they have to because they're under an incredible sanctions regime by the United States of America that the rest of the world thinks is abhorrent, except for America and Israel that keep consistently vetoing it over and over again. But this has created a.
Apparently, Hasan responded to this.
None of this is illegal, okay? As an American citizen, you can literally be in correspondence with individuals in another country.
Bro, he is saying, again, I don't know how serious any of this is. Maybe he has reason to believe that all of this is like a joke, but he has said like so many things that would allow any kind of federal investigator to like dig more and more and more and more and more. Like, it's just crazy.
The American restrictions on this stuff are fucking idiotic. I have a journalism visa. What the fuck are you talking about? And what's really funny about it is that every single media outlet.
Wait, hold on, I'm sorry.
Visa. Be in correspondence with individuals in another country. The American restrictions on this stuff are fucking idiotic. I have a journalism visa.
What does that mean? Just Visa, Cuba,
Foreign
from
journalists and media
America.
professionals traveling to the U.S. Never mind.
Cuba journalist visa, America. Cuban journalists traveling to the United States. Foreign journalists must have a D6 visa for entering into Cuban territory for the purpose of their work. Do they really? Do you think? I don't think he got one. I don't think he got a. I don't believe this. I don't believe this.
I'm going to assume the barrier is pretty low.
I don't know if that's true or not.
The Cuban D6 visa is an official entry and working permit specifically designated for foreign journalists, reporters, and media professionals traveling to Cuba to carry out press or filming activities. This visa must be applied to for prior arrival through a Cuban embassy or consulate.
You need a valid passport. You need an invitation or sponsor from an employer in Cuba. You need to provide all the details related to journalistic activity in Cuba. You need to provide the details of photographic/filming equipment you intend to carry, and you need to pay a visa fee. Do you really think he did this?
I think that he's rich enough that he probably has people who do this for him, but I would doubt that he would do this.
It also would have nothing to do with like whether or not he violated U.S. law too. It's totally irrelevant. But I doubt even. I don't know if he got this wrong.
On this stuff are fucking idiotic. I have a journalism visa. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like that would have nothing to do with U.S. law.
And what's really funny about it is that every single media outlet that goes to Cuba does this as well. CNN, Al Jazeera, ABC, fucking Fox News. Every goddamn American news outlet that has been to Cuba has done. Fucking Fox News. Every goddamn American news outlet that has been to Cuba has done this. None of this is.
Well, good luck. Good luck, Hasan. Read his policy. What is this?
You should do a video where you like look down at your phone and act like you're texting Trump, and then like sit up and smile.
Stop. But also, hell yeah, I will. You saw this meme, I'm sure. It's like 2 seconds after Hasan gets fucking arrested by the U.S. government.
She did it! She did it! She's the one you want! All right, I was just sitting at home watching cartoons, playing video games with my cousin, and she came in there. All right? Hey, I am not going to jail for you or anybody else. I have done nothing bad my entire life.
He's gonna snitch, dude.
To try and you know.
Is this the Fox News reporter? Why does she record her? Why? I guess because she's a photographer.
Try and stop like the political advocacy of an American citizen, right? Roy Singham is an American citizen. He lives in China now, and he's a centimillionaire. I think he like has almost $1 billion.
Have we watched the first part of this before? Or?
He's been a funding vehicle for a lot of like.
I would say the scary thing to me would be to see Fox News covering this a lot, because you know this is like a fashy collaborative fucking whatever Fox News is doing. They're going back and forth with the Trump admin, Garen fucking teeth. That would be the thing that would spook me out a bit.
They've been covering it a little bit, haven't they? Didn't we
Yeah,
see
they
Tommy
did
talking about it?
Yeah, they did.
Political, a lot of political movements in the country, like a lot of activism, and they hate that shit. Like,
Keep in mind, Fox News is most likely the thing that hit me and why my YouTube got demonetized. But someday I'm sure they'll remonetize me. But if you work for an MCN or YouTube, reach out to me, okay?
The government hates that shit, so they're trying to jam him up. You know, they're trying to hit him on anything and everything they possibly can. That's it. That's the goal here. That's the broader goal, and it's great from the administration's perspective, because I think they get to chill speech, right? They get to say, listen, we will fucking destroy your life if you even think about doing activism against us, right? I mean, it's a much larger goal of the administration, the idea of like counterterrorism initiatives being focused entirely on left movements, you know, solidarity campaigns and the like. It's not new. This is something that they've signaled that they wanted to do, and this is just the next step in line with that agenda. Many Americans are, as I've said over and over again, sleepwalking into fascism, completely and utterly oblivious that the administration has declared war on anti-fascism, and you only do that if you are a fucking fascist. This is a fascist administration that has decided that some of the telltale markers of terrorism in this country are people who are anti-capitalist, anti-fascist, they say radical transgender activists, and even things as vague that captures virtually every liberal as well, things that are anti-family values, right? And Sebastian Gorka is behind it, so just so you understand.
Who's that?
Now, of course,
Gorka, some fucking loser, disgusting fuck. I debated this guy with on a Constantine show like 5 years ago. I don't know what he works in the State
Deputy
Department.
Assistant to the President of the United States.
Wait, Sebastian Gorka is?
That's what it says.
Did he really make it that far?
Steve's like, I was debating for the wrong side.
Shut the fuck up. Where's this guy even fucking from Hungary? Of course he is. Oh my god. Wait, no. For the second Trump admin? His first Trump admin, I know that. And the second Trump admin, he served as a deputy assistant to the president and senior... Oh. Well, how fucking cringe. I think I even knew that. I think I even accused him of doing this. I think I said something like, I know you're fucking auditioning for your next role in the next Trump admin or something. I think I say this. God, this guy's such a fucking loser. Oh my god, I hate all these people.
Much hate you have in your heart, Steven.
Fuck.
Hate brings you to the dark side.
What did I say? I don't know what I said. I know I said this. Whatever. I can't search for Trump. I thought I said auditioning. What?
Please stream and/or the Rogue One cut. I'm waiting on Steve's lawsuit to finish.
Yeah, exactly.
After that's done, and/or weekly episode. Boom. It's gonna be huge.
One of the comments gave a timestamp on the vid. For that comment specifically that I made? Whatever. What?
U.S. President Donald Trump has announced that due to possible bad weather conditions, tomorrow's cabinet meeting, which was supposed to take place at Camp David, will instead convene at the White House.
You're holding meetings, important meetings, in the Tower of the Hand of the King. Do you know how long Joffrey has to walk for that now?
Hold on, I gotta check my Pentagon pizza tracker. We're at DEFCON 1.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, DOCON 1, everybody.
What is this? Hold on.
I haven't. And I even defended motherfucking Sex Pestany when he was in the
good one
crosshairs. So like, what's really crazy about the
when did he defend me against what? Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. What an unbelievable fucking cocked
He
out
literally
loser.
texted fucking the CEO.
Yeah.
2 days ago.
I can't wait. I hope Trump. It's the only thing that I'll follow.
President Trump, please.
136.41. Oh wait, was that one thing not the full debate that I was looking at before?
I remember the good old days where if you had the popular support of the people, that was a good thing.
He looks so bored here. Was it because he's just mean buzzwords? Yeah, because this is all just like rhetorical maneuvering. We're not like actually having an interesting debate or conversation. Just like, okay, well, what dumb talking points he's going to say? And I got to figure out how do I counter this stupid talking about. We're not like actually in the world of fact or reason. We're in the world of like job auditions, I guess, where he's auditioning for a future job in the Trump White House, and I'm auditioning for VP next year. Okay. Oh fuck! I thought I said this in the debate to him. Maybe I didn't. Well, get Kamala Harris out of here. Biden. Pick me.
Don't like the elites. They stink. They're corrupt. But a guy comes along who has popular support. No, the elites will decide. Just like Sam Harris destroyed himself on your podcast when he said, I don't care if Hunter Biden had dead children in his basement. The plot against Donald Trump and the election in 2020 was, quote, justified. That's the left. That's the other side. Those are the divisive people.
I want to talk about a couple of things you raised there, which is foreign policy, geopolitics.
God, I hate this fucking guy.
These guys, what's really crazy about so many of these people is like they keep going, Hasan would never do this for us. It's like, no, have, though.
Oh my God.
And that's why
the historical rewriting is shameless. It's actually shameless.
They had to like desperately find. That's why they had to desperately find like any clip that they could where it's like me fucking joking to be like, Adam shit, lock him up.
Joking. It was a joke now.
It was not
joke.
joke. It was
Joke. Oh, really? You're going to say it's not a joke? Can you prove it?
Yeah, because in the fucking video, he goes on to basically say, like, I'm memeing, but if you do XYZ, Adam Schiff, I'll apologize.
You don't know.
So he's not
you're
fucking
mind
memeing.
So you're a mind reader now. So you're a mind reader.
I am.
You're a mind reader.
I am.
Okay.
I am.
All right.
I am.
Right? Like they're pointing to that. To justify their priors. All of this is so this is proof you can get CTE from dick riding. People need to stand on principles for once. I don't expect the liberals or conservatives to do any of that anytime soon. Yeah. And it's strange because like I think the broader point here that I find to be genuinely devastating to admit is that people are that susceptible to the algorithm. Elon Musk buys Twitter.
He's stealing
No,
your head!
no, he's not. No, he's not.
Is.
No, he's not.
Skinwalking you.
No, he's not about to do this. Bro, I'm going to stop streaming. I'm just going to stop saying anything. This is why people work at think tanks. I can't have it, so this guy's just... No way he's not about to say it. What? How long ago was this? 3 hours ago? Oh, he's still fucking live on this pod. Bruh, he has to have some original ideas.
Elon Musk fucking despises my ass. Elon Musk turns Twitter into a Nazi fucking cesspit. All the people that remain on Twitter that are constantly engaging in this fucking algorithm, slowly but surely, without realizing, start developing even more reactionary tendencies. I feel like there's a lot of people in the past that were self-identifying liberals that could have looked at a situation like this and probably been like, yeah, this is fucking unacceptable. But nowadays, either because they're getting paid for it or because their algorithm is like rewired and short-circuited their brains, where they don't even realize like how bad this is for them. Because like, yeah, sure, you don't like me, that's fine. Who cares, right? Sure, you consider me to be a malign influence on American politics. You think what I'm doing with the Democratic Party is bad or whatever the fuck, but you don't even have any sort of self-preservation here. Like, you don't even understand in all of your delusion that this is eventually going to come for you too.
Mate, it's already come for us, you fucking spoiled little rich kid nepo piece of shit. You know what? Here's what I'll say. I will unequivocally, despite his rampant communist, socialist, whatever, I will throw my weight and support behind Hasan Piker if he renounces his Turkish citizenship. I want to know that he is fully committed to America. I want to know that he doesn't have another place he can just retreat to. I want him to renounce. No more of this dual loyalty business, okay? Because I don't know whose team he's on all the time. He needs to...
I want to see his ballot, too.
That, too. Definitely.
That's it.
He needs to renounce his Turkish citizenship. So I know which team he's playing for.
The sex pest is just angry that he got outed for doing age play with another Groiper's wife again.
What is he... This is from Connor's stream. How could he possibly have this information? This fight was like 2 nights ago.
He watches your shit, man.
Yeah, you get him
I'm
time.
telling you.
He streams for 8 hours a day. There's no way he's watching my streams. How is this stuff filtering up to the top so quickly?
I don't even know if any of those words are in the motherfucking Bible. What is this? My conscience wants to be consistent with what
I love that they just kind of like plant the seeds out there and pretend that I don't know anything. I don't know.
Back to Piker when he broadcast from Tiananmen Square, and before that got Tucker Carlson only leftistly vibes from him. Depends on what we see of any of the charges, which has not been leveled. This is what fascism looks like.
What's Tiananmen
It's what
Square?
not being a sucker for fascists abroad looks like.
I don't know. Never heard of that.
Try harder.
People keep saying he's reading. He's just reading from chat. He's reading from chat. He's choosing which. You know that he chooses which comments to read, guys, right? Do you guys know that in chat? You know you don't have to read every single comment, right? Is he dressing like Mamdani on purpose? Hi, Hasan. Feels okay, man. Destiny, he's going so hard for this, but he was so casual about the global entry stuff. Destiny, he's just reading a comment. Don't lose the plot. Hi, Hasan, I see you in chat. Destiny, you sacrificed too much. Oh, shit, I'm trying to get through all of them, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, he read it from chat. Destiny, he was reading a chat message. Oh, same. Oh, shit, I can't keep it. What? Fuck, you guys are fucking retarded sometimes, okay? But that's why I love you. Because we're all...
You're a sucker for fascists abroad.
We're all retarded.
Counseling genocide denial for the sake of political expedience. Genocide denial happens once peer-reviewed histories are writ. If you can see through 10K miles, the fog of war, mass mutual high-tech propaganda, lack of legal expertise, and your own predisposition to view Israel's existence as illegal, no, you can't. Israel's overboard with deadly retaliation. Right, Israel deserves comical agnosticism well beyond the law, what the law actually demands. Hasan deserves subpoenas on the basis of your convenient speculation. You're a fascist. Well, I've been called worse. Lib Dem, by the way. Holy fuck, Carl cooked his ass. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you can only...
Hold on, Moot. I want you to walk through this. Wait, do I have the right thing on? Oh, no. I don't have the right... Fuck you. Moot.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
What do you think? What do you think he's trying to do here?
Feds are after me. Blue, Nazi, MAGA. It won't stop for you. Fascism. I mean, it looks like the Tiananmen Square meme, right?
Yeah.
That's what he's going for.
But he can't. But he can't post that because he doesn't believe it's Tiananmen Square. So he wants to evoke the image of like the guy in front of the tanks, but he can't actually post that image because he doesn't believe that that really happened. Oh my god. Good memes. What the fuck world are we in? Holy
yesterday you
shit.
fucking left yourself in the Discord and left your screen share on all night.
Good. I hope we were looking at some good shit.
I don't know. I just woke up in the morning. You were in there for hours.
Good.
By the way, these are the people who are supposed to be the adults, right? Like they're the moral adults here. They're the ones who are taking a restrained approach.
Oh, adults. Oh, and you're not? There it is. The child thing. What is this?
There'll be the House Oversight Committee has opened a formal investigation into far-left streamer Hasan and the co-founders of CoPink over their March trip to Cuba billed as humanitarian aid mission. So maybe.
Wait, is this true?
Is this new?
Oh shit! Are we gonna see one of the golden? Are we gonna see one of the golden two? House Oversight Committee.
Full committee.
I'm looking for one of the two.
Comer.
That's
Garcia.
Oh no! He's gone.
Jim Jordan?
No, I was looking for Comer or Gordon. Or Jordan. I'm sorry. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's cooked.
He's gone.
He's got them both, Steven.
Oh wait, they're both of them are there. Jordan and Comer.
Yes, dude.
Oh shit, he's gone. He's gonzo garbanzo. Oh.
Nancy Mace.
Oh shit. Nancy Mace. Oh my, he's gone. It's over, bros. It's over. Rip.
Bobert's there. That'll be funny.
The House Oversight Committee has opened a formal investigation into far-left streamer Hasan and the co-founders of CoPink over their March trip to Cuba billed as humanitarian aid mission. So maybe after.
Hold on, real quick. Apparently, this is the clip of Hasan defending me.
Do you think everything he said is covered by free speech? Yes, I do. I do. Not the death threats against you, though. What do you mean? No, ultimately, I think like everything that Destiny is trying to say here is obviously very clearly. Everything that he's saying here is incisive deliberately. But what he's very clearly trying to say is that like Donald Trump needs to fucking lower the temperature.
It's so crazy how he can understand me perfectly, depending on what I'm talking about.
Okay, that's what he's trying to say. Is it? Like, it's ridiculous for liberals to cave and capitulate to demands of lowering the temperature when the main figure in American politics, the goddamn president, is not doing so at all and is using this tragedy as an opportunity to fucking stamp out any sort of political dissent.
Thanks for that huge defense, buddy.
Huge defense, by the way.
Massive defense.
Do you think everything
Holy shit.
I think
I've never felt so
said
defended.
free speech.
The reason why he was defending me here, by the way, was because he was fucking...
he said crazier shit?
No, it's because he was jealous as fuck that I had caught the eye of a lot of the big... anytime I'm like fighting MAGA people and they're like focused on me, Hasan starts to feel really weird because he's supposed to be the guy doing that and his audience starts to wonder. So he has to be like, oh, damn. Hold on, wait.
After that, there will be more coverage on it because so far it's just like someone from CoPink did receive a subpoena. Yeah, I've yet to receive one. Maybe it'll happen. A subpoena is not an indictment, to be fair, and an indictment is not criminality either. And none of this also matters at the end of the day because there's nothing.
Because it's not my court case.
To fucking prosecute over. What's unbelievably frustrating about this is the fact that people are literally just making shit up. They're hallucinating. And what's even more worrisome is that, like, this guy, I mean, this just showed up on my time. All the Chud replies to this seem to think there's a bolo and a federal warrant out for Hasan's arrest. Yeah. They're calling us on a snitch for saying this online as if he's ratting people out, but this is just publicly available information that's already been reported in the news. He's not leaking secrets. He's relaying the news. Yeah. What I don't understand, and I reposted this, I retweeted this, and I was like, the fuck are these guys talking about? Right? Like, but this is just publicly available information that's already been reported in the news. He's not leaking secrets. He's relaying the news. Yeah. what I don't understand, and I reposted this, I retweeted this, and I was like, the fuck are these guys talking about, right? Like, Stu Smith did this thing where he will just like straight up take clips off of this broadcast and frame it as though it's something secret or sinister and put it through ChatGPT summarization.
Oh, kind of like when you fucking retards will tweet a clip of me and they'll be like, new clip of Destiny surfaced. New thing surfaced. And it's like, what was this from? Oh, it's a fucking YouTube video on his YouTube channel from 4 years ago. Okay, Chief. Man, must not feel good, you disgusting fuck.
And unfortunately, given the way that like, especially on Twitter, how stupid people are, they literally fall for it. And I don't understand it. And then it seems very coordinated. Like this messaging campaign seems very coordinated. Okay?
Really?
Because I went through like readily available information on Wikipedia, right? About Roy Singham and like what the administration is trying to do and trying to claim for years and years. I'm on Fox News right now. They got fucking 2.9 million views. And literally every neo-Nazi on this goddamn website is like, oh my God, he's snitching. And then they're also saying, oh my God, how stupid. His lawyers are probably killing themselves right now. There's an active investigation taking place. And this guy's just fucking snitching. He's turned state witness. Why didn't he even get a deal out of this? And it's like, dog, just because you're encountering this information for the first time ever doesn't mean that it's new information. If you recall, I told you this a couple years prior, and we're now in it. And I'm worried. When people say, oh, he seems shook, he seems terrified, they don't understand. I'm not just worried about myself. I don't give a fuck about myself.
Oh my God, he's such a hero. Careful, he's a hero.
Clearly, I probably should care more about my safety and security, but I don't. I don't know what it is. I'm a stubborn guy. Maybe it's autism. Whatever.
This is the guy who cried about, he put off that Cuba trip for like 12 months because he thought he was, I don't even know what the fuck his excuse was. He said the U.S. was going to kill him or something, and he said the Mossad was trying to hunt him down in Cuba because that one Nas guy tried to ask him a question. Then he said a DGGer threatened him publicly when he said, hey, Hasan, Destiny made you. My God, give me a fucking break.
I'm worried about the future of this fucking country. I'm worried about the future of free speech in this country.
Oh my God.
I'm worried about what the administration is actively trying to do to silence dissent, to create sham trials, to fucking make sure that there's a chilling effect on anyone that wants to engage in dissent against this administration. And that,
do you think Kamala would have done all that?
That shouldn't just be worrisome to me. It shouldn't just be worrisome to all of you in this community. It should be worrisome to everyone. And I don't even just mean liberals. I mean Republicans too.
Do you think this will be a learning moment for Hasan?
What do you mean?
With
it
like
depends on if there's serious consequences or not.
Not even just a subpoena is enough, you
But
think?
what do you mean how his vote matters?
Well, his vote matters. He didn't vote for Kamala. We all know that.
Well, yeah, but he's an accelerationist. He wanted Kamala to lose. They want things to get really, really bad so that people realize that socialism is the only way.
Sure,
he
but
won't
isn't
say that
things
publicly.
getting really, really bad for him right now?
Well, he doesn't think so because he's insulated by money and race, so he doesn't think it's ever going to hit him directly. And maybe it won't. I don't know. We'll see. But
I don't know. If he goes to jail, I mean, maybe he'll do it for the cause. I don't know. Wait, maybe this is his whole plan. He's gonna get a
Nelson
felony, so he
Mandela?
can't vote anymore, Stephen.
No, true.
He'll never have to hear about it who he didn't vote for again.
What is this? Start on page 45. Interview of Howard Lutnick, May 6, 2026. Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, U.S. House of Representatives. Page 45 of the document. Oh, it's the same. Why am I reading this? And then you said, quote, so I asked very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me and he says, and the right kind of massage. I'll stop there. Is that statement accurate to the best of your recollection? Well, I'm being sarcastic when I asked very insightful, cutting questions. I'm just kidding. And it's generally right. I'm not saying it's exactly precisely right, but generally, yeah, that's what I recall. As far as you remember, are any of these details sort of embellishments? Like, do you recall him actually getting weirdly close to you? I think that's right. I think that's right. What I said. All right. And then you said, now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. I'll stop there. Do you recall that happening? Well, I don't. I recall the sense of that. I don't recall blah, blah, blah. What is this? This is like Epstein shit. Why the fuck you link me this? For Lutnick? Hasan and Kyle double teaming you.
Arrested. It's his
Oh, I think we already saw some of this. Your mic is way too warm, Kyle. But
destiny. Wow. Also, is that a little play on words I see there? Because a little guy by the name of Destiny, and I do mean little, a little guy by the name of Destiny also is excited about this and thinks it's awesome. This is fucking putrid, wretched, repulsive, disgusting fucking shit. None of these people believe in anything. None of them believe in anything. Like I said, at the core, they're an empty black void of morality and intelligence. And it's just, I don't like this person because they have more clout than me. So I hope their life is fucking ruined. And I hope the government fucking, destroys them. Like, what a sick joke, man. What about that other guy? What's his name? Too Raw, Too Real or whatever. He's was a big Kamala stan.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He's out there basically cheering on Trump.
Wow.
Yes, you heard me correctly.
That's
cheering on
crazy,
Trump and saying, like, well, you deserve this because even though Hasan voted for Kamala, you didn't break out your pom-pom strongly enough and fucking cheer for her. Therefore, you fucking deserve this. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? The pettiness, the vindictiveness, how embarrassing. And you people want to lead a movement? That's what you want to do? You want to lead a movement? You want to bring us out of this fucking fascist hellscape that we're in? The opposite of leaders. These people are deeply, deeply unserious. Again, the fact of the matter is he's being targeted for being a decent person. He's being targeted for...
Where is this tweet for the House Oversight thing? Where is that? Can somebody link that?
Oh, look.
Fuck. Google it? I tried Googling it. I'm not finding it anywhere on Twitter. What?
On Twitter, huh?
I mean, X. What? I have a feeling Kyle would be open to a chat with Destiny, even if he won't. No. He hasn't for 5 years. He always makes random excuses why we can't, but he will not. He can't be challenged. He's one of those types of people. Oh, this was the poster reading. Thank you.
Wait, did you know that this is... sorry if you're listening to something.
That what?
Have you been to this website?
What website?
Oversight.house.gov?
Probably. Why?
Do you see the Biden autopen presidency?
Yeah, they've got so many different stupid fucking things on all the .gov websites now. They did a whole thing, I think, on COVID and lab leak, and they did a whole thing on Fauci, and they did a whole thing recontextualizing all the Gen 6 stuff.
Wasn't this proven to be fucking
all
bullshit,
of it?
though?
Yeah,
Why
it doesn't
is it
matter.
still there?
Doesn't matter.
I don't care. Okay. Based. All right. I'm going to keep looking.
Imagine using libcuck words like proven.
What's up, guys? This is
Why was I like this?
Tom Piker. Just got back from Cuba. We were on a humanitarian aid mission.
Yeah, so much humanitarian aid.
And I saw firsthand the struggles of the Cuban population on the island. This is going through a massive energy crisis. The United States has had...
What mic is he using right now? It's definitely not this one. Jesus. Sheesh. Fuck. Actually, let me use the restroom. I'll be back.
And one of the most rigorous and over-encompassing sanctions regime on Cuba since Cuba had a successful revolution and developed sovereignty for itself. However, the situation has gotten much worse in these past couple of months as Donald Trump came out and openly implemented a total blockade of oil.
Cuba's in its last moments of life. Whether I free it, take it, I think I can do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth?
There's around 10 million people living on this Caribbean island, and there are rolling blackouts. Food is spoiling. Sometimes there's no running water. I mean, it's an absolute devastating situation that is totally man-made as a consequence of the American blockade. It's unbelievably cruel.
Just filled my
They're
tank in
starving
Texas.
hospitals.
Gas is
They're starving the
$3.99.
entire energy grid. One of the things that was so shocking
He's
was
bragging about
if the
$4
electricity
gas.
grid fails, you have to wait for the generators to turn on. There's like a 5-minute window. Talking to some of these doctors, and they were saying that they have to hand pump the ventilators that children are on for the 5-minute period until the generators kick in. And sometimes the generators also run out of fuel. And when that happens, a surgeon that we were talking to basically said, look, we just sew up the patient and we try again afterwards. And then also getting to and from work is virtually impossible as well. The surgeon was explaining to me that because gas prices are so high, It's like you would have to pay more to go to and from work to the hospital than what you get paid by the government. There's tremendous medical research coming out of Cuba, especially in the field of biomedicine. They have been able to design new drugs like a lung cancer vaccine. I talked to a neuroscientist that was working on what is now known as the only
lung cancer
real,
vaccine?
active, successful treatment for Alzheimer's and dementia. It's currently being tested in Canada as well. I mean, these are incredibly impressive feats for any country, but it's exceptional when you think about the conditions that Cubans are subjected to and the restrictions that they have, even in the field of academia. Obviously, there's a lot of emphasis on education in Cuba, a lot of emphasis on providing healthcare. It's a big part of the social contract. Not only does the Cuban government use most of the resources to offer education and healthcare to citizens unconditionally for free, but also Cuba has this incredible international medicine corps where they educate their doctors coming from all around the world, and then they send them to some of the most underserved countries, developing nations all around the world. I believe Cuba sends more doctors to developing nations than the entire G7 nations combined. Cuba's tried to send doctors to the United States of America after Katrina. We refused. There's this incredibly cruel thing that America is doing, obviously, to regular Cubans.
Did America need doctors after Katrina?
Marco Rubio last year announced that he was going to stop these international medical missions. Marco Rubio successfully pressured countries like Jamaica and Costa Rica and many others to discontinue the medical missions. They've sent back in Jamaica all of the Cuban doctors that were working there.
I'm very worried for the country. It's unfortunate that we are victims of a great power rivalry, because that's exactly what it is. And it's unfortunate that we're trading the healthcare of our Jamaicans for diplomatic goodwill.
I talked to the head of this program, and he was very shook. He was very sad about this. He's like, I've been to Jamaica. We had 100% coverage in Jamaica. Maybe the politicians that were pressured and caved to American pressure will still be able to get healthcare. Maybe they'll even be able to fly to America. But a lot of the people that we were taking care of, they're not going to get any healthcare whatsoever any longer. They're very resilient. And in spite of the horrible conditions, obviously no society is monolithic. But the one thing that I saw that was consistent is everyone has an attitude about it where they think life goes on. You know, we're still going to play dominoes in the dark. We're still going to try to make the most of the situation, the cards we were dealt with. The thing that shook me, aside from the cruelty of American policy and the invisibility of it all, and how little Americans know about what we are doing to this island, is the fact that there is so much potential. Increasing its literacy rate to 88%, which is higher than the United States of America, having a higher life expectancy than the United States of America. Like, all of this happened in spite of American intervention. Which left me wondering, what would Cuba look like if we didn't do all of this? What would Cuba look like if we didn't stop Cuba from being able to trade with other countries normally and develop its heavy industries if necessary, and be able to exist as a normal country? There are a lot of problems because people are suffering. People aren't making enough money to purchase food, for example. When that happens, there is a lot of black market stuff going on. There's a queue system for gas, for example. The government sells very cheap gas to the Cuban population through a queue system now that there's like tremendous shortages. People go and purchase that gas and then they sell it in the black market. People are just like trying to do whatever they can to survive, right? But also there's a lot of solidarity as well, a lot of sharing, a lot of taking care of one another. One thing that I saw that was fascinating is people are always giving each other rides. There is also this shared struggle. Yes and no. So we were in Havana for the most part, so I can't speak for other parts, but Havana also has a lot of tourism. So there were markets that were open, although the pharmacies are not, and that's a real problem. And that is, from what I understand, a direct consequence of no distribution mechanisms being readily available. Like, transit on the island is like almost completely shut down at this point. It's truly devastating. And when you can't transit goods, and you can't deliver goods, whether it be pharmaceutical goods or whether it be regular foods, people are not going to be able to get access to it. Prices are going to go up. There's going to be inflation. But as far as schools goes, I believe there was a nursing student that we interviewed, and she said that school was reduced down to 1 day for many of these places, depending on the availability, depending on the energy grid. I think, and most importantly, due to how difficult it is to travel, there have been a lot of restrictions. What I've been taught about Cuba is that they're very, maybe sometimes to a fault, a little bit too orthodox in their approach to their economic system. I didn't realize that there was, a lot more private enterprise, and so I was a little bit surprised to see that, like, no, there are actually market reforms or a marketization initiative.
No one is view-botting dear leader. He has all these views on his own.
Let me open
You
12
actually
more
do.
tabs. Asmon explains why he's for the Iran war. Why the fuck would I ever want to even engage with Asmon's foreign policy takes? Ever.
Oh, wait. I got a good tweet for you.
Oh, boy.
No. I'll find it again.
Another one?
But it's so strange because, like, this is not even beneficial for any of these people, right? It's not even beneficial. And they don't get it. They don't understand it. Like, who is this for is the question. Is it for you?
That mic was edited into the video? No shot. Shut the fuck up. Wait, hold on.
What's up, guys? This is Hasan Piker. Just got back from Cuba. We were on a humanitarian aid mission, and
Wait.
Oh, it is.
No.
At least this video looks like it is.
No. Hold on.
I saw firsthand the struggles of the Cuban population on the island. This is going through a massive energy crisis.
Fuck. How would I know?
I'd have to rewatch it. I was being a retard and watching your stream, but hearing it in real time.
Going to stop these international medical missions. Marco Rubio successfully pressured countries like Jamaica and Costa Rica and many others.
Honestly, there's a better chance that he
What?
just fucked up the
the audio
editing.
thing, right?
Yeah. There's more of a chance than that.
Yeah, no, I think it just looks weird because, yeah, I think the camera is maybe focused on like the fuzzy part of this. So look, there's no way that. Why would you even do that? It's more likely that you
that'd
just
be
fucked up
retarded.
the audio setting on
This
it.
shared struggle. Yes and no. So we were in Havana for the most part, so I can't speak for other parts, but Havana also has a lot of tourism, so...
Stop. Don't. You guys are making me schizo way too hard.
Is this helpful for you if I go to fucking prison? No.
Yeah. It's extremely helpful for the liberals.
Oh,
it's
wait.
massively helpful.
We kind of watched part of this already this morning, I think, kind of.
Hasan has been a lightning rod for injecting foreign identity politics and Muslim identity politics into the Democratic Party, and then
we watched this
poison
morning.
pilling their.
Jesus Christ. Found a new home for Israeli people. Right in the middle of Serbia. Sheesh. Check Hasan's view count. It's literally not real. You're just saying that because you're jealous. If it's below 300,000, it's real.
Why'd you earn it? Oh, it's real.
Yeah, it's real. He's got Stavos.
Which is at the precipice of invasion, so I can't even go there.
They just bring a big crowd.
I'm gonna escape.
Okay. Stop. Wait, I don't know if that one tweet is real.
The oversight one?
Yeah. This is
Yeah,
like
I'm not finding it either.
No, it's a random fuck account. I feel like this is a fucking AI post.
Piker is
Oh, wait, hold on. They're quoting a Fox News thing. One second.
far-left influencer Hasan Piker is facing a federal subpoena over a recent trip he took to Cuba with a group of fellow leftists. Piker and the co-founders of anti-war group Code Pink are caught up in a federal investigation into whether activists violated U.S. sanction laws on that trip and similar ones. It was billed as a humanitarian aid mission, but Piker and his fellow activists used the trip to openly promote the Cuban regime and protest the U.S. embargo. They stayed in luxury hotels, they met with communist officials, even as the island grapples with a deepening economic crisis. Piker, of course, blames that crisis on President Trump.
I'm here in Havana, Cuba, right now on a humanitarian aid mission. My goal here today is to bring awareness to what my government, the United States of America, has done to the Cuban population. One of the most ridiculous embargoes of all time that has only gotten more deadly as time has gone on.
Piker claims he is not the target of the investigation. Instead, he says the feds are after prominent pro-China donor Neville Roy Singham. Quote, I think that ultimately the target is probably Singham and his operation from PSL to answer coalition to Code Pink, like anything that he has ever financed. Piker, Code Pink, and Singham did not respond to Fox Digital's request for
This is an AI tweet. I think this is not a real account. I think it's an AI account. And you made me fall
No,
for it.
I was looking everywhere. I
Or
didn't
Hasan,
see their
technically.
house oversight shit.
Maybe Hasan fell for it because he was watching it. But. Hold on, we got some minor snarker meme drama. What was this?
Oh, God.
We have our unhinged hatred of Stardust. Morale. He's one of the big duders. Cute enough to be Beckett's slam pig. Not cute enough for him to justify staying with you. How's your dead dad, bitch? Okay. Wait, Doomer Media? No, this is not actually Doomer Media. They like to always like change their names and take names and shit. I don't know if it's to confuse people or what, but you seem to be unhappy when your dad died. Sad you won't get to see his cock again. Hope Beckett was going to comfort you during his passing, useless cunt. I dealt with it on my own and I was fine. I hope you get therapy because you were very mentally disturbed. Ha 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 ha. Even Beckett can't fucking stand you enough to console you after your dad died. LOL. Speaking of therapy, have you spoken to your therapist about your obsession with your father's penis? Is that the saddest part of his death for you? Apparently he deleted these later, but... Sheesh. 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 You missed Dan's late night stream last night? Yeah, I missed a lot last night. There was also Wick apparently did a full stream on
You missed the whole Wick thing, yeah. I didn't see it either.
They're just talking shit, bro.
You gotta add the thing I sent you, man.
To what?
Let's bring in the next guy, though. Hi, you're live.
This one that bounces around the screen.
Hello?
Oh, true.
Hi. What's up?
Hi, what how are you?
Oh, we've been better, but we're here.
Been better?
Well,
yeah, you seem to be, you seem to have some things on your mind lately, some ruminations, we might call them.
Some considerations that I've been pondering, that have been cooking in my brain for a little bit. Yes, no, that's exactly right.
You gotta make it bounce so you can't just block it.
I had a bit of a
I don't know how to make it bounce. That's a lot of work, okay? You're talking about some high programming shit there. Also, you didn't even spell Cherry's name right, you fucking retards.
I didn't make this yet. How do you spell it?
Oh my, don't worry about it.
How do you spell it? My guy will fix it.
Too late.
Changed my outlook on a few things. A few revelations, actually. So yeah, we've taken that new context into account and made some changes.
Yeah, are these the ones you were describing earlier in your stream?
Say Hasan actually gets some type of criminal charge and is convicted. Would you actually be pleased, or do you think if it actually happened for real, it'd change your mind on it? I think that I would be upset that it pleased me so much. All of these people, I'm going to reframe what I got demonetized on YouTube for, or rephrase it so it's not as radical, but like, all of these people are just way too eager and happy to throw the full weight of this administration behind or into their political adversaries. And for a group of people where it used to be the worst fucking thing in the universe you could do was DMCA somebody, to see people like Michael Knowles cheering for me to be arrested when the Trump admin is like seriously considering it, to see people like Hasan Piker like cheering along as they pull the plug on my Twitch fucking unban and shit just because they're scared of me being on their platform, like, you are asking of me to have superhuman levels of sympathy. So no, I will never, ever, ever have sympathy for somebody like that. For a nepotistic baby whose entire future was already going to be plaid and gold just because of the last name he has, the place he was born, and his fucking family, to be cheering on as he tries to, as much as he can, nuke parts of my career, I will never, ever, ever, ever have sympathy for Hasan Piker. I'm sorry. Now, from a political perspective or whatever, I mean, maybe, yeah, the Trump admin doing what they're doing is not good. But I mean, like, that was already happening. We knew that. Hasan doesn't have the right to complain about anything this admin does when he refused to campaign against it, when he knew that should have been part of his political responsibility. He wanted accelerationism. He just didn't want to be the one getting accelerated. That was supposed to be the poor, stupid blacks. It was supposed to be whatever Arabs you offered up into the fodder, into the fucking, what's the tree choppers called? What am I thinking of? What do they call them? The wood chipper? It was supposed to be the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. It was supposed to be Ukrainian. These were supposed to be the people that all suffered for the accelerationist world that Hasan wanted to move us quicker along to the socialist communist thing. He didn't think it could be him. And now that it's him, I'm supposed to have sympathy for that? No, just fuck him. I never would. I never will.
Well, depending. Yeah. So I went through it, and I went through the reasons that I've made the decisions I have, how like Destiny and the people around him have gone up in my credibility because they were honest to me, and people who were against him have gone down in my credibility because they lied to me. And I think that's perfectly
What lies did people tell you?
Sure, that there was no doxing going on in that server. They swore to me up and down there was no doxing. And I was shown evidence that, oh, look, there was doxing. And not only that, the server itself confirmed that was happening, right?
Yeah, the server confirmed that they found the instance and they banned the person.
Yeah, but that's like fucking too late. It's 11 months too late, and you guys had sworn up.
They banned it as soon as it was brought to their attention. What do you expect them to do?
What do you mean? What are they doing in the meantime? What a stupid thing.
It was an obvious dox. Why didn't they ban him in the first place?
I don't know what your docs looks like. I have no idea what this information would even look like.
Okay.
Would you agree that Snarker's targeting people close to you is analogous to Dan seeking and targeting everyone around Hasan to get them banned? Frogan Denims.
Did Dan do that?
Sean, Caroline, Mike. Who's Sean? Sean DeBlack? I don't know. I know this is worthless to fucking say, and I don't give a fuck. I'll say it again for the millionth time, even as I say it's worthless to say. Dan, that was Dan's mission, not mine. If you watched any of the old fucking anything else shows or whatever, you could see how annoyed I was that he wanted to bring it up so much. I didn't give a fuck. This is Dan's shit. That being said, even though that was Dan's shit, Dan, quote unquote, going after people around Hasan? No. It sounds like those people are all people that are actively collaborating with and going along with and pushing the same shit that Hasan does. I feel like half the people on that fucking list threatened to kill me that you just mentioned. That Sean the Black guy, I know that Grimmore dude or whatever the fuck has. I know that Mike from PA has. These people have threatened to attack me or kill me if they saw me in person. So no, these guys are not even remotely equivalent to snarkers seeing that I follow somebody on fucking Instagram and trying to get them fired from their job, or targeting people on no, it's not even remotely close. You're fucking retarded.
Now you're also well, I have a number of questions for you. One was why not provide the evidence that you were doxing to censor?
Called somebody's fucking job or anything, or gone like, I don't know.
No, because the issue is that most of the people that I have the biggest problems with are literally
Jobless.
fucking invincible. Yeah, because they have no, they don't have anything in their life. They have nothing. They have no jobs or anything fucking to even go after. They just sit online all fucking day. The worst thing that you could ever do to these people is to find a way to get their ISP to pull the plug on their internet connection. That would be life-ending for some of these motherfuckers. Wait, hold on. Let me just check a thing.
What's up, guys?
What? You're retarded. Stop. Okay.
Because I can't. The nature of it, I can't do that.
You can censor that. You can.
Is this just one of them, or?
You have to at some point respond, but keeping it to say shit about character and not physically is great. I mean, listen. All I'm saying is on site, we all have different ways that we react. So.
I'm not saying it's on site if I see Destiny at TwitchCon again. I'm just saying, it probably wouldn't be on site. Honestly, I probably wouldn't notice him while I'm tripping over him because he's so fucking short.
This guy, why would you even do this? Why would you set yourself up like this?
This is gonna be cinema.
Well,
It's always the shortest people too, man.
Seriously. Like, I'm not a Hercules by any stretch of the imagination, but I feel like this is like the 1% of internet men that I would be confident like saying like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go. Okay. Let's throw down. The 5'4" men on the internet, fuck it. Sure. If this is my trial, then fuck it.
You're gonna have a little person calling you short, man.
Yeah, what the fuck? Seriously, Jesus.
Censor that part of it.
Well, what do you mean? It's hard to describe, right? Because I can't. It's not something like I could show you a block of censored material.
Yeah, sure.
But then, how do you know that's me? How do you know that's anyone? How do you know what that is?
But that would lie on your credibility.
Well,
Wick has to build his credibility about his own docs happening. Like,
it would lie on your credibility, but there's also
well, then if
are you familiar?
The credibility is a thing, then you should probably.
Dan said this Tony guy
use my credibility.
All his shit after this.
Yeah, teeny tiny Tony 22 apparently was his Twitter, and he deleted it all after this, I guess. But
not to judge whether I'm telling you the truth or not. I'm telling you. I saw my docs.
You could be saying this based off of nothing is the issue, and you're expecting us to make a very.
How could Wick be saying it off of nothing when all the other people on that server confirmed that this was the case, and now they've changed their story? What?
Broad.
But they
determinations.
But they already admitted it happened.
But I don't understand why you are so willing to jump on board with this when you will not provide the evidence, even censored.
Okay.
Now we have other instances.
Just real quick before we move on. Before we move on, just I want to say, you're asking me for evidence, but you admit that it happened and that the Snark server said that.
I have seen their statements. I have not seen the evidence. I have not seen.
So does he think that they lied as well? Like
any of the logs.
Hold on.
And I don't understand.
Teeny Tiny Tony is a gay ops. He's literally like 55 years old in Discord servers doing gay ops.
I'm just saying, so do you not believe them when they say it?
Not necessarily. I don't know what was posted.
What is he?
But now we're seeing people come in and try to accuse this community of egregious
This
action.
guy pretended to be a Lonerbox fan a long time ago.
Like, I am very strongly against doxing. I know that everyone else in the server. Well,
oh,
the
hold
people
on.
in the server.
Careful.
Not everyone in the server, right? A few people.
Oh!
There he is.
Wait, why is he a
He's got 2 PCs and
paper
he's an idiot.
bag?
It's just the whole thing. Don't get me started on it.
Hi, Dan.
Hold on, I gotta fix my Discord. Hold on 1 sec.
Take your time.
Classic.
Stop.
See, I just don't understand why you don't just censor the information and
Because
post what they
at
sent
this
you.
point, I think that people have admitted in the server that my docs happened. I see no
Okay,
reason
well,
to release more information.
That's fine. We can move on to the next question. You said you would bring on even terrible people
Yes.
to your panel show.
Mhm.
And since you don't regulate off-platform behavior, would you ever extend an invitation to somebody like a bad empanada?
Good one. Wait, no shot. Hold on. Exposing the Destiny abuse machine. True.
New video.
What?
Oh, 1 year old.
Yeah.
Thought it was 1 hour old.
Wait, somebody said President Sunday made a hit piece on Ukrainian Anna. Okay.
So yes, in certain contexts, it would be content rolled, to be clear. But yes, I would have bad empanada on in different. It depends on the context, right?
Oh, there's an AE meme where Moot and Dan watch Cop Slop, and Dan started saying put the murder in the bag when requesting good Cop Slop, so his alt is murder bag. Jesus. Sheesh.
I wouldn't have him on for a friendly chat. We're not going to play Among Us, right? But,
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't expect to. I wouldn't want a chat with that guy to be friendly. I think he. Frankly, I think he should be banned everywhere. Same with anybody who's on an open doxing campaign. But
Like me, Destiny.
We have a thing in our server where we can effectively ban you from anything but my stream space, right? So you can't interact with the Discord whatsoever. You can't interact with the members. You can't type in it. You can't do any of that. But I can have you on stream. And we did this and we put this rule in place because there are contexts and circumstances where I would have someone who might otherwise be banned, but I would have them on my show because we are a free speech platform at the end of the day.
well, you say you're a free speech platform, but you seem to have a problem with people making certain jokes that you deem to be crossing a line.
Well, yeah.
And I'm confused about why things like why specifically mocking Stardust pet as an example.
Because she's my friend.
Pet? Wait.
Probably your bird.
Specifically mocking Stardust pet as an example.
Because she's my friend. I'm not asking them.
So you're not.
I'm not
I love how honest that answer was, and the guy wasn't ready for like, oh, she's my friend. I can regulate my Discord server however the fuck I want. And the guy's like, oh shit. Oh fuck. Wait, quick meme break from a meme?
I've never seen something more green in my life. Emerald, it's an emerald. Oh my god! Oh my god! Butterfly knife emerald! Butterfly knife emerald! Oh my god! That's the most expensive non-pattern based knife in the game, X. In your inventory. Do you look from your own 2 hands?
What is the excitement for watching rich people gamble?
Don't know.
Okay.
No clue.
026. Oh my god.
Sometimes it's
Is that
funny to
full
watch
max?
Train
I mean-
like get mad, but that's pretty much it.
Brother, there's no other color. It's full green. It's apple. $7,000 in your hands right now. Boom!
Okay. Oh, 2 days ago. President Sunday After Dark. Why does this motherfucker have multiple channels? So Ukrainian Anna is a racist, apparently. President Sunday is left stunned by Ukrainian Anna's open racism. Oh, shit.
Can't be racist anymore?
Disgusting.
Asking them to be
So you're not At the beginning of his stream, Wick laid out the entire snarker coordination strategy in a way that I've only ever seen you do, so that was cathartic. Oh, nice. I think like once you have like a holistic view of it, you start to see how everything slots in, and you start to realize that your environment is a lot more plastic, it's a lot more fake than you thought it was. And he's probably, yeah, come to that realization.
Supported and deplatformed. I'm saying.
Why am I listening to this call in particular, though? Is it just going to be Dan owning this guy?
You aren't going to make fun of my friends in my space.
does later, yeah.
That's it. Not to a. If you cross a line, if you're a fucking arsonist and a shit flinger, then I don't need you in my space. And if you think that's inconsistent, fine. Call the consistency police. Have me arrested.
Well, you manage the space, and your space in some ways.
If I'm
the
inconsistent,
rules that you choose to enforce inform us in some way about the principles that you hold. And you say that you hold the principle of free speech, and then you say, don't say these things that I don't like about my friends. That seems to me to be incoherent.
Free speech means you can say whatever you like, and I don't think you should be deplatformed for it or arrested for it. But I can criticize it, and if I don't want it in my house, I can remove you.
But you're deplatforming them from your space.
From my house.
All right, I just think that is anti-free speech, but we can move on.
That's called freedom of association. It's part of free
Tony, it's a little
I love that when they come to you, these guys always come to you. Everybody does this. Every fasci type, every authoritarian type does this. They come to you and they demand that you hold yourself to like the most maximalist, or I guess depending on your minimalist rule set possible. Like a guy will literally walk up to your wife and talk to her in great detail about how he wants to fuck her, and you'll be like, "Can you not?" And you'll be like, "Huh, interesting. I thought you said you were free speech, and now you're trying to silence me." Huh. I see. Or they like are hungry and they just like break down the door into your kitchen from the backyard and they come in and you're like, can you not do that? And they're like, oh, what, are you going to call the cops on me? So you're pro-murder. You want to kill me. Oh, you want me to starve to death? So you don't believe in sharing. You don't have any virtues for sharing food with hungry people? Oh, so you're pro like oppression of the poor. It's just like, what the fuck, bro? Like none of these rules exist in their spaces. Like, and they know that. I mean, like this is all a game. Never pretend that the anti-Semite is serious when he uses words or whatever the fuck that guy says. Like, it's just like, this is like such a joke.
A little bit. Or am I disconnect? Hello?
I can hear
What?
Dan.
Dan,
It's Dan.
I think you're...
I don't know what the fuck Dan's set up. But that's Dan. That's not you.
Oh, okay. I have a few other questions.
He's just
Dan's failing us right now. But go ahead. Ask your other question.
Yeah,
Wait, no. What about now?
Oh, yeah. You're here.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Tony, how dare you think that Wick is such a stupid man? He knows that you're in this server. Do you think he's read messages? Yeah, he's read messages you've sent. Now, he may not tell you which one.
Uh-oh.
But they're not good ones. And you're there looking at the man and you're like, hey, why can't we be in the server?
What's the worst thing?
You understand this whole conversation is a fishing expedition to justify open season on Wick, right? Kind of, but no, it's already open season on Wick. Like, Wick went 1,000,000% the wrong way. They hate this motherfucker because he didn't break the way that they wanted, like Connor did. So this is like the next target for these guys, yeah.
I've done in that server.
Why do you think that I would give you a heads up so you can try
running? Him and probably Hutch.
It's because there's nothing substantial there.
Sounds like you have nothing to worry about then.
Yes, I don't have anything to worry about. But for some reason, you want to use this as a list of people to dox when you know that they aren't doing it to you. And you know that the person who
was
doxing, you know, every instance of this, was banned. You know this.
Remember,
anyways,
always offense. Always offense. Remember tactic 1, gang. Always offense.
I wanted to ask another question.
Go for it.
So, Wick, you said that people couldn't pedo jacket others on your server.
Yeah, that is something that we were cracking down on, yes.
Yeah, sure, that's fair. Now we have, I'm sure you're aware of food shops.
Hey, why did we move off of this issue again? I'm just going back, and that was a very clever move. I was talking. Oh, I remember. You are a two-faced cunt.
You're interrupting.
You're a two-faced cunt that spends all of your time trying to make a documentary about how you can fuck over Hutch. In the same
no, that's
time,
not what I'm making.
Yeah, and when you're in
no,
there,
that's a lie.
you're
That's not
also
what I'm making.
basically running kind of gay ops a little bit against Lonerbox and kind of being like, how can we...
No, that's not what...
Why are these people so obsessed with doxing? Every single conversation about their unhinged behavior is always real to doxing. Because these guys, like, just, they write and they type the most unhinged, depraved, disgusting shit in the universe. It's indefensible how gross. Like, forgetting all of the stalking and everything else, like the horrible comments they make. You saw the weird shit about Stardust and her father dying, and like the Beckett was her ex, and like the amount of, and the comments they make about me, all the rape comments, everything about Ukrainian Anna, the comments about Nathan. Like, it is disgusting the level of depravity that these people comment on. Like, and this is going beyond like all the racial and anti-Semitic slurs and the obsession with Indians and everything else. Like, there's a big reason why they're hyper fixated on the internet anonymity point, because if anybody knew who any of these people were, they would leave the spaces or they wouldn't conduct themselves this way. Somebody sent me this yesterday. I tweeted it out. This is on the subreddit. Like, bro, and again, like, to switch the subjects, can you imagine if this was me in a VC defending why the Destiny Discord has minors in it. Somebody asked me that question a couple nights ago. I was like, oh, like, you know, because I was like, why would a politics Discord even have minors in it? So I was like, oh, I don't know. Like, I mean, why do you guys have minors in your server? And I'm like, I don't know. I guess we don't do politics dedicated. And then, and then somebody pointed out, oh, no, we don't have minors in my server. That's just like a ban if you're under 18. So I was like, yeah. Okay. I'm like, oh, true. We don't, I guess. This is, just imagine for one moment, replace Doobie's voice with mine.
Actually, like molesting children, right? Because I think that person would be dangerous to have on.
Oh, looks like whoever uploaded this. Oh, 10-minute ads. Good job, you fucking retard. Thanks for making it inaudible. Thank you.
Shoot him.
Thanks.
You're fired.
You're gone. Ark, take over.
You're done.
Ark.
Actually, like molesting children. Actually, like molesting.
Oh, this is quiet too. Fuck me. Whatever. Oh, you're lucky for now.
Actually, like molesting children, right? Because I think that person would be dangerous to have on the server. But I mean somebody who has like an attraction to children. Because I consider pedophilia to be potentially. But I think that pedophilia is like it's a paraphilia, right? So it's a mental illness, basically. We consider it to be a mental illness, and these people don't choose to have it. They develop that way.
Question for that.
I think it'd be very interesting to like. I mean, I know a couple of people who are pedophiles and who are going to like therapy and been going to therapy for years to try to like.
So you're saying you allow?
It's sort of like conversion therapy, where they try to shift their attraction upwards over like years of therapy and like conditioning. It's very, very difficult, and it's usually not successful.
So you'd allow pedophiles in the server? You'd allow pedophiles in the server?
I've got a question to that. No, you've already asked that question. I want to ask a question. If there was like, you know, you was allowed to allow pedophiles within the server, would you get rid of the minors then to protect them, or would you keep the minors within the server also?
Yeah, no, I still allow them.
What kind of fucking conversation did I join?
Like, the reality is that most people who molest children are not like pedophiles.
Wait, so Doobie, you would allow pedophiles?
When I say pedophile, I mean somebody has a primary attraction to children, right? So when they are thinking about things they're attracted to, children are first, right? That's a pedophile. But if somebody is attracted to adult women primarily, but if the opportunity to fuck with a 15-year-old comes up, they're going to do it. That person's just a sexual opportunist, and that's the majority of child molesters, right? So it's kind of the risk exists just having adults on the platform.
Wait, let me ask this real quick. Doobie, you would allow pedophiles and minors in the server together?
Yeah.
The
reality is, why would you say this as a server owner with a tag for minors? Why?
That up to like 5% of the male population has like pedophilic tendencies, right? And that's just like the pedophilic tendencies. I'm not talking about sexual opportunists. I'm sure more of the male population is sexual opportunists who would fuck a 15-year-old if they have the opportunity to, right?
Are you being dead ass right now?
Yeah, 100%.
You said who wouldn't fuck a 15-year-old?
Fetishes onto the whole general populace, my guy. Yeah.
Dude, yeah, like
none of guys. Keep it in perspective. None of you guys own a giant server where everyone's expected to talk about different opinions and get along. He's, I'm sure, developed this position because of the fact that he runs a server like this. You're not like him.
Wait, Doobie, how old are you?
So I can explain. So the server exists the way that it does because I have this principle, right? I believe that freedom of expression is extremely important. I think that being able to express these crazy ideas with people all over the planet and try to figure not just understand the ideas that people have in their lifestyles, but try to understand yourself through your discussions with other people with different perspectives. I think it's extremely important, right? And I don't agree with like drawing arbitrary lines about what you're allowed to talk about. I think it's silly.
So you
the reality is, even if they don't talk about these things publicly, they still have the thoughts.
So I have a question.
Forcing them to have the thoughts hidden away in the brain somewhere doesn't make those thoughts less dangerous. In fact, I think it makes it more dangerous.
So with your concept in mind, let's say a pedophile and a minor were in the same VC, and the pedophile is openly describing anal sex and nutting inside of an anus. You would allow that?
All right. Full note.
It depends on the context.
Last question.
What?
Problem?
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if I had said stuff like this and I was justifying A-logging a 15-year-old child? Like,
inside of an anus, you would allow that? Driving anal sex and the same concept. With your concept in mind, let's say a pedophile and a minor were in the same VC, and the pedophile is openly describing anal sex and nutting inside of an anus. You would allow that?
All right. Full Metal.
It depends
this
on
is
the
the last
context.
question you're going to ask in here about that. I'm sure Doobie would love to go into a room with you and talk about pedophilia all day long.
Yeah, so it depends on the context, right? So if they're trying to groom the child, no, I wouldn't allow that. I don't think, obviously, I wouldn't allow like someone to groom a child on the server or anywhere, right? But if they're talking about sex for some other reason, sure. I mean, we talk about sex all the time on the server, right?
In front of a minor?
In the voice channels, or yeah,
Not
all
with
the time.
not with minors.
Look at general chat right now. You'll find, I'm sure, tons of people posting stuff that's like suggestive or sexual with plenty of minors in the chat. I mean, just look at go on the internet, anywhere on the internet.
Does that
Go on
make it
YouTube,
right, though?
Go on Instagram or TikTok or anywhere in society. You're gonna find sexual shit around. minors.
But that doesn't make
That's
it
just how
right.
society is.
Well, just because a
Full
lot
Metal,
of
before you just described anal sex out loud, you didn't stop and ask everyone's age. So
yeah,
you're as
but
guilty
I
as
don't think
anybody.
there's any minors in here.
You didn't ask.
I'm actually on mine now, bro.
I'm a Democrat, so my favorite music note is A minor. Does that count?
Oh god,
That's not a music note.
Dude, wait, Doobie, I have a question for you. Like,
That's a key.
so you said 5% of the general population, they're like they have pedophilic
Male population.
Male population has pedophilic tendencies, but like they're pretty spread out amongst like like around the world.
Hey, so the
You're
guy,
you're having like a place where they can be in, like at a rate where you wouldn't probably like meet them in real life.
Yeah,
So
so it's just like I think trans people is a really good way to understand this, right? So trans people are like 2% of the population, I think, maybe a little bit more than that now. Sure, but on Discord, they're fucking everywhere, it seems, right? Like on this server, we have a lot of trans people, right?
Right.
So I think the internet itself is going to be a place where, in platforms like this, is just a place where people who are, like don't feel comfortable on the real world or whatever, or feel like rejected by society, they're going to end up on platforms like this.
Just saying, owner of the self-proclaimed largest politics Discord server on the internet that has 2,000 people with minor tags on them. Just say that's just wild, bro. If I had anything like this on the internet, Jesus Christ.
What I'm doing.
I mean, they have the logs. We're going
Anyways,
to find
so
out.
yes, you'll
I
find
wouldn't
out. And
lie
you'll find
about
out that there
this,
is
man.
nothing in
Like,
there.
We're going to find out. He has the
I mean,
logs.
it's kind of fun, right? I mean, I thought.
Wait, morale is seething after Wick TV banned him live on stream. Morale immediately starts to use Snarker's tactics that Wick explained a few minutes earlier.
I won't pretend it's not.
Is it like 10 minutes ago? When has he done this?
Especially when they miss.
I can say I am indeed banned from Wick's Discord server.
Characterize me. That's annoying. It's annoying, right? But that is not the same as what these snarker bitches have been doing. Not the same at all. These snarker bitches have harassed me, have constantly lied about me.
I totally didn't miss out on anything from avoiding covering this. Has he just been whining about harassment for 2 fucking hours, dude? Is that all that this guy... They've been harassing me! They've been harassing me! They've been harassing me! That's all he's been saying for 2 fucking hours?
Have doxed me. Have doxed my co-host. Have...
Again, it's like they. No, they didn't dox you. Nobody called for you to be doxed. One person doxed you, and then when we were made aware of it... I say we, it wasn't me, I wasn't in the server at the time. But yeah, they were removed from it and banned.
Wow.
Doxed my fucking friends! Bro, these are...
Again, there's just no evidence for this. Has he shown, like, has he shown any screenshots in this entire stream?
Wow. He mad. Okay, sorry.
I thought you were a Lonerbox homie, but you're like a Lonerbox not homie, which is really it's making me sad.
This is one of the things that's
juxtaposition there, Dan. I love it.
This is one of
he thought he was a homie, but he's a not.
This is one of the things that is
He's a
really
not homie.
frustrating
I
with
know.
these people, because of a lot of the people who
the
are
Jews.
viewers of Lonerbox, who are viewers of Wick, who are viewers of Dylan Burns, who are viewers of all these people, are former viewers of Destiny. I learned about all these people because I used to be a Destiny viewer. I have been in these spaces for a long time. A lot of the people who dislike Destiny now were already integrated into these spaces before.
Wow.
So that's part of why I think, like
Just
what
so
you
you
said
know,
earlier, that you thought.
The largest Pokemon Discord out there also doesn't allow minors, and that's literally a game for fucking children. So I don't know what the hell Doobie is doing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
People like deliberately infiltrate spaces.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you do.
And I find that
You find that what?
it's because people have already been integrated into these spaces. These communities are integrated.
What better way to infiltrate a space than to turn the people that are already there?
True.
My view on Destiny changed. My view on other creators did not.
Okay. So you're a Lonerbox fan.
Yeah, I
You're
like
not doing
Lonerbox.
anything.
I watch his stream.
Yeah,
I enjoy
know
his
you.
stream.
You participate. No negative comments. No shenanigans.
Sometimes I have
maybe.
negative comments, but I haven't.
Well, I mean,
have
you
an
certainly
overall
wouldn't run
good
any
opinion.
negative operations you wouldn't be a part towards him, right?
What are you referring to? Are you referring to something
Are you
specific?
asking me to refer to something? I'm just asking if you ever would. Ask me if I've ever been part of a operation to fuck with Wick. Go ahead, ask. Dan, have you been part of an operation to fuck with Wick? No, never.
Okay,
Not
you're
once.
just
I don't
kind
even
of
need,
like
I don't even need you to ask me for an example.
I don't know
can
what
say
you're
no.
talking about.
You know how when I ask you, and
Yeah,
you're
and I
like,
also
well,
haven't
which
done this.
time? I don't know.
Dan, because you come into me trying to menace me in DMs. It's really fucking weird. And I just want to talk about your car with the funky sideways speedo.
No, what
I think
you
it's
want to do
kinda
is you
gay.
want to
Do you want to paint like
diffuse the
lollies on the
situation.
side?
You are.
Sorry, one more side meme. What the fuck is? Hold on. No shot. I don't even know. Hold on. What is this gonna show?
Yo, what's up? What's up? Well, there's a lawnmower going by me right now.
5220.
I just want to say that right now. I am like, I know I am the most hated person on the server and stuff like that. I know I have mental health issues and stuff. And then
I don't think people hate you. They just
yeah,
like to
they
talk
do,
shit.
doobie. They like to talk shit about me. And then also, not only that, but I never really liked Destiny. Now that I saw his profile picture, I thought y'all were talking about Danny for a second. There's like some random guy named
520.
Danny.
This is yesterday?
Y'all know who Danny
Who the
is?
fuck is Danny? No.
Danny
Wait, maybe I do know who
Diabolical.
Danny is. Yeah, I know who
Danny
Danny is.
Diabolical. I don't like him either. But no, I now that I've seen like this Destiny guy, like I know who he is now. I don't really like that guy actually. I actually had that guy blocked too because he seemed weird. He seemed weird like on the level of Danny. They both kind of look like pedophiles, you know. So, and then the
Is that my
the last
wallet? No, I don't know who this is.
thing I wanted to say was that can I get unblocked from Modmail?
Wasn't me. You'd have to talk to the mod team. Cause I'm not, so like I said, I've been around, so I'm not gonna make any changes. But I'd encourage you to talk to the mods, you know, because maybe if there's a reason.
I can't talk to the mods. All the mods hate me, doobie.
They don't hate you.
Yeah, they do. They think I'm freaking weird. I asked one of the moderators. I said, "Hey, can I what was the question? I wanted to do like my childbirth since I'm pregnant right now on the server." And I said,
Wait, what?
Oh.
Okay, well, keep going, man. I'm invested. I gotta know.
So I'm the one that blocked Nora from Modmail. She sent a birth video into Modmail.
Keep it going.
Like straight up like a birth, like a zoomed in like
They were
birth
asking. They
video.
said that
I don't know. It was disgusting.
because they said that. What do you mean by give birth? And I said I sent the video to show them like an example of what I wanted to happen. I want to give birth in VC, and then they were like, yeah, no. And I said, okay. So I was like completely okay with that, and then I got blocked from Modmail for asking a question.
Wait, hold
But
on.
they-
So you
they
posted
didn't-
a video of someone actually giving birth, like from the
Yes.
perspective of like the doctor in the server.
Yes.
As opposed to who? From the perspective of the child? What is that like inside the kid? Like
Because they weren't getting the question that I was
Hold on.
asking.
Wait, I need it. So earlier you asked if you could do it. You want to give birth
Can
on
I
the server,
clarify
like in
what
a
she
voice
did?
channel.
Yeah.
You want your boyfriend or husband to stream you giving birth on the server.
Yes.
She posted a video of a baby doll giving birth out of a vagina, a cock shot, basically, of a baby doll, a full
Wait,
big ass baby doll.
Was it a real vagina or a fake vagina?
A real
No, it was
vagina.
like very close
Was it
up.
real vagina?
It was
fake
a
vagina?
fetish pornography of
No,
a
it
birth.
was
It
not
was
fetish
disgusting.
pornography. It was supposed to be an example of what I
though?
wanted to happen because you were like, "What do you mean you want to give birth in VC?" And I said, "Okay, let me just show you an example and stuff like that." And then
I'm-
you were like, "Yeah,
I don't even know, bro. What?
no." And then I was
I'm
like,
actually
"Okay,
scarred.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to."
Wait, did you
scar
post
you
it
and
on the
stuff like
server
that."
or
Does this person have a minor
In
tag?
Modmail.
Is this person a minor?
I don't know. They sound retarded, so probably.
Okay, that's a tiny bit better because there are reminders on the server. You can't be posting like stuff like that on the server, but
I would
like-
post that in a server full of minors. Like that's
okay.
stupid.
But like
No, I was
Nora,
I,
like
I was posting it for an example and stuff like that because the moderator asked, they said, "What do you mean you want to give birth in the server?" And I said, "Okay, let me pull up a video." And then like for example, and then I posted the video and they're like, "Oh, and they were like, "No, sorry, Nora, you can't do that." I was just like, "Okay," but I thought Modmail was supposed to be for asking like questions and stuff like that, and also to report people. So I do apologize if I scarred anybody. That was not my intention and stuff like that. I was
okay,
just
hold on. I need to wait. So someone just sent me the video. I'm gonna watch it, and I will tell you. No, Nora, no. What the fuck? Why would you do that? Wait, why do you want to give birth on the server?
everybody to, because I think childbirth is a beautiful thing and stuff like that, and I want people to experience that. Anybody who's 18 older, that is. Anybody who's 18 older, who's my friend and stuff like that. I
Nora,
want them to my childbirth.
Okay, so I get it, but like I feel like there's some moments in life, I think I can say from experience that are like, it's just better for that to be between you and the person you love, you know?
Right. No, and that's fair and stuff like that. So I was just like, okay, forget it. But then I got blocked from ModMail, and I was trying to report this one person that was calling me the N-word with a hard R and VC, and then I realized I was blocked, and I was like, what the hell? Why am I blocked? You know? Like they called me that in the server and stuff, and then I kind of feel offended because I'm just like, what the hell did I do? Like you asked me a question, you said, what did you mean by that, Nora? And I was just like, okay, let me show you the example. I wasn't trying to like scar the person though. I swear to God, I wasn't trying to.
I get it. I get it. It should. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you shouldn't send videos of plastic dolls coming out of people's vaginas into ModMail, and I don't think we can allow you to.
It wasn't supposed to be porn. I swear to God, it was just.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, still, it's we can't. But also, I don't think we can allow you to give birth on the server. Like, I don't think.
Yeah, no, and they told me that. They told me that, and I understand and stuff. Like, I'm not gonna give birth on the server and stuff like that. I swear.
Okay.
I
swear. Okay, thank you, Nora. Is there anything else?
Yes. I just want to say that I love every single one of you beautifuls and stuff like that, and you all pray for me that I hope I get a baby girl and stuff like that, so that way I can be happy in life because I've always wanted a baby girl.
Okay. Good luck. Next person. I'm just gonna pick up someone at random. Pax Americana, you're up.
Can
you hear me?
Okay, I'm not. Okay.
Are you going to paint lollies on the side of your car, Dan? An internet
terrorist. That's you. You are.
Then what are you?
I'm a, I guess you could say like a little bit of like a vigilante of justice.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's kind of gay.
Well,
you ever read the Art
you
of
would
War?
know.
You read the Art of War, Dan?
Reading is gay, like you said.
Yeah, I can tell you don't read. You get AIs to read and write for you, right?
No, not read. That'd be silly because then I'd have to still listen, right? And then you're kind
You
of
got it to summarize it for you, and then you just read the summary of it.
I mean, are you not using AI in the server and then using actual retards? You're using AR, actual retards to work on your shit. So
retards, ooh.
You like that?
Okay.
I'll let you use that one if you want
to. Dan, do you take a lot of clonazepam?
No.
Where is this down on my stream? Why don't I get this level of comedic?
Because he's booming out,
Oh
man.
my God! Do you know who he is?
Who is he?
He's fucking Jay-Z. Drops
when he's like on
dog shit albums, but then the most fire features. What the fuck?
No.
When you show up to AE in the morning and you're like, who the hell is this guy?
Saving all his good bars for features. Unreal.
Why would I tell you what dosage of anything I take?
Why did you tell me you were prescribed it?
I said to everyone that I take it for sleeping. I've been very open with my life. That's one of the best parts.
Do you feel like it affects your inhibitions?
No.
No?
And one of the best parts is that you can kind of see me over the last 15 years online. And as a result
it's hard
of
to
lack of change.
Don't you ever redact everything? So it's kind of hard to follow.
Well, that's why I've been on video for 15 years as well. So,
Yeah, I saw that. You remember that old picture?
Destiny, again, all your haters right now are ex-drug addicts and mental hospital rejects. I can actually send you proof of this if you'd like. I mean, I think we've seen enough of that.
The view of the truck that you sent to Nicholas DiOrio?
No.
I remember that picture. I think it's really funny. I think it's kind of cute, Dad. I think it's like.
Do you think I'm like? I don't even know what you're talking about. But if you think that I'm like embarrassed of whatever it is, if I send it, I'm not.
You said that you regretted sending it, but that's okay. I'll stop talking about it, Dan. I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
You can send.
This guy thinks he's really cooking right now. He thinks he's cooking so hard right now. Oh my God. The funny thing is, I bet he doesn't even know what he's talking about, but somebody in Justical or this Snarker server probably told me, remind Dan about that thing he said, DiOrio. And the guy doesn't even know, but he's just like acting, like, oh yeah.
And whatever you want. And that's one of the benefits of being a guy like me and living your life online is that you can put out whatever. Hold nothing back. Throw it all out. Every fucking piece. But that's not going to stop me from drip dropping the shit I have about you and about other people.
I'm cringing, Dan.
Not cringing so much that you're going to release the server logs, though, right? Not that much. You want to know what I have?
I'm totally fine with. I'm totally fine with releasing the server logs. I would like them to be released.
Hey, you should call from within.
Yeah, let's get it done.
I have done that.
That way, you take away. I am powerless. That's how you stop the rapist.
Here, I will offer this.
Oh, whoa, Dan. We're not allowed to call people rapists in this server. Didn't you hear the rule change?
Okay, well, that's how you stop a abuser. You let yourself.
Oh, Dan.
This guy has like the President Sunday archetype. Oh, I can't imagine this guy like engaging with people who are thinking like, man, this guy's my friend. Like this is just this archetype of person who is like, they try to be like very snarky, not like a snarker, but like you just like, I don't know, like they think they're being like very clever and pointed, and but they're not at all. And it's like, bruh, you're not. I know you think you're cooking, but the stove is off, dude.
Dan, whoa. Okay. Why are you making these accusations, Dan? That's not okay.
Are you trying to diffuse the subject? You can
This is maximizing minimizing, by the way. Just the
I don't know a lot of the names of these debate tactics. I just kind of roll with them as they go.
Yeah, I went through the snarker tactics. I don't know if you saw the show earlier, but we went through all the snarker tactics that they engage in, and this maximizing
like the infiltration when they were already integrated previously.
Anyway, Tiny, do you have Tony?
I have. Yeah, I was.
One more question, then we do gotta let you go because I want to talk to Dan for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay?
Wait, what is this? Hold on.
Uncomfortable.
You can send whatever you want, and that's one of.
Wait, what do you say?
This B44 link.
Oh yeah, that's not about to click. Or that's what to click.
Uncomfortable. You can send whatever you want, and that's one of the benefits of being a guy like me and living your life online, is that you...
Dude, just even being in a conversation, I'm gonna say you guys shouldn't talk to Dan. Like, if you're not already somebody who's, like, totally invested in this...
Oh, he knows. That's right. You got to bring the ultra talking point. This is why people like Doobie and everything go from server to server to server, like having these same debates. They're literally debate mercenaries on everything having to do with my life and my background.
Don't talk to Dan. Because even this level of, like, Tony making fun of him a little bit, Dan just got so mad, and dude, don't make Dan mad right now. If you're just a random chatter or whatever, he just got so angry right there. Holy fuck.
You can put out whatever. Hold nothing back. Throw it all out. Every fucking...
Okay.
Sure. Well, I wanted to ask about the food shops question. Because food shops is somebody who...
Destiny. Okay, I think we're glossing over that Doobie streamed a convo with a lady where she said, Destiny is weird. Can I get unbanned? Because I promise I won't show birth videos anymore, and I won't ask to stream my birth to the Discord. Yeah, true. True. Fair.
True. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
That's true.
Sure. Well, I wanted to ask about the food shops question. Because food shops is somebody who, in the past, has described themselves as a small p pedophile that talked openly about their lolicon consumption.
So what I'm going to do, and what I told
platform
food
for a
shops,
few hours.
just real quick. What I told...
Like, look at the fake obsession here, because they try to identify, like, the weak points in my whatever. And it's like, oh, maybe if we can focus on the food shops bridge, blah, 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 blah. Right? And it's like, I'm sorry, Rose. But, like, maybe once if that politics server gets banned or Doobie quits that, maybe then you have some line of attack. But I'm sorry, that's crazy. You literally have, like, a child harvesting server right now that is being manned by one of your mans. Like, you have no line of attack.
Man.
Yeah, you have no line of attack here. You're crazy.
What I told food shop...
React to some Jessica Slot from his stream last night. His commentary is getting even more retarded. I only do if people send me clips because I don't have time to sit through all that shit. Fuck that.
What I would do is, because most of the allegations against her came from sources which I now view as less credible, I will take a look at those accusations. Again, I am not saying that we're going to change our mind. I don't know. But we will re-review it to see if she can have the content role removed. But I can't litigate that now. I don't know. I'm going to leave that up to my mod team. I think that's fair.
Do you mind if I leave just a final note on that? Something
Final
from,
note. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hobbit follower came in and said that the previous caller guy, I forget his name, but said that he was a Mr. Girl fan. Food shops. Yeah,
wait, are you talking about
food
Kilo,
shops? Was
the moderator, Kilo the Giant, the former moderator that said he was upset about
you're rambling, Dan.
people were calling him a
I'm trying to say
that.
Did this guy just yap for like 2 minutes and then Dan said 3 words like, you're rambling, Dan. You're rambling. This guy has like the shallowest toolbox ever. What?
Kilo the Giant, the former moderator that said he was upset about
you're rambling, Dan.
people were calling him a
I'm trying to say
that. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same Mr. Girl person, because I'm talking about
we're talking
Mr.
about
Girl
a different person.
moderator that's
You're
now
talking
known
about a
as Kilo
different person, Dan. Thank you, Dan.
formerly
You're
Kilo the
rambling.
Giant. That said he was
you're rambling.
Sorry.
You gotta let him get his last
My bad.
You gotta let him get his last one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. So that person was a Mr. Girl fan. Food Shops was also a very big Mr. Girl fan. And you may recall that Mr. Girl went on sort of a public internet crusade where he was trying to push...
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't even think so.
Big Mr. Girl fan. And you may recall that Mr. Girl went on sort of a public internet crusade where he was trying to push the idea that people should be... where he was trying to argue for the idea that people should try to be empathetic to people who had those proclivities.
I am well
and
aware
as
of Mr.
part
Girl.
of Food Shops' and as part of Food Shops' fandom of Mr. Girl, she started to imitate this, and her version of I guess integrating this this type of activism was to out herself for her lolicon consumption, to claim that her therapist told her to consume lolicon, which is not what happened.
Okay. We're gonna.
She also said, "Oh, Dan, while you're here," she also said your family deserve to be doxxed and swatted, and I think that is a grotesque thing for anybody to say. I don't think anybody should be doxxed and swatted, but yeah, that's my last thought. So
not even Hitler.
Not even Hitler.
Okay, well then you're obviously not living your fucking morals.
Look,
Wait, Tony, I just want to say that you did fucking garbage. Also, shout out to Spicy Chat, and you know, try not to fucking.
Dan, don't fall in the pool, okay? Dan, don't fall in the pool, okay?
What is that? He just left. Why is he run? Why?
I moved him out, to be clear, because I was done.
Oh,
I was tired.
God damn it.
Well, okay, so Dan, what's up? What can I help you? You wanted to come on stream and you wanted to talk, and so here we are.
I was just watching. No, I was watching SLOP, and I was watching Tony get fucking bodied.
Wait, is there anything else worth watching here besides the fact that this guy just deleted all of his online accounts apparently? Also, wait, somebody linked me this lenses site earlier, but this is for Sony E-mount lenses. Is there no EF mount site like this? Because this would be pretty fucking handy. Keep watching Dan talk.
And I don't know. I just thought I'd come in. That's all. Also, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I will say, you know what's really funny?
Okay.
Okay. All right, hold on. Just hold on one second. Let me.
The anti-food shop's talking points are being workshopped in the melting pot as we speak. The anti-fans are legit cooking up new conspiracies.
The melting pot's pretty bad right now. It's really bad.
Yeah, I think it's because it's like a quote-unquote free speech place, so a lot of them are joining in on all that meme shit. But
let me just clear one thing before I do. Give me 2 seconds. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Okay. We're getting permission, gang. We are phoning into command right now. Okay, we're phoning into command. We're gonna get the go ahead, the green light. We'll see.
Okay, what's really fun. Okay, so as you know, like 2 weeks ago, some fucking dude reached out to Lonerbox. I'm assuming a Lonerbox fan, with all of these leaks.
Yes.
And Lonerbox was like a fucking retard and doesn't publish any of the stuff. So then they go to Hutch. And I think Hutch publishes some of it about himself.
Yeah.
But then like, I think they fucking hated Destiny. So Destiny gets it last. And then, but we get the whole thing. We go through it. And it's so funny. So the second that this all gets, I guess the second.
I don't give a fuck.
And it all got publicized. They must have gotten rid of like half the fucking server or something because we got kicked out.
Oh,
but
shit.
now they've opened up the server. And because people hate some of the people in the server so much again, fucking in there right now watching these fucking retards coordinate. It is the funniest fucking shit in the world.
Okay. Oh shit. Damn.
Wait, I feel like I have to say proof or else they're not gonna believe it. They're gonna say it's a gay op. Hold on.
What's your proof? Give it to me.
Hold on. Because I'm doing this on 2 computers. Frugals, Dan's gonna need to update the Claude plan to deal with this new update. I don't think so, homeboy. I think I'm doing all right. Ooh, Frugals mad. Wait, what else is going on here? Hold on. Someone said live Tony suicide. I guess. I don't think that means that Tony's doing so hot in that call. What do you think, Wick?
Oh no! Can you
I specifically want an EF mount lens because my Blackmagic cameras are EF mount cameras, so it's the lens mount I use.
Can you scroll back to see what they thought of
Tony?
Benny?
They're shitting on you in your own Discord, my guy. This would never happen other places, bro. This is what I'm talking about. You guys are such fucking scumfucks, bro, that people turn against you. Like, ugh, I don't even know. You have no principles, no morals. Like, that's that's my biggest issue with the server. You know when they have the thing? It was this a Chappelle thing? They say, my biggest issue is the hypocrisy. And it's like, you sure it's not the raping? I'm going to say here, the biggest issue, it's not the raping. It's the hypocrisy. Okay? I don't like this server that they're saying they're better than me. You are not better than me. None of you guys in here are better than me. You're all worse than me. Okay? Because you lie about it. That's it. Spicy chat. In other places, at least they somewhat hold to their fucking principles. As I said before, I didn't see fucking Chud Logic in there, okay? He wasn't in there. And Queeman, when he was in there, told you guys to stop being fucking
one thing
retarded.
I don't like that
see
Dan
people like
does is that if he sees someone on his side, he just immediately goes to like their defense and stops like fighting with them.
Whoa.
I understand why he does it, but I don't know. I think it's kind of retarded.
Yeah, depending on the situation, maybe, yeah.
fucking Tony in there actually doing fucking gay ops, okay? So that's all I'm going to say right there. It's like, it's cringe as fuck. That's all I'm going to say.
For the logs, okay.
You know, the thing is, like, a lot of people, there's even people in there that talked a fuck ton. I think even some of them are like spicy chatters, but like you didn't see, like, I'll shout out one thing that I shouldn't. There was a guy named QQ that was in there, and people were doing fucked up shit, and some of it got deleted, and he, the whole time, he didn't have to, and he was saying, you shouldn't be doing this shit. And I respect that. Like, in a place where no one fucking has to see anything, that's good behavior. And I saw that from a few people, and I think it's important to call out some good behavior when you see it.
Yeah.
Because if you're just going to be like, everyone in there is fucking evil, it's not going to fucking work.
Well, that's why I said that, like, there are levels of culpability here. Like, I don't have beef with you if you were just in the server and you didn't participate in these kind of activities and harassment and campaigns and coordination.
Well, like that's the whole thing, is like, genuinely, if you go through and you
Wasn't QQ one of the unhinged people? Yes. I think... I'm going to be honest, I have trouble keeping track of these people's names because I change them so often. Their mindfucks work on me, okay? But yeah, he was one of the crazy people that was... I don't remember if he posted Wix docs or if he laughed at it or something, but yeah, that dude was unhinged.
Look through it kind of
like
as much as I've looked through it. And there's a lot. Like, I haven't been able to go through everything. But like, if you look through it, there's like people that take a blind eye to it. And then there's people that like genuinely don't fucking say anything. Like, Queeman was in there, but he has like fucking 20 messages. He doesn't do fuck all. So useless there as a content creator, just as other places, watching other people's shit. Same shit. But like, then you look at fucking Ryle Kittenhouse.
Dan is literally saying he wasn't. Oh, wait, was he? Hold on. Sorry.
Campaigns to coordinate.
Work.
Well, that's why.
Fuck, I missed something. Hold on.
That's good behavior. And I saw that from a few people, and I think it's important to call out some good behavior when you see it.
Yeah.
Because if you're just going to be like, everyone in there is fucking evil, it's not going to fucking work.
Well,
obviously.
that's why I said that like there are levels of culpability here. Like I don't have
Did I already go out of it too much?
beef with you if you were just in the server and you didn't
you went a
participate
little
in
too
these
far.
kind of activities and
too
harassment
close.
and campaigns and coordination.
Well, like that's the whole of it. People in there that talked a fuck ton, gay ops. Okay, so that's all I'm going to say right there. It's like it's
Cannot
cringe
wait.
as
Gotta go
fuck.
back for
That's all I'm
Cannot
going to say.
wait for the logs. Okay.
You know, the thing is, like, a lot of people, there's even people in there that talk a fuck ton.
I think so.
I think even some of them are like spicy chatters. But like, you didn't see, like, I'll shout out one thing that I shouldn't. There was a guy named QQ that was in there, and people were doing fucked up shit. And some of it got deleted. And he, the whole time, he didn't have to. And he was saying, you shouldn't be doing this shit. And I respect that. Like, in a place where no one fucking has to see anything, that's...
I feel like if they're saying this shit now, I feel like they're just covering their asses.
Behavior. And I saw that from a few people, and I think it's important to call out some good behavior when you see it.
Yeah.
Because if you're just going to be like, everyone in there is fucking evil, it's not going to fucking work.
Well,
obviously.
that's why I said that like there are levels of culpability here. Like I don't have beef with you if you were just in the server and you didn't participate in these kind of activities and harassment and campaigns and coordination.
Well, like that's the whole thing is like genuinely, if you go through and you've looked through it kind of like as much as I've looked through it, and there's a lot. Like I haven't been able to go through everything, but like if you look through it, there's like people that take a blind eye to it, and then there's people that like genuinely don't fucking say anything. Like Queeman was in there, but he has like fucking 20 messages. He doesn't do fuck all. So useless there as a content creator, just as other places watching other people's shit. Same shit. But like then you look at fucking Ryle Kittenhouse and fucking JSOC, and the two of them are like nonstop fucking jerking themselves. Like here's my big issue with those two fucking retards. I don't give a fuck if you're a critic of me or you're a critic of someone else. The issue becomes when you're not a critic anymore. You're a fucking saboteur, literally sabotaging the fucking movie cameras and auditioning for extras on the fucking movie, bro. That is not you. You got a fucking problem, man. You are obsessed with Destiny to a level that's not healthy. Like every piece of content that guy does, every single one is about Destiny. And it's just like, bro, I understand the guy, he's a fucking deviant, okay? I get that. But to dedicate your life to it, that means that you are a worse deviant. You're fucking his cast-offs, JStock. You got to get your shit together, mate. Move the fuck on. Do something else with your fucking life. Like, it's just embarrassing. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. The dude is like, he's lost. And I feel that, like, he's torn so many people with him, and it makes me sad. But that said, ironically, half the server, I didn't see any bad shit. Maybe more than half. But the other, you know, the other portion,
we'll see.
Fucking
We'll see who gets fucked
shit.
and who's...
Insane, wild shit.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah. Well, thanks for...
So there's that, and that, you know, don't forget that Kilo, unironically, has tens of thousands of messages in Mr. Girl's Discord where he laments that he is called a pedophile. He was a moderator for Mr. Girl. Like, I don't know what to say here. Like, this is just a very awkward situation for everyone that associates with this guy moving forward. I know that he's name changed and whatnot, but it's like, I do not know what is going on here on that situation. I don't know why a guy that is saying he wants, like, total death of a person is making a video on that guy and then acting unbiased. But I think that bad things should happen to bad people.
Okay. Damn.
Oh, wait. I don't mean like in real life. I just mean like bad things like reputationally, right? Like if you're trying to reputationally harm other people, that you should say that with your chest. I'm out here on my government name, Daniel Saltman, right here. That's me right now. Okay. And I love people that actually stick to their morals, even when it fucking hurts. Okay. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of those people that would, you know, not want to stick to those fucking morals. And they dislike you. They dislike me, but they don't cross the fucking line.
Okay, I'm good. I don't care anymore. What? Okay. Ugh. What is happening in the world now?
Nothing ever happens.
Well, where are we at with like everything?
We're waiting on Ukraine, or sorry, well that too, but Iran.
Iran war, live updates. U.S. saw threats from Iran before renewing strikes. We blew stuff up again.
Yep.
Because American military forces attacked sites near, or after, oh no, Iran said they would retaliate after we attacked sites near the Strait of Hormuz. They were laying mines again.
Apparently. That was the reason for the attack. I don't know. I haven't seen any fucking proof of it, but I'll believe them.
Everyone is waiting for the manifesto so they can start the next arc. True. Xi Jinping and Putin are all waiting for... Jesus Christ. Epstein's finest Redditor. 4,230 posts.
That's a good soldier right there.
Well, hold on. When did he join Reddit? March 2026. Holy shit, in 2 months?
Are they good or bad? Are they a snarker?
Well, they're called Epstein's finest Redditor.
Oh, I thought you said Destiny's
with a
finest
profile
Redditor.
pic of Stale. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's probably not one of my fans. That's like just a guess.
Stale and even.
Hila Klein went to a beach less than an hour's drive from a genocide. Holy shit, this guy's obsessed. Okay. That is Ethan and Stale. Combined, this is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, well.
Today it's the Texas thing today.
What is the Texas thing?
Ken Paxton versus Cornyn? So this is basically just seeing if Trump has, you know, absolute fucking power.
Is Paxton expected to lose?
Paxton, I think, recently was endorsed by Trump. He was down in the polls, and then I think he got endorsed. Or they were like near even, and then he got endorsed. And I think now he's expected to win. But Paxton does worse against Tallarico in polling.
Wait, what are they running? Oh, they're running for Senate?
Yeah, this is for Senate, I believe.
Is Paxton the current Attorney General?
I don't know.
Is there going to be a new AG? I guess I just pick a new AG. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, if Paxton wins, that's kind of good for Dems, but also if Paxton loses, that is, I don't know, a little telling that maybe Trump doesn't have absolute power here or within the fucking Republican Party. So Paxton's probably gonna win. But I think voting should be coming in probably in a few hours.
Really? Uh-oh. Wait, does that count as politics?
What?
Destiny catches Hasan. Signal boosting niche. Destiny drama. Where are my mods at?
Oh,
God
yeah.
damn it.
Report that.
Get it out of here. Bro was watching 500 viewer anti-fan streams Limfeo. He is a hot multimillionaire with access to rich LA social circles and spends his nights slumming with Discord incels and no-name kick streamers instead. Damn, he's like Elon. Sorry. What?
Why are you yawning?
I don't know, because I'm always tired now.
Why?
Because I'm getting old, and I'm going to die soon. I asked Mallory McMorrow about her support for Israel. Oh my God.
Jesus Christ. Everything fucking
Why
Israel.
do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure?
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed.
Queen?
I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that. It's a conversation.
Well, I mean, hello. For anyone who hasn't been following recent left-wing political Twitter drama, or who doesn't keep up with the iconic drag queen Lady Bunny, who posted about
did you
said
notice
drama
though
on Instagram.
the fucking manifesto or whatever came out from the DSA, or sorry, not the DSA, the Democratic Party, and nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's talking about it anymore.
You mean the
audit
autopsy?
Yeah. Where's all the new? Where's all the coverage?
Well, because people wanted. Apparently, it sucks shit, but people wanted it to be about Israel Palestine. That's the only thing. That's the only thing people care about. Well, that's all they wanted. Okay, just as a quick thing, I'm not fucking this up, right? These are EF mounts. It's a prime lens kit. These are all primes. A 16, a 30, and a 56.
You're buying all 3?
Well, it's a kit, Mootin. They come together.
Well, what do you need all 3 for?
Because it's a kit, Mootin. It's a kit.
Well, just buy one of them, man.
It's
buy
a
the
kit.
one you need.
Well, I don't know. What if I get the 16 and I'm like, fuck.
You want more parts sitting around? 10 more camera lenses to the back.
Wait.
Of Steven's studio.
EFM is a mirrorless mount, not the same as Canon EF. Is that true? EFM versus EF. Oh, shit. Oh, good call. Okay, never mind.
Good.
Graham, this has been a long time coming. Allow me to explain. After I interviewed Dr. Abdul El Sayed, a progressive candidate running for U.S. Senate in the state of Michigan, his Democratic primary opponent, Mallory McMorrow, reached out to me saying that she would like
Holy shit, A+ reference. Why is this streamer cosplaying as Hito Yui?
I don't get it.
You wouldn't because you're too young. You don't get it, Moot.
I'm getting old, man. I'm 29 now.
You clearly didn't watch Gundam Wing. It's the tank top or the wife beater.
To be interviewed. I was honestly a little surprised by this, given that Mallory and I have some key policy disagreements. In her race, Mallory is running on the standard Democratic liberal Zionist position of, two-state solution, fund the Iron Dome, but Netanyahu bad, but also no sanctions about it, etc. She's also not running on Medicare for All. But I wanted to do the interview so I could ask her about those positions. Her team and I set a date and a time for the interview, and after I submitted a topic list, which included healthcare and foreign policy, they canceled and offered no time to reschedule. I will say, and I don't want to assume intention, and I'm willing to be wrong, but I do kind of wonder sometimes if because of how I present and the fact that I'm so open about who I am.
Oh my God. What?
What?
They just implied, I'm guessing, I don't even know, fuck me. Is this like a non-binary or trans person or whatever?
I got
Well,
no
they said,
idea.
because this is where they're going with this. If because of the way that I present and who I am, they didn't want to do that. That's what it sounds like. Or maybe I assumed. Hold on, maybe I was an asshole. Maybe I just assumed. Hold on. They're gay. Okay, whatever.
I will say, and I don't want to assume intention, and I'm willing to be wrong, but I do kind of wonder sometimes if because of how I present and the fact that I'm so open about who I am, that people just think I'm like the gay guy, who will talk about gay things.
Like, I also really like how he goes, I'm open to being wrong. What does that mean? Like the email, oh no, I'm not homophobic, by the way. Like, wait, dude, get me the fuck out of here. Oh, the most cancerous thing in the universe is this disingenuous mixing of identity politics and socialism, where they can take off one hat and put on the other whenever the fuck they want. It's so fucking cringe.
And not much else. And not to be too like Sex and the City about it, but I can't help but wonder if they reached out to me thinking I'd just asked Mallory about like her LGBT record, But in any case, I tweeted that I was disappointed that her team had canceled. And the tweet quickly got traction, and within a couple hours, her team reached out, and her schedule had opened back up, and we were back on. So, I don't know. Maybe an honest scheduling error, maybe not. Make of it what you will. I had my good friend and host of the Majority Report, Emma Vigeland, join me for this interview. Love her so much. And without further ado, State Senator Mallory McMorrow, welcome to A Bit Fruity.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I've been following you for years, by the way, so this is very exciting for me.
Oh, that means so much to me. Seriously though, I know we had like all of this like scheduling drama, and I know in the wake of all of that, you could have very easily just been like, I'm not going to do this one, and it would have made sense to me. So it really
imagine talking all that shit after actually getting the interview. Like, what the fuck?
Does mean a lot to me that you're here today, and I also know that like a lot of Michigan voters listen to this podcast, might see this, and I think they're probably really grateful that you're here.
Absolutely, and thank you for rolling with us. I mean, balancing, running a statewide campaign. I'm the state Senate Majority Whip, so I've got that whole job, and I have a 5-year-old, so our schedule. My scheduler is everything. She manages to piece it all together, but I'm really grateful that you rolled with us to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get into it. State Senator Mallory McMorrow, you are in this 3-person primary race for the US Senate representing Michigan, that's really captured the attention of the country. And I want you to help us characterize it a little bit for people who might be hearing about this race for the first time.
Wait, one more quick meme.
Waiting?
I don't know why. This guy is already... I don't know what else you could play about this guy. Was this from yesterday?
Yo, what's up?
3858.
Other people in the server are. They try to like weaponize things that you said on our server. And I just want you to kind of like clear some of those up because they were asking me in the VC and they, back channel me and stuff like that. Sure. So have you ever, I am Black, have you ever said that you would let a pedophile around your child?
I said that I let my child on the server and I'd let him speak to a pedophile on the server, yes.
Okay. And then there's a recording, it's on YouTube, it has a lot of views of you saying that you would let Nazis, pedophiles on the server if you could.
And ISIS members, jihadists, yeah. Absolutely.
Can you explain the reasoning behind that?
I'm very much a free speech person, right? I think the world is better when people are able to discuss all their bad ideas in public. And it's, I'm sure you've heard the quote from Obama.
Okay. Check this top super chat right now.
Absolutely. Should it be a majority of his life force?
There he is.
$300.
There he is. I'm telling you, we gotta open up our fucking DGG super pack.
$300.
We gotta get out there and
They're
we gotta start
circling the
donating.
wagons. What the fuck is? What is Queeman even reviewing right now? How old is this Connor stream?
Probably like a day or two, 2 days.
Is this all they? Well, I don't know why I'm asking that. Like, I don't know. This is all they do.
Energy? Absolutely not. And that's it. So I would challenge anybody who thinks that I become an enemy of Destiny, I become a snarker, I become a rabid hater, I don't have any criticism.
Why is the free speech bro thing only brought up by bad actors? Because anytime somebody brings up freedom of speech, they're using it as a defense for them to lie with impunity. 100%. Every time. That's all they ever wanted to be used for. What is this? What are these notes?
That's how his brain works.
Uh-oh, who joined?
Yabba dabba doo.
Really?
Yeah.
That's our thing.
Sorry. Wait, is that our thing? I just realized something. Mr. Mooten, I want you to instinctively answer this question.
Go ahead.
Answer it immediately, okay?
Sure.
But it has to be something that's in your life force throughout the last. You can't just answer it for today. You have to answer it for all time. You ready?
Okay. Yep.
How many viewers does Steven always have?
14,000.
No, you dumb fuck. It's 3,000.
What are you talking about? What are you even talking about right now?
He's not a real one.
Who, me?
No, Moot, he doesn't remember. Because you used to have like 3,000 viewers forever. Like, how long were you stuck at 3,000 viewers?
I don't even know what are we referencing right now. I'm lost.
What point in time, Dan?
Yeah, I'm guessing he's referring to something Jessica or somebody said. I don't know what we're.
No, I'm not. I'm not referring to anything. I'm not like, oh, someone's making fun of your view count. I just saw that you had
he's sundowning
a lot of.
again.
I'm not sundowning.
When I had 3,000 or less viewers when I was playing League for long periods of time.
Yes, that's why I was like, hey,
yeah, but
Mr.
even
Mooten.
then, 3,000 viewers was so fucking much back then. Like,
Well,
I didn't say it wasn't, but I was.
It was.
Fuck you, Mr. Mooten.
What was the point of this?
It was just, I don't know, like for a long.
This is Dan dropping an album. We don't get the feature, Dan.
Oh.
What does that even mean?
Dan. Nothing.
No, Dan, that's fine. We'll take
Go ahead,
your
Dak.
album.
Go ahead,
saying,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just saying for a long time, you had 3,000 viewers, and it's neat. You have like 15K right now. That's all. Like, it was years and years and years and years this motherfucker had 3K. 3K every
That's not
day.
even
It was a
true.
3K indie. It is true.
It went up, and then it went
is
down
true.
when I quit StarCraft, and then it went up sometimes, and then down when I would play League again more, and then when it went up during the crazy drama laugh Mr. Girl shit, and then it went down a little when I did my hardcore Israel studying, and then it kind of went up when I was doing politics stuff, and then it went down when the lawsuit started.
I'm saying before COVID-19.
Bro, this is like 2019. That's a long time ago.
Time goes fast for me. Stop. It goes faster as I get older. God damn it. It was yesterday for me, god damn it. You'll be there too.
Okay. Based.
I will say,
Nice album, Dan.
Can we invest in we got to buy Connor a subscription to something better than Microsoft Paint.
What's wrong with Microsoft Paint?
I like paint.
I mean, for the way he uses it, he's
I
like
have
trying to do
Photoshop,
fucking
too.
battle plans and.
Yeah, problem, troll face?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
We're only on part 1 of the album, Steve.
Stop. Mootin, why are you bullying Dan so much?
I'm sorry. He's my co-host now. I can bully him. Put the video back in the bag.
Wait.
What?
Okay.
What?
Are we watching a video?
What?
Oh, yeah.
You have these two opponents, right? On one hand, you have Haley
Hey, don't laugh
Stevens,
at me.
who is
Fuck you.
the APAC
And
endorsed.
I sent you the thing, by the way, the bouncing DVD thing, and you have just
Because
ignored it.
I listen. That's a whole.
Do you
thing
want to
was
test
set up.
it?
Super
Do you want to test it?
pro-Israel,
It's
sort of
very
an
simple.
extension
It's Shrimple.
Oh, tomorrow I will.
You're
of
lying.
like Chuck Schumer's brand of the Democratic Party.
TTS?
I'd say pretty old
It's coming. Ask Jader. He's supposed to be the one to make that.
guard. Haley Stevens was notably booed at her own Michigan Democratic Party convention recently. I'll throw a video in there if I can find it.
Good job. Awesome.
What is this?
Holy shit.
Which was pretty amazing. And then on the other side, you have Dr. Abdul El Sayed, who we interviewed on the show a few weeks ago. Dr. El Sayed is a very progressive candidate.
Who had nobody said anything mean about him. The other person got booed like a motherfucker. This guy, glowing. We love him.
Wrote a book on Medicare for All, very pro-Palestine. And I think, and please feel free to dispute this characterization, that most people view you as like someone in the middle. So I was wondering if you could first
imagine being in the middle of a fucking genocide.
Just like define yourself in the context of this race.
For sure. So to put the race into perspective, Michigan has an open U.S. Senate seat. Gary Peters is not seeking re-election. We have Mike Rogers, in all likelihood the nominee on the Republican side, who ran against Alyssa Slotkin in 2024, lost by only 19,000 votes. The Republicans and Trump view this as their best chance to block Democrats from having a path at taking the U.S. Senate. They're spending, the Senate leadership PAC announced $45 million that they're going to be spending in Michigan, which is more than they will spend in Georgia, Maine, Iowa, Alaska, New Hampshire. So this is it. So it makes sense that this has sort of captured the attention of the country, and we have a fiercely competitive Democratic primary.
You do. I should add, so people know, sorry, don't mean to cut you off, but it's like, depending on what poll you look at, which are coming out like relentlessly, it's like neck and neck with the three of you.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. But your characterization is right. You know, what I firmly believe is that the Democratic Party needs a reckoning, that the old guard establishment of the party has really let us down. The first question I was asked when I got in a year ago was, would you support Chuck Schumer for leader? And I said, no. Apparently I was the first candidate in the country to say so. And what I know is that in Michigan, we have built a very different blueprint. So for me, I know that people want to put us into neat little lane boxes, and I just don't think that's how Michiganders think. We have people in our state who voted for both Rick Snyder, a Republican governor, and Gretchen Whitmer. We have people who voted for Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. This is a state where you don't have to register by party, and people tend to vote for the person that they like. But of the field, I am the establishment outsider, but with a track record of actually getting real shit done. I'm the only candidate to have beaten a Republican incumbent to get into office. I took on an entrenched family legacy in my first campaign for state Senate, and I swung a district 20 points in a single cycle and broke the Republican supermajority.
Will this person engage with a single thing she just said, or is he just
fucking? Right next to the next question.
Is he just waiting to get to Gaza? Whoo!
Sure. I then helped leverage a viral speech that I gave back in 2022 after I was smeared as a groomer and a pedophile by a colleague of mine.
Is this motherfucker taking my fucking article as their talking points?
Dan, she's from the state where Gary Peters is from.
No, she's the one I fucking wrote about, but I feel like she's stealing my talking points. I mean, granted, I guess she did the shit, so I guess that's okay.
Millions of dollars. I supported a dozen other candidates and flipped the entire state Senate for the first time in 40 years.
Been there with the groomer and pedophile.
Oh, same here, actually.
Yeah, and can I tell you, like, all of your Instagram stories were truly so helpful for us. Like, you may not know this, but a lot of us in the state Senate, we've been following you for a while, kind of hitting back on a lot of the culture war bullshit.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And really appreciate everyone who like stood their ground amidst what I think was hopefully like the height of the culture war bullshit. I'm of the belief that like so much has happened since, especially to like wreck Americans' lives economically, that even the most sort of ardent, like anti-drag brunch people are now kind of like, I don't got time for that. Yeah.
Sorry. I don't know if I
kind of hitting back on a lot of the culture war.
What?
No, I just want to talk about drag story time right now.
Bullshit.
Or no, they don't want to talk about culture war stuff. They just want to talk about class stuff and hating America. That's all they want to talk about. Fuck gays, fuck blacks, fuck trans, fuck everything else. I just need to talk about how horrible America is as a country from a Marxist perspective, and about how we're going to have the revolution and fuck billionaires and the Epstein class and Israel, Palestine, Israel, Palestine, Israel, Palestine, Israel, Palestine. That's what it's going to be.
Thank you so much.
Anytime you hear somebody on the left do this, we got to get off it poll, guys. We got to get off identity politics. It's because identity is super inconvenient for Marxist retards who can only analyze things through one fucking lens, which is hate America, unironically.
I really appreciate that. And yeah, really appreciate everyone who like stood their ground amidst what I think was hopefully like the height of the culture war bullshit. I'm of the belief that like so.
Also, none of that had anything to do with what she just said. If she... Fuck, I had to get you okay.
Go off.
Well, like if you're interviewing a candidate, I don't know. She said some things that are interesting about. I'm half listening, but like, why not ask like, oh, well, you ran a campaign and you beat a Republican candidate. What is like a lesson you think that Democrats who are running primaries across the country right now could take from that? What was unique about that race? Or how about you said that you leveraged some viral moment? Well, the media is especially focused right now on social media. What do you think Democrats could learn? What do you think Ken Martin or the DNC is getting wrong about? Or what do you think that there are some Democratic politicians at the AOC? What are they getting right about leveraging social media viral moments?
Majority? What did you pass?
Sure.
Like, there's a ton of questions.
Yeah, sure. Or you said that you were one of the first Democrats who didn't support Schumer. Whoa, that's pretty controversial. Why don't you support Schumer? Like, there's a ton of stuff to mine there, but instead it's like this segue into, it's going to be some fucking class bullshit, anti-billionaire bullshit, or Israel-Palestine bullshit. As soon as like,
I'm calling Jews.
So much has happened since, especially to like wreck Americans' lives economically, that even the most sort of ardent, like anti-drag brunch people are now kind of like, I don't got time for that, you know?
I will never forget, there was a press conference Tudor Dixon tried to hold in the middle of the 22 cycle, and she had all these people, you know, it was under the guise of protecting girls in sports, and she made this radical claims about what was happening in the state. And there was this incredible local news broadcast that it talked about her press conference, and then the reporter pressed her, can you provide a single example of somebody being hurt in sports in Michigan? And she said no. And then they cut away to a protester who was like, I just need affordable housing. Like, I can't afford anywhere to live. And I think that's why, you know, the speech that I gave then blew up the way that it did, because I made a point of saying people who are different are not the reason your healthcare costs are too high. And we can't let people who are hateful people distract from the fact that they're not actually doing anything to help you.
Yeah, and I want to talk about some of those economic issues, namely healthcare. I know going into this, we want to talk about foreign...
He doesn't want to talk about healthcare, by the way. Well, we'll see. Sorry.
Well, they want to talk about Medicare for all.
Yes. That's it. Nothing else. Medicare for all.
Mm-hmm.
Will you commit today that when you go to Congress, you will watch every single American die before agreeing to anything besides maximally endorsing Medicare for all? Well, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I'm just being mean.
Policy and healthcare, because especially, you know, if you're representing Michigan on the national stage, then, you know, these are things that people really care about. So Senator McMorrow, with regard to healthcare, you support a single payer option, which is different from something like Medicare for all.
Oh, the public option? The public option? Why don't you just say right now that you want to shove a dagger into the back of every single sick person in this country, you disgusting demon witch?
Or universal healthcare. I wanted to play a clip for you that's gotten some traction of you speaking about...
By the way, public option, it would be the most radical healthcare system America's ever had. Even the ACA was the most radical, well, I don't know if I would say that over like Medicare or something, but like was a very radical step in a direction towards universalizing some minimum standards for, you know, healthcare for the United States, and did a lot of things to patch parts of our healthcare system. Public option would be an amazing addition to the U.S. healthcare system if you believe that covering more Americans at cheaper costs is an important thing.
About what you see as the risks of universal healthcare, and just ask you more about that.
Oh, but we're going to play a clip attacking her having issues with the most extreme healthcare plan suggested anywhere on the planet. Remember, Medicare for all, as proposed by these fucking losers, would be the most extreme healthcare plan anywhere in the world. It would be the furthest left, the most extreme. There is no European country, Asian country, no country on Mars or the moon that has zero copay, has no cost at point of service for any hospital procedures, also covers dental and vision. There is not a single fucking healthcare plan on the planet that is as extreme as...
you know, I looked into this as well. You thought like everyone's like points to Switzerland in these places, and you look at it and it's like, no, they just make you pay for your health insurance. Like you have to have it.
Yeah,
literally.
either that or there are some copays or there are some cost for prescriptions. Bernie's suggested plan, I don't know if they've changed their Medicare for all. I don't even know if they talk about the plan anymore because it's just a virtue signal like Israel-Palestine. But the healthcare plan that Bernie suggested would have been the most radical healthcare plan, more extreme than any other healthcare system on the entire planet. But they pretend that it's just...
cost?
I don't know. I'm sure it'd be a lot.
Off top of the dome?
I mean, you could make shit work, and then based on what we do now. But it's so cringe that like the only acceptable answer is literally the
maximalist
thing, more maximalist than any other planet on the planet. It's so stupid.
Sure. Also, you're new to the pod and learning that I don't have a producer. So when I say like I'm going to throw something up on the screen, what I mean is I'm going to play the video from my phone into the microphone.
Oh, that's incredible.
So,
okay, perfect.
You know, sorry, you're welcome.
Some people conflate Medicare for all with universal health care. But Medicare for all, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on. Now, I want you to imagine what that would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
Emma, do you want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So,
oh my God, and they got to do the layup, the 2v1. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy.
So State Senator McMorrow, it feels like the implication of your framing there is that government healthcare programs shouldn't be trusted because Trump and RFK Jr. are leading them. Are there other programs, specifically healthcare programs or social programs, you think should be cut because Trump and RFK Jr. are currently in charge of them?
Oh, does she know? Now I want to know. I can add this to my list of ambush interviews. Did she know that she was coming into the
I have
the
no
fucking
idea.
cage match? I wonder if she knew.
She might have just thought it was the Matt Bernstein person.
I don't know. Especially with one of the dumbest fucking people in media today. Emma, $50,000 a year grade school tuition vigilant. That's not an exaggeration. Fuck me, dude, these people.
No, that's not at all what I intended. And, you know, why fundamentally and firmly believe that we need access to universal health care. We need to get there as quickly as possible. In the state Senate, I have led on efforts to codify the Affordable Care Act on the state level so you can't lose your health care with it.
She's not even listening. She doesn't give a fuck about anything you say. She's going to follow it up with another hit piece question. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Maybe she will engage with something that McMorrow says here. Maybe.
Pre-existing condition. We repealed our 1931 abortion ban. We helped expand a program called RX Kids statewide, which is a cash grant program for new moms and babies. We've expanded access to doulas and to midwives. We've done so much because this is such a big issue. And what I know is that people can't afford to wait. The idea that we should hold out just for one solution, to me, is just not what I've experienced in governing. You know, the next U.S. senator would be one of 100 members, and the votes for a true single-payer system simply aren't there. Now, there have been multiple states who have implemented state-level public options, and in those states, not only have they vastly reduced the rate of uninsured to next to zero, they've also reduced the cost of private health insurance. That is something that, as we look to how do we get to universal health care as quickly as possible so people aren't going bankrupt, they are not denying themselves care. You know, I am somebody who graduated from college right into the recession in 2008 wanting to be a car designer. So I did not have healthcare. I couldn't stay on my parents' plan until 26. Having that real public option, anybody who wants to opt into Medicare, regardless of age, can, while also ensuring if you want to keep your plan through your union or through your employer that you can, I believe is the best way that we can get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible.
We can talk about, I think, the merits of the public option versus Medicare for all, but the public option would still be run by Donald Trump and RFK Jr. or whoever ends up being the a Republican if they take over. So, additionally, the entire...
It wouldn't be as radical. So, okay, so zero engagement on anything. Nice. But it wouldn't be as radical because the public option is just that, a public option. If it gets too corrupted, you still have private insurance that you can opt to as an alternative. To be fair, I don't actually like McMorrow's answer that, like, I don't want to have the government in charge of this because if we have a really bad person in government, it'll be fucked. Because technically, Trump could fuck up anything no matter what at all. But, like, this is
that
still...
what she actually said in this interview?
In the one that she gave on stage, she was basically saying, imagine if we have Medicare for all, and then Trump and RFK Jr. become president. That is pretty spooky because, well, yeah, I mean, because they could have fucked the public option, but like, imagine RFK Jr., imagine they say, we're not covering vaccines anymore. Well, this already happened. Like, when I go to the last booster shot that I got, Yum boosters, I want to say it cost me $260. I think that's because RFK, didn't they like not cover or not subsidize these anymore? Or am I making this up? Then we know what I'm
pretty
talking
sure
about?
they don't anymore.
Yeah, but I think they used to. But I think that they said that now, as long as you have to have like a fucking prescription, basically from a doctor saying you absolutely need this vaccine, and without it, it's like you have to get like you have to pay the maximal cost or whatever. I think it was like $250 or whatever, or $260 for a booster. I was like, bruh. So like, imagine them being in the control singularly of the entire healthcare system. So it's like kind of fair, but not like the best. I don't think it's like the best argument in the world, but it's not like the worst argument in the world. But yeah.
Republican parties against Medicare for all and single payer. So it's almost an assertion that Democrats shouldn't pursue Medicare for all or even single payer because potentially Republicans could get back into power and control it. I mean, that is the implication of what you said.
I don't think that it is. I think that's a mischaracterization.
How would you characterize it then?
Queen?
You talk a lot on the trail, and you want to make some jokes, and you want to help people understand where you're coming from.
Uh-oh. She's taking the joke route. Uh-oh. Do you think she was somewhat joking? I don't know, actually. Well, now I would need to see the full speech if we're going to say it was a joke. Show me the speech.
This is an administration that has slashed access to mifepristone. This is an administration who intentionally withheld SNAP benefits, even though we had the funding to pay for it in Michigan. That's 1 million kids who are on SNAP right now. I don't think we should shy away from the incredible damage that this administration is inflicting on government programs. Here in the state, I'm on the Appropriations Committee in the State Senate. We are having to backfill state Medicaid because they've vastly slashed access to funding for us. The one big awful bill means that Michigan stands to lose 13 rural hospitals. We've already seen a birthing center close in the Upper Peninsula. Now women have to drive more than 50 miles to give birth. I don't believe that it's out of line to highlight, hopefully with some humor, we're allowed to laugh sometimes, some of the incredibly damaging
Can I
things
just say
that
that's
this
a really
administration...
good talking point I haven't heard any other Dems say?
What?
Maybe I haven't been listening. The one big awful bill?
Oh. Well, it's probably because it's already passed and no one gives a fuck. But no, yeah, I know.
Well, I just feel like Dems need more catchy fucking phrases, as stupid as it is.
Yeah, well, the reason why we have no catchy phrases is because we can't like get anything off the ground because it's one person will say it and nobody else in the lib media like picks up on it because we don't have the whole fucking the meeting rooms with the conservatives or the tankies who are like, all right, guys, this is what we're gonna say today, like these guys do.
And has done, while we are also advocating for what we would do if we get back into power, what we're going to propose, and how we're going to get there. How do you build a coalition to actually implement a policy that restores healthcare for people as quickly as possible?
That was a decent answer. Not gonna get you any of it. Hit her up with the next gotcha question. Let's go.
I think the rub there is just that the framing kind of undercuts the idea of universal programs because the bad party can take over at a certain point. And, you know, I want Democrats to be talking about how government can provide social services for people. I think that needs to be a core part of the brand proposition. And, you know, another part of your assertion was that Medicare for All is, I wrote the quote down, one singular government-run healthcare system that we're all on. Can you elaborate on that? Because Medicare for All is a replacement for private insurance with a single government payer, like Medicare is currently. It's not government-run healthcare.
Sure.
So technically true, depending on the phrasing. I don't know if Bernie specified this or not, because you still have private hospitals. Although at some point, I don't really know if this matters or if it would eventually change into all government hospitals. Because if you have one singular insurer, one singular payer, then that means that theoretically, and this is what I think they want to do, is you can price control every single aspect of the system, which I'm not sure, but I think that necessitates at some point that it's all just government ran, right? Like even the medical providers. I don't know 100%, and these people will never detail it because they don't care to actually talk about policy. These are all, remember, this whole Medicare for All is just a thing that rich, white, young people online like to throw at you as a wedge issue to attack Democrats. That's the only thing that...
So you don't think it's doable at all, feasible at all?
The way that they talk about it, absolutely fucking not. Because what Mallory McMorrow is talking about here is absolutely true. You expand parts of the healthcare system, you make more people notice that like, hey, when I have this, it's actually way better than it was before. Remember... Like one of the things that Democrats, if they had any unified messaging whatsoever, when they want to talk about the ACA, they should just exclusively advertise it with Trump clips talking about how good it was that pre-existing conditions are covered and that he wants to solidify blah, 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 blah. Because he came in 2016 wanting to cut. That was the singular Republican issue. They wanted to not repair and replace, replace and something, the Affordable Care Act. That's all they wanted to do. And they couldn't do it. But then when Trump came in at the end, I think in 2020 talking about it, and then I think as he was coming in for his second term, I don't remember if it was coming for the second term or it was at the end of his first term, they were like, well, actually, you know, protecting people from pre-existing condition coverage to make it so that they can't get barred from coverage because they have pre-existing conditions. This is actually really good. And, you know, this is actually part of Trump. I don't know if he called it Trump care. He started to try to take credit for it. But like, yeah.
That was Obama's big fucking thing.
Yeah, it was one of the big parts of it. Yeah. And they should harp on that more, but you can't because you're just busy fighting these fucking losers all day. Ugh. Oh, repeal and replace. That was it.
Private insurance with a single government payer, like Medicare is currently. It's not government-run healthcare.
Sure, you're right.
I think it has to eventually become that. No.
And I have taken that feedback to heart. We campaign a lot, and I do talk about this differently now so that it doesn't come across as callous. And you're right. A single-payer system, Medicare for all, in the.
Oh, this was where this came from.
Stand on Medicare for all. Great question. I support, unabashedly, universal health care. Everybody should have access to health care. And I want to tell you why I said it that way. So first of all, I shared my own story that I graduated right into the recession. I did not have any health insurance. I couldn't even stay on my parents' plan until I was 26.
That's the thing that was added by the ACA. You used to get kicked off, I believe, at 21.
And for millennials and Gen Z especially.
Is she my age? Because I graduated right at the start of the recession. 39. Based millennials. Hell yeah.
We do not have the job security that our parents had. In my first campaign, my opponent knocked me, sent out mailers saying, she hasn't had a job longer than 2 years. I was like, well, yeah, I'm a millennial. That's normal. That's just what we have to deal with. So the idea that for generations now who are going to change your job every couple of years, that your health insurance would be tied to your job is ludicrous.
True.
Also, by the way, it prevents small businesses from being able to compete with larger companies because offering comprehensive benefits and health insurance plans and childcare and paid leave is so prohibitively expensive that we have this situation where the larger companies get bigger and they can offer more and they can get the best talent, and small businesses, which make up 90% of Michigan's economy, can't. Now, I said it the way that I said it because some people conflate Medicare for all with universal health care. But Medicare for all, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on. Now, I want you to imagine what that would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it. You have this man who just last week held a...
Okay, I understand the vibe a little bit more. Maybe not the best answer, but this is like a, I guess, it's not a town hall.
Better than it sounded like.
Sure. Well, and this is like definitely a lot more casual. I thought this was like a formal fucking campaign speech, but I got a little
conference saying that anybody who has been circumcised probably has autism.
I mean.
Because they probably took Tylenol.
Well, did they?
This is a man who decapitated a whale.
Problem?
And dropped a dead bear off in Central Park.
Problem?
Who works out. I don't know if you've seen this, and I know it's the pettiest thing to complain about RFK Jr. about. He works out in jeans.
That is really weird.
There has to be so much chafing. I don't trust that man to make medical decisions for my family.
Horrible misspeak, but...
So we have to get to a place where there is a real, legitimate public option. And if you want to opt into another private health insurance, that you should have the freedom to do that. That is where I stand, and we were 2 votes short when the Affordable Care Act passed of getting that done. Now, it's not just an option, it's essential.
What's your stand on Medicare?
Okay, I got you.
Legislation as it has been introduced and sits in the Congress right now is a single insurance plan that would by law eliminate private health insurance.
The public option is on that because Medicare for all is a replacement for private insurance with a single government payer, like Medicare is currently. It's not government-run healthcare.
Sure, you're right. And I have taken that.
Like Medicare is current. That's not true. I'm sorry. I don't know what she just said when she said that's not true. Medicare, or when she said that like Medicare, older people can still have private insurance. I'm not aware of older people being forbidden from having other medical insurance. Number one. And number two, aren't the Medicare Plan B things, aren't those also administered by private companies? Like, didn't United Healthcare, don't they do Part B things for... Yeah, I think Medicare for all, or I'm sorry, I think Medicare parts of it can be managed by private companies. So no part of that is true. But again, these people don't know anything about healthcare, anything, because this is just all fucking virtue.
That feedback to heart. We campaign a lot, and I do talk about this differently now so that it doesn't come across at
B, C, and D are all supplemental and are private. Okay.
As callous. And you're right, a single payer system, Medicare for all, in the legislation as it has been introduced and sits in the Congress right now, is a single insurance plan that would by law eliminate private health insurance.
The public option, can you expand on how you would solve some of the same, say, enrollment issues that you see with Obamacare? A Medicare for all plan would promise no premiums or deductibles. It would create a single payer.
No premiums, no deductibles. And I believe also no copays, and I think they usually say no copay and nothing free prescriptions as well. I think they usually say that as well. But like, I'm sorry, where the fuck is this money coming from for this? This is kind of a. Also, they hate the public option, which would be an amazing.
Okay, but why do they hate it?
Because it's not.
Just accelerationism.
Why would you like the public option?
Because it gets us closer.
Retarded. They don't give a fuck about policy. They don't give a fuck about healthcare. They don't care about covering people. It's about a wedge issue. Okay, it's about creating a wedge issue in the Democratic Party. A public option would be an amazing addition to the current United States medical system in terms of getting people who, for whatever reason, have fallen through the gaps, that don't have jobs, that can't get insurance some other way, and the healthcare exchanges are too expensive. They are pretty fucking expensive. A public option would be amazing.
So they just care about the fucking they just care about the name and getting it done.
Basically,
that's it.
Well, they don't want to get it done. Nobody supports it. There's no support.
Actually get fixed.
Even the American population does not support Medicare for all. Like, this is just like a wedge issue. This is the Israel-Palestine of healthcare debates.
that you see with Obamacare. A Medicare for All plan would promise no premiums or deductibles. It would create a single payer, the largest amount of leverage to keep costs down. That is why people want to go big with Medicare for All. A public option is an improvement, of course, on the private marketplace and the Affordable Care Act, but that would still involve premiums and deductibles. Why not go all the way to Medicare for All?
Yeah, I hear you on the vision. I 100% do. And what I know after almost a decade as experience in a legislator is that you need to push as far as you possibly can while building the coalition of votes to actually get it across the line.
So, like, an interesting follow-up question if we were having a real back-and-forth interview, okay? If you want to know how to, like, get girls to fuck you or to make it so that dates, or if you're a girl, you want to get a guy to fuck you, doesn't matter, okay, right? Is when the person says something, listen to the things that they're saying and then ask a question based on the response that they give, okay? Or if you want to be, like, a good interviewer, right? If they give you an answer to a question, then ask a question based on what they just said instead of just going down the list to the next stupid fucking thing. It triggers the fuck out of me. Or maybe she will. Maybe this time she will. My bad.
And the support for a true single payer system.
So like an interesting follow-up question might be, oh, okay, well, there are a lot of people that want Medicare for all, and they feel like the public option doesn't go far enough. Maybe you can talk about like, well, how would you message a public option to those people? How would you sell it to those people? Or if you think that a public option gets us on the road to Medicare for all, what is the time frame? Look at that, I guess. I don't know. The real question would be, what can we do to get as many Americans as possible on board with a public option? Like immediately. Because if, these progressives and these socialists and these Marxist-Leninists and these spoiled fucking rich kids all the time, they always say, all of America wants Medicare for all. All of America wants it. Then why the fuck don't we have it yet? If everybody wants it, is it really the billionaires? Are they that powerful? Because however much support exists for Medicare for all, there should be at least that much for a public option. And then more, right? So if Medicare for all is just not quite there yet, then do the public option. And then once you have that, the jump from where we are now to Medicare for all is going to be larger than the jump from a public option to Medicare for all. So why not push for the public option? But it's because they don't care. They don't care about the policy or sick people or anything else. It's all just fucking wedge issues to them.
Isn't there yet. It just isn't. So for me, what I know, I have constituents today who have canceled their ACA plans because they see their premiums have gone through the roof and they're just praying that they don't get sick and don't go to the hospital. Allowing for anybody who wants to opt into Medicare regardless of age helps us get on the path to universal health care. And I'm also somebody who fundamentally believes states are the laboratories of democracy. This is where we try things out. This is how our country was established. There's only been one state who's ever attempted a true single payer system, and it was Vermont. And they abandoned that 15 years ago when they couldn't figure out how to pay for it. And
we didn't have AI back then.
They couldn't figure out the implementation.
Wait, even John Oliver acknowledged this to be the most radical healthcare plan in the world. Wait,
would
really?
be covered, and they'd be covered.
Oh, 6 years ago.
Well, Bernie's plan is incredibly generous. It covers vision, dental, long-term care, and drugs. In fact, Medicare for All is a misleading title because Medicare requires some co-pays and out-of-pocket expenses.
Oh, true!
And Bernie will excitedly tell you his plan eliminates those.
Under the Medicare for All bill that I wrote, premiums are gone. Co-payments are gone. Deductibles are gone. All out-of-pocket expenses are gone.
He's right. Hospital bills are gone. Co-payments are gone. Cell phone payments, gone. Flat tires, gone. GOCK commercials, gone. All the things you hate in this world will be gone, and all that will remain is universally accessible healthcare and Laura Dern. Finally, life as it should be. Bernie's plan isn't just more generous than most current private insurance plans. It's more generous than the policy of any single-payer country on Earth. And there is a good case to be made.
Thank you. Good job. Okay, cool. If you don't believe me, listen to John Oliver.
Where we now have 3 states who are running public option systems within their states that have gotten us much closer to the goal of universal health care. So that's how I approach policy: is what's our goal and how can we actually ensure that we get there as quickly as possible.
Don't care.
Moving on, Mallory.
Moving on. Moving on. Can I tag team my buddy? Oh my God. Just nothing? Why even
Her
do this?
answers are very good.
They should just do like I don't know, like an email back and forth. Like, here's a list of questions. Can you just like answer them or like do like pre-record a video for us? Like, what's the point of pretending this is an interview?
Extremely close to my heart as a Jewish person.
Oh my God!
There it is,
bro. Jew.
A tax-paying American, as a human being, is that of Palestine. I was actually just the other night at a UN commemoration of the anniversary of the Nakba in 1948.
Oh my God!
When Israel displaced more than 750,000 Palestinians who still don't have the right to return home. So when considering people who are running for federal office, people who could determine the future of the U.S. relationship to Israel and the effect that that will have on Palestinians, Lebanese people, and Iranians, I know this issue is one people who listen to this show, for one, care a lot about. And of course, you are also running in Michigan, which has a large Arab population, which, that was very consequential in the 2024 election when many of them withheld their votes from Kamala Harris and as part of the uncommitted movement. So I want to make sure people have a really clear understanding of your position. Also, for context, your opponent on one side.
have a clear understanding of your position. By the way, your opponent, the fake doctor guy, he wants fucking every Jew back to Berkeley. I'm sorry. I shouldn't actually say that. I actually don't know what the El Sayed guy's position is on Israel-Palestine. I do know that on the website, his position on Ukraine seems pretty based. So maybe he does have a realistic position on Israel-Palestine. I actually don't know.
Abdul El Sayed, he opposes all funding to Israel. And your opponent on the other side, Haley Stevens, is endorsed by AIPAC. Enough said there. So I wanted to highlight your approach and ask you about it. On your website, you write, quote, "The path to lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians lies in a two-state solution with a democratic..."
Oh, big mistake. Two-state is not acceptable anymore, remember.
Jewish state of Israel existing safely along a democratic Palestinian state.
Whoa! K from YouTube. It's so fucking insulting listening to Emma feign caring about costs while coasting off her $350,000 private elementary/high school education and then her private lib arts college degree, probably all paid by daddy, obviously.
Two-state solution with a democratic Jewish state of Israel existing safely along a democratic Palestinian state. You write that the flow of aid to Gaza, quote, needs to be restored, that Israel's expansion into the West Bank, quote, must stop.
Not even remotely close to good enough.
And that Hamas must, quote, disarm and demonstrate a commitment to a peaceful and democratic Palestinian state.
Oh my God.
You also support funding for Israel's defensive weapons infrastructure, things like the Iron Dome. Is that all correct?
Oh!
Increasingly, that's changed. And you even see Netanyahu now vocally saying that he himself wants to cut off relying on aid from other countries. So I would support Israel continuing to be able to purchase systems like the Iron Dome, defensive systems, but I think it's in the best interest of the United States in reducing that aid and allowing Israel to do that on their own.
But I mean, as of now, though, your policy that you're running on, just so voters are clear, is that you support sort of the defensive infrastructure. So we wanted to ask you a couple questions about your stance here. First, regarding what a two-state solution means to you and how that could affect your policymaking.
The two-state solution debate is something where I really do think that a lot of Democrats are kind of behind the reality on this issue. So I just want to talk in terms of practicalities. Where would you...
Remember, that's what I said, two-state. That's the neo-Nazi, Zionist Nazi option, Zion-Nazi option. You cannot be a two-stater. That is they won't accept it. That's you might as well ask for a fucking public option. Are you fucking crazy?
In terms of your ideal two-state solution, draw the borders. Because as you know, Israel's been illegally occupying East Jerusalem and the West Bank since 1967 in violation of UN law. And since then, 700,000 Israeli settlers have moved into the Palestinian territories in East Jerusalem and the West Bank and have stolen Palestinian land. So my question about the practicality of a two-state solution is, how would that happen? Would your scenario require removing the 700,000 illegal settlers living on Palestinian land?
So, Emma, what you're asking is, I don't believe the role of a U.S. senator. I believe...
Oh my God! Queen! Hello? Queen?
Of a two-state solution is, how would that happen? Would your scenario require removing the 700,000 illegal settlers living on Palestinian land?
So, Emma, what you're asking is, I don't believe the role of...
Wait, what was her question? I'm sorry.
Require removing the 700,000 illegal settlers living on Palestinian land.
But by the way, not even the Palestinian delegations of the past have made this request. This isn't even a thing that they have demanded because they don't actually care that much about well, I shouldn't speak for all. I don't know what the fuck anybody wants these days, but generally Green Line settlements don't really care that much about. East Jerusalem, they do care about. And some type of contiguous country, arguably they care about, although now if they can push for a one-state solution, who the fuck knows?
So, Emma, what you're asking is, I don't believe the role of a U.S. senator. I believe that a senator should have a role in allowing the United States...
Ooh, she's not happy with that one. She's like, excuse me, what? Remember, for our hostile interviews, right? We're asking for discrete facts, tough follow-up questions, push until the opposing party squirms or cannot answer. Also ambushes with quotes or prior examples of the other party's police behavior. So we had the ambush clip earlier. Remember that one, right? Here's a clip of what you said about this. We've got... Generally, you would have tough follow-up questions, but both of these interviewers care so little about the average human being. They care so little about the average person on health insurance. They care so little about the average Palestinian that they can't really ask any meaningful follow-up questions. It reminds me a lot about with my deposition with Joan, where she couldn't really ask any follow-up questions about any of the technological stuff. So I guess at least we're not going to get that section of a hostile interview. But
to facilitate, I believe that a senator should have a role in allowing the United States to facilitate the negotiation between the Palestinians and the Israelis that gets to a place where there's long-term peace, security, and self-determination for Palestinians and long-term peace and security and self-determination for Israelis, who all live in the region and have to figure out a way to coexist where they're not killing each other. I don't believe that it's the role of a legislator to determine where those borders are or how it coexists, but it should be our role to de-escalate the conflict. I do not support
de-escalate
the Netanyahu government. I think that they have continued to push
right now?
well beyond what is proportionate, what is rational in response to the October 7th attacks, in a way that is horrifying to watch. I mean, bombing Gaza to be completely uninhabitable, the settler violence that you see.
Not good enough.
That while it is
Not
technically
good enough.
illegal, they are certainly.
Look at the dead face, the graven, sunken, unholy expression. She doesn't give a fuck about any of this. You bitch, you didn't answer the most pure question. 700,000 Jews need to get out. They need to get out of the West Bank. In fact, they need to get out of Israel completely.
Certainly doing nothing to stop it and continue to encourage it. And Matt, you brought this up particularly related to our state. We have a very large Lebanese population. 1 million people in Lebanon have been displaced. And I know a friend of mine who's running for state senate mentioned to me that his grandmother's home in Lebanon has been bombed 3 times. And that somehow she's still in good spirits about the fact that she is alive when many of her neighbors are not. So for me, I'm somebody, I bring a background in industrial design into how I pursue policy, which is starting with the outcome and then backing into how do you help facilitate making that happen. What I believe is that there is broad shared beliefs across our constituents in both the Jewish community, the Arab community, and frankly for...
Watch Emma's eyes. What is she doing? Oh, she has like a paste bin or whatever, or like a word pad of questions to ask from. This is why they can't ask follow-ups or whatever. But it's pretty clear that Mallory more prepared for this and knows how to answer the question well. I mean, this is a state senator running for the U.S. Senate. So, I mean, she's not an idiot. But I don't know if Emma can actually meaningfully follow up with any question on any of these topics because she's just woefully ill-informed. She thinks that everybody from Africa looks like a black, dark person, as like this is the level of foreign policy that we're on with this fucking idiot.
People who are not directly impacted by this, who are horrified beyond belief at the ongoing violence, suffering, chaos, who simply want the violence to stop and see the United States has played a role in continuing the violence when we need to play a role in ending it.
And I hear what you're saying about you don't want to draw specific boundaries. I understand that.
Don't
but
care.
I think it's important to dissect what a 2-state solution would actually entail. Do you believe that that should involve some sort of
reparations? Sleepy Joe Biden, thank you for the 20 gifted tier 1 subs, buddy.
For Palestinian land that has been stolen, because increasingly, if you look at the map of the West Bank, it's being taken over by Israel. So there would have to be either a forcible removal or Palestinians would have to be crammed into even smaller and smaller territory.
I love how she says forcible. You mean an ethnic cleansing, right? Just say that. Use their terms, by the way. You want to ethnically cleanse Jews from the West Bank, which is base, by the way. And to some extent, it should happen. But at least use the right words, Emma. What do you mean forcibly remove? You guys like the term ethnic cleansing now, right? Hold on 1 second.
Did he get up? Oh, he got up. Another break, huh? Hey, everybody, make sure you check out destiny.gg/store and buy some merch. Probably another Red Bull. He's addicted. All right, my next Lego project, everyone. I'm building the cantina. It's Mos Eisley time. Sheesh. The controversial one? No, that one's still on the way. And that's Jabba's palace. That's on the way, though. I should check in on when that's coming. Wooher is the bartender at Chalmun's Cantina, more commonly referred to as the Mos Eisley Cantina. It is a popular watering hole for pilots, smugglers, bounty hunters, and renegades passing through the spaceport. Wooher est le barman de la cantina de Chalmun. Plus, communément appelle la cantina de Mos Eisley. Le s'agit d'une taverne populaire pour les pilotes, les contrebandiers, les chasseurs de primes et les renegats qui transient par last report. That wasn't English. Bro, I thought you were trying to say some alien language from Star Wars. No, man, I'm reading about the cantina. What's up, Kick Chat? What's up, YouTube chat? Shouts out. Oh, Steve's back.
Wait, not yet. Hold on.
Oh, Steve's gone again. Shouts out. Who else do I gotta shout out? Shout out to Trias. Shout out to DGG chat. Shout out to anything else, morning watchers. 7 a.m. EST, it's the Destiny morning show. Every single day. If you want to come check us out, we're on Kick. I cover more politics than Steve. Not ironically. We're currently learning about data centers. Tomorrow's data center day again. We also talk Star Wars every single day. And Legos. Was it the second Red Bull? No. Seems like it was something else. Shout out to the orb. I don't know why Steve got rid of it. Kind of sus. Actually kind of sussy. Don't know where the orb is. Tell a joke. All right, I got a good one. So this mushroom, he went to a bar, right? And at the bar, the bouncer, he looked at the mushroom and he said, "Hey, your kind ain't welcome here, boy." And the mushroom, with a tear in his eye, looked up at the bouncer, who was very tall and very large and was wearing shoes, and said, "Why not? I'm a fun guy." There you go. Easy Democratic wins that Dems should be going for and pushing on in the midterms, okay? You ready? I got 3 of them. Number 1, federal holiday for elections. ShrimpleAs. That's one a year. Big one. Done. Number 2, free, you heard me, free national federal ID. Yeah. That's another big one.
So you want the government to be able to track all of us?
Yeah. And then the last one that Steve disagrees with, because he's a fool, is free or reduced government childcare. It would save the average family 9 to 16% of their income. It would cost around $750 billion per year, but that's fine because we just won't give the military 500 more billion, so we only need to come up with 250 billion. ShrimpleAs.
Sheesh.
Yeah, and again, I go back to the United States role, a legislator's role, should be in helping to facilitate between the negotiators and something that allows for that peace and security for Palestinians alongside Israelis. I don't believe that that is my role to dictate, to put on to the people who do live there what they should be fighting for their own lives.
I want to push back, though.
Oh, what was her response to that? These guys are literally tag teaming her on this, and she's owning them, by the way. And by the way, fuck politics. That is a good answer, but Americans are tend to have no concern about what people actually want in Israel-Palestine. Now, if you know anything about what you're talking about, you can technically leave that same criticism back at me because nobody over there wants a two-state solution either, okay? But we need to force it on them because fuck them both. But when these guys talk... they both want the other side to get fucked right now. I think that's where they're at. Yeah, that's where they're at right now, okay? Somebody needs to go over there and knock some sense into them. But yeah, this idea that like, oh, there's this peace agreement that they can all agree on. No, you got to force them on some shit right now. But this, whatever they want is, Emma's side is just the eradication of Israel as a Jewish majority state and likely the ethnic cleansing of the majority of Jews. I hate that fucking term, ethnic cleansing. Basically making most of the Jews leave Israel.
Where are they going to go?
Back to Brooklyn, baby. Unironically, that's what they think.
Do we really want them, you know?
Oh,
Think
shit.
about that. Yeah.
Wait a second.
Hold on now.
Has anybody ever brought that up? Well, if we it's kind of like Israel is the logistical server.
Yeah, containment zone.
Do we want them all coming back to America?
That
you
should
didn't
be what you ask them.
You didn't like AIPAC before. Now you really can't accuse them of being a foreign-funded thing because...
Now they're going to be pushing all their shit on you.
Oh, true. Oh, okay.
Live there, what they should be fighting for their own lives.
I want to push back, though, a little bit on,
What could you even push back on there? On whether or not you think it's not your job as a senator? It's all of our jobs, lady. We're humans. I'm human. I'm Palestinian, actually.
That would be
your
awesome.
role as a senator, sort of, you're presenting it as like a little bit detached from the peace process there. Whereas like we know that Israel's sort of violent and ongoing expansion now.
Detached from the peace process. I'm sorry, what were the past senators that were negotiating peace in Israel-Palestine? How about you give us some historical perspective here?
Went to Lebanon, as you mentioned. It's only possible because of ongoing bipartisan U.S. support. And
That's
so
not
I
true,
wonder
but okay.
if you continue to support defensive weapons infrastructure to Israel, how you see yourself as utilizing any of the leverage you could have as a U.S. senator in this situation. And I guess how you think, because like this two-state solution line, right? It's the party line for a long time.
Since the 90s.
And it just hasn't borne out.
Good contribution, Emma. Thanks.
I think probably everyone on all sides of this issue could agree with that. And so I wonder how you are breaking from the establishment in a way that would materially benefit the people who, frankly, like my tax dollars are killing.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you framed it that way because I think there's a difference, Matt, in how you asked your question versus Emma. One is these.
What the? Who is the other person? Is this a Suzanne Collins race or whatever?
No, this is.
Or who's the? There's another moderate running against her, and then El Sayed, I think, right? Is it? Is it Collins? No, I just said Collins. Who is the other one?
Collins. I don't remember her name. She's not going to win.
Oh, Haley Stevens. That might be the one.
That's who it is, yeah.
Well, they might be a queen, too. I haven't seen them in interviews, but that person maybe needs to go, okay? Because McMorrow is a queen.
Specific framework of the borders.
I like how they...
Matt, and how you asked your question.
I like how they did a camera cut here just to show Emma being ass-pained. Good job.
And versus Emma. One is the specific framework of the borders of the nations. The other is what leverage does the Congress have to help facilitate this negotiation? I would have voted alongside the 40 out of 47 senators who voted in the past Sanders resolution blocking arms sales. And let's acknowledge how stunning it is that a year ago, that number was significantly smaller than it is today. My views on this have evolved because the reality on the ground has evolved. It has been horrifying to watch.
Nope, not good. Sorry, genocide on day one. You're wrong.
How Benjamin Netanyahu and the far-right government have prosecuted this ongoing war against Palestinians, against Lebanese, against Yemenis, in a way that the United States cannot support. Simply put, the Congress holds the power of the purse, holds the power of funding and resolutions, and that is where I would view my role in coming in is keeping an open door to everybody within our community. Michigan is a very diverse state where we have the largest Arab American population living side by side with a very significant Jewish population.
What is this comment? Destiny. Stevens is kind of a wacko. She said breakdowns on the House floor and is ultra pro-Israel. Also, because she's a woman and will be judged on it, her outfits are also not great. What does that mean?
And Matt, your question is the universal truth. I was in an Uber a couple of weeks ago, and the driver said almost exactly what you said, which is how can our country afford to continue bombing other countries when we can't pay for our own kids? That is where we need to step in and say enough is enough, and we need to bring this to an end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that how in Michigan you have people of different faiths, Muslim, Jewish people, Arab people living side by side.
Is there a single follow-up question to anything? I know there's not, but it's like it's such like an obvious hit piece interview. It's so stupid. Oh my god.
That is where we need to step in and say enough is enough, and we need to bring this to an end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that how in Michigan you have people of different faiths, Muslim, Jewish people, Arab people living side by side. I think it's very American to believe in multiculturalism as an ethic, in that it engenders understanding, and when you can live alongside people who maybe have different views than you, it reduces the capacity for hatred. It's why we don't believe in things like segregation and apartheid, but Israel is an apartheid state. And, you know, when we're talking about who has the right to have land and to live in peace, I mean, we're recording this right now on the anniversary of the Nakba, and the Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed since, you know, you could say 1948, but prior to that, from the land that is now Israel. Do you not believe in multiculturalism as an ethic for Israel and Palestine? Because
I'm sorry. It's just the whitest, most American kid take.
Why can't I think you guys should have multiculturalism in the same way in America? We all get along with the multiculturalism, just like in Dearborn, Michigan.
Kill me, fam. Oh my fucking god.
Wait, what happened? I missed it.
It's just the cringes. It's just retarded questions.
shared land would be, in my view, American and also.
Here's a question. Are there any other more and functions as well multicultural countries as Israel in the greater Middle East region? Who would you point to as a successful example of a multicultural state?
So the solution that we saw in South Africa that could provide.
Isn't this a Nazi talking?
Multicultural though.
Yeah. Isn't this a Nazi talking point unironically? Kind of. It's like an inverted version of it, where the Nazis believe that the Great Replacement and everything has been forced upon the West by Jews in order to weaken the white man. So we should force it. I've never heard the inverse of it. We should force it on them. That is kind of base, but.
Be, in my view, American and also the solution that we saw in South Africa that could provide fairness for everybody involved.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And it may very well be. You know, there are people who have worked on this issue for far longer than I have. And I always try to check my own bias at the door. I can't possibly understand what it is like to live in the middle of the Middle East. I can't imagine what it's like to have my home stolen from me, to have my family killed.
At what point in this interview do you think McMorrow figured out this was a hit piece? I mean, I think she came in, she must have known it was going to be pretty rough, because her answers to all these questions are pretty good, I think.
And
very good. She's a great speaker.
She's also doing some very, am I allowed to say, like, female-coded snarky attacks against Emma, which I do appreciate.
Oh, she did. Yeah, she did.
Yeah. Well, and then this here, like, you know, for me personally, just for me, I like to check my biases at the door. This is very funny. I don't know if they're intentional or not. Maybe I think they are. But
what it is like to live in the middle of the Middle East. I can't imagine what it's like to have my home stolen from me, to have my family killed. And I want to leave the door open. I think it's important for anybody who holds.
Like, why do these people even have these interviews? You can see her typing on the computer, by the way. She's probably trying to tee up her co-host, right? Like the camera is shaking because she's typing on her little keyboard. Like, she's not even listening to any of the answers here.
She's like DMing him or whatever.
Yeah, she's not even smart enough to engage with the subject matter. Like,
well, no, because nobody's here to have a good faith conversation. They're just here to get their talking points out. Blah blah blah.
I wonder if this is another DSA printed talking point hit list for these types of interviews. I wish Dems would stop doing. Please stop doing these.
And I want to leave the door open.
We should watch the Abdul Al Sayed interview after and see
the
difference.
Oh my God.
Who holds the role of a senator as a legislator to check their own bias at the door, be open and objective. And if there is, and I've heard from both the Jewish community and the Arab community that you're right, Emma, a two-state solution has been something that has been attempted for a very long time. We have failed to accomplish that so far. Perhaps a multicultural solution where people are living side by side is a better solution, but I want that to come from the people who live there. It shouldn't be the role of me to assert my views on residents of another country.
Yeah,
yep, there it is.
I'll move on a little bit, but I think it's just.
I want to move on. I just think, oh my God.
My next question.
Hold on. Excuse me, Mooten, shut the fuck up. We need to virtue signal first about how disgusting her lack of empathy is for the Palestinians.
You know, to me, it's like Israel, who is the occupying power in this dynamic, I mean, as recognized by international law, does not want a multicultural state. Obviously, that is, you know, when they say like, oh, you guys want to destroy Israel, what they're talking about is a destruction of the apartheid system. What they're talking about is bringing in equality. And so I guess
how many Arabs live in Israel again? She should ask him that. By the way, I bet neither of these two know.
I want to stay on for a second, like how you could use your leverage as a U.S. senator to stop this violence. Which
oh my God,
how many Arabs do live in Israel? Isn't it like
there's the population of the Israeli country, ignoring the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, are 9 million people. 7 million are Jews. About 2 million are Palestinian Arabs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a
That's
huge,
20% of them.
huge chunk. I'll be honest, I didn't know that at all before I went over to the country, which is kind of crazy. But I guess I haven't gotten to the modern part of my reading yet. But like, yeah, there are more Arabs living in Israel than there are Jews living in every single Muslim country combined times 10. Like, it's not even close.
we all agree has to stop, right? Like we mentioned, you draw a distinction between Israel's defensive and offensive weapons infrastructure and currently support funding for the defensive part of that, like the Iron Dome. I think a lot of people, though, might disagree with that distinction and say that Israel's defensive capabilities enable their offensive capabilities. Like,
this new talking point is just so fucking cringe. Like, well, if you give them money, because before it was like, we can't allow them to have offensive weapons. This is horrible. You know, fine, they have the Iron Dome, but we can't give them money to go bomb other people. It's like, well, hold on. If we give them the Iron Dome, well, now they can spend more money on offensive weapons. We didn't get rid of funding for the Iron Dome. Like, pretty soon it's going to be funding for literally fucking everything that's even tangentially related to Israel. Like, no, sure, cut all funding to Israel, but not just that. Then we have to go after companies in the United States that are even trading with people in Israel or even connected in any size, shape, or form with the way to Israel. We have to boycott The Boys because that one actor is a Israeli citizen. It's like, oh my God, bro, get me the fuck out of here.
Isn't Israel trying to get off of the U.S. dime anyways?
Yeah, they would be happy to hop off our military support shit and they can go on a fucking rampage. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what they actually do with that. But
and say that Israel's defensive capabilities enable their offensive capabilities. Like,
whoever printed this stupid God, I hate these people.
The Iron Dome allows Israel, one might say, to operate with impunity because they don't face the same threat of retaliation. So what would you say to that?
I hear you. As you can imagine, this is a conversation we have every single day in a state like ours, where we have vastly different viewpoints on the right course of action in the Middle East. And it is the job to go in with an open mind and to listen and to make the right, most objective decision that I possibly can. And as I said at the outset, it is...
Excuse me? Is that a DGGer? Remember when Morpheus looks at Neo, when Neo's in the room, and Neo's like, I'm not fast enough. And Morpheus is like, do you think you being fast has anything to do with your muscles? Do you think that's air you're breathing? That's the attitude with the law, okay? Do you think those words mean anything? Do you think those words actually matter?
Trump just created a $1.8 billion slush fund to pay off January 6th insurrectionists using your tax dollars. No congressional approval, no oversight, just pure corruption. A slush fund created by a lawless president for his insurrectionist followers. Today, I introduced the New York Anti-Insurrectionist Act. This bill would create a 100% state income tax on any New Yorker who collects from this fund. It's simple. If you're...
King?
Yeah, let it happen.
Hello? King shit?
You're a New Yorker and you take from this illegal slush fund, New York State will tax 100% of it. If you storm the Capitol and you take from the slush fund, too bad. We're taking it. I'm Alex Porras, New York State legislator running for...
You know what I like about this too is this creates the patriotic incentive to hit up that slush fund if you feel like you've been illegally prosecuted and try to get money from it. And then you can give it to the wonderful state of New York.
Congress to take on Trump in D.C. Trump just created...
King shit.
Is increasingly the view of even Netanyahu himself that he wants to be able to do it on his own and doesn't want to rely on foreign aid. There seems to be a recognition that they are going at everything they possibly can and are losing the support of the world. They're losing the support of Americans. And I will always, my pledge is to always be objective. You know, I am not...
Bro! I'm so sorry. Hold on. Just a quick doobie meme. This guy would never survive a day in my life. These guys are so lucky they're not under a fucking spotlight. What the fuck are his answers? I think the question was, would you allow a pedophile to describe anal sex in the presence of a minor? And your answer was, it depends. That wasn't the question, shake my head. I think discussing sex around them is fine in some context. We're talking about primarily high school students right now. They've gone through sex ed. What the fuck?
Oh, so he's in the fight right now over that.
What? But like, bro, nobody's forcing you to... These are the craziest fucking positions in the universe. Why?
Let them fight.
So tied to an individual viewpoint that I'm not willing to change my mind when the facts on the ground change.
I guess then to that end, Why do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure?
Do you want Palestinians to die?
What is, I guess, sort of your positive vision in supporting that policy? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome? Oh, should they get an Iron Dome? Oh, she's so smart. Should they get an Iron Dome? Oh, she's like, I got her with this one.
Home too, the Palestinians.
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Well, I mean,
oh, deactivated immediately. Bye.
The horror of...
She didn't like that.
Oh,
She's
wait,
like,
what's wrong? You didn't like that answer? Excuse me? What? We can't engage here? These people can't engage with anything. It's so fucking pathetic.
Living in fear of being bombed constantly. Let's work with the outcome of how do we end the violence, period.
But I mean,
but then backing away from that, how do we protect people?
I think
that's I'm sorry, but you've kind of strayed way too far from my talking point. So actually, let's go back to how Jews are the devil.
then though that sort of probes at like maybe we're coming from different worldviews here a little bit, because my worldview, and I think one that Emma has been talking about as well, is like multiculturalism, where we
Here's a question. Are you going to force a Palestinian state to not discriminate against any ethnic minority, and they have to 100% uphold all Western democratic virtues when it comes to giving people the representation to vote and all that? So if 1 million Christians tomorrow, if the new Palestinian state is made and 5 million people from the U.S. want to immigrate to Israel, they have to accept them all, and they can't vet based on religion or ethnicity, right?
We live amongst each other.
Quick question, how does Hamas feel about gay people?
Well, hold on. Where is... Excuse me. Hold on.
Yeah.
You think you're so fucking smart, bro. You think you're so smart, but there's actually a really good reason for this. Hold on.
Okay.
You don't even know why there's so much homophobia in the Middle East, do you?
No. I'm excited to learn.
There's a video of this, goddammit. The go be gay in the Middle East shit is extra wild. Yeah, man, a lot of these countries are awful on gay rights. They haven't had a fucking moment where the gays can go out and protest because the American-backed fundamentalists that were the best at killing the popular, secular, commie-adjacent leadership, and now they run the show. Somewhere there's a Hasan clip where he's like, well, of course they're anti-gays because we keep bombing them. That's the answer,
Let me
you
just
idiot.
say, that's fucking, that's an awesome talking point. They haven't had the chance to protest.
There are plenty of, ever since, there are plenty of gay and trans people. By the way, Iran is actually weirdly very pro-trans.
They're pro-trans because if they find out you're gay, they force you to chop your dick off and become a woman. I'm not joking. That's why they have that.
I know.
But I'm sure that you probably didn't know that. They're very homophobic, but they are very pro-trans. A lot of cultures are actually very pro-trans, way more than the United States of America.
We lead the world on this stuff. Like, I don't even know why he would pretend otherwise. Oh, it's because he's a stupid fucking American. Or the second worst thing, a Turk.
Maybe to a fault at times, like Iran, when they do forcible gender.
You look at like Native American.
Maybe to a fault at times, like forcible gender reassignments. That's what he was about to say, by the way.
American culture, I think it's
They're so
extremely
progressive.
popular. Norse culture, I mean, you could say the same thing about Loki, right? It's like the idea of being trans.
Oh shit, he's talking to Asmongold here. I just realized
He was talking here, yeah. Holy
Trans
shit.
is like super, super, super old, like Shiva, right? Another good example. So
Yes.
I think that's
yes,
true.
There's a concept of third gender in India, Pakistan, and many other places as well. So,
and I think one that Emma has been talking about as well is like multiculturalism, where we live amongst each other and where multiculturalism and a respect for one another keeps us safe. And so like, I don't...
I'm so sorry, bro.
I don't want to talk about like everyone getting their Iron Dome and everyone arming up and everyone getting more and more defensive and offensive and everyone getting more violent and everyone... I mean, I just did an episode that actually comes out today, which I'm very excited about, with Naomi Klein, about Tucker Carlson's worldview that he has been espousing as of late. And he does view the world that way, where, in America, we...
Morbler, our star lefty. God, I'm glad Ukrainians aren't homophobic. I'm sorry, I don't recall supporting a Homos for Ukraine movement. Or pretending otherwise, motherfucker. What do you mean?
Should bunker down and have our white Christian nation, and everyone else is bunkered down in their own very racialized nations as well, with
like every single Arab state. Which, just curious, if we want to go full fucking Nazi, we can go full Nazi here. I'm sorry, what are the most diverse and tolerant states in the world right now? Are they Arab majority states? Are they Muslim majority states? Or are they, I don't want to say the white Christian one. Like, come on, let's be real here. If you want to break out if you want to go full neo-Nazi, we can do that.
Tons of weapons, and we're all segregated. And like, I just find that to be such a grim reality, And so I think, like, I'm wondering if your politics could come from a different place philosophically, where it's not like, what about funding also the Palestinian Iron Dome, where it's about taking away the Iron Dome from Israel, this thing that, in my opinion, allows them to continue operating as a genocidal
They're
apartheid
gonna take
state
their dome away? This is crazy. This is a crazy talking point. Just let them get bombed, I guess, forehead.
No, what you just said is the forehead talking point, kind of, because they wouldn't just get bombed. There would be no more Palestinians in Gaza. That Israel would remove them. You think any country on the planet would tolerate rocket after rocket after rocket pointing to the city's
that's true. They would just go kill them.
It would be gone 100%. Not only would they be gone, every other Arab state in the region would be like, oh, what are you doing? Oh, at least we don't have to worry about it anymore. 100%. Yes.
Bomb them.
Well, and I think where you and I find agreement here is exactly that. Ideally, we should be at a place where we're not armed to the teeth against each other. We are a multicultural society in our country, and yet we have more guns than we have people in the United States. I sat on the state Senate floor
talking point
below
Pivot.
4 men with AR-15s and full tactical vests who I promise you
don't let her
wanted
get
me
away from
dead. That is not the world that I want to live in. The goal, yes, is let's have multicultural societies where we're not attacking each other. I do start at that place, and I want to make sure that I go in recognizing that I would have a responsibility. I have a responsibility today as a state senator to check my personal beliefs at the door sometimes and make decisions that are in the best interest of protecting as many people as possible.
And do you think the Iron Dome is in service of that?
Right now, yeah.
I would love to get to a place where it's not needed, period, for anybody.
Okay. Do you believe Israel has committed and is committing a genocide?
Oh, here we go. Yes or no?
Bro, I need a yes or no Pisco clip. Yes or no? Bro, oh my God. What these interviews?
Yeah, we went through this on our campaign based on...
Not good. The answer's not going to be yes? Uh-oh.
The legal definition, I've said this, I do believe that it meets the definition. What I also heard in response from many of my constituents who had family that they lost in the Holocaust is there is such a personal, visceral reaction to that word that moves us apart from each other. And when I believe that most people in both the Jewish community and the Arab community and people who are not impacted want the same outcome, why would we spend our time debating whether or not you agree with the definition of a word and recognizing we have the coalition who wants the same thing? How do we keep them together?
I think that the definition...
I think that the definition of genocide is agreed upon by the international community, and they all said it's a fucking genocide.
is important because of international law, and we're
like not that you know none of, by the way.
Seeing right now the Trump administration and frankly the Biden administration was also a part of the degradation of international law and the rules-based international order. And there was a Quinnipiac poll from August 2025. This has probably increased since then, that 77% of Democrats, over half of independents, believe that Israel is committing genocide.
That's crazy.
Do you think that it's important to articulate that just to support international law at a time?
Yeah. How's that support of international law working right now? What has that done for Donald Trump? Maybe we should focus on building a real coalition of people in the United States that actually have a strong opinion with actionable policies that we can enact if we actually give a fuck about dying Palestinians. I know for people like Emma, I know that she probably gleefully cheers every time she sees another beheaded fucking Palestinian baby or whatever, because it makes her so happy because she'll have talking points the next day for her stupid fucking YouTube podcast. But if you really actually want to solve the problem, it's never been done this way. It's never been done by screeching maximalist positions at anybody. Nobody's done it. They pretend Nelson Mandela did. He didn't. They pretend that Malcolm X was the reason why it happened in the United States. He wasn't. They pretend that this has never been... Well, that's not true. I'm sorry what I've said. Maximalist positions have been held by people that do genocides if they want to do that. So Turkey, Germany, probably India. I don't know. Fuck them.
When the foreign policy of the United States, and by extension Israel, is might makes right.
I think it is important to listen to everybody that I would be asking for faith and trust to represent and to build the coalition that we need to hit the same goals. There is no doubt that war crimes have been committed. There is no doubt that the pain...
Oh, so you can say war crimes, but not genocide?
And suffering at the vast expense of our taxpayer dollars, Matt, to your point that we continue to pay for this, needs to end. And I want to keep my people together.
Don't care. Next talking point. Can we get one more big talking point here?
Moment when so much of the emphasis is on how to tear them apart.
Yeah. I don't care. Pedantic. I really, really don't with the genocide label. But I think to me, identifying it as a genocide is important to, like Emma said, give an internationally understood and legal label to what is currently happening.
Oh, because that's so important. That's because it's going to help so much.
To a group of people. And to me, anyone's feelings about that word, I think are not as important as recognizing what is still happening to people right now, which is a genocide under international law, you know?
How does your family feel about it? How are those conversations going?
Well, It
depends on the family
depends
member.
on the family member, and it's tense, but ultimately,
Wow, you can't even answer a fucking question? What a fucking, it's so performative. They're such a performative fucking loser. I wish these people would just be honest. They don't give a fuck about anything, and they're just demons. These are Satan-spawned people. What a giggly, happy-go-lucky fucking response for the largest fucking virtue signalers on the fucking internet. Just so you know, if this laugh right here was by McMorrow, the Majority Report would be playing this laugh nonstop. Look at how disgusting it was when we asked how their conversations went interpersonally, and they fucking laughed when we asked that question. Oh my fucking God.
It
depends on the family
depends
member.
on the family member, and it's tense. But ultimately, I assume you're asking that because I'm Jewish, and you'd be right for that, because it's, especially intergenerationally, it's a tense conversation because people have different levels of Zionist indoctrination and also different
true
sort of proximities to the Holocaust and the timeline. But
Oh
I
my
think
God.
though the difficult conversations that are happening within my family are less important than the reality of what is happening to the Palestinian people.
So we've had those same conversations. My husband is Jewish, and though I'm a step removed, there are certainly really, really hard conversations, to your point, among generations within families. I respectfully disagree, and I believe the responsibility of a legislator, somebody who represents, I'm asking for the trust to represent.
Turkey didn't commit a genocide. It was the Ottoman Empire. Oh, Ethiopian Hussein. Find me a Turkish person who wants to say that the Ottoman Empire was equally ran by Turks and Arabs. Let me know when you found that person, please. I would love to hear that.
10 million people in a very diverse state that is a purple state that could very easily go to the Republicans. My greatest joy in this job as a legislator is when I get to help people one-on-one and when I get to be a part of their story. And keeping coalitions together is hard work. And I believe we can respect international law and
Don't
the
care.
ICC and have
Don't
a legislator
care.
who respects
Emma?
Next talking point.
Hit her up with the alley-oop, Emma. Come in here.
their stances
Come
and
on.
understands that in order to move forward to the goal that I think all of us on this call share is to keep a state like mine together and to not let this issue tear people apart. Because if we let it tear us apart, we get Mike Rogers. Trump gets a win. And there is no love lost on the other side of the aisle here with an administration that allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to convince us to go to war with Iran.
I think, because we're still in the primary, especially, like I'm pressing, Democrats a little bit more on this because we're not yet really talking about the general. And, you say...
Oh, so you're going to press less on this in the general? Funny joke, fucking moron.
It's more important to keep the coalition together than to sort of fracture over this one issue. But I don't know. I think for me, and I'm not trying to be antagonistic at all, I promise. But
I'm not trying to be what?
But I don't know. I think for me, and I'm not trying to be antagonistic at all, I promise. But sort of when I look at what a candidate like Dr. Abdullah Sayed is doing around this issue, it doesn't feel like we actually have to abandon dignity and actual justice for Palestinians to keep that coalition together. I mean, like we said at the beginning, you guys are all, neck and neck.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think we need to either. And that's not my goal at all.
I guess, on this topic, we've exhausted it a little bit, but you also have groups like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the Israeli organization itself, B'Tselem, calling it a genocide. So I read that out. Human Rights Watch, we've exhausted it a little bit, but you also have groups like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the Israeli organization itself, B'Tselem, calling it a genocide. So I read that out just because I think
the Israeli organization itself, B'Tselem, she doesn't even know what B'Tselem is. B'Tselem is literally founded for like Palestinian rights watch group in Israel. That's not just like a random Israeli. That is like that's like saying even in the United States of America, the U.S. organization, the NAACP, feels like African Americans are being discriminated. Like, do you even know what you're saying? God, I hate how little. I don't care. It's just so performative. It's so fucking gross how little these people know about any fucking thing they're talking about.
the Israeli organization itself, B'Tselem, calling it a genocide. So I read that out just because I think that when we're talking about...
I'll donate $20 million to your campaign if you ask her right now. Go back in time, Aaron Yeager. Please. You have to ask her, what is B'Tselem? I'm just curious. Just kidding.
How to keep a coalition together. The 77% of Democrats that think Israel's committing genocide, the 90% of Democrats that have a negative view of Israel or don't want to send them more money, that would, I would imagine, be the position that would be as unifying as possible, because it appears like this is kind of a consensus opinion now within the Democratic base.
I mean, I hear that it's reflective in polls and reading polls and asserting how campaigns should be run based off of polls is not a way that you win in a state like ours. And Matt, I hear that you don't want to
Well, it's both polls and morality. Both polls and international law and morality.
And
morality, international law. That's how you win elections in the United States. That's why Donald Trump won the last election.
Talking about morality, Trump put out an AI
generated
video of
Gaza being rebuilt with a crazy ad and won the election. Say it.
Trump Gaza, and has told us we cannot afford daycare, we cannot afford Medicare,
True.
we cannot afford Medicaid. And not only that, but that states should tax themselves even more to pay for those selfish things so that we can pay for a war that he took us into because Netanyahu convinced him to do so. And every single Republican in the House and the Senate refused to vote on the War Powers Resolution. So I agree. You'll find agreement. And I live and serve in a deeply purple state that has to focus on November.
Yep.
And Mike Rogers and the tens of millions of dollars that will be funneled into this state because it is a coalition of as many people in the state as possible. You don't win in Michigan without independents. You don't win in Michigan without Republicans. So it is keeping the Democrats together, keeping the Democrats engaged, keeping our diverse communities together to recognize we have the shared goals. We do. And it's hard work, and it's work that I'm in every single day. So hopefully you see there's not disagreement here, but it is the work every single day in keeping our people together so that we don't lose a seat to somebody who would rubber stamp everything Trump wants to do, who will certainly not end this war or secure security for Palestinians anytime soon if it were up to him.
Yeah.
When was this stupid fucking tweet? April 4th, 2026. I was recently speaking with a Palestinian woman who told me that she, in fact, hated Biden more because he pretended to care while carrying out a genocide of her family. Oh my, give me a fucking break.
And I'll wrap up. I know you probably have to run, busy day, running a campaign. I think neither of us would argue that like every Republican is doing all of this and worse, much worse. And none of us would argue, in favor of anything Trump is doing. I just think especially, during primary season when we are, being given the chance to put our what we think is our best Democrat forward, that we're, pushing you on some of these issues, because I think something that I'm sure you've heard is that a lot of Democratic voters feel like we have an establishment that isn't fighting sufficiently.
And I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
This is a party that's not meeting this moment, not only on this issue, but on voting rights, on civil rights, on childcare and healthcare and housing. There's so much at stake here, which is why I'm doing what I can. I believe truly that we built a blueprint in Michigan, in the legislature, when we flipped control of the legislature for the first time in my entire lifetime, that we can take with us to Washington. And build a party that knows how to fight and knows how to win and knows how to actually get things done for people.
Totally. And I just want to mention, like, as a New Yorker, I got to rep my city and, push back on the idea that we have to make these sort of like middle of the road concessions on some of these issues, especially like a humanitarian issue. We had...
Because Mamdani won for mayor of New York City? New York City? You think that's a purple city?
Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who just won in my city, and 1 in 10 Mamdani voters also voted for Trump. There was a small but mighty MAGA for Mamdani coalition, and you know what? It's confounding, but that's
oh my fucking god.
I guess it's amazing. It's how the world works, and he's someone who really didn't concede on his beliefs on any of these issues.
Literally, he did walk back. Remember, globalize the Intifada? He definitely walked back on that one. What do you mean he didn't concede on anything?
Walked back on Hasan too.
True.
Encourage you to do the same. Mallory, thank you so much for joining today. I really mean it. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you to you both.
Cool. And that is our interview. I've been really enjoying talking to candidates, honestly, more than I thought I would.
Why? You're not even having a conversation with them. You're just doing a slop hit piece. You're running down a list of questions.
And making these sort of like auxiliary episodes has just been a sort of nice creative outlet for me, in addition to like the conceptual episodes we make over here. I want to thank Mallory again for coming on and giving us her time, especially given that she probably knew we'd disagree on some things. She was gracious for that, truly. And I owe it to you, the listener, to say that I struggle to make sense of some of what Mallory McMorrow put forth here, particularly as it pertains to the funding of Israel's defense infrastructure. She initially defended that policy by saying it's what keeps people safe. But I don't know. Does it? I think it keeps one group of people safe.
I can't watch this. They're reading a script. You see they're reading a script, right?
Yeah.
Look at their eye. They're just reading a script. They don't even
care. Yeah.
They don't even give a fuck about this issue.
Particularly as it pertains to the funding of Israel's defense infrastructure. She initially defended that policy by saying it's what keeps people safe. But I don't know. Does it? I think it keeps one group of people
They can't even read the whole script at the same, and they have to do a jump cut.
While enabling the ongoing violent oppression of another group of people. But toward the end of the conversation, she backed away from defending that policy on its merits, instead saying, sometimes we as politicians must put our personal beliefs aside for the sake of building a larger coalition. And okay, but as Emma said, there's tons of emerging data that shows continued aid to Israel is no longer a popular position in the Democratic Party. To which Mallory said that she isn't running a campaign on polling data. Fair enough. But if you're not running on polling data and you're also
not running on morality
off of your belief system,
what are you running
then
on?
I struggle to make sense of where exactly these policy positions are coming from. And to me, it's this opaqueness in decision making that is the frustrating thing about the Democratic establishment, which Mallory claims to be breaking from. Anyway, that's my show. Hope you liked it. Hope you enjoyed being here on an.
We didn't. It was trash. Emma Vigeland corners Mallory McMorrow on single-payer healthcare.
But you gotta bring up the fucking
There is
Abdul
one
thing too.
Why do you support?
This is the thing. Do you see how they're doing the funnel? This is what I'm talking about. You do the interview, you get the talking points, then you run it through your medium, the medium part for the media, or whatever, the reactions to it. Now, she's lucky because she gets to react to her own interview, and then all the talking points are going to be there for social media, and then you'll see these talking points used to attack McMorrow that all of the El Sayed supporters are going to be using for the next, couple weeks until the next interview cycle.
Or funding to Israel's defense infrastructure.
The problem with an Iron Dome for the Palestinians would be the tanks, and that would come in the invading military. But be that as it may, I'm calling for an Iron Dome for the Palestinians. Maybe even higher than that on that scale would be, I'm not going to vote for anything, for any authorization of military spending that doesn't provide that.
Yeah.
Then you're calling for it. It would be less than that, right? You're not voting for it. And then you are having a conversation about calling for it.
Yes.
And then you have just a conversation not involving the vote. And
She really thinks she cooked in this interview. She sounded like she was a high school student doing an interview. That's what she sounded like. Like, I have to do an interview, I'm going to write down the questions I'm going to ask the interviewer or the interviewee. And she really thinks she cooked.
then you have, let's talk about having the conversation.
Yes, I love when Matt goes, well, I mean, Iron Dome's for everybody, apparently for Iran as well. Yeah, so.
I mean, our military industrial contractors will like that.
Yes. And we did end up playing, which was kind of
state level, so you can't lose your healthcare with a pre-existing condition.
She's not even in the clips they're playing. Look, she's you can see when somebody's typing on a laptop because the camera shakes because it's all one thing.
Senate, I have led on efforts to codify the Affordable Care Act on the state level, so you can't lose your healthcare with a pre-existing condition. We repealed our
1931 abortion. I should just say, there is one healthcare system that has been cut by RFK Jr. and Donald Trump and the Republicans, and that is the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act subsidies were rolled back, and the expansion on the Medicaid. Like, if you wanted to develop something that was protected from two politicians being in charge of it, it wasn't Obamacare, because all they had to do was cut back on subsidies to private health insurance, because it's so narrowly tailored that you don't have the widespread revulsion that would come if everybody in the country was like, I'm on Medicare, instead of just everybody over the age of 65. I'm on Medicare. Yeah. And they mess with
God, this is like your kid made a dog shit argument. You brought your dad to beat the other kid.
my Medicare. That's the point. That's why they don't want it to be.
Wow, maybe you should have done the interview instead of letting this fucking moron do it then.
Everybody, not just to have health insurance, but everybody on the same program and in the same sort of playing field.
Understand where you're coming from. This is an administration that has slashed access to mifepristone. This is an administration who...
Okay, she clipped that. There wasn't somebody like us going to her speech and clipping it. They clipped that section and
put it up
on Twitter themselves.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Going to her speech and clipping it.
Who...
Okay, she clipped that. There wasn't somebody like us going to her speech and clipping it. They clipped that section and
put it up
on Twitter themselves.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like what she's saying is, you got no sense of humor, Emma. You didn't get the joke, it's fine. Yeah, listen.
I honestly, I forgot that's how she answered it, because I haven't seen this since, we recorded it on Friday.
Well, it's because you weren't paying attention.
I know, but yeah.
That is stunning.
Live and learn talking about the interview. Why would I want to listen to Pisco defend the two dipshits interviewing him the entire time, and about how based it is to constantly ask questions about Israel-Palestine, because it's the most important thing to virtue signal on. We'll watch this one tomorrow. I have a meeting in 15 minutes. But, oh, fuck. I'm not going to get triggered by this.
Interview. For example, did you guys all watch that interview with Matt and Emma?
No.
It was not as like...
You know his name now, right? You don't just call him the gay guy?
Matt Berenstein, I think his name is. Matt Berenstein and Emma Vigeland. The tone wasn't super aggressive, but the subtext was. Like, they were definitely kind of dripping with contempt. And I just, like, in that kind of spot, I wonder if McMorrow understood that she was walking into an interview with, two people who probably, think that she supports genocide and whatever else thing they're going with. Same with Slotkin. I'm not sure if she was aware of the venue that she was walking into on Breaking Points. And, it's not that they should never do these kinds of interviews, but maybe we're strengthening the point. But
well, I think there's something there, but I want to reject the framing that this is about the insurgent left or the populist left versus the insider left or the more normal left, because the people who are frustrated with Ken Martin the most are people who are like state chairs, and are the insider left or the more normal left, because the people who are frustrated with Ken Martin the most are people who are like state chairs, and are people who are inside the DNC, and are people who I don't think can be classified as like...
Doesn't matter. The frustrations are totally different. They're a totally different set of frustrations. And to pretend like it's the same is not true. I think people are frustrated at Ken Martin for the lack of leadership, for kind of how disappointing the autopsy was, for how disappointing literally everything surrounding it, his statements about it a long time ago. But I don't know if party leaders are... In fact, I don't believe that people in the Democratic Party actually are frustrated with Ken Martin. Now, maybe they are, and I've just missed this over the past couple of weeks, but the last time I saw articles about it, it was always just like an anonymous person said, reportedly, anonymous people whatever. But like, I don't see that anywhere. I haven't seen it like in any solidified form.
Like hater of Dems. These are the pod safe people. These are, New York Times type people. So I don't
really... The pod safe people. Oh my
really
God.
think that the criticisms of Ken Martin can all be dialed into awareness about how bad faith some lefties are.
No, that's right. But but the initial major grievance, I would say, was driven by the insurgent left with the Gaza narrative.
Yep.
And I would say the Pod Save guys are aligned with them. But you're right. The state party,
correct. That's
the state
correct.
Democrats have been.
What? The Obama guy? You know how long ago Obama was president? 10 years. It's gone. We're done with Obama. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, I'm not saying they're like tankies or whatever, but I think that I speculate.
That's just most of the Democratic Party, Hutch.
That's most of the Democrats.
No, it's not. God, I hate this show. Live and learn. Get me out of here. Okay, Jesus fuck. I can't. I'm gonna get too triggered watching these fucking retards run cover for the fucking tankies. Okay. Let's end our stream with a prayer.
Please, somebody tag in Donald Trump. Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump, please. I'm asking you. Please save me. Please save me. Please get these people away from me.
Hasan's got to go.
$700 million over the next year on Hasbara. It's like they have the worst fucking, like, Rabbi Shmuley. Like, anytime Rabbi Shmuley speaks in favor of Israel, they lose 20 supporters. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, even their outreach and all the people that speak out in favor of Israel are like Michael Rappaport and like the lady from Will and Grace. Like, all these just psychopaths. It's like, you're not even helping your case. Like, at least get some good spokespeople that might be able to propagandize properly. All these fucking shills on like TikTok that are getting paid the $7,000 per post. And
Is that number even a real thing at all, or is that just a total fucking lie? Is that just an anti-Semitic weirdo talking point that all these people push?
like, you get people like Destiny and Lonerbox. Like,
they're not even paid.
You know what?
They're doing it for free.
Like, those people do the love of the game, just for the love of the game.
I mean, I guess they got paid.
Podcast.
They got an all expenses paid trip to Israel. I think. Fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure.
It's just me when I lie, LOL. I was actually close to throwing $1,000 at his fucking campaign because I was like, oh, fucking for memes, and I appreciated the background of the effort, but then I remembered how unbelievably unsympathetic this disgusting fucking cretin is. I'm like, actually, no, I hope he fucking loses. Fuck these people.
They got a tour at some point, but
I think that if you make your whole identity about like profiting off of and expanding your public image off of a conflict that you clearly can't take 2 fucking seconds to learn about, I think you're one of the. It's like the most disgusting type of human being you can be.
They did.
Other than that, it's all over the game.
Someone apparently has access to Lonerbox like tax credits, and they were able to like prove like, look, he got paid by like this certain association to go. But like, yeah, you got all these.
First of all, listen, if Lonerbox got paid to go to Israel, fuck him, because he didn't cut me in on it. Okay.
Shitty people doing free PR.
That's bullshit. Yeah.
Or paid PR for Israel, and it's just like not helping the case. Like, if the H3 podcast think that any time, they mention how much they love Israel is helping the Israel's case, it's really not. People are.
This guy, that guy's a chart watcher. He's on that. He's watching that chart. You know he is. They're talking about Progressive Victory. Did Progressive Victory pay us to go to Israel? Oh, I missed that one. Holy shit. What's the Doom E1M1 song? Nebraska woman hospitalized after a dog in another vehicle accidentally fired a shotgun at her. Also,
I love America, man.
What the fuck does accidentally mean? Are we ascribed? Like, do we know? How do we know the dog didn't do it intentionally? How do we know anything about the state of mind of the dog? This is a very interesting adjective user. Okay.
Kaya, the next time she gets shot. Shocked.
Corin got destroyed. I thought Paxton was relatively popular, but I don't know. But I never followed this election also. I have no idea. But all right.
Trump owns the party.
Wait, have you ever seen the Emma Vigilant Africa thing?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you remember when the Cleopatra thing happened and there were a bunch of conservatives that were mad that Cleopatra was played by
oh, yep.
Yeah. This is probably one of the cringiest things I've ever seen in my life.
The notion that Cleopatra was black is silly. But again, you're allowed to do this in Hollywood because, of course, the only thing that matters is our weird, parochially American perception of what race matters. It's super, super strange. By the way, we actually have sculptures of Cleopatra. It's not as though there's like nothing to indicate what Cleopatra looked like. There's a Roman sculpture of Cleopatra from like the mid-1st century.
First of all, it's the left that's being parochial, not the guy that can't go on a map and see which continent is Egypt on. Ben. Facts over feelings. Ben Shapiro doesn't understand that,
it's
like,
the north of Africa.
Like,
These are serious political
they
commentators.
think that every country in Africa is like, are like rappers. Like, she thinks that all of them look like Tupac and Jay-Z, and like, I just actually cannot even believe. I don't know if you've commented on politics ever, if you don't know anything about like the Middle East, or like, it's impossible to have. This is just such an unbelievable statement to make. I don't know, bro. I will always hate her.
It's
for
all cooked, man.
Everything relating to this, yeah, and everything. Get me out of here.
What's your meeting about? Anything good? Or not? Can't say.
Some event and fucking I might go to. I don't know. We'll see.
His bench.
Streamed 1 year ago. Oh, I don't care about this. Okay. All right. I love you. What
Joe.
do you want?
Oh, Hutch is here.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, so are you aware of the context of this interview?
The McMorrow one?
Yeah, there's a little bit more context to it.
I mean, I heard what the guy said at the beginning, where they were gonna do it, and then they missed each other. They had to cancel, and then he claimed it was because he thinks they're homophobic and didn't like his nail polish or something, and then they rescheduled it, and then they managed to do the interview.
So there's that. So like, I just want you to take note of the intro and the outro is a very different tone than the interview itself. He's obviously like much more kind of friendly and sheepish during the interview, but then like very, very hostile in the intro and the outro. But the real context was he was on Twitter, like hyping up this interview, basically accusing her of like soft supporting a genocide,
of course,
and then accused them of canceling the interview because they were afraid that he was going to press him on genocide.
Okay.
So it's just a little extra context that makes the whole thing a lot more funny. But just take note of the contrast of the tone.
We already finished it. We were going to watch the El Sayed one tomorrow just for memes. But like, one thing to take note when you're watching these interviews, I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but like, first of all, these people have no knowledge whatsoever related to Israel-Palestine or related to Medicare for all or anything. They don't know anything about it. And you can tell because when they're running down their like hit piece list of questions, notice that they don't do a single follow-up or engage with McMorrow on anything she says. It's just like they ask a question, she gives sometimes a decently well thought out answer even, and then they just go to the next one and say, okay, moving on, and that's it. They can't actually have like a back and forth engagement on literally anything being said besides like the maximalist positions that they have, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's really, really, really embarrassing. It should be fucking humiliating if you're in media and you get the opportunity to interview people that could be, you know, senators, and like this is the quality of conversation that you're capable of having. It's insane to me.
It's not even like interviews. It's just like, I don't know.
It's a hit piece list of, exactly. Yeah. But
so I think I'm going to have an opportunity to interview McMorrow myself. And I want to ask her if she's aware of like the dynamic. Like, I just want to ask her straight up, like, do you guys understand that these people like literally fucking hate you?
Sure. I think a really good question, if you have the opportunity to talk to her, I think a really good question is, how do you balance out like the online presence that lib left people are trying to have in purple districts with the further left media apparatus that exists online? Because she has to win elections in Michigan, right? So like, but she's not giving an interview in Michigan. She's giving an interview to an online audience that might be from across the country that has much different positions than, you know, what she has to represent in her state. So how do they pick those interviews? What's her strategy for approaching those interviews? Like, I'd be really interested to hear her walk through that, because especially like when you have people, God, the two interviewers, Emma's just such a fucking idiot. She's so stupid. I don't know where that $50,000 a year for her fucking grade school education went towards, because she didn't learn a fucking thing. Like, their inability to engage on any part of that just drove me crazy.
Yeah, that would be the grown-up way of asking the question. I'll
Oh,
probably
sure. Yeah,
like,
sorry. Yeah,
be mature about it. But yeah, no, you're hitting on the same kind of thing that I'm curious about, because I just don't know if they have, like, my theory is that they need to hire more Zoomers. Like I thought she handled herself really well.
She definitely did. Yeah.
Yeah, the campaigns definitely need. I don't know how many Zoomer staff they have that are aware of the vitriol, like the level of the vitriol. Like I have a sense that the candidates probably, understand that there's some hostility from like the insurgent populist left, but I don't know if they know how deep it goes. And it kind of reminded me of the interview with Slotkin. I think like both women handled both of those interviews really well, and it's another one of those Rorschach tests where, like the left and Majority Report fans think that, Emma like handed McMurrow her ass. And when I watch it, it feels like I'm watching an adult try to explain really basic concepts to, teenagers or something.
It definitely feels like a high school interview. Crystal Ball, at the very least, she's much more, I hate to even say it, but she's much more intelligent than Emma Vigilant is, who can't engage on any of these topics. She's completely out of her depth. Crystal Ball could at least do like challenging follow-ups and stuff. But yeah, that interview even was like, it was an ambush and a purity tester. I really wish that these guys would have open conversations sometimes, because like they really are pushing for maximalist positions that even people in the Middle East, even in Israel, Palestine, would never push for or don't want, because they are totally unworkable. But whatever.
Yeah, that's a whole other debate. But yeah, I just wanted to make you aware of the context, because it's pretty funny. He was talking so much shit on Twitter and on the intro and the outro, and he had to bring in Emma to be like a bulldog during the interview. So
sure.
Yeah.
All
right, man.
Have
Take
fun.
it
Be
easy.
careful. Okay. Wait. What is this? Watching the terminal, and I couldn't believe my fucking ears.
Do you live nearby?
Yes. Gate 67.
Because we are very particular about punctuality. Did you say gate 67?
Gate 67.